Book 3. The Land. Alliances. The Light Court. The king retired back to his private room. The Royal Chamberlain followed him, and they left the other denizens of the Light Court behind. The room was not just for walls, a floor, and a ceiling, of course. When the door closed, the two powerful beings were effectively alone in a shard universe of the king's own creation. I have instituted the first phase of the plan, my king. I am curious, however, why you did not let the High Chancellor or the rest of the court too. No! The King of Light stood silently on a balcony. In front of him was a sea of raw chaos. Most beings would go mad just staring into such primordial soup for more than a few minutes, but the king gazed unflinchingly. Hours passed with no response, but what was that to immortal beings? The Chamberlain waited patiently. When the king finally spoke, the Chamberlain heard something he had never heard before in his liege's voice: hesitation. Those weaklings are not worthy of knowing my thoughts also. It would not be prudent. What does it matter what they know, my king? You are the strongest being in creation. That is why I serve you. The King of Light just nodded in response to his Chamberlain's Machiavellian reasoning. There were no illusions as to the nature of their partnership. He was quiet for even longer this time. He searched for answers in the sea of gray chaos which had seemed more turbulent of late. When he spoke, it was softly. Once that was true, my Chamberlain. The universe, though, is shifting in its slumber. I feel that none of us are safe anymore. Chapter 1. You need to get more sun, Randy. My lord, he stood up quickly and bowed. No one told me that. You were back. Sit down, Richter said. That's certainly what I planned to do. He plopped into one of the chairs in front of the desk. There is a lot that I need to tell you. It looks like we are at war. In addition, Hisako tells me we can start expecting more monster attacks. And last but not least, there is a plague of giant insects called the Scourge that we need to eliminate ASAP. Before we get into all of that, though, Hisako said there are some things you need to tell me. Randolphus's eyes grew wider, and his expression more incredulous. As Richter spoke, the last seemed to take the wind out of him, though, and he dropped back into his chair. The Chamberlain opened his mouth and closed it several times before speaking. These eaters certainly are well known and widely feared, Richter thought to himself. When Randolphus had composed himself, he said, "You are correct, my lord. There are several things we need to discuss. The first, however, is what you want to do about the prisoners. We can't just continue to keep them under lock and key." "Dare! What prisoners?" The Chamberlain took a deep breath. "In the weeks that you have been gone, the hunters have begun to notice people traveling along the western border of the mists. It appeared they were searching for weak spots in their enchantment. I ordered the hunters to observe them from within the mists. One night, a hunter got close enough to overhear them talking. The news wasn't good, my lord. They were mercenaries hired by Count Stonek." "Okay," Richter said. "So how did we get to having prisoners?" "Did the hunters attack?" Randolphus nodded. "One night, our hunters did shoot at them, hoping to thin their numbers or at least frighten them away. The mercenaries started firing back blindly into the mists. At least one was a magic user. Our people had to avoid both arrows and offensive magic. One of the hunters was struck in the shoulder by an errant crossbow bolt. The injury was not life-threatening, but after that, I ordered our people to simply observe. The truth is, my lord, our hunters were not equipped to attack a well-armed force. They continued to follow them from inside the enchantment. After a few days, two of the mercenaries wandered into the mist and became lost. The hunters were able to capture them." "Good?" Richter asked in a strained voice. His tone barely concealed the truth. He was pissed. It apparently wasn't enough that the Count had, both emotionally and physically savaged Isabella. It wasn't enough that he actively partook in the slave trade. No! Count Ashat apparently now felt the need to come after the few non-humans that had escaped his clutches. Richter was furious that the man was threatening his people. Of course, if Richter were being fair, he would have to admit that he had infiltrated the Count's home, expelled his guards, and then robbed the noble blind. But on the other hand, the guy was a total Ashat. Richter controlled himself, so we caught a couple of mercenaries. Ha! Well, I can't say that I'm completely surprised that the Count came after us. How many were there total? I am unsure as to the total numbers, but the hunters saw less than 10, Randolphus answered. 10, Richter asked confused. What was that supposed to do? Even if they could penetrate the mists, what did the Count think 10 fighters could do against 300 of us? Were they all very high levels? I cannot speak to the capability of those that remained outside of the mist, my lord. Mager knows a spell similar to your analyze skill. However, he was able to tell us that one of the trespassers was indeed a professed warrior, level 25. The man would have been formidable in battle. The other prisoner was underwhelming. She is only a girl, and level 6 at that. Her name is Natoska, and she has been quite forthcoming. She said that she had been hired by the mercenaries to guide them through the woods. That is actually how the two found themselves in the mists. What? Richter asked. A lover's quarrel. Randolphus looked uncomfortable. Of a sort, my lord. I'll tell you what we have discovered, but please bear in mind that the following information has been obtained from prisoners, and so should be held. Suspect. The warrior, Orvin, told us that the Count paid for a divination to find you. That was apparently unsuccessful, but he still had an article of Isabella's clothing. He was able to get a weak reading that she was in this general area of the forest. I am quite frankly surprised that he was not able to coerce our location from any of the ship captains that brought us from Eve. I can only surmise that the Count had not found any of them yet. But I digress. As I was saying, the mercenaries hired the girl as a woods guide, telling her nothing except that they needed to get to this general area. From what the guide said, the men were not kind once they were away from civilization. When she saw that the men were afraid to enter the mists, she took her chance to escape. So the girl was a victim in all of this, Richter asked. He felt a bit bad about his off-color joke now. I cannot say that definitely, my lord. All I know about her is that she arrived with a small company of invaders. That fact does not engender my trust, no matter what story of sympathy she tells. Richter nodded. He wouldn't second-guess his Chamberlain's instincts unless he had a damn good reason. It had not been too long ago that his lack of concern over the village's defenses had led to the bugbear attack. An attack that had left several of the villagers dead. He wouldn't be cavalier about the security again. Those goblinoid fighters had been more than a match for the average villagers. Come to think of it, how had his hunters subdued a level 25 warrior? He asked that very question to Randolphus. Once the two were in the mists, the hunters simply followed them until they wandered deeper into the enchantment. When our people finally attacked, they were smart enough to use the magic to their advantage. They would take shots of opportunity at the warrior. He would then try to attack one of our people, but the hunter would retreat until the enchantment took effect again. While he was chasing one, the other hunters continued to fire. Though he was armored, the damage added up. One struck the warrior in the back of the knee, causing him to collapse. After that, he surrendered. The hunters made him strip off his weapons and armor and then hobble a short distance away. Once he was unarmed, it was a simple matter to bind him, warrior or not. Without armor to protect him, the hunters could have easily ended his life. The girl offered no resistance at all. She cried out in surrender as soon as the battle commenced. While being escorted back, she just thanked the hunters profusely. She was apparently grateful to be free of the mercenary party's extra demands. Richter smiled. He was proud of his people. They might not be able to beat a well-armed band in a head-to-head matchup yet, but they had used their heads and still snagged a win. When he had left to unlock his second power, he hadn't planned to be absent for long. Ultimately, though, he had been trapped in a dungeon for more than 2 weeks. He was delighted that his village had not only survived and thrived, it had defended itself. Okay, so we caught these two, Richter said. Now the warrior seems a bit tough, but still I would have thought the Count would send a small army to get revenge if he was going to do it at all. The mercenaries were most likely meant to gather intelligence, my lord, and perhaps harm you if possible. Noble or not, the Count's coffers are not bottomless. Fielding an army, even a small one, is not a cheap undertaking. I'm not surprised that he is using a small skilled group to attack you. He could not have known about the protective enchantment around the village. 10 fighters would have been more than enough for a night raid. They could have caused a large amount of death and damage among the non-humans before fading away again. So the question is, what we do with these two now? I don't really have a problem just letting the girl go if she was just hired to do a job. Even if she talks and tells others where the village is, that cat is probably out of the bag. Randolphus looked at Richter in confusion. He shook his head. Damn! Idioms! He tried again. I mean, the damage is already done. The other mercenaries might already be on their way back to the kingdom. We were never going to be able to keep our location a secret forever. I'm surprised one of the ship captains didn't sell us out too. As for the warrior, though, Richter continued, I'm not sure what to do yet. I'll talk to Yoshi about persuading the man to tell us anything else he hasn't shared yet. My lord, Randolphus said in a cautioning tone, I am familiar with the type of persuasion the sword adept employs. Mercenary guilds wield a fair amount of power in these lands. All who live by the sword accept that. They may die by the sword. If it is ever discovered that a mercenary was tortured after he had surrendered to you, however, then there might be far-reaching consequences. At the very least, you would not be able to hire mercenaries if you ever had the need in the future. Richter hadn't really thought of that. He might need to hire mercenaries soon. He had just been told by Hisako that they had found a bugbear camp. It would be great to hire more fighters for the upcoming battle. Hell, he might need to hire some fighters to deal with the eaters. So if we let the guy go, would it make it easier to hire mercs in the future? Perhaps, my lord, Randolphus said thoughtfully. But I would caution you against putting faith in such men and women. Most cannot be trusted to stand fast in a bad situation. I won't be paying for trust. I'll be paying them to fuck shit up. I just need to know if they will fight if I pay them too. Then it is a fine plan, my lord. There are some guilds that have, if not honor, then at least the intelligence to know that they need to honor their contracts. The Kingdom of Eve is also not the only place to find mercenaries. The dwarf clans of the Serrated Mountains are strong and have been known to trade their heart steel for bright silver. Hisako had told him he needed to speak with the dwarves anyway. He would just have to find a way to grease the wheels. Okay, I'm guessing that Basil left while I was gone, Richter said. Then a thought occurred to him. Did the mercenaries? No, my lord, Randolphus said. I had the same concern, but that warrior knew nothing of our traitor, and he left a good week before they were first spotted. Taking the riverways with the ship you arranged, he should have been safe enough. Well, when he comes back, we will have to send him right back out. Again, I want to commission at least one group of fighters and have them back here as soon as possible. I'm assuming you know about the various mercenary guilds of the kingdom. Tell Basil whatever he needs to know to. Pick the best! We will also need to send a second group to the dwarves. Ask Chrome if he has any insights on the best way to approach his people. Richter looked his Chamberlain in the eye with a grave expression. Our enemies are multiplying. I have already told you about the two large threats we are facing from the bugbears and the eaters. Now we have to worrying about the Count's little mercenary band and whatever else he plans to throw at us. To make matters worse, Hisako just told me that we can expect the monsters and creatures in the surrounding lands to become more powerful. We need help. Richter sighed, hating the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Prepare a budget of how many men we need and how much it's going to cost me. I was able to bring back some treasure which should hopefully cover the costs. I'll prepare everything, my lord, Randy said, jotting down some notes. That brings us back to the original question. What do you wish to be done with the prisoners? Richter sighed again. He really didn't want to have to deal with this when he was just coming home. What he really wanted was to take a hot bath and then sleep in a bed for about a month straight. Richter squared his shoulders, though. Duty first, he thought. Okay, let's deal with the warrior first. Is he in the building I saw outside with the guards? Yes, my lord. I had the builders erect the two shacks in the center of the village. We are keeping them guarded day and night. How long have they been here? They were brought into the village about 3 days before you arrived. Randolphus replied. Well, let's get this over with, Richter said, getting back on his feet. I need to stop at the treasury and armory first, though. Randolphus organized the papers on his desk into whatever system he seemed to use. To Richter, the piles of notes just seemed to be randomly allotted to any empty space, but he wasn't about to judge how his Chamberlain conducted business. The job got done, and that was all he needed to know. Richter walked out of the room and over to the treasury, holding his mark up to the glass circle in the door. He then heard the sound of massive bolts being drawn back before the sturdy door swung open. The shelves of the treasury were just as bare as they had been before, but he set about changing that. He unloaded all of the jewelry from the Typhon and Queen's vault. He then started removing the bars of metal from his bag of holding as well. It was laborious to remove them one at a time and then take the time to stack them. He had to actively resist the urge to turn the bag upside down and shake it. Richter was pretty sure the magical folding space that let the bag hold so much didn't work like that, but it sure was tempting to test the hypothesis. Removing all of the bars, high steel, moonstone, cobalt, and quicksilver took longer than he thought it would. He was happy he had taken the time, though, because his bag of holding was definitely lighter. Afterwards, Richter had to admit that seeing the stacks of metal filling his treasury made his heart happy. It was clear and tangible evidence that his village was growing in wealth and potential. They might not be stacks of gold bullion, but the metal in these pyramids would make stronger weapons and armor for his people. That was definitely a form of wealth in the land. He placed the bars of elementum on a shelf and then took one ingot of each metal and placed it back in the bag. He had a quest to finish, and he planned to make his magic forge just as soon as he was done talking to the prisoners. After pulling a few more items out of his bag, Richter walked out of the vault with a lighter step. It's amazing what unloading hundreds of kilos off of your back can do for your posture, he thought. Even if the bag did reduce the weight of everything by 90%, losing dozens of kilos of weight was a welcome feeling. Randolphus was waiting patiently outside of the treasury. Richter had given the Chamberlain access to all of the rooms except the vault that held the village's wealth. Randolphus had never seemed offended by the decision. The man was well versed in the whims of rulers after having spent decades in the halls of power serving as the old king of Eve. Chamberlain. Of course, if Randolphus had been offended, Richter probably would have never known. The older man was too professional and polite to mention something like that. The next step was the armory. When Richter opened the door, he was pleased to see that Chrome and Randolphus had indeed been through the room. The cobwebs had been removed, at least from near the entryway. The weapons had been polished and set in orderly rows against the walls. Walking up to an empty table, he started unloading all of the non-magical equipment from his bag. All of the weapons and armors from the drawer placed there for his people to later clean and catalog. He told Randolphus to make sure the hall was organized into what could be salvaged, what could be used for parts, and what needed to be scrapped. The Chamberlain jotted the order down on one of his papers, and that was that. Before they left the armory, Randolphus pointed out another small table. It had some armor and a few weapons on it. He told Richter that these were the items and equipment from the mercenary. You have found steel hauberk, defense +8, max defense +9. Type, medium armor, durability 30 for 40ths. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 8.3 kilogram. You have found steel helm, defense +4. Type, medium armor. Durability, 25/25ths. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 2.1 kilograms. You have found studded leather pants, defense +4. Type, light armor. Durability, 19/20ths. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 1.9 kilograms. You have found pointed steel-tipped leather boots. Defense +3. Type, light armor. Durability 9/10ths. Item class, common. Quality, poor. Weight, 3.7 kilograms. +1 damage to kicks. You have found iron club. Attack 7 to 8. Durability 19/20ths. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 3.1 kilograms. You have found steel dagger. Attack 7 to 9. Durability 15/15ths. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 0.7 kilograms. You have found small coin purse. Next to the mercenary's gear was a wooden short bow and a quiver of iron arrows. A short dagger was laying under the bow. Randolphus said those were from the woman. Outside of a small coin purse, clothes, and some known magical trinkets, she had nothing else. He hadn't seen the need to take any of that from her. Richter was surprised at the level of gear the mercenary had been carrying. None of it was horrible, but he would have thought that a professed warrior of a relatively high level would have better equipment. True, a sword was just a sword. It was the person wielding it that made it dangerous. But an enchanted sword or high-quality armor could definitely turn the tide of a battle. It also looked almost new, lacking the dents and almost buffed-out scratches he would have expected. Well, just one more thing he would ask the warrior about, Richter thought. The two men left the armory, walked past the Great Seal, and down the tunnel leading to the outside. Not one to waste time, Randolphus continued speaking to his lord about 1,000,001 little topics and decisions that needed to be made. Used to Randy's efficient manner, Richter just kept answering at a steady pace, yes, no, or quite frequently. I'm sure you will handle it well. Just do what you think is best. When Richter pulled out the new magic core, though, and asked what his Chamberlain thought he should do with it, the man stopped walking. Banished gods, please put that away. My lord, I have been getting an earful every day since you have left. Craftsmen, tinkers, builders, they all want one. Crone has hidden the one you gave him because he is afraid. One of the other villagers will take it. One of the things I was looking forward to about your homecoming, my lord, was that it meant the core would finally be used. If the villagers get wind that there is a second one, it will start the whole cycle again. Please keep it secret. Geez, Richter thought. Randy looked stressed. The man was sweating. Richter put the magic core away again, if only to ease his Chamberlain's nerves. Okay, it's gone. Randolphus's shoulders visibly relaxed. I still need to know what to do with it, though. I don't think just making another magic forge is the right choice. Feels too much like putting all of our eggs in one basket. Richter realized he had spoken in idiom again. He was going to rephrase when Randolphus assured him that he followed this time. What I'm saying is, come up with an idea for Emmy. The man nodded and made another note on his clipboard. As they walked, the various villagers greeted them and said hello. Everyone seemed happy, but Richter wanted to know for sure. He accessed the city interface and saw that loyalty was at the same level that it had been before. Morale seemed to have dropped by 20 points, though. Remembering the potential drop in morale after the bugbears had burned down the longhouse, he asked Randolphus how long it had taken to rebuild the longhouse. The Chamberlain thought for a moment and answered, 11 days. It was what Richter had thought. There had been a 1-week grace period to rebuild, but after that morale would have dropped by 5 points per day. Satisfied that nothing was amiss with his village, he checked his own status. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level 18, 36%. Health, 408 mana. 421 stamina. 210. Strength, 29. Agility, 24. Dexterity, 34. Constitution, 25. Endurance, 21. Intelligence, 35. Wisdom, 21. Charisma, 24. Luck, 15. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner. Bounty of life, side bond. Skills, herb lore LVL 39, 22% to next level. Alchemy LVL 1, 0% to next level. Analyze LVL 6, 7% to next level. Pierce the Veil LVL 23, 45% to next level. Stealth LVL 6, 14% to next level. Traps LVL 21, 87% to next level. Trap Disarm LVL 21, 99% to next level. Archery LVL 10, 24% to next level. Imbue Arrow LVL 5, 18% to next level. Focus LVL 3, 78% to next level. Double Shot LVL 3, 31% to next level. True Shot LVL 2, 40% to next level. Swordsmanship LVL 2, 15% to next level. Small Blades LVL 4, 43% to next level. Unarmed Combat LVL 1, 10% to next level. Pressure Points LVL 1, 15% to next level. Dual Wield LVL 1, 37% to next level. Light Armor LVL 8, 18% to next level. Grace in Combat LVL 5, 38% to next level. Air Magic LVL 6, 37% to next level. Life Magic LVL 5, 82% to next level. Earth Magic LVL 4, 92% to next level. Water Magic LVL 5, 47% to next level. Dark Magic LVL 5, 22% to next level. Light Magic LVL 4, 48% to next level. Fire Magic LVL 5, 9% to next level. Map Making LVL Max, Trade LVL 14, 86% to next level. War Leader LVL 2, 43% to next level. Enchanting LVL 1, 44% to next level. Portal Construction Apprentice. Lore LVL 1. Marks. Master of Mist Village. Blood Oath. Resistances. Air 50%. Earth 20%. Life 50%. Mental 15%. Spiritual 15%. Race. Human Chaos Seed. Reputation. LVL 3. You seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment. Neutral. Language. All. They arrived in front of the two guarded shacks. The buildings were nothing to take pride in. They were really just planks driven into the ground vertically, with more planks nailed horizontally to keep them together. The roof was comprised of even more planks nailed together and topped with a coating of tar. There was at least an inch of space sometimes between the joints. The prisoners could at least enjoy a well-ventilated space. Probably hadn't made the rain too much fun, though. Richter stopped walking and Randolphus motioned to one of the guards. He lifted a simple wooden crossbar and opened the door. A well-built man was in the process of standing up from a pile of damp straw that must be serving as a bed. The sky was still overcast, and the inside of the wooden box was draped in shadow. Richter cast simple light, and a ball of came to hover above his head. It was a benign spell like the name implied, but his casting served two purposes. It allowed them all to see, and it specifically allowed the prisoner to see that he was dealing with a caster. The magic he could command, coupled with Richter's armor and weapons, might throw the warrior off of his game and make him think twice about making a move. If the man was discomforted, although he didn't show it, I need to take the initiative, Richter thought to himself. So you're one of the guys that was sent to kill me, huh? How was the trip through the forest? Richter put a false sense of cheer in his voice. The man just stared back, even wearing only a pair of simple cloth pants and a basic shirt. The warrior exuded a sense of menace. A cruel smile found its way onto the man's face, and Richter knew that he was looking at a true enemy, even if the mercenary had never been hired to come to the Mist Village. Richter knew this warrior was someone he wouldn't want standing behind him. He analyzed the man. Name, Orvin. Human level 28. Health 720. Mana 130. Stamina 590. Disposition, distaste. Humans are one of the shortest lived, but most prolific breeders in the land. Humans have a broader affinity for skills than other races. No special bonuses to race. Humans get 4 points too. Distribute per level. Profession, warrior. Keeping his expression cheerful, Richter clapped his hands and said, "Okay then, bye." As he was walking out, he said to the guards, "No food or water until I say otherwise. He can suck rainwater from his clothes. If he makes a nuisance of himself, call Yoshi and the other sprites over. They'll bind and gag him." "What?" the man said in a shocked voice. "That's not necessary." Not giving the merc any more attention, Richter kept talking to Randolphus. "Like I said, if he keeps up that noise, gag him. I'll be back to speak with him again in the morning after he has had time to wipe that stupid look off of his face. Now let's go see the woman." The guards threw the crossbar back onto the door. Richter heard a kick against the inside of the door, and the shack shuddered. Richter was in no mood for either games or invaders that wanted to have temper tantrums. He walked back up to the door and looked through one of the slats. The mercenary made eye contact, and they stared at each other for a long moment. Richter started speaking in a soft voice. "Listen up, shitbird. I hate rapists. I hate you in particular so much that if you kick that door again, I will burn out your left eye. You are one taint hair away from having an eye patch as a permanent fashion accessory. So go ahead, open that dick hole you call a mouth again. See what happens. Richter kept his voice even the entire time. Part of him wanted Orvin to challenge him, and part of him didn't. The part hoping for confrontation was thinking about how the mercenary deserved punishment. The part of Richter hoping that Orvin stayed quiet was afraid that he might actually enjoy burning another man alive. Whatever Orvin saw in Richter's eyes convinced the mercenary to back away from the wall and sit down on the damp straw. Richter watched the warrior move away, and his own body shuddered slightly with unrealized violence and adrenaline. He took a deep, calming breath before shaking his hands out twice and moving to the other shack. Randolphus and the other guards stared at their lord with serious and cautious expressions. Richter told the guards to remove the other crossbar. The ball of light above his head followed him into the room. What greeted him wasn't a defiant warrior, though. The inhabitant of this guard shack was a waif of a girl. She was a blonde-haired woman of slight stature. Her brown shirt was too large for her and was cinched with a heavy belt at her waist, leaving the top loose. He could just make out a simple wooden necklace underneath. She was wearing brown hide leggings and matching brown moccasins. The young woman was sitting on her bed of straw looking up at him with wide, frightened eyes. He thought about what she must be thinking. She must have seen him through the walls. He had gone inside of the other shack for barely a minute before coming back out and threatening the man with beatings and food and water deprivation. Then she saw him threaten to maim a complete stranger just for kicking a wall in frustration. This all occurred only a few feet away from where she had been huddling down onto her straw pallet, probably hoping that the scary man wouldn't come over to her shack as well. Richter immediately softened his expression and went down to one knee. He analyzed her so he would better know how to address her. Name, Natoska. Half-wood elf, half-human. Level 6. Health 130. Mana 110. Stamina 160. Racial blends are erratic in their disposition. They can end up with some or none of any of their parent race's characteristics. Richter thought. Natoska was the second hybrid that he had run into. Maybe Yoshi could relate to her, but he would try first. I apologize for just bursting in here so loudly. I also apologize for any ill treatment you have received since you were brought in by my hunters. Have you been mistreated? And no, my lord, she stammered. Please, he said soothingly, just call me Richter. She was still cowering in the far side of the hut, so he lowered himself to ground, looking her in the eyes. I heard what the mercenaries have done to you. I am so sorry. I want to explain what is going on here. My village suffered a brutal attack less than a month ago. That is why security measures have been so harsh. I promise that soon we will escort you to the boundaries of the mist and release you. Is that what you would like? She just nodded. Is there anything else that you know about the mercenaries? He asked her. Are there more coming? Did they discuss the Count's plans? She shook her head and then started shaking more violently. No, my lord, she said in a whisper. For the first few days they didn't say anything, and then after that they would just take me one after another. Sometimes more than one at once. She broke out in sobs that almost broke Richter's heart. He half reached out to comfort her, but thought better of it. She probably didn't want any part of a man's touch right now, no matter how well-intentioned. He stood to go, not wanting to bother the poor girl any further. I'm sorry, but you will have to stay under guard until you are escorted out of the village. But I will have some better bedding and blankets brought to you. He was walking out of the door when he heard her ask, what will happen to the man that I was captured with? Richter had already made that decision, so it was not a difficult question to answer. His voice was dark and heavy with meaning. You won't need to worry about him again. The door closed, and the crossbar was put back in place. He heard her crying softly inside of the hovel, and he hoped that they were tears of relief. Chapter 2. Richter looked around. When he had first come back to the village, dawn was just breaking. His villagers had still been mostly asleep, but now the village had awoken and everyone was moving around. Word of his return seemed to spread like wildfire. More and more of his villagers came to greet him, some laughing, some cheering, but all decided to barrage him with questions. After 5 minutes, he could barely hear himself think. Gruff voice came to his rescue. Get back, you vultures! Let the man breathe. He didn't fight through monsters for the past 2 weeks just to fight through you turkeys. Get back afore I knock you into next week. Chrome, the newly appointed and official smith of the Mist Village, elbowed his squat and powerful body through the crowd. I'm sorry about all of this, your lordship, the dwarf said loudly. It seems everybody in this village has forgot they have jobs to do. He looked around fiercely and most of the villagers backed away, cowed by the gruff blacksmith. Soon, only Chrome, Randolphus, and a gnome were still around. Richter looked around for Terrid, but didn't see him. It wasn't overly surprising. The love of Terrid's life was still recovering from an emotional trauma. Since the growth of the quickening, she had been spending time beneath its boughs. Terrid said it was helping her to relax and hopefully heal. He was probably up there with her, in the meadow just north of the village. The gnome wasted no time speaking. Lord Richter, I know that you plan to use the magic core to make a forge, but that is a large mistake. In my opinion, the core should instead be used to make a philosopher's crucible. We would be able to make the most powerful potions and powders in the River Peninsula, perhaps one day in the entire land. Taken aback by the impassioned speech coming from the gnome, who Richter only vaguely remembered and recognized, he asked what seemed to be the most logical question. Who are you again? The wind seemed to be taking out the gnome's sails as his shoulders slumped. Before he could answer, Chrome interjected, It don't matter who. He is your lordship, and it don't matter what you think, Bayan. I done told you 50 times over the past few weeks, if I told you once. The lord here has decided to make a magic forge. Richter opened his mouth to add to the conversation, but Chrome spoke up first, and more than that. If his lordship wasn't going to make a magic forge, he wouldn't waste a magic core on what is basically just a fancy way to make wine. The dwarf started muttering to himself. Probably couldn't even make a decent ale with that cauldron thing, so what good is all your potions and magic elixirs? His voice rose again as he clapped Richter on the shoulder. You tell him, your lordship. Richter opened his mouth to speak a second time, but again Chrome started on a ranting discourse that focused on the foolishness of gnomes, who couldn't even be trusted to grow a beard. Bayan wasn't some shrinking violet, though. He was puffing up his chest with the clear intent to start shouting down the dwarf when Richter decided he had had enough. If he was being honest with himself, watching the two short men, one bespectacled and portly, the other muscle-bound and bearded, about to come to blows, Richter just wanted to shout, cripple fight. The only reason he had let Chrome's tirade last as long as it had was because in his mind he was trying to figure out which of them would say Timaya. It was time to get back to business, though, and overbearing or not, Chrome had a point. He put his thumb and forefinger in his mouth, curving both slightly, and whistled sharply. The gnome and dwarf looked up at him, surprised, seemingly having forgotten that he was even present. Enough. Being Chrome is right. The production of quality arms and armor for our village is the primary concern. We must be able to defend ourselves. Seeing the gnome's crestfallen look, Richter decided to throw him a bone. I am interested in this philosopher's cauldron. I believe you called it. Jot down the important points and get it to Randolphus here. He and I will discuss the idea and will decide its merit. Bain opened his mouth to protest again, most likely to argue that once the magic core was used, then there wouldn't be any point to talking about the cauldron anymore. Richter just held up his hand to forestall the argument and told the Nomi to have faith. Looking over, Richter saw Chrome with an overly smug expression on his face. Seeing that smarmy grin, Richter couldn't help responding to that as well. And Chrome, I'll thank you to let me speak for myself. If you are so obsessed with what I have to say, then you can give up your position as village smith and become my secretary. Richter raised his voice to a yell at the end. Not because he was actually angry, mind you, but because Chrome seemed to respond better to it. With a pull on his beard, a chastised Chrome bowed his head slightly. Of course, your lordship. Didn't mean to speak on your behalf. Feeling that everything was right with the world again, Richter looked to Bain one more time. Please find me after the evening meal. I believe you are our most senior potion maker, and I will need your help with a project. Bain nodded his head in near pantomime of Chrome, but then corrected Richter, alchemist, my lord. What? Richter asked, confused. I'm an alchemist, my lord. The skill is called alchemy, and it actually covers the making of potions, salves, powders, medicines, and many other useful items. Alchemist is the correct term. Shaking his head and the bald and officious gnome, Richter just decided to take another tact. He analyzed the Nomi. Name, Bain, arcane gnome, level 9, health 130, mana 400, stamina 110, disposition friendly. Arcane gnomes are obsessed with knowledge, increased dodge and sneak, gifted in magical arts. Bonus to intelligence. Each level, arcane gnomes get 3 points to distribute per level, and each level gives plus to intelligence. Richter raised an eyebrow. That mana pool was more than respectable. It was almost the same size as his, and his level was twice as high. Of course, Bain would have gotten his racial intelligence bonus of 180 mana points, but that still didn't explain all of it. Why is your mana level so high, he asked. Are you a caster? Beyond's face froze a bit before answering. No, Lord Richter. I always wanted to learn to cast, but I don't have any affinity, unfortunately. I invested points into intelligence hoping that I would one day be able to cast some type of spell, but I was never so lucky. Richter's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the gnome. The man was clearly lying. He was deciding how to proceed when Crone spoke up. Again, so your lordship, do you have something for me? The dwarf was rubbing his hands together in gleeful anticipation. His smile was somewhat hidden behind his black beard, but Richter still saw the flash of white teeth. Richter continued to stare at Bain for a second, somewhat enjoying the fact that the Nomi was now squirming under his scrutiny. Richter didn't mind his people having their own private lives, but he hated being lied to so blatantly. It was most likely because he personally enjoyed lying so much and really didn't appreciate it when people didn't take the craft seriously. He decided to put in one more dig before just getting Randy too. Investigate the Nomi, yes, Chrome. One moment though. Ben, I see that you are only one level away from being able to get a non-combat profession. We'll be making groups of fighters and casters to hunt in the surrounding areas soon, and I will personally be tackling some of the lower levels of the catacombs. I think you would be a great addition to the team. Beyond's eyes grew somewhat wide. I'm not a fighter, my lord. I don't think. Nonsense, Richter said, cutting him off. You can just hang in the background. Perfectly safe, but you will get experience from the kills. Right. Good. It's settled. Chrome, let's make our way to the smithy. Richter started walking away with the village's smith in tow, effectively ending the conversation. His recent experience with Yoshi had taught him the truth of Hisako's words. There was no better way to get to know someone than in combat. After Richter had put a bit of distance between himself and the Nomi, he leaned in towards Randolphus and said, "See what you can find out about Bain. His mana pool is fairly large, and he's clearly hiding something. Also, get me a list of our best fighters. I plan on doing some scouting around the area in the next few days, and I want several teams of 5. There should be 2 casters in each group for support. And tonight, gather everyone at the quickening." Randolphus nodded along with each order. Chrome hadn't spoken again since Richter told him to wait, but the loud dwarf was not known for his patience. "Well, what have ye got, your lordship? Were you able to find some cobalt?" Richter smiled. He was really enjoying dragging this out. It was Chrome, after all, who had put him on the spot a couple weeks ago. The dwarf had asked him to either get the medal or basically punk out in front of all of the other dwarf smiths. "Simmer down now. We will talk when we get to the smithy," Chrome grumbled. But seeing as how they would be there in just a few short minutes, he let the matter drop. Richter heard the clanging of metal on metal once he got closer to the blacksmith's workshop. The structure was very rudimentary. It was more a series of stacked logs with a roof than a proper building. It was 4-sided, but there were also multiple large openings that let the air flow freely through the smithy. It helped to combat the intense heat of the forge and smelter. The floor was laid stone. When the trio walked in, they saw 2 dwarves hard at work. One seemed to be making a sword, and the other a woodsman's axe head. Third was by the smelter breaking rocks with a sledgehammer. "What's he doing?" Richter asked, indicating the last dwarf. Chrome gave a grunt. "To get the iron out of the ore, we have to remove the impurities. That's what the smelter is for. We get a better result if we break up the ore into small pieces first. That's a large part of what we have been doing since you've been gone, your lordship. That's how we have been able to make all of that." Chrome gestured to the back of the smithy. There was 1 4-foot-tall pyramid of blue, high steel ingots, and 2 more pyramids of simple steel. There were even 2 small piles of dark iron and dull bronze. "Have you guys been working non-stop?" Richter asked, impressed. "Well, your lordship," Chrome replied, "it isn't often that we get large amounts of free time and get paid for it." Now some of these sluggerbugs thought that they should just use the time you were gone to just sit around and drink ale. But we negotiated. He finished with a grin. One of the dwarves at the anvil glared over at him. Before the dwarf turned back to his work, Richter noticed that he had an almost healed black eye. Richter gave his smith a clap on the back. "Where are the others?" There were at least 3 other dwarves with some smith training in the village, either exploring or mining. We've had to do it ourselves since you left. Those missed workers have been sorely missed. Now, my Lord, Chrome said with some impatience and irritation, "What did you bring back?" Richter smiled, still enjoying dragging this out. He reached towards his bag of holding, but just before putting his hand in, he stopped as if he had just remembered something. Chrome ground his teeth together. "What does the difference in metal really mean?" Richter asked. "I mean, I know you said that it could make stronger weapons, but what do higher level metals actually do? What do the metals that you have here do? If they make a magic forge?" Chrome visibly calmed himself. He had caught on that Richter was playing with him, but since slugging his liege lord was probably not the best idea, he had to play along. After a long-suffering sigh, he answered, "We've been checking just that, my lord. That's why we took the time to make those bronze and iron ingots. All you need to do is hold the core end, an ingot near an anvil, and it will give you the information about the type of forge that would be created. You would only need 1 ingot for that, Richter asked. Why did you make a whole stack of iron and bronze? Crone shrugged. We had the raw ore, and like I said, we had some time to kill. Also, we weren't sure if higher or lower quality ingots would make a difference. Depending on the purity of the smelting process, the ingots can affect the quality of weapons or armor that are made with it. Didn't seem to make any difference. I didn't let them make too many. Bronze ingots, though. I figured you could sell the copper. You found a copper mine? Richter asked, excited. Sorry to say that we didn't, your lordship. Chrome replied, just a small vein in the iron mine. It was strange, though. The miner that found it swore he had been in that particular shaft just days before and hadn't seen anything except rock and iron. Richter still smiled at hearing that news. He couldn't be sure, of course, but it looked like the level to benefit from the quickening was already helping the village out. It specifically made it 25% more likely to find rare resources, while at the same time increasing the yield of already discovered resources by 25%. Copper wasn't exactly a rare resource, but it was still money in the bank. And besides, the copper gave him an interesting idea. He looked over at Randolphus with an inquiring expression. The Chamberlain understood the unasked question. The copper is in a locked chest in the armory, my lord. He checked his clipboard. That was item 312 for us to discuss. Richter shook his head in irritation, eager to do anything that would keep Randy from dragging him back into his bottomless hole of honey. He walked over to the ingots. He grabbed 1 ingot from each pile. A check showed that all of the ingots were above average quality or better. Richter asked Chrome about it. That's the other reason we made so many ingots, my lord. If I'm the village smith, then this is my smithy. And in my smithy, we won't have inferior products. So if someone makes an ingot that is average quality or worse, then we resmelt it until they do better. Richter smiled again, knowing he had found the right dwarf for the job. Enough stalling, though, he thought. Even he was eager to get the forge made. He asked Crone for the core. The dwarf called all the other dwarves over from their tasks. After a few minutes, they stopped what they were doing and walked over to an anvil. Richter and Randy shared a confused look. The dwarfs each grabbed a corner of the large anvil and, with grunts all around, picked it up. A scant inch. They moved to the side together before placing it back down. In the center of the smithy, Chrome then reached into the top of his shirt and pulled out a key that was strung on a chain about his neck. Richter and Randolphus walked closer, and they saw that a space had been hollowed out under the anvil's previous location. A metal chest that had the blue gleam of high steel had been set into the hole. Chrome reached down and lifted the chest before setting it down on the ground and inserting the key to open it. Once he threw the lid back, Richter could see that the magic core rested within. This is the other project that's been occupying my time since ye left, my lord. Abrams and Wedden. Chrome, who are you protecting this from? Richter asked. He was glad that the core had remained safe, but this seemed a bit overboard, except for the prisoners that had been brought through the mists. The only other people here were fellow villagers. PFF, Chrome fed. I wouldn't trust any of these jackanapes. That enchanter kept going on about a creation table. One of the human builders keeps droning on and on about a golem, and Bane wasn't the only annoying Nomi that I've had to deal with. Basically every one of those little bastards has an idea about what the core should be used for. Weapons, force shields, stasis nets, summoning circles. Guy, they have been driving me crazy. Randolphus gave a cough that sounded surprisingly like told you. When Richter looked, though, the man was just holding his clipboard, looking innocent. Richter squinted one eye at his Chamberlain, but the man remained unflappable. Shaking his head, he said, "Enough! Let's do this!" Richter took the magic core from Chrome and then walked over to the anvil. He set all of ingots on the ground except for the bronze. He held the core in one hand and the copper-colored ingot in the other and placed each on the anvil. A prompt appeared. "You have brought the components together necessary to make a magic forge. Would you like more information? Yes or no?" Richter selected yes. "Know this. The metal that is used to create a magic core will determine the traits given to forging offensive and defensive items. You have supplied the metal, bronze. Offensive items, decreased weight. Defensive items, decreased weight. Would you like to create a magic forge with the components you have supplied? Yes or no?" Not bad, Richter thought, but really not impressive. He selected no. Crone looked at him and said, "Now you see why I wasn't in a rush to make a forge out of base metals, your lordship. Might as well move on to the rest so you can finally show us what you've brought." Richter nodded and picked up the others in quick succession. "Know this. The metal that is used to create a magic core will determine the traits given to forging offensive and defensive items. You have supplied the metal, iron. Offensive items, increased durability. Defensive items, increased durability. Know this. The metal that is used to create a magic core will determine the traits given to forging offensive and defensive items. You have supplied the metal, steel. Offensive items, increased skill leveling with the skill relevant to that weapon. Defensive items, increased skill leveling with the skill relevant to that armor. Know this. The metal that is used to create a magic core will determine the traits given to forging offensive and defensive items. You have supplied the metal, high steel. Offensive items, increased maximum charges than would otherwise be gained from a soul stone. Defensive items, increased camouflage. Well, iron wasn't that impressive either, Richter thought. If increased durability could be applied to walls or defensive structures, then it might be useful, but otherwise it would be a waste. Steel could be impressive, though. It would make training a militia a lot easier and much faster. Steel would be great for training quick strike groups. Being able to use the magic powers of an enchanted weapons more often and at the same time being able to hide more effectively, it screamed Spec Ops. Definitely a real contender. Richter called out each combination to Randolphus, who jotted down the statistics. As he saw his Chamberlain record the valuable information, it made him realize that one of the buildings he needed to have built was a library. He didn't have many books now, but it never hurt to plan for the future. He would also have to get Randolphus to bind his notes into a series of books. They could probably serve as an early history of the village. That thought made him realize that he should probably assign someone the task of being the village's historian. Why was there always so much to do? "Okay, Chrome," he said. You ready?" Chrome's only answer were his nostrils flaring over and over. It was actually kind of impressive that he could do that, Richter thought. But the slow reddening of the dwarf's face made him realize that perhaps he had pushed this particular joke too far. Even though he was master of the village, it wouldn't necessarily protect him from an irksome dwarf's oversized fists. Richter pulled the first ingot out of his bag. It was moonstone. Holding both it and the core close to the anvil earned him a prompt. Know this. The metal that is used to create a magic core will determine the traits given to forging offensive and defensive items. You have supplied the metal, moonstone. Offensive items, increases both natural recharge rate of enchanted items and the amount of charges gained from using soul stones. Defensive items. Decreased mana cost per item cumulative per piece of armor. That's awesome, Richter exclaimed. What? Chrome and Randolphus asked together. Richter realized he hadn't told them what he had found. This is moonstone, he said, shaking the white metal slightly. Chrome nodded like that was obvious, impatient for Richter to share the perk. Randolphus just made a notation and held his pen ready to continue. Offensive items get a bonus to natural recharge and soul stone. Recharge! That could come in useful, but listen to the defensive trait. There is a cumulative reduction in mana usage for each piece of armor. 1! That could be huge! Chrome wasn't so excited, eh? I could see that being a boon too. Someone like yourself, your lordship, you seem blessed with high affinities in both weapons and magic. Richter kept his face passive. A piece of advice he had gotten from Zutrix upon first arriving to the land was to keep his limitless ability to himself. Apparently an ability like that was extremely rare and could make him even more of a target than he already was. Even though he thought Chrome was a good guy and his villagers were becoming like an extended family, Richter believed in playing things close to the chest. Chrome continued on, unaware of Richter's silent reaction to his words. I don't know if the benefit would be that great for most casters, though. As I'm sure your lordship already knows, most armor has a spell casting penalty. Low-level spells might not be affected by the light armor you're wearing, but more complex spells require complicated gestures. Medium and heavy armor would be even worse. The only ones who could really use this trait would be mages that were also highly skilled in the type of armor they were wearing. The high armor skill would remove or lessen the penalty. Otherwise, I think he would be wasting the trait. Most casters will only be able to wear cloth or leather armor. Richter was always impressed by the transformation in Chrome when he started talking about his trade. As irritable and hot-tempered as the dwarf could be, he certainly loved his vocation and treated it with respect. Those are good points, Richter said, but we aren't going to rule it out yet. Even if casters are only wearing leather or hide armor, an army of armored magicians that can cast more spells than their enemies would be a force to be reckoned with. Chrome didn't argue, but it wasn't clear if that was because he conceded the point or if he was just eager for his lord to move on to the next medal. Richter didn't keep him waiting. He pulled a shimmering silver ingot from his bag. Know this. The metal that is used to create a magic core will determine the traits given to forging offensive and defensive items. You have supplied the metal, quicksilver. Offensive items, increased attack speed. Defensive items, increased movement speed. Richter told the dwarves and his chamberlain about the traits. He had a question, though. The increased speed is obviously useful, but the question is how much. I mean, if the increase in speed from quicksilver was only 0.1%, but bronze gives a 50% decrease in weight, then I might actually choose the bronze. Chrome nodded. I understand, my lord. That was frustrating for us, too. When we discussed it, we won't know until we actually make the forge. No one here in the village has any lore that could guide us specifically as to the traits the forge will obtain. The one thing all the old stories agree on is that as the forge levels, the benefits from the traits increase. Richter nodded. He brought out the next ingot. Know this. The metal that is used to create a magic core will determine the traits given to forging offensive and defensive items. You have supplied the metal cobalt. Offensive items, increased attack against alignment of your choice chosen at time of item creation. Defensive items, increased defense against alignment of your choice chosen at time of item creation. Chrome finally smiled. Well, this'll come in handy. Most goblins and orcs are negative alignment, and it'll make it much easier to crack some skulls The smith was looking off into the distance with a manic smile on his face. Richter could see him visualizing taking on a horde green-skinned enemies single-handed. "Hold your horses," Richter said. Chrome and Randolphus looked around confused. Richter groaned. "Fucking idioms. I mean, slow down. We have one more metal to examine. I think you're going to like this." "Chrome!" The smith's eyes widened. "You found mithril." Richter's lips pressed together in annoyance. "No, I didn't. Way to make what I found seem not as good. Kind of a dick move, man." Chrome looked at him sheepishly. Richter shook his head in irritation. He pulled out the last ingot. It was completely clear and looked to be made out of dark green glass. "Know this. The metal that is used to create a magic core will determine the traits given to forging offensive and defensive items. You have supplied the metal elementum. Offensive items, increased ability to damage magical shields. Defensive items, increased spell resistance. Type of resistance random." "Game on!" Richter shouted. If there was one thing that had really grinded his gears since coming to the land, it was fighting magic users. It was so irritating having to wear down a magical shield while your enemy fired back at you with impunity. He shared what he had found with the others. Crone begrudgingly agreed that the elementum would be the right choice. Richter took one look at his smith's crestfallen face and added, "I'm sure we will still be able to kill loads of orcs and goblins with this type of forge, and it'll be easier to kill their magi." Crom's eyes lit up, and he gave a gap-toothed grin at that. "Eh, my lord, I hadn't thought of that." Richter smiled back, and then turned to the anvil again. All of the other dwarves had stopped what they were doing and gathered around. While Richter had been testing each metal, other villagers had been walking by and picked up that something was afoot. The number of Richter's spectators had grown. He set both the ingot and the core down so he could drink a potion of clarity. Between having given Basil a large number of vials and having shared them around with his comrades in the dungeon, his stores had taken a serious hit. Sometime in the next couple weeks he would have to make another run to his hidden glen. He picked up both the ingot and core up again and held them together over the anvil. His villagers held their collective breath at the chance to see such an amazing item created. He gained the prompt again, asking him if he would like to create the magic forge. This time he chose yes. The surface of the anvil began to ripple. The movement concentrated into a circle which began to spin counterclockwise. The disc-shaped portion of the anvil spun into a whirlpool that seemed to drain away into the rest of the anvil. A hole was left in the top of the anvil. The magic core's clockwork mechanisms came alive. The sphere vibrated, and its internal workings began to emit a thrum that could be heard by all present. The sphere slowly lifted up from Richter's hand. The red and white light that normally seemed to slowly seep from the cracks in the gears that comprised the core grew brighter. It slowly floated towards the hole in the anvil and gently settled inside. Once it had disappeared from view, the elementum ingot started to grow warm. That warmth quickly grew into a scorching heat. Richter would have dropped it, but the metal flowed into a thick and sticky green gel-like substance. Richter began to shake his hand, trying to dislodge the colloidal metal. When he began to smell cooking meat, though, he abandoned all pretense and just started screaming. "Oh my God! What the fuck? Fuck! It's burning me! It's burning me! Get this fucking nair off of me!" Richter was hopping from one foot to the other at this point, while waving his hand wildly up and down at this point. If any other Chaos Seeds had been present, they might have thought he was reenacting the signature dance from Crisscross's Jump Around. They would have been wrong, though. As quickly as the heat built, it vanished. The malleable elementum became even more fluid and flowed off of Richter's hand. It didn't drop. and pull on the floor, though, like everyone expected. Instead, it seemed almost alive. The stream of clear green metal flowed around the anvil, sometimes stopping in front of a villager and coalescing for a moment before moving on. Everyone present watched the dancing metal in silence until it gathered in the shape of a sphere over the anvil. It spun in silence for several seconds, and Richter took the time to cast Slow Heal on himself. The worst of the pain abated, but didn't vanish completely. It probably had something to do with the seared status icon that appeared in the corner of his vision. The villagers had just started looking around, wondering what would happen next when the sphere lost cohesion and the liquid metal dropped in a loud splash on the anvil. The black iron began to vibrate. Before everyone's eyes, it increased horizontally in size. It kept growing until it was twice its original width and length. Luckily, it remained the same height. Otherwise, working metal upon it would have been logistically difficult. It ultimately was uniformly the clear dark green of elementum. The changes did not stop there, however. The vibrations that were shaking the anvil spread like a drop of wine onto white cloth. The alterations leached into the floor around the anvil. Before anyone could react, the transformation spread beneath the feet of everyone present and extended to the walls, climbing up in an expanding wave until the edges met again on the ceiling. Everyone looked around in surprise and wonder. The smithy had changed completely. After Richter's pained antics, no one had spoken, and, except for some ambient noise, it was quiet as they took in the grandeur around them. The basic slate floor had changed to a gleaming black stone that shone like obsidian. The walls had been replaced by columns of marble, quartz, the beautiful and sturdy rock that comprised some of the cliffs around the village. The columns were spaced regularly around the edge of the forge that Richter now realized had at least doubled in size. Judging by the exclamations of wonder coming from the villagers, they registered the change in scale. It wasn't only the basic structure and anvil that had changed. Every facet of the rudimentary smithy had been upgraded and seemed to be constructed with the materials common in the area. The smelter was no longer simple stone, but was now made of marbled quartz just like the columns. The other anvils had become smaller versions of the main one, containing the magic core. Each was now composed of the same clear green metal as the first. Even the tools that had been hanging from the walls were no longer black iron, but instead had handles of burnished high steel and elementum heads. Multiple sets were stacked on stands made of quartz. The entire magic forge was a balance of utility and beauty. Before anyone could touch anything, a pulse of light drew everyone's gaze upward. The roof had become a flat black surface. From looking around, Richter could see that the roof extended out past the pillars several feet in every direction. The floor of the forge was now well protected from the elements. The pulse of golden light had come from near the center of the ceiling. As Richter watched, tiny motes of light appeared randomly as well. More and more appeared, and he realized that he was staring at a starlit sky. As the ceiling became filled with more celestial bodies, Richter's eyes kept being pulled back to the one large yellow circle that didn't seem to fit with the rest of the ceiling. It wasn't until he saw two pale circles, one red and the other white, that it clicked. The sun, Richter exclaimed, delighted. Everyone looked at him, confused, shaking his head in disbelief at what he was seeing. He continued, "We are looking at the heavens above us." As if it were night, an excited whispering picked up around him. He clapped his hands together in awe of what he was seeing. Of course, that brought another round of vile cursing to his throat. The changes around him had pushed the fact that his hand had been badly burned right out of his head. He looked around embarrassed and curtailed his profanity when he saw one of the high elves holding her hands over her son's ears. Besides, he was being bombarded with prompts. Congratulations! You have created the Forge of Heavens. Each magic forge will have a specific character based upon the location where it has been created. The movement of heavenly bodies are now clearly seen by you, even in the light of day, based upon which cosmic alignments are present above. There is a small chance of the weapon or armor obtaining certain powers. Know this. Your magic forge has been built with elementum. Any weapons and armor made within the confines of the magic forge will have increased spell penetration and spell resistance respectively. Your magic forge is currently level 1. At this level, weapons have plus 10% damage against spell barriers. At this level, each piece of armor has a plus 1% resistance to a specific type of magic determined by the properties of your forge. Congratulations! You have crafted a legendary object, the Forge of Heavens. You have learned 2 new skills. Congratulations! You have learned the skill, crafting. It is not only weapons and armor that will serve you well in the land. Rings, belts, bracelets, and other items have their own value. If enchanted, these items can easily be the difference between life and death. You now have the ability to take base components and create something greater than the sum of its parts. Congratulations! You have learned the skill, smithing. You may now take raw materials and unlock their potential to help or harm. It may be shining silver or gleaming gold that capture a woman's eye, but it is sharp steel and mighty mithril that can cut out a man's heart. In light of this amazing achievement, you may choose to drastically increase your skill level in either of your 2 new skills or your existing skill of enchanting. Which do you choose? Smithing skill, enchanting skill, or crafting skill? Richter blinked and minimized the prompts. He took in his surroundings. Everyone around him was walking around entranced by their surroundings. The creation of the Forge of Heavens had attracted many more villagers, and they were all walking through it amazed. Even the dwarves were walking around with expressions of quiet glee, and sometimes they weren't even that quiet. Richter didn't know how long the détente between the territorial smiths and the other villagers would last, but he planned to take advantage of the peace and silence as long as he could. Crafting, smithing, or enchanting, he asked himself. When he had planted the seed core, he hadn't been given an option. His herb lore skill had just skyrocketed. He hadn't been able to make too much use of that yet, but he was sure it would come in handy in the future. So now Richter had a decision to make. With his limitless ability, it wasn't really a question of which skill he should learn. Given enough time, he should theoretically be able to learn everything. The real question was, what would give him the best bonus right now? It would be great to make his own weapons. He could just see himself wielding his own katana fighting off ninjas and then moving his mouth dramatically to form Japanese words, while waiting for English words to come out on a delay. Shogun assassin style. On the other hand, it probably took a good while to make a good sword, let alone a great one. It also meant that he could only level his smithing skill when he was physically at a forge. He had a lot to do and couldn't waste time just leveling up his smithing skill when there were bugbears and eaters to kill. Another thing to consider was that he had a second magic core. Hopefully he would get another skill boost to either crafting or enchanting once he used it. Since he wasn't planning on making another magic forge, he probably wouldn't get to jump levels in smithing. He knocked swinging a hammer out of the running. After that, it just came down to enchanting or crafting. Unlike smithing, rings and bracelets could probably be made on the go. His musings were interrupted by a shout. The dwarves were starting to get annoyed at the men and women wandering around their domain. So Richter knew he only had a bit of time left before total pandemonium broke out. It ultimately wasn't a hard choice. Even if he maxed his crafting skill, without being a solid enchanter, he would just be making baubles to sell. He shows enchanting. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in enchanting. All enchantments 1% more effective and increased chance of enchantments taking hold. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in enchanting. All enchantments 1% more effective and increased chance of enchantment taking hold. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 29 in enchanting. All enchantments 1% more effective and increased chance of enchantment taking hold. You have received 2,500 base 2,000 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill enchanting. You have received 5,000 base 4,000 bonus experience for reaching level 20 in the skill enchanting. Congratulations! You have advanced from novice to initiated enchanting. You now will gain more charges when recharging with a soul stone. Items you enchant now have their enchantment potential increased by +2 for each new rank in enchanting that you achieve. Enchantment potential will increase by another 2 points. You can now add enchantments to already created items, albeit with an 80% penalty to effectiveness. Congratulations! You have advanced from initiate to apprentice in enchanting. You can now enchant scrolls based on spells that you already know. Items that you enchant with a finite number of charges will now have +10 charges. For each new rank you obtain in enchanting, you will get another +10 charges. You can now add enchantments to already created items, albeit within 60% penalty to effectiveness. Know this. Every enchantment has an assigned enchant cost. The quality of an item determines its maximum enchantment potential. The breakdown, based on quality, is as follows. Average quality equals 1 point, 10 charges. Above average quality equals 5 points, 50 charges. Superb quality equals 10 points, 100 charges. Exquisite quality equals 15 points, 150 charges. Masterwork quality equals 20 points, 200 charges. You have completed the quest, the right tool for the right job. You have created a magic forge created with elementum. You may now enjoy the weapons and armor created in the Forge of Heavens. Reward: 12,500 base 10,000 experience points. Bonus reward: increased relationship with all smiths in the village. Bonus reward: your people are impressed by the creation of a legendary object. Morale increased by +50. Bonus reward: your relationship with Chrome has improved from trusted to loyal. Congratulations! You have won +1,000 fame points. You have created a legendary object. Know this. You have built a fully functional forge. Your settlement will now enjoy the building bonus of increased chance of higher quality weapons and armor. Know this. As you have built a magic forge, you have maxed out the building bonus of having a forge. 10% chance of an item of a given quality being automatically upgraded a higher quality once completed. Know this. You are intrinsically linked to your place of power. By creating a legendary object within its boundaries, you have been marked. Your choice to use elementum to create the Forge of Heavens will manifest in your own abilities. Your attacks will have +10% damage to spell barriers. This bonus will increase as the level of your forge increases. You have received a mark, Forge of Heavens. Richter was delighted at the cascade of prompts the experience took him a fair way to level 19. It reminded him that he still had to allocate the characteristic points and skill percentage points from reaching level 17 and 18. He couldn't spare the brain power to deal with that right now, though. He had a new toy to play with. one thing did capture his attention. An intense tingling sensation covered his body and then localized in his burned hand. Holding up his right palm, he saw the red, angry skin becomes its normal light brown end. Then a symbol appeared. It was a pentagon with a hammer in the middle, the exact color and lucency of elementum. As with all of his marks, it soon faded from view. Chrome had walked over. You did it. You really did it, you beautiful bastard. Sorry, your lordship, but this is amazing. The smith looked around again with barely concealed glee. From the way his hands were shaking slightly, it seemed like he didn't know what he wanted to touch. First, Richter made the decision for him. Come on, Chrome. It's time to load an enchantment or two. Everyone else, clear out. I'm not sure how this is going to work, and unless you want to risk being burned, he waved his hand around in the air. I suggest you go on about your day. Everyone filed out at his instruction, though a few children had to be physically carried away by their parents, protesting loudly. Richter walked over to the central anvil and took out the first item he intended to deconstruct, the battered and beaten life dagger. He looked at Chrome. So how does this work? And how can we improve our chances that the forge learns the enchantment? Chrome raised both hands in a shrug. Your guess be as good as mine. Your lordship, I do believe that it be a matter of luck. Most likely when the forge levels up we will have a better chance. But if there be a knack to this, I do not know it. Sigh, things could never be easy, Richter thought. Nonetheless, there was only one way forward. He placed one hand on the anvil and with the other held the life dagger to the green metal. A prompt appeared. You have brought an enchanted weapon in contact with the Forge of Heaven's steel dagger of life. Do you want to deconstruct this weapon for a chance to have the enchantment stored for future use? Yes or no? Richter chose yes. Sparkles of white light began to surround the dagger. The light began orbiting the weapon in Richter's hand and grew bright enough to be uncomfortable to look at. After a few seconds, the light stopped swirling and leached into the anvil. The dagger itself fell to dust. The luminous dots could be seen swirling in the heart of the anvil before coalescing into a solitary point of golden light. It hung fixed in one place, though the intensity of the light slowly waxed and waned. Richter could faintly hear the sound of a bell chiming. Your Forge of Heavens has learned the enchantment, life damage. Using the Forge of Heavens now provides the chance to learn this enchantment. Home run right out of the gate, Richter thought excitedly. He pulled out the next item, the minor ring of stealth. Once again, he placed one hand on the forge and pressed the ring down on the forge with the other. He received a different prompt this time. However, you have brought an enchanted item in contact with the Forge of Heavens. But this category of item cannot be deconstructed by the forge. Richter grimaced, but supposed it made sense. A ring wasn't exactly arms or armor. He drew a sprite arrow from his quiver. He didn't know if the +1 was due to an enchantment or was intrinsic to how the arrows were made. But it didn't hurt to try. This time, he didn't even receive a prompt. He put the sprite arrow away in frustration and removed another arrow from his bag of holding. Richter's heart beat faster in anticipation as motes of white light began to swirl around it. The bright twinkles drained into the forge, and this time a blue light was kindled within the central anvil. Your Forge of Heavens has learned the enchantment, freeze damage. Using the Forge of Heavens now provides the chance to learn this enchantment. Yay, boy! Richter gave a double fist pump, and Chrome clapped him on the back. Randolphus spoke up asking for a report on what was happening. Richter told him about the successful enchantments and also about how the ring wouldn't work. It all triggered the Chamberlain scratching war notes. Down! Not all of Richter's attempts were successful. The next to magic arrows flame and poison failed to be absorbed. They still faded to ash. But the swirling light just cascaded along the outside of the anvil and did not kindle a light within it. Regretful over the waste, he brought something out of his bag that he hadn't wanted to use. He was about to drink the potion when someone called out, "Stop!" Bane had apparently not heeded Richter's instruction to leave the forge. "My lord, if that potion is what I think it is, then it is very valuable. May I see it?" Richter was starting to get annoyed with the gnome, but he still handed it over. Bane looked and knocked over the silvery potion for a full minute before Richter lost his patience. "Well, what about it? How much is it worth?" Bane looked up at Richter, startled. The irritating man had forgotten Richter was even there. "What? Oh yes, I was right. This is extremely valuable. It's an elixir." Bayon's words trailed off as he got distracted by the silvery liquid again. Richter had had enough. He took the potion back and rapped his knuckles twice against the gnome's head. "Earth to McFly! If you don't give me a reason not to, I'm going to be drinking this potion in about 2 seconds. Why does it matter that it's an elixir?" Chrome stood in the background with a shit-eating grin on his face. Bane glared at Richter, but caught himself before he said something crass to the master of his new village. "An elixir is a higher level of alchemy. I'm guessing that this is the first elixir you have seen." Richter nodded. "That's not surprising. They are far harder to create and far more expensive than brews or tinctures. Therefore, they are also far more rare. That's why I stopped you. An elixir shouldn't be wantonly used. I can't promise anything, but if you let me examine it further, then I might be able to figure out its constituent parts. Then I should be able to recreate it. If you had made a philosopher's cauldron instead of this," Bane waved his hand dismissively around, "I could tell you every possible combination of ingredients that could make the elixir." Richter stilled his irritation again. As prickly as the gnome was, Bane had information that Richter needed. He knew he had a lot to learn, and he wouldn't turn his back on any opportunity to gain knowledge. So, that's what the cauldron does. It lets you know what's in a potion so you can make more. Bane rolled his eyes. "I said that I would be able to know every recipe, given enough time at ease. Each time the potion is made, there would be a chance to learn another recipe. Many of the widely known recipes for higher-level potions contain ingredients which are nearly impossible to find. Invisibility potions, for instance, require several petals, a moon-glass flower. The problem is that the only place that they grow is under the Crimson Spectre's Alchemy Guild. Since they have a monopoly on a key component, they can charge whatever they wish." Richter said, "So if we could figure out a different way to make the potion out of common ingredients, then we not only could use the potions for the village, but we could also sell them and break the guild's monopoly. It would make you a fortune." Richter nodded in new appreciation of the philosopher's cauldron. Bane continued, "Of course, the transmutation properties are why many truly covet such an item." Richter looked at him confused again. Giving a long-suffering sigh, Bane said loudly and slowly, "Transmutation. It means turning one substance into another. Often, a given area may be rich in one resource and poor in another. Philosopher's Cauldron fixes that. If you were lacking in, say, powdered crystal, a certain amount of another resource could be used to make it." Richter closed his eyes and did his silent mantra. "Do not slap the annoying little man. Do not slap the annoying little man. It took so long this time that Chrome said, 'Oh, my lord, you are just standing there.'" Taking one final deep breath, Richter opened his eyes and looked at his Smith. "Thanks, man. Yeah, I went somewhere for a moment." "Okay, Bane, can the Philosopher's Cauldron do anything else?" "I'm sure it can, but I have never seen one before." "I suppose now I Never will. Thayan looked around at the forge again, then gave a PFFT of dismissal and walked out. Richter looked after the irritating man, shaking his head. Richter was conflicted because the Nomi actually made a strong argument for building the cauldron. Right now, though, Bane was the highest level alchemist in the village, and Richter just didn't trust or like him. While another legendary object that could solve supply issues sounded great, it would still just be an object. He would need someone to run it, and as of now, the prickly Nomi was not someone he would trust with that power. Chrome was listed as being a loyal person. Richter didn't know exactly how much faith he could put into the fact that Chrome was now quote-unquote loyal, but he also got a good feeling from the dwarf. He shook his head again. Maybe he would learn more about the Nomi once they had battled together. He put it out of his mind. Besides, he thought, with a grin, he had some crazy cool stuff to do. Richter looked at Chrome. Okay, let's try learning an enchantment. How do we proceed? This I do know, the dwarf said excitedly. Every smith worth the name dreams of using a magic forge. It is as simple as making weapons or armor on the forge. The higher the quality of arms or armor made, the greater the chance of learning an enchantment. That's one of the problems with paying to use a magic forge. One day is barely sufficient to forge a higher level sword or cuirass. That will not be a problem here, though. That's it. Richter asked. Well, and you would need to give me permission, my lord. Richter stared for a moment. So, you can only use it if I allow it. Chrome nodded. That's right, your lordship. I don't know how permission is given, but an old mastersmith once told me about the time. It was in Rioni. He had been given a boon by the king and was allowed to use the Inferno Forge. He told me the owner of the forge just held his hand, and they both placed their other hands on the anvil. Cocking his head to the side and shrugging, Richter reached out towards Chrome. The dwarf stared at it for a second, then with a slight twist to his face took the offered hand. Some of the other dwarves who would and odd in the background, and Richter was pretty sure one said, "Does he smell pretty, Chrome?" The village's official smith glared back at his compatriots. Richter looked at the gruff dwarf with a smile on his face. With a slightly effeminate tone of voice he said, "Hey, just ignore them, Chromie." Chrome turned his glare towards Richter, but in light of the fact that he was about to achieve one of his life's desires, he decided to let the teasing go. When Richter tried to interlace their fingers together, though, the smith issued a roar of indignation. He decided to quit torturing Chrome and instead just put a hand on the anvil and waited for Chrome to do the same. Once they had completed the circuit, a prompt appeared. As creator of the Forge of Heavens, you have sole discretion as to who can access the properties of your legendary object. Would you like to allow Chrome the ability to learn enchantments from the Forge of Heavens? Yes or no? Richter selected yes. Another prompt then asked for the duration of Chrome's access. Richter shrugged and thought to himself, I don't know. I guess as long as he stays loyal. Surprisingly, that was enough. Chrome, the smith of the Mist Village, is given access to the Forge of Heavens, as long as his relationship to you is loyal or better. Chrome had apparently been given a similar prompt because he turned to Richter, letting go of his hand. He then bowed his head and placed a closed fist over his heart. He said the same words he had spoken when he had pledged fealty to Richter. If ye maintain faith with me, I shall never break faith with you. Thank you for granting me this honor, my lord. Richter was once again taken aback by the commitment he heard in the dwarf's voice. The idea that he would have men and women not only follow him, but pledge their loyalty to him was insane in some ways. Less than a few months ago, all he had thought about was getting laid, passing his classes and getting some epic gaming done. He shook off the remembrances of the past, though, and looked at Chrome with the same gravity. I again accept your fealty. Serve me well, and I swear that as I rise, you will rise as well. The dwarf picked his head up and thanked him. Again, Richter couldn't resist one last dig, though. I liked your soft hands. Boo! Rather than getting all riled up again like Richter expected, Chrome instead gave him an evil little smile. I seem to remember ye have a soft skull. Would ye like to headbutt again? Richter coughed and took a step back. Oh no, that won't be necessary. The last time he had tried that, two things had happened. Chrome had laughed his head off, and he had suffered a concussion. Best not to repeat that particular series of events. Having your ass beat regularly in front of your own villagers really didn't go with the overall vibe of being a badass master of ancient powers. The question was, what to do about the elixir of luck. Richter really wanted to put more enchantments into the forge, but he didn't have that many enchanted items, and they probably cost a mint. His arrowheads alone had cost him a precious gem. He needed to maximize his chances of the enchantments being absorbed. That meant using the elixir, unless he could learn another way to increase the forge's retention rate. On the other hand, if Bane was right, he didn't want to waste the chance to make more of the high-level alchemical concoction. Richter sighed. He had decided to at least try and learn more about the elixir. Like the man said, teach a man to fish, and he will eat for a day. But stop teaching grown men to fish. They sound lazy and should have learned this when they were kids. Also, real men eat beef. With that little nugget of wisdom guiding his way, he put the elixir back into his bag. He turned to Chrome. That's it for now. Chrome looked a bit disappointed, which was actually a bit disconcerting to see on the face of a man built like a short Conan the Barbarian. Richter pressed on anyway. I know how annoying you must find Bane, because he irritates me too. But he might be right. Work on these enchantments for now and see if you can learn them. Let me know if you have any luck. Chrome nodded. I understand, the Lord. I got carried away with wanting as many enchantments as ye could give. Just the chance to work on a magic forge now, though. The dwarf's smile was ear to ear. Well, that's enough to give any dwarf a tingle in his dingle. Richter just looked at him. That's great, Chrome. Thanks for sharing. Chrome kept up his manic grin while he nodded again. Then he walked over to grab an ingot of high steel and a hammer, eager to forge his first weapon. The other dwarves walked over, and one spoke up. What about us? My lord, will we be given leave to learn the enchantments? They all looked at Richter with hopeful and expectant gazes. Richter had thought about this and had decided to take a firm line. Sir Dwarves, I appreciate your time and help, but currently all we have is a contractual arrangement. You are paid for your work and time. I also provide food and shelter. I truly hope that at the end of the year you decide to stay in the Mist Village, but until you show me more than just the loyalty of an employee, you will not be given access to the Forger's powers. Chrome had walked back over and was standing by him. Richter clapped him on the shoulder, and the dwarf stood taller. Chrome has made a choice and pledged his fealty. I know that he is loyal. Follow his example, and you will find yourself able to learn the enchantments. Until then, make sure you follow his instructions. Where the Forge of Heavens is concerned, after me. Chrome's word is law. One of the dwarves took a half step forward, anger evident on his face. In response, Chrome took a full step forward, the hammer held purposefully in his hand. The other dwarves stood back to see how things would play out. Richter stood in place as well, albeit with one hand on his dagger and a spell at the ready with the other. He had just drawn a line in the sand. If Chrome was going to maintain order on his behalf, the dwarf needed to be able to handle issues like this. "You have something to say, Ardrum?" Chrome asked in a low voice. The angry dwarf stood up to his full height, but didn't close any more of the distance between himself and Chrome we should all be able to use. "The forge! Who are you to keep us from it?" Chrome smiled with no real mirth. "I am the smith of the Mist Village. I am the one who Lord Richter has put his trust in. I am in charge here, and I am the one who will pound those facts into your head if your ears aren't working." The two dwarves stared at each other for a while longer, but Ardrum backed down and gave a short, angry bow of his head. "I don't want to have to talk about this again," Chrome said. "Now go. Help the others in the mines. I've seen enough of you today." Ardrum walked off, muttering angrily to himself in the direction of the iron mine. Now that the Battle of Wills had concluded, the other dwarves walked over and expressed their acquiescence to Richter's terms. They expressed their happiness to be in the village, making it clear that Ardrum had spoken only for himself. They went back to their previous tasks. "What was that all about?" Richter asked his smith. "I didn't think they would be happy with my decision, but that seemed like an extreme reaction." "Bah!" Chrome said. He hawked some spit in his mouth before looking around and realizing that it would almost be sacrilege to mar the floor of the Forge of Heavens. He walked over to the edge of the black stone floor and spit outside before continuing. "That bastard always has something to say. Some complaint about this or that. It's no surprise, really, considering he's from the Bone Crusher clan." Richter looked at him with a questioning expression. He wouldn't be knowing about the way things work in the mountains. Under the mountains are a few large dwarf kingdoms, but above ground, the dwarves live in mostly tribes and clans. "We will fight together against a common threat, and some will trade, but that be as farther. Clans normally get along. It not be unheard of for blood feuds and small skirmishes to pop up. The Bone Crusher clan be one of the worst in that way. If ye ask me, the blood of the Dwergar runs deep through their veins." Richter felt completely vindicated about his decision after Ardrum's reaction. "Do you need me to do anything about this?" he asked Chrome. The burly dwarf gave a laugh. "No, I can handle a Bone Crusher. I be a red stone, and there is no dwarf above or below the mountain tougher than us." Richter laughed back. "That's what I want to hear." Chrome looked Richter over. "I hope you don't mind me saying, your lordship, but some of your arms and armor are looking the worse for wear." Richter had been about to ask Chrome more about the dwarf culture. Hisako had been clear that he needed to enlist their aid. Perhaps now was not the best time, though. He did have other things to do. Richter looked down at his armor and couldn't deny the dwarf's words. "I know that dungeon was not easy. I'll have to talk to Hisako about repairing the armor when she comes back. Or you could just give it to me now," Chrome said in an offhand manner. Richter looked at him confused. "I thought you couldn't repair this type of armor." Chrome laughed again. "That was then. We have the Forge of Heavens now. Do you really think that some little woods folk could do more with armor than a dwarf with a magic forge? Leave the armor with me and I'll have it back good as new." "Well, that's certainly convenient," Richter thought. He had Chrome help him while he removed his armor and stood in just his clothes for the first time in what felt like forever. Taking off the green sprite armor seemed to free all of the accumulated funk that had been percolating underneath. Even Chrome wrinkled his nose. "That bad how?" Richter asked. "Well, the good news is we could use that stink to burn some warts off the pigs." "Har to har har," Richter said. A bath was now on his list of errands. Now, though, he handed over his high steel longsword along with the armor. Chrome took the sword, but shook his head when Richter asked about repairing the glass dagger. Apparently the secret for working that material was closely guarded by islanders who lived south of the forest, and the forge, though wondrous, could not teach Chrome new smelting techniques. Richter looked at the dagger in regret. It had served him well, and the high durability had come in handy. After all the wear and tear, though, it had barely half its original damage potential. He would need a replacement. Chrome, I need a short sword. The best you can make. There is more. Moonstone, cobalt, quicksilver, and a few bars of elementum in the treasury. Let me know what you need, and I will get it to you. Feel free to make use of it. Learn the enchantments and start making weapons. The elementum is for my use only until I say otherwise, though. I understand the Lord. It will be done. That does remind me of something. Like I said, most of the weapons in the armory were beyond saving. In the far back, though, I found 3 metal boxes that had a clear circle on them, like on the doors. I couldn't open them, but your lordship should be able to with that fancy mark of yours. I'll take a look at it. Richter put his glass dagger back into his bag and handed over most of the filled soul stones he had collected. He kept the resplendent level stone that held the crypt mistress's soul to himself, though. He didn't want Chrome using it until the dwarf had a better grasp on the forge's abilities. While accessing his inventory, Richter did see something he had forgotten about. Chrome, what do you think of this? Richter handed him one of the palm-sized scales from the giant scaling he and Cyan had killed. Chrome said, turning the thin scale over. He kept looking and then let out a more interested lightweight, but strong. Chrome drew an awl from belt. He scratched the scale, then did it again, harder. Then he laid it down on the anvil and drew the awl down it with all of his force and barely left a scratch. What is this? The dwarf asked with a bit of awe in his voice. They are the scales of a large monster Cyan, and I killed not too long ago, Richter answered. How did you manage it? These scales are as tough as me first wife. Richter chuckled. It wasn't easy. Well, do you think you can do something with it? I might have an idea or two, Chrome said. Do me a favor and stand still for a second. Chrome took a length of string from one of his pockets and took a quick series of measurements from Richter. He was quick and industrious, making notations in a small leather-bound book. He was a touch rough when measuring the inseam, prompting Richter to tell him to watch the monster. But that moment passed quickly. When he was done, Chrome handed Richter a high steel short sword that the smith had made while he was gone. It was nothing special, but it was at least a weapon. You have been given high steel short sword. Damage 11 to 15. Durability 35/35. Item class common. Quality above average. Weight 1.8 kilograms. Thank you, Chrome, Richter said. It seems like what you make is normally high steel. Why would anyone make something out of steel or plain iron? Well, my lord, there be a few reasons. Ye must be at least an apprentice ranksmith. Ye also must know how to make zanite. It not be hard, but ye still must know the trick of it. Also because it be a higher grade material, smiths do charge more, and it takes longer to forge. It be much cheaper for a noble to outfit most of his guards with iron or simple steel. So if we make only high steel weapons and armor, then we will be better equipped than most people out there, Richter asked. Chrome scratched his salt and pepper beard. I can guarantee we will have an edge over any goblin tribal scum, or even most of them bugbears. I wouldn't hang your hat on having better gear in general. Mercenary guilds will have many members with specialty armor, and the higher ranked soldiers in Eve may even have magic arms and armor. We have a long way to go if you want to go head-to-head with groups like that. After that, Chrome had no more time for his liege apparently. He took the rest of the scales and then said absently that he would work on them. But his focus was obviously on the forge. The other dwarves had started stoking the fires near the central anvil while the smith was taking Richter's measurements, and now they started heating a high steel ingot. The dwarves got to work with a single-minded obsession and not even a goodbye. My lord was thrown in Richter's direction as he walked out. Richter realized that recently he hadn't been correcting people to just call him Richter anymore. The my lords and your lordships had started to feel natural. He wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. It was true that he definitely didn't want to become an elitist a whole that didn't value others. On the other hand, if he was going to lead his people, then he needed to be a leader. Back in Georgia, he had been raised to say yes, sir, and no, ma'am. That wasn't to be a kiss-ass. That had been because showing the proper respect was a social convention that made society run smoother. To be sure, he had also said some less nice things to people when the situation required it, and their age be damned, but that was the exception, not the rule. Whatever his thought process behind it, he had to admit that it felt comfortable to be given respect as a matter of course. He was the master of the village, so he would just need to live up to it. As if the universe wanted to stress the point, Richter was again reminded of his responsibility to his people and his earlier mistakes. When he looked around after leaving the forge, he saw 3 people, 2 men and a woman standing off to the side. They had a melancholy air, and when they saw Richter, there was no smile or happy greeting. They merely bobbed their heads and then dispersed. Randolphus had remained at Richter's side through the entire transformation of the forge and walked out with him. Richter spoke to his Chamberlain. I feel bad about this, but I don't remember their names, he said, indicating the 3. They are farmers, my lord. The woman is Peril, the taller man was Warren, and the shorter is Lenric. Why did it seem like they were avoiding me? Richter asked. They all lost loved ones during the bugbear attack, Randolphus said gently. Richter's chest clamped up. Over the past several weeks in the dungeon, he had been focused on just surviving. When he had come back to the village, there had been another flurry of activity with Hisako's response to the eaters being back in the forest. The fact was he hadn't really wanted to dwell on the lives that had been lost during the attack. An attack that had happened because of his poor judgment. Seeing the sadness that his people were still living with every day brought it all flooding back. He watched them walk off and then asked, is the project I asked to be completed ready? Yes, my lord. It was finished several days before you returned. As you requested, it has remained covered. I was told by Glorin that it will only require 1 basic soul stone. Good, Richter said. He handed over one of the soul stones. Gather everyone tonight under the quickening. Let's say right after the evening meal. We will unveil it then. I need everyone together anyway. It will be done, my lord. Chapter 3. Richter and Randolphus continued walking through the village, talking about this or that. At some point, Alma flew up and took her customary perch on top of Richter's shoulders. As they walked, Richter greeted everyone that he could. He wanted his people to feel comfortable coming and speaking to him. The best way he could figure out to accomplish that was to go speak to them first. It also let him get an overall feel of his people's mood. It was true that the village interface had a loyalty and morale bar. It showed Richter that the overall morale of the villagers was happy and their loyalty as a whole was dependable. But it wasn't enough for him to hang his hat on. The interface didn't show him an individual's morale or loyalty. He also didn't know how his city screen was updated. He knew he had to spend some time really investigating it, but now was not the time. The truth was, Richter put more stock in actual physical interaction than some mythical mood rock. He was pleased to see that most of his villagers greeted him with smiles. Actually, many were excited about the forge having been built and tried to pester him with questions. Randolphus was able to effectively shoo most away. Richter was pleased to see that his chamberlain and the other villagers had a positive rapport. Though they left without the answers they sought, they still left with smiles on their faces and easily accepted the Chamberlain's authority. Even more important than the one-on-one interactions was the fact that Richter often heard laughter as he walked. Children ran around playing, and his people smiled at one another. Overall, the village had a bucolic feel, and other than the 3 villagers he had seen upon leaving the forge, his people seemed to be recovering well after the attack. The 2 men walked to the meadow leading up to the hill because Richter wanted to check on the project with his own 2 eyes. To be honest, he also missed the calming influence of the quickening. As they walked, he took the opportunity to check his status page. Some of his stats were lower without the perks of his enhanced sprite armor. His dexterity especially looked lower without his bow equipped, but he still had a respectable build. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 1881%. Health, 430 mana, 390 stamina, 210. Strength, 21. Agility, 24. Dexterity, 19. Constitution, 25. Endurance, 21. Intelligence, 37. Wisdom, 21. Charisma, 24. Luck, 15. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner. Bounty of life, side bond. Skills, herb lore LVL 39, 22% to next level. Alchemy LVL 1, 0% to next level. Enchantment LVL 29, 44% to next level. Crafting LVL 1, 0% to next level. Smithing LVL 1, 0% to next level. Analyze LVL 6, 7% to next level. Pierce the Veil LVL 23, 45% to next level. Stealth LVL 6, 14% to next level. Traps LVL 21, 87% to next level. Trap Disarm LVL 21, 99% to next level. Archery LVL 10, 24% to next level. Imbue Arrow LVL 5, 18% to next level. Focus LVL 3, 78% to next level. Double Shot LVL 3, 31% to next level. True Shot LVL 2, 40% to next level. Swordsmanship LVL 2, 15% to next level. Small Blades LVL 4, 43% to next level. Unarmed Combat LVL 1, 10% to next level. Pressure Points LVL 1, 15% to next level. Dual Wield LVL 1, 37% to next level. Light Armor LVL 8, 18% to next level. Grace in Combat LVL 5, 38% to next level. Air Magic LVL 6, 37% to next level. Life Magic LVL 5, 82% to next level. Earth Magic LVL 4, 92% to next level. Water Magic LVL 5, 47% to next level. Dark Magic LVL 5, 22% to next level. Light Magic LVL 4, 48% to next level. Fire Magic LVL 5, 9% to next level. Map Making LVL Max. Trade LVL 14, 86% to next level. War Leader LVL 2, 43% to next level. Portal Construction Apprentice. Lore LVL 1. Marks. Master of Mist Village. Blood Oath. Forge of Heavens. Resistances. Air 50%. Life 50%. Mental 15%. Spiritual 15%. Race, human chaos seed. Reputation, LVL3. You seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment, neutral. Language, all. When they got to the top of the hill, he was greeted by the beautiful sight of his celestial tree. The thick, hand-sized leaves were velvety in appearance. Softly swaying in the wind, the tree looked like a lake of cream with gentle moving waves. He couldn't see much of the trunk from the distance he was standing at because the limbs bent down gracefully like a willow. But what he could see was the same smooth silver that he remembered. Apparently the trunk only glowed at night because now it only simply reflected the sunlight that occasionally pierced the thick canopy of its white leaves. They walked closer, and Richter saw that a portion of the meadow had been cultivated for the herb garden. Well circumscribed lines of earth had been tilled, and plants of all colors were beginning to sprout. Most of the herbs had been found in his secret glen, and, according to Cyan, all were valuable. He was somewhat surprised by the large amount of growth in what couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 weeks. He wondered if the herbs would be considered a resource and so would benefit from his bounty of life ability. He examined a few as he walked. You have found green Spriggan's breath. You feel that this herb could make a sneezing powder, could lower a fever, and could be a component of a tracking potion. You have found Yiren's thorn. You feel that the roots of this herb would cause indigestion. The thorns would be hollow and could be used for poison darts, and the leaves will make your tongue orange. You have found supple ivy. You feel that this herb could make a paste to moisturize the skin. It could also be used to make a strong adhesive or relieve headaches. You have found Starzenia. Eating this will increase sexual performance. It will also make impregnation impossible for 12 hours. You also feel that this could be used to polish wood. Well, Richter thought, Viagra, birth control, and it could bring a shine to a nice desk. Starzenia really was the triple threat. He made a mental note to have more of that particular herb planted ASAP. He didn't want it being used by everybody. The faster his population grew at this point, the better, after all. For his personal use, though, let's just say he could think of a nice young lady or two in the village that he wouldn't mind Netflix and chilling with. It had been a long few weeks since his time at the Whistling Hen. He thought sadly. He pointed out the herb to Randolphus and told him to ensure a good amount more was planted. Randolphus raised his eyebrows, not understanding, but jotted the note down all the same. When they were closer to the tree, two sprites seemed to materialize out of thin air. Richter was well familiar with the sprite's woodcraft and concealment abilities, but it still took him by surprise. I thought you all left with Hisako to hunt the Eater Queen, he said. One of the sprites bowed his head respectfully. The Hearth Mother did not feel comfortable leaving Queen Elora without protection. She has bonded with the quickening and is vulnerable until she finished the current life cycle. Richter nodded. He had been wondering why he hadn't seen the Pixie Queen since coming back to the village. Do we know how long until the life cycle is complete, he asked. Queen Elora seemed to think that it would take 2 months, but she admitted that she had never heard of a pixie bonding to a celestial tree before. The same sprite answered. So really we have no idea then, Richter said. Where is she? Physically. The other sprite gestured with one hand. This way, Lord Richter. Richter was led right up to the helical trunk of the quickening. The sprite pointed up within the core of the tree. He could see a delicate cocoon of spun silver, matching the trunk. His gaze continued upward, past the trunk, and into the canopy above. He could see smaller silver cocoons hanging from all of the branches. There were also small hanging fruit. They were round like pomegranates, but were green in color. When Richter focused on one, he received a prompt. You have found immature fruit of the quickening. Richter cast Farlight to better see the canopy above. The sight was as beautiful as it was before. He smiled, just enjoying the peaceful aura. The quickening. He turned back to thank the sprites for their diligence, but they had already activated their concealment ability again. He didn't know where they could have hidden, but it didn't change the fact that they were nowhere to be found. He said out loud, "Keep up the good work," then walked out from beneath the canopy. Against the northern cliff face was an oiled tarp draped over a wooden frame. Richter peeked underneath before dropping the cover back down. He nodded in appreciation to Randolphus and said, "Good work. Now let's check the pastures and farmland." Richter and Randolphus walked back down the hill to the village. They moved to the gate in the wall and then walked across the log drawbridge. The land allocated for farming was outside of the village walls. It was obviously less secure, but the amount of land needed made farming inside of the village less than feasible. Armed villagers patrolled the boundaries of the farmland and the grassy areas allocated for pastures. Everything looked like it was going well. To be sure, he spoke with all of the farmers. Outside of a request for more mist workers, they seemed satisfied that everything was as it should be. That task completed, he started walking back into the village proper. He sent a mental call to Futon, and before long, the remnant floated up to him. He told Futon to have the mist workers dig a trench around the farmland and pastures. He also decided to have the trees cleared back for several hundred yards around. Both. His villagers simply didn't have enough protection at present. He wouldn't forgive himself if a quick monster attack cost the life of one of his villagers. The remnant agreed with his customary deadpan tone of voice. Richter had spoken to everyone that he needed to. His responsibilities as leader of the village were completed for the moment, and now it was time for him to attend to something he had been putting off for a while. This seemed like as good a time as any. Richter turned to walk through the village and back to the catacombs. It was time to find out what was down that stairway. Before he had gone more than a step or two, however, Randolphus cleared his throat loudly. When Richter looked at him, the Chamberlain tapped his nose, then looked first at Richter, then the nearby river. Richter thanked him for the reminder. Once upon a time, he had been the stinky kid in school. It had been a hard year for him. He would not become the stinky master in the village. Chapter 4. One cool thing that he discovered while bathing were aquatic herbs. Richter hadn't really thought to search the water for plants before. 2. Specifically caught his interest. You have found green water thread. You are getting a very strong feeling that this plant has healing properties. It also can be used to make waterproof clothing and flavor a tasty stew. You have found muckweed. This a component of a sticky solution. It can make a water magic-based poison and can be used as a fire repellent. Both of the plants were extremely plentiful. Richter gathered his fill of each, placing them in his bag. He withheld one water thread. Knowing it was a bit creepy, but needing to know about the effectiveness of this new herb, he steeled himself and drew his new short sword against his bare arm. He didn't cut too deeply, but with the bleeding status he achieved, he lost a small amount of health over time. He started chewing the water thread. You have eaten green water thread. You will recover 65.1 health over 30 seconds. Richter did some quick math and figured that outside of the bonus he got for his herb lore, the base healing would have been 30 health over 30 seconds. That was 3 times as strong as the previous healing herbs he had been using. Hopefully, it would make a proportionally stronger potion. As well as he worked, Alma happily snacked on a fish she had caught while Richter bathed. He personally thought she was a bit of a cheat. Rather than try and grab her prey, she had simply directed a side blast towards the water. It was basically the equivalent of dropping a stick of dynamite in a pond, Crocodile Dundee style. It was definitely efficient, but kind of a douche move in his opinion. When he tried to explain this to his familiar, though, she just rolled her eyes at him and kept snacking. Shaking his head and chuckling at his sole familiar, he finished, bathing, happy with his new discovery of the water herbs, and satisfied that he no longer smelled like goblin taint. He got out of the water. He pulled a fresh set of clothes from his bag and rolled his old clothes up into a ball. Now that he was clean, the garments seemed absolutely filthy to him. When he had walked back into the village proper, he found one of the older children helping with washing. The boy accepted the bundle of soiled clothing with an obviously forced smile. Richter didn't blame the kid for not wanting any part of that stinky pile, so he tossed the boy a copper, which seemed to help the lad's mood. He didn't waste any more time getting to the room of the Great Seal. Walking into the room, the downward staircase seemed to draw him forward, beckoning him to adventure. Before going down the stairs, though, he decided to check out the boxes that Crone had mentioned. Richter had set Randolphus loose before he bathed, and sent Futon to monitor the village, so now his only company was the sated dragonling. He opened the door to the armory and walked in. Making his way to the back of the room, he did see 3 stacked metal boxes that he had previously overlooked. One box was about 4 feet long and a foot wide. A second was half that length, and the third was a simple box. Good things come in small packages, he thought. He raised his left wrist to align with the clear circle on the box. It read his mark of the Mist Village like a barcode, and with an audible click, the lid popped open. Looking inside, he saw a metal collar. It looked like it was made of quicksilver links, each about an inch long. You have found Quicksilver Collar of Submission. Durability 300/300ths. Item class rare. Quality superb. Weight 0.5 kilograms. If you manage to collar a monster with this item, they will become your slave. The monster will be unable to harm you and will strictly follow your commands. Can only be used once. Why did it always come down to dominance? Richter thought. Academically, he didn't like the idea of controlling anything against its will, but he also knew himself. If he were able to find a high-level monster with some awesome abilities, well, let's just say, he would 50 Shades of Grey the hell out of it. Richter moved on to the medium-sized box. After holding his wrist to the glass circle, he looked inside and smiled. You have found heavy cobalt arrows. Quantity 80. Durability 15/15ths. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Accuracy -2. Damage +5. Chance to cause knockback. You have found weapon schematic. Heavy arrows. This design of arrow requires a skilled bowman. The extra weight makes precise shots more difficult, but most find the extra damage and possibility to knock down their enemies to be more than a fair trade-off. This type of arrow inflicts blunt damage, unlike most piercing arrows. These arrows could definitely come in handy. The arrowheads were strange in their design, almost looking like a round weight with a slight point at one end. Funny looking or not, the extra stopping power was welcome. The biggest danger for an archer was for his target to get within melee range. These arrows could definitely help with that. After seeing the pure awesomeness in the first 2 boxes, he couldn't wait to see what was in the big one. He quickly held his wrist to the magic lock and threw the lid back. A prompt appeared with purple writing. Appeared, and Richter's eyes widened in shock. You have found Rannoch Din. Damage 58/72. Durability 901/1000ths. Item class legendary. Quality masterwork. Weight 28.3 kilograms. Requirement dwarven or dwergar race. Strength 50. This axe was forged of the finest thorium. It has long been the royal weapon of the dwarven kingdom of stone. Traits, when fighting underground, can activate weight of the earth. For one blow, the land itself pulls the axe downward. This massively increases the damage that it can cause. The strain on the weapon will also cause a 100-point drop in durability each time weight of the earth is invoked. The unique properties of this weapon will maintain its base damage no matter how low the durability drops, but it will be destroyed if durability drops to 0. 30% earth resistance, 20% dark resistance. A named weapon, and it was legendary. This was amazing and thoroughly irritating. Richter had finally found a legendary item. Of course, it would have to crazy requirements. One that he was nowhere near fulfilling in a second that he could never fulfill. He couldn't deny that the weapon was beautiful, though. The axe was double-bladed, and the metal was dark gray. A wicked spike extended up from the center of the weapon about 6 inches past the height of the half-moon blades. It was clearly dangerous not just as a slashing weapon, but as a piercing weapon as well. The haft was composed of a heavy wood and was just over 3 feet long. Part of the way down, its length was another piece of metal that must be present to aid in balancing the heavy weapon. The bottom of the haft was wrapped in a knobbed hide that was midnight black. He stared at the weapon for a while, just admiring it. After a few moments, he came to a decision. He needed to keep the axe a secret. He would make a discreet inquiry with Randolphus, but this weapon sounded like the type of thing that nations went to war over. If it was as important to a royal family as the prompt said, there were probably many people that would grind his village to dust to get it. The Mist Village just wasn't ready to fight in that weight class. Growing the quickening and creating the Forge of Heavens were already enough to make the Mist Village a tempting treat for raiders or other malevolent forces. No, he thought, this needed to remain hidden. He closed and locked the lid again. He picked up all 3 boxes. The weight wasn't a problem, but the shapes made it a somewhat unwieldy task, despite that he carried them with minimal difficulty to the treasury. He placed all of the boxes inside, but withdrew the chain, arrows, and schematic. Almost all of it went into his bag of holding, but he placed 10 of the heavy arrows into his quiver. After walking over to the Great Seal, he donned his old set of sprite armor. Though it wasn't as impressive as the enhanced sprite armor, it was still nothing to sneeze at. Wearing the entire match set gave a 25% defense bonus to each individual piece. Also, the gauntlets increased his accuracy by 25%, which should more than make up for the drop in accuracy from the heavy arrows. He pulled up the hood of his dark green cloak and stood facing the stairway down to the next level of the catacombs. Taking a potion of clarity out of his bag, he gave it his familiar. Then, bow in one hand and armor draped across his shoulders, he prepared to take his first steps down into the dungeon. Chapter 5. Before he could put his foot on the first step, his body froze and a prompt appeared. Welcome, Master of the Mist Village. Currently you have access to Level 1 of the Catacombs. Would you like to start the journey to Level 1 of the Catacombs? Yes or no? Richter chose yes, and his foot fell to the step. He felt a small tingle pass over his body. It reminded him of when he left his hidden gland that had the pool of clarity. He paused for a moment, but nothing else happened, so he just kept walking. The stairway seemed to be a natural tunnel that had been augmented in the past. The entire thing was formed of gray stone. The roof of the stairwell was a natural formation of rock, but the walls were too regular to be a natural formation. He didn't see any sign of chisel or hammer marks, but then time would have worn those irregularities smooth. Indeed, The steps were only half the length of his foot and had smooth edges, making his descent somewhat precarious. Richter just thanked his lucky stars that the stairway was dry and non-slippery. As he journeyed, he thought about his game plan. Richter didn't really plan to do anything other than scout around this first trip. Despite his recent successes, he wasn't cocky enough to think he was a one-man army or anything like that. Even though there was potential danger, Richter just couldn't stay ignorant as to what was right beneath his feet. Worst case scenario, he would be killed and lose some skill points if he ran into some horrible, high-level monster. He could live with that, but couldn't live with having others die to satisfy his curiosity. That was why he needed to go alone. Richter had asked Alma to stay behind as well, but the stubborn little dragonling was having none of it. When he had pushed the issue, she had hissed at him, so he resolved to just keep her as safe as possible. The stairway continued down at a steady 45-degree angle, without change for the first 20 minutes. According to his map, he was moving both down and north, completely contrary to City Slicker's logic. He wasn't exactly claustrophobic, but he also didn't really enjoy the idea of millions of tons of rock being just above his head. What was it with dungeons in the land always needing to be so damn deep? Richter thought with irritation. Hadn't anyone on this planet ever heard of a basement? The only break in the monotony of his travel was a short hallway that led directly forward. The floor of the hallway was a different color stone than the walls, more brown than gray. Richter assumed that the only reason for the break in the stairs was that the rock under his feet was too hard to tunnel through. After the short hallway, the stairs laid down again for at least another 30 minutes. He had initially cast night vision when he started down the stairs, but as he went deeper, there wasn't enough ambient light for the spell to be able to work. After that, he had cast simple light. Richter hadn't been wild about advertising his position, but he also didn't want to start falling down a mountainside worth of stairs. He had to cast and renew his light spell several times during the trip. His traveler's map clearly showed his progression, but unfortunately, wasn't quite like Google. He had no way to accurately measure how far he had come. His best guess was that he was a quarter to a third of a mile down. He just really hoped that he didn't have to make a speedy retreat. The narrowness of the stairway should keep him from being surrounded, but it would still be a harrowing fight having to climb the short steps backwards. Finally, the stairs came to an end at an open archway. Not knowing what dangers lay ahead, Richter dismissed simple light before reaching the bottom and activated his stealth ability. He didn't know if he would be able to cloak himself in shadow with Alma on his shoulders, but thankfully it wasn't a problem. Richter was concerned that he would be plunged into complete blackness again, but as his eyes adjusted, he could see the faintest of blue lights coming from the archway. He cast night vision, and thankfully his vision lit up in shades of green. Looking through the doorway, Richter didn't see anything but an empty courtyard. He listened intently for a full minute, but heard nothing. Richter tried to cross into the room, but another prompt came up, and again his body froze. You are about to cross into Level 1 of the catacombs. Do you wish to proceed, yes or no? Choosing yes, he crossed into the dungeon. Looking around, he saw a faint blue illumination coming from some moss on the walls. He examined it more thoroughly. You have found creeping blue lichen. This plant will provide illumination for a short while even after being picked. It makes a vivid blue dye and will also provide hearty, if unappetizing, nutrition. Well, at least he wouldn't starve as long as he could find more of this. And it certainly seemed abundant in this first room. Richter took a look at the rest of his surroundings. The large room he was standing in looked like nothing so much as a dilapidated cathedral. Large open windows were evenly spaced on the walls high above his head, though only a few shards of clear glass still stuck out from the frames at odd angles. Richter couldn't see anything through them except pools of darkness. Lining the room were rows of stone that looked perfect to serve as pews. The entire room had a sense of gravity and heaviness. Richter felt like he was intruding somewhere that he was not welcome. Since there wasn't any other direction to go, however, he started walking forward. Alma picked up on the serious feeling of the place as well and stayed huddled on his shoulders. At the front of the room was a ruined statue. All that was still standing was a pair of feet. Strewn on the floor around it were the broken pieces. The head still seemed intact, but when Richter picked it up, he saw that the face had been smashed in. His initial assumption seemed correct. This must be a forgotten temple of some type. More important than the stone fragments were the doors leading off from this first room. 2 doors led to opposite sides of the room perpendicular to the central aisle, and third led straight on. Richter checked the side doorways first, curious what the windows were looking out at. Both just showed ruined courtyards, and one had a dry and lichen-covered fountain in its center. This building must be insanely old, he realized. It couldn't have been built underground. It just didn't make any sense. Why would anyone build windows that looked out at nothing? Some earthquake must have swallowed the building whole. He supposed that the passage of time could account for what he was seeing as. Well, it had happened on Earth that one generation built over the structures of previous generations. Whole buildings could be found deep underground, just like this. He realized it was a moot point, though, and that he was wasting time. He wouldn't find any more information just standing around in this room. He took the last doorway and walked forward out of the ruined temple. The next room was a natural cavern with multiple tunnels leading out of it. The most interesting thing was that the tunnels were of varying sizes. The smallest was only 2 feet in diameter. The largest was wide enough to drive a wagon through. Having no desire to be stuck in a small space, he decided to go with the flow. He walked down the largest tunnel. There were rocks randomly strewn along the floor. As he walked, his footsteps sounded muffled and faint even to him, proof that the magic of the sprite shoes was at work. Even so, he moved slowly so as to not break his stealth. The tunnel twisted and turned like an epileptic snake. The curvature was so severe that Richter could rarely see more than 10 yards ahead of him. As he turned what must the 50th bend, a flash of red caught his eye. A 2-inch circle glowed under the dirt of the floor. Richter froze, even his breath catching in his chest. He focused on expanding his senses, checking each in turn. He heard nothing except his own heartbeat and steady breathing. He saw nothing except the hallway and the red glow of the trap. He tasted only the dry dust in the air. The air was slightly warm on his skin, hotter than what he thought it would be underground. He smelled nothing except for a slight sour smell like an old sponge. Moving forward, he examined the trap closely. He gently brushed the dust away around it until he revealed a pressure plate. It seemed to be of simple construction, just an iron circle welded to a bar on a spring. Disarming it was easy, but he couldn't figure out what it would have done if he had stepped on it. The mechanism was short and didn't connect to anything else. His wand showed that the mechanism underneath was not magical. He stared at it for another 15 minutes with no further insights. He ultimately had to just keep going. As he walked down the hall, traps became more and more common. Even more common were the tributary tunnels that randomly sprouted off of the main vein he was walking down. Richter decided not to follow any of the smaller branches since they all seemed equally viable. As he walked, the wet mold scent grew stronger. It was more than a little unpleasant. He had figured out what was so strange about the first trap. He had disarmed because he had found several more like it. It was a dummy. It was connected to absolutely nothing. Whomever had set the traps must have laid those just to delay or distract. It was a level of deception that Richter hadn't seen before, and it made him even more cautious. It occurred to him as he slowly creeped down the hall that maybe slowing him down was the whole point. He was disarming yet another trap when he heard something. Richter immediately left the trap alone and faded back to side of the tunnel. He waited silently while the noise resolved into a language that sounded like a yipping dog. His gift of tongue's ability translated the high-pitched barks into understandable words. Why do we have to come down this tunnel? Because we need to check the traps. You know that. Why do you keep asking? But we haven't caught anyone down this tunnel in more than 100 years. Almost all of the side tunnels are either blind alleys or capture traps. Even if someone was down here, they would have to come by us. The figures finally came into view. Each was about 3 to 4 feet tall. Their heads looked like a long-snouted dog, but they were covered in fine scales. He couldn't tell their color with his night vision spell. They weren't carrying any means of illumination with them, so they either could see in the dark or were using a spell similar to Richter's. Each had a tail that trailed behind them, and their legs were had to joints, the lower one bending backwards. Both of the creatures wore scraps of clothing that looked like rags. Analyze provided their identity. Name, Triwulin. Kobold level 6. Health 110. Mana 170. Stamina 140. Disposition, distrust. Kobolds are small reptilian humanoids. Most adventurers can best a kobold in one-on-one combat, but you will seldom find such a fight. They highly favor traps and ambushes. Kobolds shy from bright light and make their homes underground. It should be a wary adventurer that enters a kobold warren. Kobolds get to points 2, distribute per level, and each level gives +1 to intelligence, dexterity, and agility. His stealth skills seemed like they were up to the task because the two kobolds came closer, still arguing between themselves. One had a crossbow on its back, and the other carried a short spear. They walked over to the trap Richter had been about to disarm when one of them froze and dropped down into a fighting stance. The other kobold immediately unlimbered its crossbow and looked around. They weren't more than a few feet from where Richter was hiding. What do you see? Triulin yipped. The other responded, there are tracks in the dirt. Something was here. Triulin sniffed the air and said nervously, I think I smell human. We should run and tell the others. Richter shifted slightly to put his hand on the hilt of his new short sword. Just that small amount of movement was enough to alert the kobolds. With a cry, Triulin fired his crossbow at Richter. The bolt caught him in the middle, but thankfully was only a graze. Despite having avoided a direct shot, and with his armor, he still lost 5 health. The other kobold immediately turned to flee. Richter knew he had only seconds. Hoping that his new 50% boost to life magic was enough, he cast Charm. His arm shot out, and the kobold stopped its flight. Triulin looked first at his compatriot, and then at Richter in abject fear. The discharged crossbow held impotently in his hands. Richter raised his other hand and shouted a word of power. Then a gout of flame shot from his fingertips into the kobold's face. He screamed, both from the pain of the flames and the intense light searing its eyes. Alma launched herself from Richter's shoulders and latched onto the kobold's face. The scream cut off, and Triulin's head rolled back into his head as he dropped to the ground. His arms and legs shook with violent seizures. Richter quickly cast Soul Trap before Alma finished her work. In just a few seconds, she detached herself from the kobold's head, but no ribbon of light straight towards his bag. Either the spell he had was not strong enough or the kobold counted as sentient like humans and elves. Richter resolved to ask Sumiko about it later. The dragonling finished her psychic meal and was about to launch herself at the charmed kobold when Richter stopped her. She hissed in irritation, eager for another snack, but obeyed her master. He checked the prompt that appeared. You have been awarded 873 base 17,455 x 0.04 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 6 kobold. Richter dismissed it and then looked at the kobold. He had never had the opportunity to slowly examine someone after he had charmed them. Before now, he still lacked the ability to differentiate colors because of night vision. He shook his head in irritation at the limits of the spell, then canceled it. He cast Simple Light. The light made the kobold's eyes shine brightly in the tunnel. Despite the orb not being overly bright, the kobold immediately hissed in displeasure and started lowering its spear towards the light. Afraid that the pain from the light would break the charmed enchantment, Richter canceled that spell as well. He then cast Farlight on the wall behind the kobold. The reptilian creature still didn't appear. Happy about the light, but he relaxed. Richter used Analyze. Name, Triron. Kobold level 8. Health 130. Mana 170. Stamina 120. Disposition, Charmed Hatred. Kobolds are small reptilian humanoids. Most adventurers can best a kobold in one-on-one combat, but you will seldom find such a fight. They highly favor traps and ambushes. Kobolds shy from bright light and make their homes underground. It should be a wary adventurer that enters a kobold warren. Kobolds get to points 2, distribute per level, and each level gives +1 to intelligence, dexterity, and agility. The kobold's skin was indeed covered in fine scales. They were a soft brown in color. Richter had Triron open his mouth. The kobold had a single set of sharp teeth lining his jaws, but the back teeth were flat like molars. Richter sat on a nearby rock, well away from the still glowing red trap, and began to ask questions. The kobold was a wealth of information and eagerly shared whatever he knew. The tunnel they were standing in was only the barest speck of an immense underground system. An entire subterranean civilization existed. Here, apparently, 10 different clans with thousands of kobolds each constantly vied for power and dominance. The only common factor between them was their greater hatred for other species. Under the level of the clans, the kobolds had a complex caste system. Now that he had cast Simple Light, Richter could see that Triron had paint and tattoos covering his body in odd places. The kobold told him that those markings, coupled with the specific configuration of clothing he was wearing, signified. The charmed creature then started explaining how the system worked, but after a minute, the nonsensical rules started giving Richter a headache, and he stopped the recitation. The main point he took away was that status was everything in kobold society. Even the kobold's name had special significance. The first part of the name identified which caste they belonged to. Try translated as worker, and it denoted that these two were the lowest caste level. His clan name translated to Longfangs. As soon as the kobold talked about the clans, a prompt appeared. Know this. You have come to the first level of the catacombs of the Mist Village. As master of this place of power, you can also master this level. To do this, control the territory of one of the clans of kobolds. You have unlocked the quest, Power in the Dark. Many are the paths and pitfalls to power. Choose your path wisely, or suffer the consequences. Will you become master of this level of the catacombs? Reward, advancement to level 2 of the catacombs. Yes or no? After Richter read the prompt, he stopped the kobolds talking and started walking back and forth. he shouted in the near darkness and swung his arms angrily about in his best Joe Pesky. What the hell? So to master the very first level of the catacombs, I just have to kill thousands of monsters and take over a clan of kobolds. Of course, then I'll be surrounded by thousands and thousands of more monsters, and I'll probably have to fight those off too. Figlio di patanta, questo dungeon pool mangia, merde immorte. That Italian chick he had dated had been buckets of crazy, but she had at least increased his vocabulary, not to mention her other attributes. Apparently you can learn a lot when you grow up slurping pasta. Richter let himself rant and rave for another few moments, but then chose yes and accepted the quest. He had to handle business, and time was running out. His charm spell only lasted an hour, and he didn't know if it would work a second time on the same creature. What else do I need to know to survive down here? Richter asked. There are many traps here, master. Triuran replied. Kobolds are the best trap makers in the land. It is one of our racial abilities. You must be careful, as there are often traps within traps. Avoiding the first may place you exactly in line to be caught by a second. The entire depths are riddled with traps of all types. The depths was what the kobolds called this level of the catacombs. Great, Richter thought. Tens of thousands of kobolds and probably millions of traps. Do you have a map to help me avoid the traps? No, master. I have memorized many of the traps and tunnels in our section of the depths, but I have almost no knowledge of the other clans' defenses. Can you draw them out? Richter asked. It would be easier if I were just your guide, master. I'll gladly be at your side and fight against any danger. How to explain to a charmed creature that the loving vibes he was feeling would only last about another 40 minutes? Best not to pull at that, Fred. Richter decided. Drawing would be better, Richter said. Another thought occurred to him, though. Are there any more kobolds close by? Is there anyone that is going to be missing you? There may be patrols that will cross near this tunnel, but I doubt it. Master, my clutch brother and I were sent on a scout mission to check this and other remote areas. We are not expected back for some time. What's a clutch brother? Richter asked, curious. We were hatched at the same time and to the same caste. It is the closest thing to what humans refer to as family. So basically, I just killed your brother and then enslaved you, Richter thought. No wonder the kobold's disposition had dropped all the way to hatred. Richter resolved to keep an eye on the time. He couldn't have. The charm spell wear off unexpectedly. The risk of Triuran escaping was too great. Still, he didn't feel safe questioning the kobold any further at this point in the tunnels. Alma, watch him closely. Let me know if he starts acting differently. She sent back the mental equivalent of a head nod. Walk with me, he told the kobold. Remove any tracks or evidence that show that I have been this way. Then leave a trail showing that you and your clutch brother went down a side tunnel. Come back within 5 minutes. While the charmed creature did as he had been bid, Richter walked over to the body of Triuran's clutch brother and searched it. You have found kobold crossbow. Damage 10 to 16. Durability 11/13. Item. Class. Common. Quality. Poor. Weight. 1.6 kilograms. Traits. 15% accuracy. You have found stone-tipped crossbow bolts by 8. You have found blue rags. You have found pouch. You have found bone necklace. A simple string of animal bones. The crossbow looked rickety and slapped together with nails sticking out in places. With a max 16 damage, though, it still had stopping power no matter how crappy it looked. As he examined the kobold's body, he couldn't really imagine ever losing a fight to one of these creatures, especially in light of the fact that the slain monster hadn't been wearing any armor. It seemed like a pretty easy enemy to overcome. This was only one of the lowest caste, though Richter admitted to himself. Who knew how strong these buggers could get? Even this worker caste would be deadly if there were enough of them. The kobold's pouch contained a few nuggets of copper and 1 silver coin. The raw metal had clearly been worked to be more or less uniform. Richter surmised that the lumps were a type of currency down in the depths. Richter looked around and didn't see anything else useful. He picked up the body. A minute later, Triuran came back. What will happen if the two of you don't report back to the other kobolds? There may be a search. As the lowest caste, we are not much valued. If we are sought out and no bodies are found, it will be assumed that we were killed by a monster or one of the clan's enemies. The tunnels are not safe, and disappearances are common. That was music to Richter's ears. Follow me, he said. Richter started walking back the way that he had come. The kobold trailed behind, erasing tracks by swinging his tail across the floor. The appendage apparently wasn't prehensile because he had kept one hand on the base of it and manually moved it. Alma slowly flapped along behind the kobold, ready to strike if the charm spell were off. It had taken Richter more than an hour to get this far down the hall, but that was with him stopping to disarm traps. Walking at a faster clip, they made their way back to the temple in less than 20 minutes. It occurred to him that the disabled traps themselves could tip other kobolds off to his passage, but there just wasn't time to reset them. Also, resetting traps was just stupid. The two of them made it back to the temple with no difficulty. Once back in the room with the windows, Richter had Triuran stand in front of him. He took the kobold's spear and then cast charm. The kobold seemed to struggle for a brief second, but then the spell took hold again. Richter used Analyze again just to be sure the kobold wasn't faking it. Despite the fact that their weapons exhibited crappy craftsmanship, he didn't doubt the kobold's innate intelligence or cunning. Deception must come naturally to a species with a racial ability dealing with traps. Thankfully, the disposition showed charmed again. In addition to the weapon, he took the rest of the reptile's items. Meager as they were, it was just another pouch with some lumps of copper and 1 bent copper bracelet. Richter put all of the kobold's items into his bag and withdrew several sheets of paper, a pot of ink, and a quill pen. After sharpening the quill with his short sword, he told the Triuran to draw all of the tunnels and traps he could remember, starting at the point where they met. Then he lay back on one of the stone pews to wait. He made sure to position himself between the kobold and the exit leading back to the tunnels. Since he had time to kill, he checked his combat log for the last time that he cast charm. Richter wanted to know why the kobold had been able to mount a defense against the spell the second time, no matter how meager. When the first time Triuran had easily succumbed to the spell, what he found was confusing. Many factors seemed to come into play, including Richter's own intelligence, charisma, life mastery, but also the target's wisdom, charisma, resistance to life magic, and that was just to name a few. It all added up to a percentage chance of the spell working. He accessed the first time he had cast the spell as well, and by cross-checking, he was able to discover to large differences. The second time, the kobold's disposition towards Richter was lower, which seemed to lower the chance for the spell to work. There was also a penalty to casting the same enchantment-type spell again on the same person within 24 hours. He thought, I won't be able to make all of these calculations in the heat of battle, but it was good to know what could keep the spell from working. Basically, what affected charm in the land was the same as what affected it on Earth. Charming a woman who already liked you was easy. Charming a woman who hated you not so much, and every guy had learned that the same line probably wouldn't work 2 times in a row. With that mystery solved, Richter cracked open a lore book and started reading. He didn't know when it happened, but he must have dozed off while waiting because the next thing he knew, he was being awoken by a shriek. It was pitch black. He quickly cast night vision. Looking around, he saw the kobold spasming with Alma latched to his head. "Stop, Alma," he shouted. She glared at him, but didn't detach. He tried again with more steel in his voice. "Stop. I still need him." There, Dragonling gave an angry squawk, but finally let go, flapping angrily into the air. The kobold stayed on the ground stand. Richter cast Charma. Third time. Analyze showed that the spell had worked. Then he cast Slow Heal on the kobold. Alma had taken away 58 health from the creature. Before she let go, the spell restored 45 health over a minute. The original effect on the spell had been 30 health over 60 seconds, but it was now buffed by Richter's new life mastery. In a couple minutes, the kobold had recovered. Richter asked him to get back to work on the maps, and he complied as if nothing had happened. Richter resisted the temptation of laying down again, even though that was exactly what he wanted to do. He had been going non-stop since leaving the dungeon to unlock his life mastery. It hadn't been a ridiculous amount of hours, but it also hadn't exactly been a low-stress environment. It wasn't a shock that he had slept, but it also wasn't excusable. If it wasn't for Alma, that kobold could have sunk a spear into his neck and twisted. Major arteries would have almost definitely been severed, and Richter wasn't in a rush to die again. So this time he stood in the central aisle and drew his short sword. He cast Far Light, dismissing night vision, and then started going through the sword forms he had learned from Yoshi. Some didn't seem to quite work using a short sword rather than his old high steel longsword, but it was good practice nonetheless. To keep time, he sang songs under his breath. He started with Dave Matthews' Crashing to Me, 5 minutes and 14 seconds. Then he went into Nosering Girl by Nerfherder, 4 minutes and 4 seconds. After that, he decided it was time for A Little the Creator by Pete Rock and CL Smooth, 3 minutes and 49 seconds. And so it went. Practice, sing, renew the light, repeat. He was about to get down with Beyoncé and all his single ladies when he realized more than 30 minutes had gone by. He stopped his sword form practice. A light sheen of sweat covered his body as he walked over to the charmed kobold. Sheets and sheets of paper had been filled, and the kobold still wasn't done. Daunted by what he was seeing, Richter stopped Tryon and asked him how all the pictures fit together. The kobold started yipping to explain how each paper led to the next, but Richter was getting confused. He ordered the creature to arrange all of the papers on an open section of the floor. When Tryon was done, a rat's nest of interweaving tunnels was laid before him. The kobold had arranged it in 3 different patches that reflected different elevations of tunnels. The sheer complexity of the system made Richter's head hurt. He didn't see the kobold's home, though. When asked, the cognizant reptile replied that he hadn't gotten to that part of the map yet. How much more could there possibly be? Richter asked. Incredulous. Was the kobold resisting the spell somehow? Maybe being intentionally unhelpful. Oh, this is only a small part, Master. No more than a few miles. Richter looked back at the picture of spaghetti in front of him in shock. So where would your city be then? Richter asked. Tryon thought about it a second, then walked 2 feet past the edge of the middle elevation patch of map and said, Here! Richter realized there was absolutely no way he could have found his way through the tunnels without this map, and the amount of traps was mind-numbing, though terrifying might have been a better word. Just draw me the way to the city, Richter said. He started silently, counting. He couldn't have much time left on the spell that kept Tryon pliable. When he reached 10 minutes, he told Alma to be ready and cast Charm a fourth time, though there was still some time left on the last iteration of the spell. This cast made the kobold immediately growl. He sprung at Richter, small claws outstretched. The enraged reptile didn't make it more than a foot. Once again, Alma had been hovering and ready. She dive-bombed and latched onto him. Her level for brain drain immediately incapacitated the kobold. This time Richter didn't stop her. He thought about the person he was becoming. Not too long ago, he had been studying to be a doctor. Now, in just the past few hours, he had killed a sentient being. Immediately after that, Richter had coerced the dead kobold's brother to betray the rest of their people. And what did he do? For an encore, after that, Richter killed the kobold he had enslaved once the creature had outlived his usefulness. As he watched Alma feed, he wondered if he was going down the wrong path. Then he put it out of his mind. The land was his world now. A world of wonder and magic, but also a world of violence. He would do what he had to do. Richter realized that was the answer to his question he had been asking himself. Who was he becoming? He was becoming a man who would not shy from difficult or unpleasant tasks. He was becoming a leader. Before long, Alma was done, and he had a new prompt. You have been awarded 1,686 base 33,716 x 0.04 x 1.5 experience from brain drain against level 6 kobold. After dismissing the prompt, Richter walked over to the map, which now included the location of the city and the route to reach it through the tunnels. You have found a new map. Would you like to add it to your traveler's map? Yes or no? Richter chose yes, and then accessed his map. The flat representation became three-dimensional in his mind's eye. He realized he was putting a lot of faith both in the kobold's artistry and memory, assuming that Triuran had told the truth at all. Either way, he was much better prepared than he had been before. Richter looked around, making sure nothing was out of place. He didn't see anything that should betray the fact that he had invaded this section of the kobold's domain. Then he picked up the bodies of both of reptilians and started walking up the stairs. Chapter 6. Once again, Richter had to deal with the prompts asking if he wanted to cross back up to the village, but after that, he was on his way. The bodies of his slain enemies were not very heavy. Their combined weight was only a fraction of what he could lift if he pushed himself. The bodies weighed on him in other ways. However, Richter wished he could say that he brought the kobolds' bodies along out of a sense of honor, or to bury them, but his reasons were completely pragmatic. One, he couldn't leave evidence that the other kobolds could find. If they found the bodies, then Richter might walk back into an ambush there. Next time, he came down in the depths. Two, if the bodies weren't found, they would start to decompose. That would cause a horrible smell and also could lead to disease. Three, the kobold's eyes glowed like useful herbs after they had died. He didn't get a prompt for some reason, maybe because he hadn't removed them from the body yet. He hadn't received a prompt for the crypt mistress's ichor until it had pulled outside of her body. He wouldn't turn down a resource, but he just couldn't bring himself to carve up a dead body in the middle of an old church. It would have felt like a desecration. He had never been a Bible beater, but he still had limits on what he would do. His trip back up the stairs was safe but monotonous. He took the stairs two at a time until his endurance ran out. Then he walked for a bit. Once it refilled most of the way, he would run again. Even with this pattern, it took over 2 hours to get back to the Great Seal. One unwelcome surprise on the ascent was when the bowels of one of the kobolds loosed on him, running down his front. It was irritating, but he supposed it just meant another bath later. When he walked out over the Great Seal, he felt like there should be some type of fanfare after having fought and killed 2 enemies. There was nothing of the sort, however. The room was empty. He was still tired, even after his cat nap, but he couldn't rest yet. Before anything else, he had to do something with these bodies. Richter walked down the hall and into the outside. The sun was getting closer to the horizon, and the shadows were stretching long. He could see that people were moving slower and taking the time to discuss the vagaries of their days. Food was being prepared outside of the new longhouse, and a rumble in his belly reminded Richter that he had not eaten since the morning. He planned to join his people soon for dinner, but was glad no one had seen him carrying these bodies, especially the children. He moved quickly down the hill and walked over to where the hunters dressed their kills every day. Alma flew ahead, being hungry herself. When Richter reached his destination a few minutes later, he was pleased to see that a hunter had already cut off a piece of raw meat and fed it to the dragonling. The tenseness of the hunter's first meeting with Alma had apparently faded into the rear view, and they even joked at watching her tear into the meat. Richter heard one man call her the vicious hunter, earning a few laughs. The levity died when Richter walked up. "Are those kobolds, my lord?" "Yes," Richter answered, unshouldering his load. "I need to examine their bodies, and I assume you all wouldn't be squeamish." "That won't be a problem, Lord Richter," another hunter assured him. "But where did you find them?" "Kobolds are almost never seen in the light of day, and I didn't know we had found any nearby ruins. Is there a camp of them that we need to clear out?" Richter looked at the man, somewhat surprised at the easy assumption that any population of these creatures would need to be exterminated. It just further underlined the easy acceptance of harsh realities that was shared by denizens of the land. "I went into a lower level of the catacombs," he assured them. "The kobolds won't be able to follow us here." The hunter nodded, but didn't totally relax. "Just because they can't follow you the way you came doesn't mean they can't find another way to strike at us, especially if that iron mine connects in some way to their tunnels. I was about to go break my fast. I'll warn the miners and other villagers to be vigilant if that is okay with your lordship." Richter nodded and thanked the man. It honestly hadn't occurred to him that the kobolds might burrow to the surface, but he supposed it should have when he saw the prodigious amount of tunnels they had made. He borrowed a skinning knife from another hunter and got to work. First, he removed the eyes. "You have found tri-cast kobold eye. You have a feeling this could be used to make a dark vision potion. It could also be a component of a strength-damaging poison. It might be possible to use this as a component in trap detection spectacles." He proceeded to examine the rest of the kobold's body. He didn't find anything else useful until he saw a fleshy mass near the tail. "You have found kobold worker scent gland. This pungent gland exudes the classic odor of the kobold. It can be used to drive away certain predators, or as the component of a stink trap. Concentrating the extract can make a solution to induce bloody vomiting." Richter could well believe the prompt. The wet dog stench that he had smelled before was magnified 20-fold. Afraid that the odor was sinking into his skin, he quickly closed the body cavity that had hid the gland. Then he dragged the kobold over to the pit where the hunters discarded the offal from their kills. After he threw it in, he was dismayed that the smell hadn't abated. A green cloud icon in the corner of his vision informed him that smell was coming from him. "You smell quite horribly. The oils from the kobold scent gland have gotten onto your hands. -5 to charisma until this is corrected." The other hunters had wrinkled their noses at the stench and were actively trying not to laugh at seeing their lord's plight. One took pity on Richter and tossed him a block of lye soap and pointed to a trough of water. Richter immediately began shucking his armor and started scrubbing vigorously. The cold water didn't seem up to the task, so he cast flame. Fire shot directly into the trough from his hand. Some water was converted to steam, but the rest just grew to a pleasant temperature. After that, he started washing in earnest. The lye was horribly strong and started burning his skin almost immediately. The fumes from the hot water also made his eyes and throat burn as well. After 10 minutes, though, his hands were totally chaffed, and the smell icon was thankfully gone. While he was at it, he cleaned the bodily waste from his armor that the dead kobold had excreted. The hunters cheered him for vanquishing the stink monster. Richter treated them to a sour expression and then went back to the other kobold. He quickly removed its eyes. All four went into his bag and then threw the body down the pit. Putting the entire distasteful affair behind him, Richter went to join his people. Chapter 7. Richter was greeted with smiles and warm greetings when he walked inside of the longhouse. The building served a dual function of meeting place and rest area. He took a wooden bowl of deer stew from the villagers cooking outside and then walked around. He tried to engage most of his villagers as he ate, though he didn't have any long conversations. Everyone seemed to appreciate the effort he was making to connect. One thing he noticed as he did his rounds was that there were small pockets of people who were quieter and somewhat withdrawn. Richter saw the 3 villagers who had been talking outside of the forge earlier among those groups. The room was lit with strategically placed torches, each bracket in the wall was placed beneath a cleverly constructed air vent that pulled most of the smoke from the room. The floor was wooden, and straw was spread around. Someone had found a fragrant plant to throw into the fireplaces at either end of the room, filling the building with a pleasant scent. One of the elves produced a lute and lightly plucked it in one corner, the music blending with the villagers' happy voices in a comforting cacophony. Richter pulled Randolphus aside and told him about what had happened in the catacombs. The Chamberlain documented everything, always hungry for more information. When Richter asked if the female prisoner had been fed and taken care of, Randolphus assured him that he would ensure it. Enjoying the good times and improving food, Richter had started feeling bad about keeping the young woman prisoner. She had already been poorly used by fate, which made him feel sympathy. But he still didn't feel bad enough to underestimate her. He planned to have her sent back on the ship as soon as it returned, with Basil sending her home alone through dangerous countryside just didn't seem right. But he also couldn't spare anyone to escort her. The ship was the best option he could come up with to deal with her. When he thought of the mercenary prisoner, though, his eyes hardened for a moment. Richter would deal with that man in the morning, and it wouldn't be pleasant. A quick movement at the edge of his vision snapped Richter out of his dark thoughts. Alma was swooping through the air, catching morsels of food the children threw up to her. Greedy glut, Richter thought with a smile. She kept up the game until she had eaten her fill and then perched up on one of the rafters. Her belly was distended, and a self-satisfied grin rested on her draconoid face. Richter also pulled Bane to the side and handed over the kobold eyes, as well as one of the vials of ichor from the crypt mistress. He asked her, Nomi, if he could make something out of them. Bane smiled for the first time that Richter could remember. The smile was directed at the 4 gooey spheres and the vial in his hands, and not at Richter, of course. Bane said it was a shame that he had not been able to grab the scent glands as well. Richter's face adopted a pained expression, and he admitted that he had found the scent gland, but that he'd thrown it down the hunter's pit. Before the words were even fully out of his mouth, the alchemist was running from the building to collect them. Richter looked after him with an expression of open-mouthed shock. Little freak, he thought. Then he realized Bayan hadn't ever actually said what potions he could make. After about an hour, Richter stood up on a stool, Futen hovering. Behind him, Randolphus called for quiet. Is everybody having a good time tonight? Richter shouted with one hand cupped to his ear. Yes, we are. Gnomes rule. Richter looked out over the crowd, but still didn't see who was saying that last bit. Shaking his head, he continued, well, I wanted to say that I am delighted about all of the great work you'll have put into the village while I was gone. There was a cheer in response to his words. Everyone's wage this month will include an extra silver. Now that got a loud cheer. Richter laughed and waved them to be quiet again. He smiled at seeing his people so happy and scanned the crowd. Then he made eye contact with a woman. The same woman he had held weeks ago after the bugbear attack. The same day that she had lost her daughter. He spoke again with a more serious tone. Yes, I am proud of all of you and proud to be a part of this community. Our future is bright, but we must not forget those that we have lost. We must always remember the sacrifices that have been made. We must learn, he made eye contact with the woman again, from our past mistakes so that we may better safeguard the future. Most of all, we must never forget the ones that we have lost. Everyone please come with me. Richter got down from his perch and started walking outside. At his command, Futen put out a bright light to illuminate the twilight-cloaked village. At an easy pace, he led all of his villagers to the meadow north of the village. Climbing the slope, he waited at the top for some of the older villagers who had trouble making the ascent and then kept walking. The villagers walked past the herb garden and moved past the quickening, finally arriving in front of the tarp-covered section of cliff face. Outside of Richter, Randolphus, and Glorin, only one of the stonemasons knew what was underneath. Richter turned to face his people who were looking at him with curiosity. We must never forget those that have fallen. As long as this mountain stands, we never will. He pulled on a cord attached to the tarp, revealing what was underneath. A square plaque had been carved out of the mountain, raised several inches from the rest of the cliff face. It was 7 feet tall and 10 feet wide. Inscribed on the plaque were the names of each of the 21 villagers who had died in the bugbear attack and the names of each of the sprites who had died defending the village. Randolphus had spoken to the villagers and Hisako and found a fact about each of the fallen. Under each name was a detail written in the common tongue. Nilon, she loved music. Urim, he was the funniest dwarf in his village. Tanner, his favorite pie was blue melon. Simple truths, every one of them. The point was not to sum up their lives, though. The purpose of the monument was to keep the memories of the dead alive, to show a small piece of their personality and soul. The last inscription brought a tear to Richter's eye. Petal, she smiled with her whole heart. At a word from Richter, Futen extinguished his light, plunging the meadow into relative darkness. The monument was draped in shadow, but only for a moment. Glorin finished his assignment. Using the basic soul gem, he powered a simple spell. Each letter of the monument glowed with a soft white light. The immortalized memories of the dead illuminated the night for the living. A prompt appeared in Richter's vision. You have created a monument to the dead of your village. You have shown that you honor the sacrifices of those who have given their lives on your behalf. Your people respect what you have done and feel they can put their faith in a ruler who values them. Loyalty plus 300. Know this. The deaths of your villagers, coupled with your admission of guilt, created a segment of your population that resented you. At different rates, their loyalty had been falling since the attack. If left unchecked, their loyalty may have fallen to the point that they would desert the village. or even worse, actively rebel. Your monument has stopped this loyalty. Drain. You have completed a secret quest. Heavy is the head. Your power comes with responsibility. There is no manual to living a good life as an individual. There most certainly is no easy way to lead an entire people. You accepted this quest implicitly by your actions and your mastery over the Mist Village. Never forget to honor your people as you demand they honor you. Reward. Your people will feel more comfortable speaking with you, which can lead to further quests in the future. The villagers stood in silence looking at the monument. Tears fell freely from more than one eye, and many paired off to hold one another. Now that the enchantment had been shown, Richter cast far light several times against the cliff face. The light was just enough that he could make out everyone's faces. They all stood quietly to honor the dead. After a time, one of the men who had been quiet during dinner walked up to Richter. Analyze showed that his name was Cedrin. It also showed that his disposition was distaste. It was the first time Richter had seen any of his villagers with anything other than a friendly disposition. Cedrin's jaw was tight with emotion, and Richter could see his eyes were red-rimmed with hunched tears. He stood in front of Richter, and it was unclear whether he intended to throw a punch or not. When he did extend his arm, however, it was with an open hand. Richter looked at it for a moment. He was wary in light of Cedrin's negative disposition toward him. He did stick out his own hand, though. Whatever was about to come, there, man deserved to have his say. The two men clasped wrists. Cedrin spoke, his voice nuanced with unexpressed feelings. Petal was my daughter. He stopped for a moment, needing to compose himself. Thank you for remembering her. I'll come to see this plaque often. She did smile with her whole heart. The tears fell from his eyes as Cedrin finally found catharsis. Richter placed his hand on the man's shoulder. He communicated in touch what his words would have failed to say. Petal would be mourned and remembered by both of them. When Cedrin had composed himself again, he spoke in a rough voice. I promise to stand by you now, my Lord Richter. The slightest bit of extra emphasis had been placed on the word. Now, a prompt appeared. Your relationship with Cedrin has improved from distaste to neutral. Richter nodded his head in understanding. More people came up and had variations of the same conversation with him. It was an emotional time, as many more tears were spilled and stories of remembrance were spoken, for all to hear and witness. As painful as speaking of their departed loved ones must have been, it was also cleansing for the villagers. Facing their pain and being able to share it was like lancing an emotional abscess. Feelings of hate and anger were drained away. It caused pain as the spiritual wounds were exposed again, but it also left everyone feeling clean. After tonight, individuals and the community as a whole could heal. The stories went on for a while, and Richter had to renew the lights several times. There were a few more things he had planned to do, but he decided to leave it for another night. He slipped off to his room and fell asleep. Chapter 8. Richter woke to a sharp pain in his neck. He tried to move his arm and swat at whatever was sticking him, but couldn't lift his hand. Panic began to set in as he realized that he couldn't move any part of his body voluntarily. At first he thought he must be dreaming still. Maybe he had awoken in REM and his voluntary motion was disabled. The evolutionary defense mechanism that kept you from running off a cliff if you were running in a dream. Somehow he knew this was no dream, however. He was simply paralyzed. He heard a buzzing in his ear, then a large wasp flew into his field of vision. The thing was as big as his thumb. Not quite as large as the Hellbig Zutrix had summoned, but still more than large enough to freak Richter out. He made the connection between the bug and the pain in his neck. The damn wasp must have stung him and caused his paralysis somehow. As soon as he had that thought, he experienced another to sharp sticks in his thigh. He couldn't even look down to see what caused this second pain. His helplessness was maddening. Even though he couldn't move his body, he could still think. Accessing his personal interface, he saw an icon that looked like a man with ropes tied around him. A countdown timer was next to the icon. 10, 9. There was a second icon that just a picture of a head with wavy lines around it. It had an almost 10-minute countdown attached. Richter sighed in relief, or at least he would have if he had any control over his voluntary motions. He didn't know how this bug had made him lock up, but what he did know was that as soon as this paralysis ended, he was going to deep fry that buzzing bastard. In fact, why wait? Alma! As opposed to feeling the reassuring mental echo that he normally associated with his Cybond connection with Alma, he felt like he had no connection at all. It was like there was only static in the portion of his mind that normally had a clear connection to his familiar. That's when he heard her voice. "My Lord Richter, are you all right?" Natoska, the female prisoner, came into his field of view. "What's wrong?" Her expression was one of intense concern. Richter just stared back at her. He was completely frustrated by his inability to move or speak. He was also totally confused by her presence in his room. Why wasn't she under guard? It didn't matter. He only had 3 seconds left on his paralysis. "Don't worry," she said as she scratched his neck with something sharp. "The paralysis from the sting doesn't last long. Now what I just put into your neck will last a bit longer." Her expression morphed into cat-like. "Smile!" She straddled his chest. She was right. Whatever had been on there pin she had just scratched him with had added another 10 seconds to the paralysis countdown. It was so kind of all of you to take pity on poor Natoska. Why? You even let me keep my necklace. She withdrew the item from her shirt and pulled it up over her head. Richter stared at her with panic blooming in his chest. He kept his attention on the paralysis countdown. 9, 8, 7. When you are in my line of work, I'm a professed assassin by the way. It pays to have clever little items like this. She depressed 2 different points on the central medallion, and it opened like a locket. Inside was a half-full vial of blue liquid and an eyedropper with a squeezable bulb at one end and needle at the other. 5, 4, 3. She kissed at him and then scratched his neck again. The counter shot up another 10 seconds. Richter struggled with his whole being to reach up and strangle the woman, but he couldn't even move a pinky. "My pet," she turned a fond smile towards the wasp buzzing around. Her head before looking at Richter again is wonderfully useful, but he can only hold a small amount of poison, and at his current level, only a half a dose at a time. That's why I had to administer the second poison immediately, she said, waggling the blue vial and needle at him. "It should block any pesky abilities you might have. You should feel honored. You have nitrogen monoxide idea how much this stuff costs?" She traced her finger along his jawline. "You're worth it, though. I mean, who knows what the master of a place of power could be capable of?" Well, Richter thought, at least now I know what that other icon means. 7, 6, 5. Now I know what you're thinking. You're waiting for your paralysis to wear off. Don't worry, though. There is plenty more where that came from. Natoska scratched him again, buying herself another 10 seconds. Then she held up one hand with her finger pointing down and held the other cupped underneath. At the end of her finger was what looked like a small crystal claw. Green liquid dripped from the end. As Richter watched, she uttered a word of power and her hand glowed green. Then, to his motionless surprise, the green liquid began to flow a steady rate from her finger into her waiting hand. 9, 8, 7. She smiled at him and scratched him again. Then, with deliberate slowness as if she had all the time in the world, she dipped the needle with the bulb into the poison in her hand. A quick squeeze of the bulb at the end, and a large amount of poison was sucked up into the eyedropper. He only needed a few more seconds, but she grabbed his arm and turned it up. Then, with a practiced hand, she inserted the needle into the large vein in the crook of his elbow. The clock on his paralysis reset, but this time with almost 2 minutes worth of time. That's better, she said happily. Now I won't have to scratch you so much. Won't that be nice? Her face took on a pouting expression. Before we go any further, I have to apologize. I normally don't drag things out like this. I much prefer a knife to the brainstem. Brief flash of pain, and then it's over. I am a professional, after all, she said with pride, placing her fingertips delicately on her chest. Richter just looked up with impotent rage. If only he could cast a spell-like charm. But even though the spell only had a 1-second cast time, it still required a hand motion and word of power. All he could do was lay in his bed and let this little psychopath continue her soliloquy. She continued speaking as if this was just a simple conversation between friends. Despite what I would want, my employer wants you to know why this is happening to you and what happens next. 139, 138, 137. So I told a small lie earlier about why I was here. It is true that Count Stonek hired mercenaries to find you. Incidentally, I agree with you, keeping them out of your village. They were almost all low-level trash. They were barely even worth sleeping with. But hey, a girl has to eat. Where was I? Yes, explaining why I lied to you. Like I was saying, those mercenaries were basically useless. But they did allow me and my partner, the warrior in the other shack, to blend in. At least until we found a way into the village. I must commend you on an effective defensive enchantment. By the way, I thought I was going to have to go all the way back to Eve and buy an expensive true-seeing scroll, but then I heard about your hunters firing at the mercenaries. 54, 53, 52. After that, I had an idea. Why waste money forcing my way through the mist when I could get your people to bring me here? A couple of bruises, a little backstory, and then I was rescued and brought right to you. She smiled happily again. I feel like I'm bragging, though. Like I said, I am an assassin, and I was sent here by Ronin. You must have really pissed him off because my services do not come cheap. Were you the one that burned down his hideout on the docks? She patted his leg, you know. What? None of my business. You shouldn't feel the need to answer that just because I'm on top of you. She giggled. 27, 26, 25. Richter did the only thing he could think of. He allocated his free characteristic points into Constitution. He hoped that it would hasten his body's ability to fight off the paralysis. It might also give him a few more minutes of life. He did get a 120-point boost to both his maximum health. But as soon as he placed the points, she looked at him like he was a cute butt. Devilish boy! Naughty! Naughty! You little rascal, she said, tapping her finger on his nose. That's not just any poison running through your body. It's a piece of me. Did you think I couldn't tell when your body started clearing it faster? Let's just fix that. She pulled more poison in her hand, drew it up, and then injected more of her poison. Richter screamed inside his own head. That's better. Now where was I? She started mumbling under her breath, head rocking back and forth. Richter realized that she was replaying the one-sided conversation to herself. Top of you. Ah, now I remember. I was about to tell you what happens next. Well, after you die, I am contracted to bring Tarot back to Eve. Now, I know what you're thinking. How can I find my way back through the mist? Don't you worry. My little pet is immune to them. He's a simple thing, but I do love him so. Even though he wasn't smart enough to hunt and find your village, he is more than up to the task of flying in a straight line. I will just follow him until we are out of your mists. Then I'll be able to make my own way back. I appreciate your concern, though, she said with a bright smile. Now, unfortunately, Ronin paid extra to decide how you die. I've had to borrow a dagger from one of those men you set to guard me. I had a very sharp dagger just for this task, but when I decided to get captured, I had to leave it outside of the mist with the rest of my armor and weapons. No use complaining over what we can't change, though, right? Ooh, you're so reasonable and agreeable. I love it. The woman climbed down from her perch above him. She then loosened his armored pants and pulled them down. She grabbed his manhood in one hand and held the dagger in the other. She looked at him with concern in her face. I hope for your sake this knife is sharper than it looks, or this might take a little while to saw through. The guard's blade was barely sharper than a butter knife. The next minutes of his life felt like an eternity. She worked with a calm efficiency, not deterred or affected by the sprays of blood that her actions elicited. By slowly cutting through his member, she ensured a prolonged and, more importantly, slow bleeding status. This was why she was sawing as opposed to just chopping, she explained, with a tone akin to discussing the proper technique for baking bread. His health began to drop at a prodigious rate, but not fast enough in Richter's opinion. His most heartfelt desire was to simply die. Before she was done with her hellish work, Richter lost consciousness from the pain, but it did not save him. He came to from her slapping him across the face. Based on the timer of the poison blocking his abilities, he had been out for more than a minute. Unfortunately, she remained as diligent as ever at renewing his paralysis. She admonished him lightly for passing out. The madwoman seemed to take it almost as an insulting question of her abilities. Despite being paralyzed, she had been able to see that his eyes had lost focus. She removed a strip of bedsheet she had used to staunch the bleeding before scraping over the raw area with her dull knife to renew his exsanguination. Then she started sawing his genitals off of his body anew. Richter was fairly certain he was losing his mind. The only thought that existed was the burning nova of pain in his center. Finally, she was done. His health bar was flashing, and he only had seconds of life left. The assassin had spoken the truth, though. She was a professional. She had gauged to torture to leave him just enough life to suffer one last injustice. She manually opened his mouth and forcefully shoved his cock and balls inside. He began to asphyxiate as his own member lodged in his windpipe. Looking him in the eyes, she tenderly touched his cheek as his vision narrowed until all he saw was blackness. Richter died. Chapter 9. You have died. A blur of colors and the sensation of great speed, complicated by a lack of all emotion. He felt a great pull that threatened to dissolve the core structure of his personality until he felt as if he was falling from a great height with a heart-clenching stop. Where is she? Where is she? Richter was standing naked in the center of the Great Seal. His head whipped back and forth, searching for the object of his rage. His scream echoed off of the vaulted ceiling of the Great Seal room. Another shriek came from Alma, coupled with a release of psychic energy that would have made Richter wince if he wasn't strengthened by his fury. He screamed incoherently. A thought occurred to him, and he quickly looked down to be sure that he had been reborn intact. Relief greater than any man had ever felt in history swept through him, but he still wasn't satisfied until he physically patted his package and ensured that both the branch and the berries were there. After that, it was time to go back to Red Hot Rage. Where the fuck is that bitch? There were several other people in the room. Science stood within arrow half drawn and pointing in his direction. Hisako stood near him with a serene expression, but the tension in her shoulders belied the calm impression she was trying to convey. Sumiko looked at him with an expression of pure horror. Randolphus stood staring at his liege with an unreadable expression. "Where is she?" Randolphus raised his hands in pacification. "My lord, please be calm. Let me clothe you." Richter fixed him with a baleful glare. "I know you're trying to be helpful, but all I'm hearing is punch me, punch me, punch me in the face." "I said, where is that whore?" Sumiko spoke up. "Lord Richter, I know you have been through much, but there is no need for that type of language." "I'm so sorry you're offended," Richter said sarcastically, spittle flying from his lips. "But when a sadistic bitch slowly cuts my Johnson off, I will call her whatever I damn well please." Hisako spoke up. Her tone was one of professional detachment. "She is gone. The other prisoner you had is gone as well. None of us know exactly when they left, but you have been gone for at least 1 day." Richter looked at her in shock. "A full day? I've been gone a day," he verbalized. His tone made it clear that he was speaking at least half to himself. After his first death, he had only been gone for hours, half a day at most. "Yes, my lord," Randolphus said. "It has been a day." Richter's mind was spinning. He remembered the inane babble of his killer. Something pinged his memory. Where is Terad in a rush? Randolphus took a deep breath. "Gone, my lord." "It appears that they took him when they left. The guards were found the next morning. Both are unharmed. They said they were paralyzed, and by the time they could move again, they were bound and gagged. Lady Hisako has come back just recently, and she told us that you would return, despite the Chamberlain." Coughed and turned away. "Despite what?" Richter asked with ice in his voice. This all seemed a delay in enacting his vengeance, but he needed to know what had happened. "Despite how I found you," Randolphus answered. His nose wrinkled in distaste, but he gazed on Richter in pity. "Does everyone know?" Richter asked. He could only imagine the panic that must have swept through the villagers. "I was going to tell everyone," Randolphus answered, "but it told me you would be reborn." Randolphus pointed at Futon. Richter corrected absently. A question occurred to him. Question could irrevocably alter his place in the land. Looking at Futon, he asked, "Who is the master of the Mist Village?" "You are, my lord," answered the remnant's deadpan voice. "Even though I died," Richter asked. "Your body may have perished, but your soul endured. I could not sense where it had gone, but your essence remained in the chaotic firmament of the land." "Is that where he came from?" Sumiko asked. Her initial expression of horror had not completely dissipated. "Is that what we were seeing?" "Pure chaos." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Richter snapped. The stress of his torture and mutilation may have been a day ago for everyone else, but it had just happened as far as Richter was concerned. Right before you appeared, there was a tear in the air. It only lasted a moment, but Cyan was at a loss for words, unable to explain something that his mind rebelled against. Hisako finished for her son. "Apparently, if you die, your soul melds with the primordial stuff of the land. You came back through Renton. Reality, as Science said, it only lasted a moment, but in some ways it lasted much longer. I was looking at nothing, pure nothingness," Sumiko said with a haunted tone, "but somehow I could still feel that there were things in the chaos. What is worse, I know that they could feel me as well. They were hungry." The elderly sprite was clearly having a hard time adjusting to what she had felt. A distant part of Richter knew that he should feel sympathy for the kind woman, but right now that was a very distant part. He had things to do. He had a companion to save. and he had people to kill and hopefully mutilate. He looked down at his near-naked body. His bag of holding remained with him, but otherwise he was wearing nothing. He took a set of small clothes from his bag as well as a pair of pants. Where are my armor and weapons? The armor you were wearing, I hid in the treasury, the Chamberlain. Solid. I regret to say that your killer took your rings, belt, necklace, and bracelet. Richter's jaw tightened even further. Crone told me that he had finished repairing your other arms and armor, so I placed them in the armory as well. He and several of the other villagers have asked where you were. I told all of them that you went back into the low level of the catacombs. No one outside of those in this room know what happened. We are here because he, Randolphus corrected himself, gesturing at Futon. Again, collected us. Apparently he felt that you were about to return. Futon had felt his return. Richter wondered. It opened a whole host of questions, but he didn't have time for it now. Okay then. I need to get my arms and armor. They have a day's head start on me, and I don't know where they went, but I must save. Terrid, he turned to Hisako. Can you help? This man they took, he is one of your companions. Sumiko asked. Yes, he replied. Then I can help you find him. And I can help with the head start, Hisako said. Go and equip your weapons, then meet me outside. Hisako and Sumiko walked down the exit tunnel. Randolphus walked over to the armory with Richter, and Cyan fell in step with them. Alma dropped onto Richter's bare shoulders, and Futon floated with them. Richter opened the armory and saw both sets of armor on the tables by the door. He equipped his enhanced armor. A quick check showed that Chrome had indeed restored it. Richter equipped his shadow dagger and high steel longsword. Knowing what they were up against, he went a step further. Cyan, I need the shriek venom. The sprite stared at him for a moment, but then reached into his satchel. Cyan handed over a vial of the clear poison. Richter removed the 4 dart traps from his inventory. He cautiously removed the dart from the device, taking care not to damage the mechanism. Dipping the dart into the venom, he received the prompt. You have created Shriek Venom Dart. Damage 5 to 7. Durability 10/10. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Traits, while the poison coating lasts, chance to cause instant death. If death is avoided, still does 60 to 90 damage, 80% natural poison damage, 15% death. Damage, 5% earth damage per second for 5 seconds. He added the dart back to the mechanism, and the resulting trap showed the same damage statistics. Richter did the same for the remaining traps. He then did the same for his arrows and other weapons. The shriek venom was more lethal than he would have thought possible. It was somewhat unnerving to work with such a dangerous substance, but that didn't stop him. He had no intention of taking either the warrior or that sadistic bitch alive. He only hoped his enemies would both die screaming. The qualifier of while the poison coating lasts made him pause. It obviously implied that there was a time limit on how long his weapons would be poisoned. Not knowing what else to do, he put all of the items into his bag. It had shown before that it could slow down decay. Hopefully, it would preserve the venom. He checked his inventory, and each weapon and dart trap now made a green skull and crossbones in the corner. Richter tried to hand the remaining venom back to his friend, but Cyan told him to keep it. They all walked outside. Sumiko was waiting at the entrance with the sprite warriors. Hisako is outside of the walls. This way, the entire group walked down the hill and through the village. Several villagers started to walk up to Richter to say hello, but they quickly picked up on the serious vibe and peeled off. One villager was not so dissuaded. he didn't even recognize her at first, since she kept herself in such seclusion. But then he placed her. The damaged love of Terod's life walked up to Richter with absolute panic in her eyes. You have to help him. Please. I need him back. I'll devote myself to you, Lord Richter. Please. I'll die without him. I'll kill myself. Isabella fell to her knees and grabbed his leg, weeping. Before he could respond, a prompt appeared. You have been offered a quest to lives as one. Isabella has approached you and charged you with recovering her love. The emotionally unstable elf has only one tie to sanity, Terod. By saving your companion, you will most likely save this woman's life. If you lose Terod, you will most likely lose another villager soon after. Will you reunite the two lovers? Reward unknown. Yes or no? Richter blinked and accepted the quest. Though anger and hate were worming through his heart, he made himself stop for a moment. He helped Isabella to her feet and just held her for a moment. I'll bring him back, he said simply. Then he handed the grieving woman to another villager, motioned for Sumiko to continue on. The guards on the walls greeted Richter quietly and ushered him across the wooden bridge. Sure enough, Hisako was waiting in the field. Outside the walls, in the center of a troop of sprites, a large ball of light hovered above their heads. She was kneeling with both hands on the ground. Pulses of green light radiated from her body. The light spread outward over the surface of the ground in concentric circles. She did this for another half a minute and then stood. I have found a resonance. We only need to wait a few minutes. Prepare yourself, Richter nodded. He needed the time to see the consequences of his death anyway. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 17, 0%. Health, 310 mana, 370 stamina, 210. Strength, 21. Agility, 24. Dexterity, 19. Constitution, 31. Endurance, 21. Intelligence, 37. Wisdom, 21. Charisma, 24. Luck, 15. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner. Bounty of life, side bond. Skills, herb lore LVL 38, 0% to next level. Alchemy LVL 1, 0% to next level. Enchantment LVL 28, 0% to next level. Crafting LVL 1, 0% to next level. Smithing LVL 1, 0% to next level. Analyze LVL 5, 0% to next level. Pierce the Veil LVL 22, 0% to next level. Stealth LVL 5, 0% to next level. Traps LVL 20, 0% to next level. Trap Disarm LVL 20, 0% to next level. Archery LVL 9, 0% to next level. Imbue Arrow LVL 4, 0% to next level. Focus LVL 2, 0% to next level. Double Shot LVL 2, 0% to next level. True Shot LVL 1, 0% to next level. Swordsmanship LVL 1, 0% to next level. Small Blades LVL 3, 0% to next level. Unarmed Combat LVL 1, 0% to next level. Pressure Points LVL 1, 0% to next level. Dual Wield LVL 1, 0% to next level. Light Armor LVL 7, 0% to next level. Grace in Combat LVL 4, 0% to next level. Air Magic LVL 5, 0% to next level. Life Magic LVL 4, 0% to next level. Earth Magic LVL 3, 0% to next level. Water Magic LVL 4, 0% to next level. Dark Magic LVL 4, 0% to next level. Light Magic LVL 3, 0% to next level. Fire Magic LVL 4, 0% to next level. Map Making LVL Max. Trade LVL 13, 0% to next level. War Leader LVL 1, 0% to next level. Portal Construction Apprentice. Lore LVL 1. Marks. Master of Mist Village. Blood Oath. Forge of Heavens. Resistances. Air 50%. Life 50%. Mental 15%. Spiritual 15%. Race. Human Chaos Seed. Reputation. LVL 3. You seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment. Neutral. Language. All. Richter wanted to scream in frustration. His personal level and almost every one of his skills had dropped. The current level progress had been erased, and he had dropped a whole other level in each. That crazy bitch had effectively robbed him of weeks of work. His portal construction skill seemed unaffected, probably because it was about the knowledge he had. But that was small comfort. The loss in his personal level alone amounted to almost 50,000 experience. He gave into his impulse and screamed out loud. The sprites stared at him startled. Cyan just stood at his side, calming himself. Richter forced himself to be analytical. He went through his status page again, line by line. He was missing the bonuses from his rings and other equipment that at least he could partially rectify. He pulled other rings from his bag. He had 1 stamina, 1 health, 1 mana ring, adding plus 34, plus 22, and plus 11 to each bar respectively. He also equipped his amulet of minor mana, giving him another plus 17. It wasn't much, but it just might keep him alive. Richter stood in place, impatient to get moving. Only his own hatred of pointless questions kept him from asking Hisako how much longer. Whatever she did would take. After a few more minutes, she made eye contact and said, "He's here." Richter heard a thud behind him, and before he could turn, something streaked over his head. A massive Volf the color of forest leaves landed by Hisako. The sprites apparently had expected this to happen, but Richter had a visceral reaction to seeing an overlarge predator up close. He took a step back with a startled yell, drawing his longsword at the same time. The Volf growled at him, showing its fangs, but only for a moment. Apparently it decided that Richter wasn't worth any more consideration. The Volf bowed its head toward Hisako so that the Hearth Mother could place her hand atop its snout. This was no small feat because the Volf was 5 feet tall at the shoulders. As fearsome as the beast was when growling. At Richter, though, it was gentle as a lamb with Hisako. She gave a delighted laugh as it pushed its large head into her, nearly knocking the diminutive woman over. It was clearly an affectionate gesture. Richter analyzed the large animal. Okami, level 22, health 540, mana 70, stamina 1260. Disposition, neutral. Okami are forest wolves descended from the great Volf Honshu. The wolves are masters of concealment in a forest setting and have an incredibly high movement speed. Okami are more intelligent than the average beast. This is perhaps why their social structure does not revolve around packs, but instead in an extended nuclear family. Hisako separated from the large Volf. She wove her hands in a complex pattern and spoke an incantation. A green glow enveloped her throat, and then Richter got a surprise that cut through even his anger. A series of barks and growls began to ensue from her mouth. Remarkably, Okami seemed to answer. It wasn't a formal language, at least not one that Richter's gift of tongues ability could decode, but the two were clearly communicating. The interplay went back and forth. At one point, the Volf looked at Richter, and he could swear the damn thing shook its head. At the end, it bowed its head to Hisako again. She patted it one more time on its snout. Before turning to Richter, "He has agreed to carry you until you find your companion." Carry me? Richter asked. How? He had no idea how he was supposed to ride this monster. Suddenly an image of the Wolf running with him in its jaws like a cup crossed his mind. No, he thought, that's ridiculous. Just trust that he will take care of you, Hasako said. He comes from a noble line, and his father and I have survived many dangers. That is why he answered my call. His name doesn't exactly translate, but you may call him Fen. Fen, Richter said in a half-questioning voice as if tasting the word. The Okami growled in reply. Despite his trepidation, Richter did trust Hisako. He walked up to the large Wolf. Stopping a foot in front of its powerful jaws, he looked it in the eyes. I don't know if you can understand me, but thank you for helping. I need to rescue my friend from some very dangerous people. If you could help me, we'll be in your debt. The Wolf stared him in the eyes. As Richter watched, its hackles fell. Then the Wolf extended one leg, lowering its shoulder. Taking that as an invitation, Richter ascended to its back. When the Wolf stood again, he experienced the slight vertigo that always occurred when first climbing onto a mount. The loss of control combined with the power of the beast beneath him was a strange combination. Sumiko walked up. When I cast the spell, you will only have 1 day to find your companion. That is its duration. Are you ready? Richter gave a nod from atop the beast. The Life Master began a series of motions and chants. After a few seconds, the air around Richter's head began to sparkle. The motes of light disappeared to everyone else, but coalesced in Richter's vision to form 3 golden arrows. One centered squarely on Cyan. A second was a golden triangle pointing north towards the meadow with the quickening. The third pointed west. Can you see them? Sumiko asked. Richter nodded, impressed by the usefulness of the spell. It was yet another unseen yield of having a companion. Good. I have never had an occasion to cast that spell before, and I was unsure of exactly what would happen. Good luck. Richter looked around at everyone that had rallied to help him and was moved. When he looked at Cyan, the sprite threw him something. It was a pouch, and inside were several enhanced health potions and the bracelet of health he'd given his friend so long ago. Richter nodded in appreciation. The plus 43 health boost and the red vials might make all the difference. Holding up his hand in a firm and solemn goodbye, he then leaned forward and whispered into the Okami's ear. He is to the west. The Wolf immediately leapt forward towards the kingdom of Eve. Immediately after, Richter fell off of his mount because he hadn't secured a firm grip. Landing on his back, all of the air rushed out of his lungs, and he was momentarily stunned. Looking up at the sea of faces that formed a circle above him, most slowly shaking their heads at him, he thought to himself, that was some JV volleyball shit. Get it together, Richter. Chapter 10. Richter got his shit together. Getting back on the Okami, he took a firm grip, and the animal took off again. The sensation of riding was like nothing he had experienced before. He had been on a horse in his old Earth life. A canter was jarring and a gallop could be thrilling. This was no comparison. The Okami moved like the wind. With each lope of its body, extended one front leg and then the other. The back legs moved forward, almost as one. The disjointed movement made the animal's back rise and fall like a wave. Only with an intensely strong grip did Richter avoid falling off again. He shifted his weight forward and back, trying to keep up with the Wolf's movement, but with every leap it made, Richter felt himself getting closer to falling again. Finally, he found the sweet spot. Just behind the Wolf's shoulders was a point that barely moved as it ran. He realized he had been working against the Wolf with his constant adjustments. Instead, he focused on staying in that one spot and just following the Wolf's own natural rhythm. The Okami looked back for a second, and Richter could swear it gave a head nod. Without him fighting it, the green Wolf's speed increased even further. Learning to work with the Wolf granted Richter a new prompt. Congratulations! You have learned the skill, riding. In relying on your mount, a rider may find true freedom. You have learned to work as a team. With your mount, progressing this skill will make both of you more powerful. They ran through the night and into the morning. The mists were quickly left behind. Once he had learned to keep his seat, he cast haste on the Wolf periodically. The first time he did it, the Okami looked at him in curiosity before just enjoying the boost of speed. Alma did the same. At that point, Futen began to flag behind, but the problem was easily fixed. The remnant simply floated over to Richter, and he held it between his chest and the Okami's back. The entire time he rode, his thoughts were dominated by only two goals. He had to save Terran, and he had to end that sadistic assassin's life. Richter had initially been concerned that his quarry might have had a ship waiting, but because he couldn't do anything about it either way, he shut it from his mind. Either way, he would not stop until he had done what needed to be done. The gold arrows remained in Richter's vision, the one he followed, pointing west and partly south. After hours of running, the other two pointed almost directly behind him. As he in the Okami sped through the forest, he occasionally yelled course corrections into the Wolf's ear. His plan was not to simply rush in and attack. As driven as he was, Richter had not abandoned all good sense. An unplanned battle with two killers did not bode well for either him or Terran's long-term ability to keep breathing. No, he had to be smarter. The problem was that as wonderfully useful as Sumiko's spell was, it didn't give him any idea as to how much distance remained. If he mistakenly stumbled into the three of them, Ronin's hired goons could just slit Terran's throat. He planned to circle in front of them and carefully pick the terrain of the encounter. Occasionally, Richter looked around for his familiar. He was always reassured to see her flying nearby. Though the Okami was fast, the Dragonling didn't have to deal with issues in topography and so easily kept pace. With each of the Wolf's strides, Richter prayed that they were closing the gap. The sky lightened after several hours, heralding the coming of the dawn. As they crested a large hill, Richter could see the molten crown of the sun peeking over the trees in the distance. They kept running. The sun was nearly overhead when the gold arrow indicating Terran's direction began to slowly shift farther to the south. Excited that they were closing in, Richter leaned further over the Wolf's neck and told him to continue straight. Over the next hour, they continued to head due west, and the arrow continued to rotate counterclockwise. Finally, it started to point behind him to the east. He had passed his quarry. When he saw that, Richter shouted a direction into the Okami's ear, and the Wolf turned and began running to the southwest. For the next 20 minutes, they sped through the trees on the new heading. When Richter finally asked the Okami to stop, they were several miles ahead of the point where they changed direction. The Wolf slowed to a halt, barely winded. The animal's stamina was incredible. Richter didn't have time to appreciate the remarkable beast, though. He was painfully aware that the location spell had a finite time limit. He had to find the right ambush point. Now, while they had been moving, Richter had been consulting his map. It seemed clear that Natoska and her compatriot were following a specific river towards Eve. It generally was easier to travel along a waterway than trying to cross through unbroken wilderness. The river also offered a much better line of sight than trying to see through the large trees. Richter kept scrolling along the river. He hadn't been through this particular part of the forest before, so everything on the map was still depicted in black and white. He examined the topography in detail, praying that he could find the perfect spot. Finally, he smiled. This just might work, he thought. He had to see. For himself, though. He couldn't hang his hopes on an old map. At his prompting, the Okami resumed running. Richter watched his map gain color as it traced his position. The elevation increased slightly, and then Richter saw what he was looking for. The river had widened by this point to be 20 yards across. The flow had adopted a mild amount of turbulence. It wasn't impassable if his quarry decided to cross, but the waterway was prohibitive enough that no one would choose to cross. Without a good reason, the trail climbed up a hill until it was 30 yards above the river, and a second small 20-foot-high cliff rose on the right, narrowing the trail to only 5 feet across. It was basically the perfect choke point. Richter figured he had, at most, 2 hours before Natoska and her warrior reached his position with Terrid. He had to prepare the scene and then ensure they didn't deviate from the river. Richter dismounted at the western end of the short passage. The entire choke point couldn't be more than 30 paces long. His plan rested on setting traps and then driving the two into them. The problem was that he couldn't risk harming Terrid. A tree had fallen from the ledge above the passage, about 20 yards up the hill. It now made an almost 45-degree angle over the path. They would either have to go over the trunk or climb under. Richter was fairly certain which they would pick. It would just be ludicrous to climb over a tree with a large drop waiting for you if you slipped. That was where Richter decided to place the sticky trap. Even if Terrid was caught in it, his companion wouldn't suffer any real damage. He connected the trigger to a wire that he strung along behind a vine. When the vine was moved, the trap would deploy. The dart traps were more difficult. There was just no way he could predict a place that he could be sure that Terrid wouldn't be hit. He decided to place them at the end of the passage. If his enemies rushed forward, it was unlikely that Terrid would be leading. It was still a gamble, but Richter was positive that a fate worse than death awaited his companion if he was taken back to Ronin. Risks had to be taken. He didn't use his shrink trap. He just didn't see how it could help. Same with the razor wire traps. He didn't need to slow anyone down. He could already outtrace them on the Okami. The adhesive fire acid trap captured his attention, though. If he could separate the glass sphere holding the acid, he'd basically have a Molotov cocktail. When he tried to dismantle the trap, though, a prompt appeared. You lack the crafting level to successfully dismantle this trap. You may continue to try and remove a component, but you have a high chance of destroying the object or triggering the trap. Richter froze, his hands on the device. He carefully placed the object back into his bag. His head turned east, and his eyes glared with a baleful intent. It was time to stalk his prey. His analysis of the Okami had said they were naturally skilled at concealment. It was easy to believe looking at the huge Wolf's leaf-colored pelt. He bid Futen to turn invisible and had Alma fly high above. Richter mounted his steed. He oriented the gold triangle in his vision just to the right of being dead on. A whispered word, and the Okami moved forward at an easy lope. Richter couldn't be sure how much noise they had made at top speed. All he had heard was the wind rushing past his ears. Now, though, they moved forward at an easy lope and in absolute silence. Richter activated stealth. He looked above, but couldn't see Alma flying amidst the canopy above. He felt reassured. If he couldn't detect his familiar's movements, it was a good bet that his enemies wouldn't detect her either. He kept the same pace until the arrow started turning in his vision. Again, then he slowed the Okami to walk. The wolf ghosted through the trees, almost more wraith than flesh and blood creature. After a few minutes, he heard a woman's voice that made his heart beat rapidly, not in love, but in hate. Oh, sweetling, why do you make us hurt you so much? I mean, I do. Enjoy seeing you bleed. It's such a pretty shade of red, but I don't know why you would like it. Are you insane? I do hear that it happens quite often to men in captivity. Will you shut up? Orvin shouted. I can't keep hearing your inane babble. And you keep walking or I'll teach you another lesson. Richter heard a smacking sound followed by a grunt of pain. For a few seconds, the only sounds were the trio walking through the woods, occasionally snapping a branch in their passing. I mean, if you bled different colors sometimes, I could understand why you would want to be hurt. Who wouldn't want the surprise of seeing a vibrant shade of orange, or a plucky purple liquid coming out of them? Oh, what if you bled pink? I love pink. I had a pink sweater once. She kept up with her insane stream of consciousness. After listening for only a few minutes, Richter could understand the frustration of the warrior. He almost sympathized with Orvin, but then he decided to just brutally butcher the man instead. Richter followed along silently no more than 10 to 20 yards away. The group was often out of his line of sight as trees, bushes, and scrub came between him. It almost wouldn't have mattered if only 5 feet separated the two parties, because both he and the Wolf were indistinguishable from the forest around them. Richter wasn't willing to take the chance, though. Occasionally, he did catch sight of each of the party he was stalking through the large trees. Tarad was bruised and blooded, but still able to walk, albeit with a small limp. That helped too, explained the group's somewhat slow pace. They must have been overzealous with their treatment of the former innkeeper and hobbled him. It was ironic that Tarad's bad leg just might save his life. Richter was also able to catch occasional glimpses of both the assassin and warrior. He was displeased to see that both of Tarad's captors were well armed and armored. They must have hidden a cache of equipment outside of the mists. As they fled the village, it would have been a simple matter to stop and gear up. It was going to make taking them out more difficult, but Richter wasn't deterred. There was work to be done. The two groups traveled together, though only half of them knew it. With every step forward, the need for revenge grew stronger in Richter until it outshone even his goal of saving Tarad. His fingers tingled in anticipation. He imagined wrapping his hands around her throat, slowly tightening, her eyes bulging until a vessel broke and flooded one white globe with blood. The Ukami stopped walking. The lack of movement shook Richter from his dark musings. The Wolf had recognized the waking of another predator, one that happened to be riding on its back. It instinctually wanted to protect itself from a new potential threat, but was confused because it had also been charged with protecting this human. Richter recognized the tenseness of the Okami and forced himself to calm down. It was like forcing a thundercloud through a strainer, but he finally controlled his fury. The Wolf began walking again. Richter knew he couldn't control himself while continuing to spy on his quarry. They were close enough that he could assume that the three would continue straight into his kill box. He moved forward and prepared for the fight to come. Richter situated himself on the cliff above the traps. He sent Futen back to follow the group invisibly. The remnant would come warn him. When they were close, Richter removed his weapons from his bag, pleased to see they still maintained their poison status. Alma lighted upon his shoulders. Richter took 3 potions of clarity out of his bag. He drank one and fed another to Alma. Then he looked at the Okami. I'm not sure how much you understand, he said softly, or if you intend to help me, but I'm going to kill the people who took my friend. Whatever you decide to do, thank you for getting me here. I would like to offer this as a thank you. It will increase any experience you gain. Will you take it? The Wolf looked at him. Its lupin expression was as inscrutable as a sphinx, but when he was done talking, it nudged his hand with his head. Taking this as a good sign, He then realized that giving the wolf the potion could be difficult. None of the leaves on the nearby trees were large enough to serve as an impromptu bowl, and he didn't have any utensils in his bag. Ultimately, he just steeled himself and formed his hand into a cup and poured the precious liquid into it. Praying the Okami was smart enough to understand, he moved his upturned palm towards the forest hunter. When the wolf lapped the potion up, Richter exhaled in relief. The wolf's tongue was rough like wet sandpaper. Not unpleasant, but he still quickly took his hand away from the predator's mouth, relieved the process was done. After that, he cast the buffs that he could and then settled into wait. Before long, Richter heard Fudin's seemingly disembodied voice saying that the group was close. When the group came into his field of vision, he gave a grim grin. Their time of reckoning had come. He knocked an arrow to his bow, but didn't draw it. The three walked forward. Orvin led his party with Terad a few steps behind and Natoska bringing up the rear. The warrior frowned at seeing the narrowing of the path up ahead, further complicated by the fallen tree, but didn't pause overly long. After a quick look left at the choppy river water and right at the jumbled forest terrain, he kept walking forward. Reaching the site of the sticky trap, he looked over and under the log. Richter held his breath for a moment, willing the man to go under and trigger the trap. Even his heart felt like it. Paused mid-beat. With a relaxing exhale, he watched the warrior push the vine with the tripwire. A host of sticky threads shot out to ensnare all three. Richter immediately began imbuing his arrow. Killing his enemies should be like shooting fish in a barrel. Richter was wrong. As soon as the trap was triggered, Orvin roared in anger. He tried to reach for his sword to cut himself free, but the web-like material effectively cocooned him. Terad looked up and about with a detached surprise. Both men were incapacitated. Natoska, on the other hand, showed exceptional agility by flipping backwards into a series of handsprings. Her quick reflexes saved her from the trap. No matter how crazy she might be, she definitely had skills. Richter still didn't understand how her level had appeared so low when he initially analyzed her. He quickly did so again and was shocked by what he found. Name: Sonare. Half-wood elf, half-human. Level 33. Health 450. Mana 290. Stamina 370. Racial blends are erratic in their disposition. They can end up with some or none of any of their parent race's characteristics. Profession: rogue. Specialization: assassin. What the hell, Richter thought. When Natoska Sonare Richter corrected himself, had said she was an assassin, he hadn't known it was a formal title. He hadn't even known it was possible to specialize in a profession. Richter didn't even want to think about what abilities or skills the woman might have access to. He had to take her out quickly. The assassin's acrobatic maneuvers may have saved her from the trap, but the last flip brought her perilously close to the edge. In the split second Richter had left before Sonare righted herself, he loosed his arrow. His stealth dropped as he did, but it no longer mattered. The short distance between Richter's bow and his target didn't allow her any time to dodge. The arrow struck her squarely in the side. The result brought a true smile to his face. The arrow he had chosen was one of the heavy cobalt arrows from the armory. The loss of accuracy was not much of a problem at a range of only a dozen yards or so. The glowing arrow struck the assassin's armor with a small boom. Even more, the heavy quality of the arrow worked just as Richter had hoped, and she was knocked off of her feet. The momentum took her right off of the edge and out of sight. The attack elicited another roar from the warrior and a cheer from Richter pointed at the man. Alma, drain him. Futin, find the woman and let me know if she is getting close. His familiar swooped onto Orvin. there was a rumble in the ground. Suddenly, but there was little noticeable effect other than to cause a faint ripple in the ground that soon faded, so Richter put it out of his head. The fighter's level was too high to be stunned, but that didn't mean the man could simply weather his familiar's attack. He started screaming as soon as Alma clamped onto his head. The physical response of Alma's brain drain seemed to vary, but Richter was happy to see that the pain that was caused stayed uniform. Richter drank in the man's screams and enjoyed watching Orvin's futile struggles. Richter knelt and grabbed the edge of the cliff he was on. He turned around and quickly eased himself over the lip. A short drop down, and then he was on the same level as the two bound men. A soft thud heralded the arrival of the Okami behind him. He turned and ran to where Terad was. Caught! Hey, buddy, Richter said. You look like crap. Good to see you too, the man said in a pained voice. If I knew you were coming, I would have gotten pretty for you. Well, I'll let it go this time. Besides, Richter said with a vicious smile as he listened to the warrior's screams, they're playing our song. Let's get you out of here. Richter cast slow heel on his companion and then took stock of the situation. He was standing on the boundary of the sticky material. He didn't want to become trapped as well. Orvin was caught right in the epicenter of the trap, 10 feet away. Terad was only 4 feet away, but the ground was still covered in adhesive webs. He drew the short sword from his bag and tried to cut one of the strands. It immediately got stuck. He was able to pull it free after several tries, but it was clear that cutting wasn't going to be an option. That's when he heard the tearing noise. The warrior hadn't been idle since being trapped. As soon as his attacker had sicked his pet on him, he started trying to free himself. First, he used the enchantment in his boots. His hope was that the shockwave would cause the tree he was attached to shift and maybe free him. Unfortunately, the webbing that bound him also effectively tied the tree in place to both the ground and the cliff wall. He groaned in frustration. The trap was too strong for him to escape, but he had invested in a helpful talent since becoming a warrior. Orvin activated Power-Up I. At a cost of 100 stamina, he was able to double his strength for a short period. The problem was it took a full minute to activate the talent. The screams that were filling the air hadn't just been because of the pain from the dragonling's attack. It was in frustration and rage that he still wasn't strong enough even with his talent. His failure to break through meant that what he saw as a flying rat could keep attacking him with impunity. Orvin had always known he would die in battle, but he couldn't stand the injustice of being slaughtered like a trust sheep. So, cursing the time it would take, he had to use the next level of the talent, Power-Up 2. It required a 2-minute startup time and cost of 200 stamina, but his strength increased by 300%. Orvin could only watch his hooded attacker slip down from the cliff above and start talking to the prisoner. When the man pulled back the hood of his cloak, he was shocked to see the face of the man they had been sent to assassinate. It was such a surprise that he almost lost the concentration needed to maintain his talent. Richter was supposed to be dead. That babbling bitch had said she had killed him. Orvin swore that if he got out of this situation alive, he would choke the woman to death. The pain he was experiencing was enormous, but another talent he had invested in let him tolerate it. Unlike Power-Up, Iron Will was a passive talent. In Orvin's opinion, it was a vital investment for any fighter. It made him more resilient to pain, but more importantly increased his resistance to enchantment-type spells. He had invested in it to level 3. While Orvin waited for the startup time of Power-Up to elapse, he glared at the Lord of the Mist Village and imagined the horrors he would inflict on the man once he was free. Finally, the 2 minutes was up. Strength surged through his entire body. His veins pumped molten steel. And feeling like one of the engineer's mechanical constructs, he ripped his arm free of the binding. Now it was time to deal with this accursed flying rat. Richter looked over at hearing the warrior's bond snap. The man's right arm came free. With the literal speed of thought, he projected Alma. Fly away! The dragonling either ignored him or was so drunk on the feast of memories and personality she was partaking in that his command didn't register. The warrior was still able to wrap his hand around her neck and started squeezing with all of his increased strength. Alma finally broke off her attack. She squawked as Orvin did massive damage to her little body. If not for the almost rope-like, sinuous nature of her neck, the fighter would have ended her life by snapping it. As it was, the dragonling wouldn't last more than a few more seconds before expiring. Richter wasn't going to just let his familiar to be killed. However, he drew an arrow as fast as his high dexterity allowed and fired. The arrow streaked across the 10 feet faster than even Richter could track and struck. True, it impacted the forearm that was holding Alma. It looked like the man was wearing medium or heavy armor. It didn't matter, though. The purpose of the shot was not to penetrate the man's armor. Richter had grabbed a heavy arrow. Orvin's arm whipped back from the blunt damage arrow. It didn't knock the warrior down braced as he was by sticky threads, but his grip did involuntarily release, allowing Alma to escape. She flew away and golden light suffused her body as she cast slow heal. A quick check of her status showed that the Orvin's crushing grip had removed more than 100 health. Richter hadn't seen Alma access her life magic since he unlocked the power, but he felt relieved that his familiar would survive. Orvin stared at the dragonling flying out of reach and then locked eyes with her master in fury. He started ripping the sticky threads off. Richter had no idea how the man was strong enough to tear the high tensile material, but it didn't matter. At the speed he was going, he'd be free in less than a minute. Richter analyzed the warrior. The minutes that Alma had been draining him had taken a definite toll. She had removed hundreds of health points. The man's mana was completely depleted, and his stamina was less than 100. He was clearly still a threat, though. Richter took aim again, planning to finish the mercenary off, but then he heard a deadpan voice. "The woman is returning, my lord. She has climbed out of the river and is making her way back towards you from the west. She will be here soon." Richter cursed under his breath. All he needed was another few minutes, and he would have been able to both kill this man and free Terad. Now that he had seen his companion, though, he knew that saving the buckkeep was the priority. Richter shoved his arrow back into his quiver. Extending his hand, he cast flame. Where cutting the white threads had failed, the flames eagerly ate the web-like material. The flames quickly moved over the white bonds, leaving only ash behind. Terad suffered a few minor burns where the trap had been touching his skin, but it only amounted to a small loss of health. Terad fell, his legs cramping from being immobile in a strange position. Richter helped him back to his feet. There was no time for a brotherly reunion, though. The flames didn't stop at just freeing Terad. They continued over the entire trap, the fire eating its way toward the warrior. "You have to get out of here," Richter shouted to his companion. Looking at the Okami, he asked, "Will you carry him?" "I'll get back on own." The Wolf just looked at him. Richter shot a glance back towards Orvin. The flames were only a foot away now. Richter tried again. "Please, I will owe you a favor." The Volseer twitched. "I won't abandon you," Terad objected. Paying him no heed, Richter repeated himself. "I will owe you a favor. I will owe you a favor." The Wolf lowered one shoulder as it had when Richter had first mounted it. Richter turned to Terad. We don't have time for arguments. I can hide with my armor, but you can't. Get back to the village. That is an order. Tered's expression firmed, and it looked like he would argue, but Bello silenced the argument. The warrior was free. Richter fired another heavy arrow which knocked Orvin down and succeeded in buying them a few seconds. Tered nodded and ran to the Okami, mounting in a fluid motion. With no more ceremony or hesitation, the two took off. Alma landed on Richter's shoulders. Now that he was about to face enemies, he changed his tactics. He extended his arm and spoke a word of power, casting charm. Richter was confident that his life mastery would be enough to overcome the warrior. Even though Orvin was damaged, fighting with an ally was better than fighting against two enemies. No change came over the man, though, and analyze showed that he hadn't been successful. Orvin responded by throwing a fighting spike at Richter. There was no time to dodge. The spike hit him mid-chest, but his breastplate stopped most of the damage. The warrior followed his first attack by taking his oversized shield from its resting place on his back. He also drew an axe from a belt loop, and soon he was running towards Richter in a peculiar shuffle. His oversized tool shield was large enough to protect most of his body from attack. Orvin's stance slowed the warrior only a bit, and also provided great defense. Richter smiled grimly. It would be a great strategy if he was only an archer. Unfortunately for Orvin, he was much more. Richter cast grease. A 10 by 10 foot circle of brown liquid appeared on the ground with Orvin in the middle. The fighter was no fool, though. As soon as Richter cast the spell, he stopped moving. Richter drew a heavy arrow to knock him off balance, but Orvin surprised his enemy, bending his knees without moving his feet. The warrior then leaned forward while straightening his legs. He fell completely forward, but on top of his large shield, and it acted like a sled. Coupled with the forward momentum he had created, the warrior was easily able to slide out of the spell. Richter's mouth dropped slightly open at seeing such a convenient and easy solution to his spell. Once again, the land proved that it was the application of power that mattered rather than raw power and of itself. He cast the thought aside and got his head back into the fight. Orvin was out of the owl, but was still getting to his feet. His increased strength let him move quickly despite being encumbered. Richter activated double shot. Both of his arrows scored against his target's armor and removed some health, but didn't penetrate. The poison coating accomplished nothing since the arrows weren't breaking the skin. He used drill shot, but Orvin lifted his shield and the arrow sunk harmlessly into the metal, the wooden shaft sticking out like a quill. The entire course of the fight, Richter had been backing up in an effort to keep distance between himself and his opponent. Alma had launched herself back into the air, speeding through the air. Orvin stopped, pursuing for a moment, pulling a potion from his belt. He downed the red solution in one go, and Richter could see the wan look on Warrior's face improve as color came back to his cheeks, giving Richter a cruel grin. Orvin erased the distance between them with the warrior talent lunge. Orvin crossed 10 yards in a second. It was only his impatience that saved Richter. Though the talent was created to close distances quickly, the warrior started to far back to make skewering his enemy a sure thing. Richter was able to dive out of the way. Before he went far, he spoke a guttural incantation, and his left hand contorted into a specific finger configuration. All it took was 1 second, start to finish, and a cone of concentrated darkness shot from his hand. Richter's clawing darkness spell slowed Orvin down by 20%. It was the edge he needed to put some distance between them again. Richter fought a running battle down the hill to the river. He pulled out all the stops. He cast summon insects, hoping to distract Orvin, but the Fighter just shrugged the stinging bugs off and kept coming. Orvin swung, his axe in a cross swipe. Richter cast flame at the same time towards the warrior's face. A quick shield block stopped the flames from reaching flesh, but at least the block threw off the axe swing and let Richter avoid the blow. Troubled sleep did nothing. Orvin just shrugged it off as easily as charm. He made an overhand chop with his axe. Richter jumped back, but this time the axe scored a glancing blow. A loud screech split the air. As Richter's armor was marked by the weapon, Richter knew he didn't have much time left. To make matters worse, behind Orvin, he saw a flicker of movement at the end of the passage. Sonore had made it back up from the river. It was time for a Hail Mary. Side blast! Alma swooped in behind Orvin and let loose with an unchanneled blast of psychic energy. Once again, it was apparent that many denizens of the land did not have a defense to this particular form of attack. The warrior's iron will talent was useful in many ways, but it was not an effective bulwark against the dragonling's mental strike. Orvin staggered. He would not have been distracted for long, but for a golden second, his defenses dropped. Richter then took his chance and did the one thing ranged fighters must never do. He eliminated the distance between himself and a melee fighter, jumping forward with his shadow, dagger, and no defenses to speak of. He attacked the fighter head-on. His dagger sunk into the man's neck. For the first time in the fight, the shriek venom entered Orvin's bloodstream. It didn't cause instant death, but the venom did start to quickly undo the good that the healing potion had done. Richter stared his enemy in the eye and screamed in rage, but also in complaint. The son of a bitch still wasn't dead, he thought. Staring back, Orvin used his last seconds of buffed strength and wrapped one hand around Richter's wrist. Try as he might, Richter just couldn't drive his weapon any deeper or twist the blade any further in order to increase the damage. Orvin then wrapped his other hand around Richter's throat and started to squeeze. Apparently the warrior felt cheated from not being able to kill Richter's familiar and was determined to kill her master by the same method. Richter heard the vertebrae in his neck begin to grind. He knew that in just a moment he would hear another sound similar to the crisp snap of broken chalk. Then his fractured neck bones would sever the spaghetti softness of his spine. After that, his only hope would be to die quickly, rather than be tortured by these two mercenaries. The one thing that saved him was the same fact that had aided him since coming to the land. He wasn't alone. Alma wrapped her body around the fighter's head for the second time, while Orvin had been able to weather the attack at full strength. This attack caught him at a vulnerable time, with already depleted health, and with poison running through his veins. The pain was unbearable this time. The warrior fell to one knee and both of his hands lost their iron grip. Richter had begun to lose consciousness, but as soon as Orvin relaxed the hold on his wrist, Richter ripped his shadow dagger back towards himself. A large chunk of flesh fell from the fighter's throat, and for the second time since coming to the land, Richter tasted the last drops of an enemy's lifeblood. His face and body were covered in the arterial spray from Orvin's throat. Another beat of the heart brought a weak gout of blood spilling forward. A final weak shudder of the warrior's heart tried to move more blood forward, but failed. Orvin was dead. Alma threw her head up to the sky and gave a shrill roar, still latched to her vanquished foe. Chapter 11. Richter couldn't join his familiar in crowing as much as he might have wanted to. He hurriedly wiped his eyes free of Orvin's blood and looked back up the hill towards where he had seen the assassin. He saw that she hadn't really moved. She was just carefully looking around. Richter realized with a sinking feeling that she was examining the traps that he had laid down. His jaw tightened in consternation. He had hoped the poisoned darts would take the woman out. She had much less than health than Warrior, after a few darts, this fight would have been done. Instead of seeing a woman writhing in pain, though, he saw her looking at him with that same horrific smile that he remembered gazing at helplessly while being castrated. "Hello, love," she called out with a cheery tone. "What did you do to poor Orvin?" "The same thing I'm going to do to you, you fucking psycho," Richter shouted back. He spit, clearing more of Orvin's blood from his mouth. He had inadvertently swallowed some. His rising bile mixed with the coppery fluid to create a truly horrific taste. It did nothing to help his mood. She stood in place on the other side of the traps, still smiling. "Well, you let Territ escape. That was very naughty, by the way. You do remember what I did to you the last time you were naughty?" "Not to worry, though. Bringing him back was always just a bonus. You, on the other hand, you tasty dish, will absolutely have to die. How are you still among the living? I was sure you were dead. Or at least that you would at least have a very serious limp from now on. Ha ha! You must tell me how you did it. Was there a necromancer in your village? Oh, never mind. The good news is, she reached into one of her sodden pouches and pulled out a small, serrated knife. This time, I'll be able to use the right knife for the job." As she had been speaking, she had delicately stepped forward through the traps. Richter cast slow heal on himself. He also rebuffed with barkskin, minor life armor, and haste. He then reached into his bag for an item and whispered something to the invisible remnant. Prepared as he could be, Richter glared at her, and his fury built. Her inane babble made him even angrier. Why did she even talk like that? It was like she was always trying to make people focus on the wrong thing. Academically, he admitted it was probably a good practice for an assassin. She could keep someone's focus misdirected until she struck in an unexpected way. "Alma, help!" Richter sent her a mental image of the wasp that had paralyzed him before. She immediately dove and let loose a side blast. It was the first time Richter had ever been inside the ow of her mental attack. Even though the attack wasn't targeted at him, he still suffered. It felt like his mind was a TV, but instead of tuning into a channel, all he got was static. Screechingly painful static. Richter staggered, barely keeping his feet, but he was able to recover. He looked around to see if his hunch paid off. Sure enough, on the ground, near where he had been standing, was an oversized wasp, twitching on the ground. He smiled and then slowly twisted his neck to look at Sonare. For the first time, he saw something other than a self-assured smile on her face. She reached her hand out in panic, her mouth forming the word no, but Richter didn't wait. He stomped down with one reinforced boot. He felt its little body squish beneath his foot. The assassin screamed in rage. Her arm swung forward, and with a flick of her wrist, she shot the small crossbow attached to her forearm. If Richter could have seen the projectile in flight, he would have seen the black fluid oozing from the tip of the bolt. At the same time, she activated a talent. Focusing on Richter, she used Marked for Death, which immediately increased all damage he received from her for a period of time. Richter started contorting his body to avoid the shot, and Alma once again came to his rescue. A white glow enveloped her as she cast errant. Wind. The bolt, which was speeding towards Richter, curved ever so slightly to the right. It wasn't much of a change, but it let him avoid the shot. The bolt instead went through his cape, leaving a small hole. He lifted his foot and saw that the wasp was still twitching ever so slightly. He shouted out, "You missed me, bitch!" Then he stomped down again. That was when she got really mad. "I'm going to cut your cock off. It'd be all scarier if you hadn't already done it." "Get new material," Richter spat back. She drew two blades and started running towards him. Richter knocked and drew a heavy arrow, and not having time to imbue it just released. He planned to hit her with an imbued strike once he had her on the ground. She had other ideas, though. Sonore activated her talent, shadow form. Her figure darkened as if she was standing in the entrance of a shaded cave. The talent not only made her harder to see in the darkness, it also increased her dodge dramatically. Just as Errant Wind had protected him, her talent kept her safe. The arrow seemed to pass through the edge of her arm, but caused no actual damage. Then her high agility brought her to Richter, and she attacked with both of her large daggers. She swung a wild slash at his face, her shadow form talent making her hard to follow. Richter ducked and pushed his bow at her in a weak attempt to create space between the two of them, but she just spun to the side and followed up her first strike with a straight stab. Her blade hit him in the forearm, puncturing his armor. His health bar dropped slightly. Richter bared his teeth to good play at that game. He drew his high steel longsword from his back and brought it down in a diagonal slash at the same time. She caught the sword on the cross guard of her right dagger. She then struck his sword in a downward chop with her other dagger, but closer to the hilt in a bid to knock it from his hand. Yoshi had often performed a similar move on Richter with his two swords, however, and he was well prepared. Rather than continue to force a bad position, he stepped forward with the leg opposite the arm holding the sword, thereby making it easy to both withdraw his blade and throw a punch at the assassin's face. He connected. She had been spitting and screaming incoherently during the first blows of her attack, infuriated by the casual killing of her pet wasp. Rather than stoke the flames of her anger, his blow made her grow cold. Long had she been abused in her training to become an assassin? She had learned long ago not to let her emotions rule her. She aimed a low kick at his knee, and then feinted with both of her daggers. Richter stepped back to avoid the attacks, but she didn't follow. Instead, the damnably mad grin found its way back onto her face. Alma circled around overhead, but could not release her side blast with Richter in such close proximity to his opponent. "I'm going to have to hurt you for killing my wasp," she said with a laugh. A trickle of blood was trailing down from her nose, the result of Richter's punch. She didn't wipe it away, though, merely licked a drop when it neared her lip. Despite her suddenly calm demeanor, madness could clearly be seen in her eyes. Richter stared at his hated enemy with no more than 5 feet between them. With his free hand, he completed the hand gesture for slow heal. His fingers glowed gold, and his health bar started rising slowly. As she looked at him with that insane smile, he decided to end this fight. He would be the one smiling in a moment. He threw his hand forward and cast charm. Her face took on a slack look, and her hands dropped to her sides. Richter gave a satisfied grunt and raised his sword carefully in both hands, in preparation for plunging it through her throat. Then she winked. Before he could move, she activated an assassin-specific talent, Blades of Reaping. Her daggers stabbed forward together into his abdomen. The blades punctured his armor like it was tissue, and then entered his body, the right piercing his spleen, the left entering the tip of his kidney. With a sharp twist of both of Sonore's wrists, the damage worsened by a factor of 5. Then her knives withdrew, and she was left back in a defensible stance. Again, the talent attack took less than a second, her motions a blur. Looking from the outside, the damage would have seemed alarming. He had 2 large holes in his abdomen, and one blade had torn the skin raggedly upon exiting, leaving a gaping wound. If anyone were able to look internally, however, they would realize that the full story was much, much worse. The true danger from her attack was not from the initial trauma, but the massive bleeding that ensued afterwards. The left dagger had nicked his kidney and caused internal bleeding that amounted to 7 health lost per second, but the right dagger had pierced his spleen, an organ which was basically just a bag of blood. The large gash left in that organ created blood loss at 20 to health per second. The savagery of the attack made him fall to his knees. Sonore looked at him, her form still hard to see, and laughed delightedly. She opened her mouth to speak, but Richter wasn't done yet. As soon as his knees hit the ground, he said, now the word was supposed to be a shouted command, but it came out as a pained whisper. He looked down and screwed his eyes shut. Futen fulfilled the one order Richter had whispered to him before the start of the fight with Sonore. The remnant had stayed close and unnoticed to the assassin through the fight. At his master's command, he let loose both the brightest light and loudest noise that he could create. The sound left her partially deafened, but the light was the more powerful attack. At a distance of only 2 inches from her eyes, Sonore was left momentarily blinded and in pain from the mini-sun that had appeared in front of her. She screamed in agony and flailed in front of her with both daggers, but Futen had already moved several feet above her head. Richter did not waste his momentary advantage. Indeed, this was what he had been waiting for. He had harbored no illusions that he would have been able to defeat the assassin in one-on-one combat. His only hope to quickly end the fight had been his charm spell, but that had failed for some reason despite his mastery in life magic. He also knew that running had only a small chance of success. He would have had to hope he could outrun her or hope that his stealth skills would save him. The likelihood of winning a game of cat and mouse with a professed assassin was virtually nil. He would almost definitely have been the mouse. So he had banked all of his hopes on his 2 advantages. 1, she didn't know about Futen. And 2, Richter was willing to die to win. After all, the only person who could control Harley Quinn was the Joker. To take home the win, Richter knew he had to be crazier than this castrating bitch. Reaching into his bag, he pulled out the adhesive fire trap and held it above his head. His head remained bowed. He realized how strange this tableau must appear, a screaming woman standing before him and Richter on his knees, hands raised in apparent supplication. He didn't intend to worship this woman, though. He intended to kill her. Richter triggered the device. As his finger depressed the mechanism, he thought, this has to work, because I can't think of anything batshit crazier than detonating a bomb while you're holding it. The sticky acid flew everywhere. Burning gel fell on his hands and back. Richter could smell the hair on the back of his head melting before the red colloid reached his skin. Skin that immediately began to bubble. Some slid down beneath the armor covering his back and immediately began eating through his body. The acid ate through epidermis, dermis, and then started to work on the muscle beneath. The pain was indescribable and his already falling health dropped to dangerous levels. He screamed in pain and defiance, his hands still above his head. Nothing he was experiencing compared to what Sonore suffered at the same time. The gel covered her hands, chest, and face. Worse, her screams of pain from Futen's attack had left her mouth open, and the sticky fire had entered. The acid flew into her mouth and began to ooze down her throat. The pain she had been feeling from the intense light faded to nothing as her brain focused upon this new and much greater stimuli. The first sensation she had was a thick fire slowly eating through her eyelids and then into the white orbs beneath. A ruddy mixture of white ocular fluid and red blood began to flow down her face in small rivers. The gel that had landed on her lips blistered and ate through the skin and teeth. One of her incisors shattered inside of her mouth, unable to withstand the intense heat. The hair on the left side of her head sloughed off immediately. The red gel that landed on her chest armor filled the air with the scent of burning leather. The smell of cooked meat joined the horrid olfactory mess as the acid oozed beneath and through her armor. She screamed in total agony until the sound cut off abruptly as the thick acid ate through her vocal cords. She staggered backwards, a grotesque and silent parody of a woman. Despite the critical damage the assassin had suffered from having the trap explode in her face, he could not take any chances, sparing only a few brief seconds to swallow all 3 enhanced health potions from his bag and cast slow heal again. He then rose back to his feet. The movement aggravated his internal injuries, but there was no time to worrying about that. Richter lunged forward with his shoulder leading. He caught Sonore in a wrestler's double leg and picked her off her feet. The pain in his hands was horrible, but he didn't need any fine motor control for this. The blind woman drove both of her daggers down into his back, but Richter's vengeance would not be denied. He ran forward with a roar and dove off of the embankment into the river below. The 2 enemies fell to 10 yards in barely a moment, the assassin on bottom. When they hit the river, Sonore's body was smashed between Richter and a rock that barely pierced the surface of the water. The impact made Sonore arch her back and release her hold on the daggers in Richter's back. Taking advantage of her distraction, he twisted her in his grip so that he held her with his chest to her back. Then he wedged one boot under a rock to anchor both of them under the water, his hands clasping each other. He waited to see if this last-ditched effort to kill the woman would work. He waited to see if she would drown before he bled to death. He did have one large advantage, his fish ring. The last preparation he had made prior to his fight was to slip the ring out of his bag and onto his hand. As soon as he was submerged, it started a 3-minute clock that let him breathe underwater. If he wasn't so badly injured, then the fight would now be a foregone conclusion. Despite his spell and potions, though, her devastating attack was resisting the healing. Somehow, much of the damage had been ameliorated, and he had received a boost to his health, but he still had ongoing blood loss. With each second, the pain he experienced worsened, and the bleeding was also making him grow progressively weaker and lightheaded. To make matters worse, the acidic gel was not neutralized by being underwater. It continued to slowly eat through his body. Healing himself further wasn't an option. He simply had to wait for the acid's effectiveness to wane. He couldn't spare a hand for the quick movement to cast slow heal again. Sonore's throat was damaged from the acid, but not completely compromised. An explosion of bubbles sprung from her throat, and she struggled to free herself. Her movements became stronger and more frantic as the panic of a dying animal took over. Richter strained to keep both of them submerged. He was so focused that he didn't even stop to think and marvel that he was breathing easily beneath the surface of the water. He had less than 10% of his health left, and the water was tinged red with their shared blood. Richter's rage had not expended itself, but his hate of the woman he was holding could not change reality. His grip weakened and his thoughts were growing cloudy. He looked up at the sun through a haze of cloudy red water, and he had an increasingly harder time remembering why he needed to hold this squirming woman. It was only pure spite that kept his hands clasped together. Sonore struggled with renewed vigor, and his clasp degraded from palm to only having his fingertips locked together. The water flowed into his mouth as he struggled to keep the assassin underwater. The sour taste of bloody water was appropriate to mix with Richter's bitter taste of defeat. Then a shape dove into the water suffused with gold. Richter felt strength suffuse his body, and his health received a minor boost. Now that her master was no longer at death's door, Alma wrapped her body around Sonore's head. Though the assassin wasn't stunned, the mental attack made her inhale sharply and take river water into her lungs. A few seconds later, she succumbed. Her body convulsed in death throes. Vomit thickened the water above Richter's face as the river flowed down into her stomach as well. With a last involuntary convulsion, she died, unseen by Richter. One of the rings on her left hand flared, and a small ball of black light shot into the air. It quickly sped to the west and disappeared into the sunlight. Alma released her hold as her need to breathe drove her back to the surface. Sonore's body began to slowly sink, contrary to every movie drowning Richter had ever seen. That's so weird, he thought distantly. Then he realized that something was wrong. He shouldn't just be okay with staying underwater with a dead body. With the last vestiges of reason that Richter's blood-starved mind could muster, he freed his foot from under the rock that had anchored him and kicked weakly to the surface. His last thought, before losing consciousness completely, was that it was so strange that there were two gold suns in the sky. Chapter 12. When Richter regained consciousness, his first question was, why was he wet? As recent events came back to him with a flash, his next question was, why was he alive? He was propped up on what looked like a beaver dam. His face and one arm were out of the water. The rest of him bobbed gently in the water. Looking around, he saw Alma resting on top of the dam, looking exhausted. His poor familiar was laid on her side, breathing deeply. Sonore's body was propped against the edge of the stacked wood. As he watched, the current was slowly pushing her out into the middle of the river and free of the obstruction. In a few minutes, she would be floating downstream again. Richter immediately thought of all the gear she had stolen from him, and how it could be lost forever. He pushed off of the dam and immediately had to stifle a cry of pain. That bitch's daggers were still embedded in his back like a pair of stubby wings. Fighting through the pain, he edged himself along the dam until he reached her body. He then began the laborious process of edging both himself and his prize towards the river bank. 20 minutes later, he had finally reached the muddy bank with the body of his tormentor. Alma had flown over from the dam and was waiting on the bank. With a Herculean effort, he dragged Sonore's body clear of the river. The pain from using muscles that had steel embedded into them made him pass out again. Richter woke barely a minute later to a gold sun shining through his eyelids. When he opened his eyes, he realized that it wasn't a sun. It was a gold aura surrounding Alma as she healed him. He thought back to his last memory after drowning Sonore and thinking there were two suns in the sky. She must have healed him then as well. That's why the poor girl looked so tuckered out. Continually healing him while he slept could not have been easy, not to mention how it must have felt for her to operate at a near constant state of mana depletion. Thanks, love, he said, looking at the dragonling that sat less than a foot away. She just licked his face in response. Richter reached forward with one arm and then reached back to touch the hilt of the dagger behind his right shoulder. Getting a firm grasp, he closed his eyes against the anticipated pain. Then, with a sure, strong movement, he ripped the dagger out of his back and threw it on the ground in front of him. His health dropped by 18, and he gained another bleeding status, albeit a short-lived one. He cast slow heal, and the blood loss stopped almost immediately. He tried to reach the other dagger, but couldn't find the right angle of approach. Grimacing, he extended his other arm and reached back, but still couldn't quite grasp the handle. Looking at Alma again, he said, "It looks like I'm going to need your help one more time, baby girl." Richter sent her an image of himself with a dagger in his back, and then a picture of her grabbing it with her front claws and pulling it out. His familiar looked at him with quizzical cock of her head and sent a nonverbal psychic pulse that Richter interpreted as her asking, "Are you for real?" He sent her the image again and then said, "Please, honey, I need your help." With what Richter was sure was a shake of her draconic head, she lifted into the air, and then settled onto his back. She wrapped her claws around the hilt and then pulled for all she was worth. Richter felt like she was trying to pull his soul out. Alma was able to raise the blade half an inch, but could pull it out no further. When she relaxed her hold, the dagger settled back into his body. It was only with great strength of will that Richter avoided passing out again. After several more tries, he told her to stop. He would have to do this the hard way. Richter got to his feet, trying to not jostle the weapon in his back. He searched the area and then saw what he was looking for. He almost wished he hadn't. Walking over to a young oak, he turned his back to it. He maneuvered so that the knife in back was in the crook of a low tree branch and the trunk. An involuntary whimper escaped his lips, and then he just let his legs collapse under him. Braced by the tree, the knife was torn from his back. He felt a small grinding as the dagger came free, and he thought he understood why Alma hadn't been able to remove the blade. The tip of the dagger had become embedded in his scapula. He cast slow heel and just laid his back against the tree. He finally had a moment to sit and breathe. He lost consciousness. Again, his body pushed to the limit. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Alma was laying across his lap. The sun didn't seem to have moved much, so he couldn't have been out long. A flashing notification icon blinked in the corner of his vision and told him that he had things to address. A faint and bloody grin made its way onto Richter's face. He had eaten his meat, and it was time for his pudding. You have agreed to do the Okami a favor. Failure to do so when asked will cause a decrease in your reputation with all beings and other unknown consequences. Keep in mind, your word means everything. He started reflecting after reading that first prompt. He didn't like the idea of owing anyone a favor. Richter wasn't sure what he would have to do for the giant green wolf, but whatever it was worth it if Tarad made it back safely to the village. Besides, it couldn't be any worse than the outstanding IOU he owed to what was basically a demon. There was not a doubt in his mind that one day Zutrix would come to collect. Richter resolved to start figuring out a way to put others in his debt so that they would owe him favors. It occurred to him that operating like that seemed remarkably similar to the way demons were reported to work. He wondered what that might mean about him. He thought, a good idea is a good idea, no matter where it comes from. He got back to his pudding. You have proven yourself to be implacable when faced with the near impossible task of rescuing a companion from a superior enemy. You did not pause. When attacking a battle-hardened warrior, you did not flag. When mortally wounded and kneeling before a sadistic assassin, you did not succumb. You have shown that you will conquer whatever is before you, even burning your own head and skin to destroy your enemies. Your relentless focus and pursuit of chosen goals will be reflected in your skills. You are awarded initiate level in the skill tracking. Congratulations! You have learned the skill tracking. None shall escape you. Those who follow the way of the tracker can follow a fish through an ocean and find constellations in the light of day. You can now find and follow the footprints and spoor of your prey. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in tracking. 1% attack. Bonus versus individual prey. You can follow older tracks. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 10 in tracking. 1% attack. Bonus versus individual prey. You can follow older tracks. Congratulations! You have advanced from novice to initiate in tracking. Your sense of smell is now heightened. You can track an enemy by scent if you have a piece of clothing or an item they were recently in contact with. You have been awarded 31,794 base, 635,882 x 0.04 x 1.5 experience from Brain drain against level 28 human. You have been awarded 50,898 base 1,017,960 to x 0.04 x 1.5 experience. From brain drain against level 33 half-wood elf, half-human. Tring! You have reached level 18. Through hard work you have moved forward. Along your path, as a chaos seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Tring! You have reached level 19. Through hard work you have moved forward. Along your path, as a chaos seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Tring! You have reached level 20. Through hard work you have moved forward. Along your path, as a chaos seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week or they will randomly be assigned. For you, Richter read these prompts and gave a faint woot. It was only fitting that the sadistic assassin and her warrior friend replaced the experience they had cost him. It was true that it didn't replace his skill losses, but a few days ago he was level 18. Now, he was level 20. He'd take it! Richter looked at his other prompts. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in stealth. To percent increase to concealment. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in stealth. To percent increase to concealment. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 21 in traps. All traps to percent more effective. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in small blades. To percent attack speed. To percent bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 8 in light armor. To percent 2 defense of all light armor. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 5 in grace in combat. Dodge increased by 14%. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in life magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in air magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 7 in air magic. New spells are now available. Know this. You have slain a recognized member of the Ouroboros Guild of Assassins. This could have consequences in the future. Your familiar has reached level 8. Your familiar has reached level 9. Your familiar has reached level 14. You have been badly burned. Head burns cause charisma loss of -4. Hand burns cause dexterity loss of -3. You have completed the quest to lives as one. You have done as you have asked and saved Terrad. Isabella will be safe from her own hand. Reward 1,250 base 1,000 experience. Reward relationship with Isabella has increased from friendly to trusted. Reward Isabella has snapped out of the stupor that her captivity with Count Stonek had caused. She will now become an active member of your village. The benefits of this will only be discovered over time. Reward loyalty of all villagers increased by +20. Richter was pleased at the growth of his skills and familiar. He was a bit disappointed that he had reached the end of his prompts, though, and he hadn't been offered a profession. He hadn't been sure if his magic mastery would have let him jump the line, but it appeared he needed to actually level his skills to a journeyman rank first. Since there wasn't anything he could do about it, he put it from his mind. He was not overly pleased with the loss of characteristic points due to his burns. Just how bad was it? He held his hands up and examined them. The palms had mostly been spared, though his fingertips had some scar tissue. The backs of his hand were shiny in large swaths. The skin in those areas was also thickened. Alma's spells had accelerated the healing process, but it hadn't changed what would have normally happened. The gel had eaten through both layers of skin, leaving nothing to regenerate. Richter ran his finger across the scar tissue, and his sensation was markedly reduced. Richter flexed both hands, and the scar tissue did indeed make it hard to move his hands easily. He took a deep breath and cast mirror. A rectangular mirror appeared, hovering in the air. Richter's mouth dropped open in shock. His face was almost completely preserved. It was the same face he had seen in pools of water since coming to the land. It somehow made his scalp look even worse, though. The fire acid had eaten through the skin on his scalp, leaving behind bare and shiny scar tissue, just like his hands. The parody was worsened by seeing the few patches of perfect black curls that had survived the acid trap. His own reflection horrified him, and he quickly looked away. Richter bit his lip and closed his eyes, as if that could erase the image from his memory. He only dwelled in self-pity for a moment, though. Forcing himself to look back into the mirror, he saw the burns for what they really were, the price he had paid to save one of his people. If he was being honest, he would still have come after Terran, even knowing that this would happen, of course. If he was being really honest, he would have much preferred it if he could have merced those two assholes, saved Terran, and not ended up like an air cautionary tale. But hey, beggars couldn't be choosers. Staring at his reflection, he gave himself a wink and then dismissed the mirror. It was time to get up. Futon, Richter said loudly, "Where are you?" "I am here, my lord," came the monotone answer. The remnant materialized a few feet away. Good. Turn invisible again and start scouting around this position in concentric circles. Come back immediately if you find any danger. If you find nothing threatening, keep going until you reach your maximum range. Then come back and report. "Yes, my lord," answered a deadpan voice. The remnant began to move away. Something else occurred to Richter and Futon. "Yes, my lord." "Thank you for your help." The gray orb hovered in midair, not responding, simply pulsing with his internal white light. After a few seconds, Futon simply said, "My lord," and glided off to do as Richter bid. Richter stared after the remnant, wondering if he had just seen the first true sign of emotion from Futon. He shook his head and put it from his mind. He had other things to focus on. Richter turned his attention to Alma. "And you, my wonderful little beastie, thank you for saving my life. You are beautiful, and I am lucky to have you." Alma flared her wings and preened in the warmth of her master's adulation. He beckoned her, and she launched herself into the air. She circled his head once before assuming her favorite perch on his shoulders. Richter walked over to Sonore's body and rolled it over. Almost all of the skin on her face was gone, and her empty eye sockets revealed bone. Beneath, a portion of her upper lip was strangely untouched, and it was a deep violet blue. Her scalp was relatively untouched, as if she was the opposite of Richter. Her hair was sodden, and wisps of it were plastered too. Her desquamated facial muscles. Looking down, Richter couldn't believe this was the person who had mercilessly gelded him not long ago. Now, she was just meat. As surreal as looking at the dead body of his torturer was, now was not the time for self-reflection. Besides, he thought, this vicious twat deserved far worse. With a sneer on his face, Richter got to work. First, he examined the two blades she had plunged into his back. Steel dagger of bleeding. Damage 8 to 11. Durability 18/20. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight 0.4 kilograms. Traits, the sharp blade is made to inflict extra bleeding damage upon successful strikes. Bleeding, time plus 10%. Bleeding rate plus 10%. Serrated auriculum dagger of tearing. Damage 9 to 12. Durability 25/28. Item class, common. Quality, superb. Weight, 0.5 kilograms. Traits, the deep, serrated teeth of this blade are angled toward the hilt. The weapon will slide in easily, but will cause massive damage upon removal. Richter grimaced upon examining both blades. They certainly fit the assassin's fighting style. The auriculum blade must have been the one that had made the large tear in his stomach. Either way, it was his now. Those weren't the only weapons she had, though. The woman seemed to be a walking arsenal of both standard and exotic weapons. You have found glass finger claw. Damage 1 to 3. Durability 247 to 150ths. Item class, rare. Quality, superb. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Traits, specialized item. Created for assassins who can produce their own poison. This claw nestles onto the tip of the forefinger. A specialized groove will channel the poison to the needle-like point at the end of the claw. A single scratch is sufficient to poison your target. You have found high steel forearm crossbow. Damage 4 to 7. Durability 37/40ths. Item class, uncommon. Quality, superb. Weight 0.6 kilograms. You have found mini quicksilver hollow nose crossbow bolts. Quantity 17. Durability 9/9. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Damage +4. Traits, each bolt can hold a single dose of poison extra. Compartment slows the speed of these bolts by 10%. The crossbow was interesting. It was only about 6 inches long and it had two leather straps attached to the underside. The firing mechanism seemed to be operated by an adjustable chain with a loop at the end. The loop had been around Sonore's middle finger. It was easy to deduce that sharply flexing her hand downward would fire the bow. A weapon like this could definitely come in handy. It was also small enough that he should be able to cock it with one hand. He nodded to himself. A lot of times, one-hand jobs were the best in his experience. Even the bolts were cleverly packaged. They were held in a cloth band that tied around her upper arm. The cloth had been attached to the same arm that the crossbow was attached to. He could see how, with practice, a bolt could be fired. Then the opposite hand would cock the mechanism again and quickly grab a bolt, easily slipping it back into place. He placed the crossbow and bolts into his bag. The next thing that caught his eye was a leather strap on her arm. You have found leather wrist sheath. Durability 11/12. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Traits, made to hold a slim knife to the underside of a forearm. Tensing and releasing the correct muscles will cause the dagger to slip free and into a waiting hand. A quick test showed that the dagger of bleeding fit into the wrist sheath like a hand in a glove. He removed the orange metal sheath at her waist and placed the auriculum dagger back into its home. The bleeding dagger went into his bag, and he strapped the tearing dagger to his thigh. He kept searching. The bitch was wearing his belt of strength. No wonder she hadn't hit like a girl. He quickly took it off of her. She also had several pouches at her waist. One held a roll of paper, now sodden. Another a fairly large amount of coins, but it was the third that captured his attention and brought his joy. It was his gear. He quickly put his necklace back on. It didn't make him stronger or give him the ability to fly, but in its own way it was just as amazing. His necklace of scry defense let him avoid any divination, tracking, or detection spells short of god-level magic. He hadn't realized how naked he had been feeling without it until he put it back on. A sigh of relief escaped from him involuntarily. It wasn't as if Richter thought the entire world was out to get him. He honestly didn't think he was that important. At the same time, it never fully left his mind that he was brought to the land by an unknown agency. He had no conception if they meant him good or ill. He only knew they were powerful. People could call him paranoid all they wanted. He just felt better with the necklace around his neck. The other two pouches he just placed in his bag. He appended the coins so his bag could do its Coinstar auto-sort thing. The other pouch went in because he didn't want to risk damaging the information on the papers. They were soaked and the ink had run, but maybe Randy could do something clever to retrieve the information. He placed his belt of strength on as well, but held off on his rings. Sonore was wearing several, and he would check their stats before he put his own back on. They went into his bag. Having donned his own necklace, he remembered the hidden compartment in the wooden necklace she had been wearing. Sure enough, a search under her shirt revealed it. The necklace itself seemed nothing special. A bit of finagling, and he was able to find the catch to pop open the hidden compartment. The blue vial and eyedropper were revealed, though the bottle was only half full. You have found poison of nil abilities. Item class: rare. Quality: exquisite. Administering this poison will block all of a target's abilities for a period of 1 hour. Dose is 1 of 2. Richter smiled, imagining how Bane would cream his pants to get a hold of this potion. Richter then shook his head. The gnome was a serious pain in the ass, but he still just might have to make the philosopher's cauldron. Richter put the blue vial in his bag and continued searching the woman. Tucked into a large pocket of her cloak, he found a small, rectangular box. You have found waterproof iron elm box. Durability 78/85. Item class: common. Quality: above average. Weight: 2.4 kilograms. Traits: the wood has been treated with an alchemical substance to waterproof the outside of the box. He examined the object carefully, but saw nothing to indicate a trap. It appeared to open like a cigar box, and the lid was secured by a simple hook latch. Despite not seeing a clear danger, Richter still decided to handle this item with caution. A specialized rogue would be just the type of person to booby-trap her own equipment. Richter set the box on the ground and angled it so that the lid was at 90 degrees to where he crouched. He then used a dagger to flick the hook free and slowly lifted the lid. As he raised it, he saw a thin string stretching up and froze. A few seconds later, a red glow started to emanate from the inside of the box, confirming that he had found a trap. Making sure not to move the hand holding the lid open, he cast simple light with his free hand. The ball of light illuminated the inside of the box, and he saw how the string was attached to a bottle of red fluid. All that was needed to do to disarm the trap was to move the string off of a hook on the lid. He carefully reached inside the lid and unhooked the string. The red light faded. He looked at the body of the assassin, and then with deliberate slowness spit in her ruined face. Not wasting another moment on her grotesque visage, he turned back to the object in his hand and opened the lid. What he found was a red velvet-lined interior that was divided into -1 different sections. In each section was a vial, not the pinky-sized vials he was used to seeing that held a single dose of a potion. These instead looked like those bottles of ketchup you sometimes got with room service at fancy hotels. The only differences were that these bottles were square, so as to nestle snugly in their compartments. Each top was a rubber nipple connected to a dropper which extended down into its bottle. As he continued to examine the contents of the box, he realized the red vial attached to the string was not just a potion. It had a mechanism beneath it. You have found incendiary trap. Durability 15/15. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight 0.2 kilograms. Will create an explosion of flames. Damage 10 to 12. Can cause burn status. The other vials were all potions. You have found poison antidote. Potion level, solution. Strength, processed. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Will cure almost all poisons. Doses 5 of 5. You have found drowned 1 poison. Potion level, solution. Strength, processed. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Causes 13 to 15 points of water magic damage for 5 seconds. Can cause slow. Doses 5 of 5. You have found salamander extract. Potion level, solution. Strength, strengthened. Weight 0.2 kilograms. Causes 10 to 12 points of fire magic damage for 6 seconds. There is a chance that the target's blood may boil, causing extra damage and lowering constitution. Doses 5 of 5. You have found corrupt leech venom. Potion level, tincture. Strength, enhanced. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Causes 7 to 9 point of death magic 40% and poison damage 60% for 4 seconds. Doses 4 of 5. You have found potion of healing. Potion level, tincture. Strength, enhanced. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Heals 150 health over 6 seconds. Doses 3 of 5. You have found potion of healing. Potion level, elixir. Strength, processed. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Heals 250 health over 4 seconds. Doses 3 of 5. You have found feline grace. Potion level, solution. Strength, basic. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Increases agility by +4 for 20 minutes. Doses 5 of 5. Richter's eyes widened as he examined each successive vial. These were no weak health potions. Every one of these was either a potent weapon or an amazingly effective healing draft. If he hadn't enraged the assassin by killing her wasp, then she might have taken the time to coat her blades in poison. If that was the case, then it would most likely have been him and not her that was lying cold on the ground. She would have been able to take his manhood for the second time in 2 days. That made him think about the small knife she had taunted him with. He searched quickly, but couldn't find it. The blade must have been lost in the river or left at the site of their fight. Perhaps it was better off that way. He certainly didn't need any more reminders of the traumatic experience. He took a close look at the woman's armor. It all appeared to be a matching set of black leather wraps. You have found Ouroboros Assassin Cowl. Defense +1 max +2. Durability 9/20. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.5 kilograms. Type, light armor. Provides dark vision. You have found Ouroboros chest plate. Defense +9. Durability 21/25. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight 3.2 kilograms. Type, light armor. Increases stealth by 10%. You have found Ouroboros arm wraps. Defense +6. Durability 20/20. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 1.1 kilograms. Type, light armor. Increases attack speed by 8%. You have found Ouroboros fighting gloves. Defense +3. Durability, 15/15. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.5 kilograms. Type, Light armor increases unarmed attack damage by 15%. You have found Ouroboros Fleet Leggings. Defense +4. Durability 20/20ths. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.8 kilograms. Type, light armor. Increases movement speed by 12%. You have found Ouroboros Moccasins. Defense +3. Durability 14/14ths. Item class, uncommon. Quality, average. Weight, 0.5 kilograms. Type, light. Armor. Movement is 50% more quiet. Congratulations! You have obtained an entire set of matched armor. Ouroboros Assassin Armor. Defense given by each piece increased by 25%. Special bonus. Critical strike damage increased by 20%. None of the black leather armor was stronger than his current armor, but it also wasn't anything to sneeze at. Used in the right way, the extra critical strike damage could be absolutely deadly. Every piece was extremely lightweight, but was also extremely durable. Most of the armor was actually a series of wraps that could easily be adjusted to a larger frame. The bonus in critical damage would especially be useful for him. His critical damage had been decreased since being granted the honorable quality after saving Terrad's friend Jason in the sewers under law. Still, he wasn't inclined to trade in his enhanced bright armor. He put the Ouroboros Assassin armor into his bag. Who knew when such things might come in handy? She wasn't wearing any bracelets, unfortunately, but she was wearing several rings. At first, they just showed Richter the frustratingly generic magic prompt that came up when he found a new magic item. His new lore skill came to bear, however, and proved that his time reading the book of magic he bought from Leandra had not been in vain. 3 of the 5 rings revealed their secrets. You have found Ring of Spell Storage. Durability 10/10ths. Item class, uncommon. Quality, average. Weight, 0.01 kilograms. Traits, holds 1 spell that can be cast upon activating the ring. This ring can hold 1 novice level spell. The spell will only last 1 day before degrading. Spell, equipped, none. You have found Ring of Poison Resistance. Durability 12/12ths. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.01 kilograms. Traits, +9% poison. Resistance. You have found Ring of Health. Durability 16/16ths. Item class, common. Quality, superb. Weight, 0.01 kilograms. Traits, +43 health. The Ring of Health was a definite plus. The poison resistance could come in handy too, but the Ring of Spell Storage was absolutely fascinating. Richter had heard of rings like that when he played the game, but had never seen one. He sent a mental signal to Futon and decided to test the ring while he waited. The ring was a band of black metal with intricate glyphs covering the inner loop. A single gray opaque stone was set into the band. Richter focused on the ring, but nothing happened. He tried pressing on the stone, but there was no movement to indicate it was a button or a switch. Turning it around his finger was also fruitless. Richter decided to invoke a spell. Casting Ice Dagger, a foot-long projectile of blue ice shot into the forest. The ring remained the same, though, and examining it showed that there was still no spell equipped. When he cast the spell, he had thought he'd felt the ring tingle slightly, though. He cast Ice Dagger again, this time focusing on the ring. There was a definite tingle. Remembering an old conversation with his shipwright, Shivona, he slowly summoned the magic to cast Ice Dagger again, but did not invoke the spell. His hands developed the cold feeling he always felt for a split second before the ice shot from his hands. Focusing on the ring this time brought up a prompt. Do you wish to store Ice Dagger in your ring of spell storage? Yes or no? Excited Richter chose yes. His mana bar dropped by 20 points, and the cold feeling disappeared from his palm. Focusing on the ring again, he had a feeling that he could will the spell to be released. The ring's description now showed spell-equipped Ice Dagger. Even more interesting, the gray stone was now a glacial blue-white in color. He extended his fist like Green Lantern and willed the spell to be unleashed. Immediately, a foot-long blue ice bolt shot into a fallen log knot to far away and stuck there quivering. That particular log was where Alma was sunning herself. His familiar shot into the air with a hiss, and then she looked at him with her eyes half-lidded. He was suddenly glad that he didn't know any lightning spells yet. If he did, she might have zapped the hell out of him. He could just hear his mother's voice. Don't push buttons when you don't know what they do. That's how they dropped the atomic bomb. Richter shook his head annoyed, even though he was now distanced from her harangue by pretty much all of time and space. Thinking of those lectures could still push his buttons. Really, Mom? Really? That's how they dropped the atomic bomb. Clearing his thoughts of the old argument, he looked at the ring again. A smile found its way back onto his face. This was an amazing tool. His mana hadn't dropped a second time when he invoked the ring, and he hadn't even needed to do a hand motion or a spoken incantation. He wondered if this would work for non-casters. It might be a way to arm his people with magic even if they didn't have the affinity. Thinking about it, he also realized that it might be great for spells with a cooldown period. Summoning the power for another spell, he stored Grease. He'd test it later to see if he could cast the spell back-to-back once himself and once from the ring. The stone on the ring was now the color of a forest in summer. His experimentation was disrupted by Futon materializing in front of him. A quick command was all it took to identify the other two rings. The remnant flared white, and suddenly Richter knew the value of what he was holding. You have found Ring of Enchantment Resistance. Durability 10/10. Item. Class. Common. Quality. Exquisite. Weight 0.01 kilograms. Traits. Plus 32%. Resistance to enchantment-type spells. You have found Inert Ring. Durability 10/10. Item class. Common. Quality. Superb. Weight 0.01 kilograms. Traits. This ring was enchanted at 1 point, but is no longer. The first ring answered why Sonare had been able to resist his charm spell. The ring almost evened out his plus 50% life mastery bonus. Who knew what other innate resistance she might have had? The inert ring was a mystery. However, it was clearly of fine craftsmanship, but it had somehow become unenchanted. It was a thick, silvery metal with what looked like a small ruby. Maybe he could at least hawk it for some spare change. Finishing his search, he examined her cloak. It turned out to just be simple cloth, and it had been torn and waterlogged from floating down the river. He did find one more interesting item tucked into a small pocket, though it looked like chicken wire that had been bent, wrapped in on itself, and forced it into a rectangular box. A latch could be seen on one side. At first, all he saw on his prompt was unknown item. Then he remembered reading about something in his lore book, however. There had been a small excerpt regarding a magician's interest in mechanical items to augment his spells. The magician had spent time with various artificers, and one had mentioned a similar item. That was enough for him to identify it. You have found High Steel Spring Wall. Durability 411. Item class. Common. Quality. Superb. Weight 5.8 kilograms. Traits. This box is actually a 15 by 15 foot wire mesh wall. When activated, the ball will unravel and hooks built into the wire will latch onto any convenient surface. It will create an impromptu wall over a cave mouth or tunnel. The durability of the wall will need to be overcome before passage is once again possible. To activate, simply remove the latch. Richter looked at the object in amazement. Even though this world didn't have the science of Earth, they still did amazing things. He put the item into his bag. The last thing he had to figure out was which rings to equip. The ring of health from the assassin was no-brainer. He also wanted to hold onto the ring of spell storage, and his old ring of healing was also a must. He decided to re-equip his ring of flowing thought and his ring of hidden dangers. Staring at the rest, he decided to forego his ring of mana, especially since his new ring of spell storage in effect gave him an extra spell. He slipped on 3 of his old rings of health on as well, which brought him up to 8 rings. Richter marveled over how his body surged with increased vitality. He just felt healthier. Putting on his bracelet of health completed his equipment. He stood and then smiled grimly down at the now naked body of the assassin. She did have a nice pair of sweater bunnies despite some of the burns, he thought. Too bad she was dead and a crazy psychopath. But calm ka. Richter gave a vindictive little grin as he turned away. Then, whistling the theme song to the Andy Griffith Show, he started walking upriver. It was time to loot another body. Chapter 13. Richter kept following the river east. A small focus of his will made his traveler's map appear in the upper left corner of his vision. It looked like he had only floated about a mile downstream from where he had freed. He sent Futon ahead to scout invisibly. Alma, still somewhat tired, rested upon his shoulders as he made his way along the riverbank. While he walked, he pondered the mistake that had started this entire cascade of events. First his maiming and death, then his hurried flight through the forest, and finally a life and death battle with 2 professional killers. How, in the name of Zeus's butthole, had he thought that the assassin was a level 6 nobody? Richter knew he wasn't crazy. There was no way that he could have misread his own prompt so horribly. He played over his first meeting with the woman again and again, but still couldn't figure it out. Richter finally allowed that he wouldn't find an answer out here in the wild by himself. Besides, his new tracking skill had made the world come alive. Minor depressions in the grass that before would have been overlooked now spoke of a rabbit that had run from cover, but not fast enough. A few scant drops of blood led to a nearby tree where Richter could see a hawk's nest. A crumpled leaf showed the passage of a large animal, and a small tuft of brown hair revealed that a bear had passed by a day or 2 ago. Richter didn't know how he knew these things exactly, but he was fascinated by the proof of life around him. Before he knew it, he had arrived back at the site of his battle with the warrior. He was so lost in his reverie that he almost stumbled into his own traps. The telltale red glow alerted him, however, and he was able to recover all 4 of the dark mechanisms. Then he walked up to Orvin's body. The warrior lay just where Richter had left him. Alma threw her head into the air and roared admittedly in a very cute and high-pitched tone. But Richter wouldn't tell her that in triumph at seeing her vanquished foe. Orvin's face stared sightlessly up into the sky. The hours that Richter had been gone had been enough to bring scavengers. Luckily, it was only birds at this point. They easily scattered as Richter approached. One that had been pecking at Orvin's ruined throat stood its ground and cawed at him in defiance. That didn't last long, though. Alma cast haste and dove in. She hit the bird with a side blast and then latched her jaws onto the bird's throat and grabbed its body with her forelegs. A few beats of the dragonling's wings brought her prey over to a rock, and she dove into her meal with gusto. Richter gave a smile as he looked at the fate of the blackbird. Don't start shit. Won't be shit, he said before turning his attention to the warriors. Body. Futon phased into view and flared white, indicating that at least one of Orvin's items were enchanted. You have found Steel Cattle Helm. Defense plus for max +5. Type, medium. Armor. Durability 35/50ths. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight, 6.1 kilograms. You have found Auriculum Splintmail. Defense +23. Type, heavy armor. Durability 113/120ths. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight, 44.8 kilograms. You have found high steel-ridged armbands. Defense plus for max +5. Type, medium armor. Durability 35/50ths. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight, 7.3 kilograms. You have found steel-armored gloves. Defense +5. Type, medium armor. Durability 40/45ths. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 4.6 kilograms. You have found high steel chainmail pants. Defense +8. Type, medium. Armor. Durability 37/40ths. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight 9.2 kilograms. You have found glass boots of Shockwave. Defense +10 max 12. Type, light armor. Durability 419/500ths. Quality, average. Weight 2.1 kilograms. Traits, can cast Shockwave by stomping your boot down. A ripple of force will emanate from your position, propagating through the ground. Chance 2. Knock down anyone in the nearby vicinity. Uses, 1 per day. You have found Ring of Axe Wielding. Durability 17/18ths. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.01 kilograms. Traits, +4% damage. With axes, you have found Ring of Health. Durability 8/8ths. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.01 kilograms. Traits, +23 health x4. You have found Ring of Stamina. Durability 8/8ths. Item class, common. Quality, above average. Weight, 0.01 kilograms. Traits, +26 stamina x3. The health and stamina rings didn't seem like anything special, but the Ring of Axe Wielding was interesting. Richter had never been an axe man, but if this ring existed, then it made sense that an equivalent ring for swords, small blades, and bows. He smiled. Now that would be something worthwhile. He'd have to talk to Chrome about it. Orvin's large shield was impressive in its stats. You have found Steel Wardur Shield. Defense +14 max 17. Durability 50/70ths. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 17.2 kilograms. The shield seemed to just be a giant slab of steel, a little under an inch thick. Nothing fancy, but with that defense, it definitely got the job done. Weighing in at damn near 40 pounds, it better, Richter thought. His axe was even more exciting, though. You have found Moonstone Hatchet of Goblin Slaying. Damage 14/17. Durability 58/60ths. Item class, uncommon. Quality, superb. Weight 9.2 kilograms. Traits, +24% damage to goblins. Richter hadn't fought any goblins since winning his mastery of the Mist Village, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be fighting them in the future. Also, judging by Crom's previous comments, the dwarf would be delighted to make weapons that specialized in killing the angry green creatures. Orvin also had a pouch with a mix of copper, silver, and gold coins. All told about 5 gold total, or about 500 US bucks. Not too shabby, he thought. The warrior also had a collection of mid-level health and stamina, potions restoring between 40 to 100 points each. There were no other items of note, but every little bit helped. At least that was Richter's motto when looting dead bodies. Everything went into his bag. Richter looked around and took stock of his surroundings. Alma had finished her meal of cocky crow and was now licking her claws clean. He loved a woman who took the time to make sure everything smelled nice. He kept scanning. The river continued to flow past him on the right and several yards down. A few birds called to each other, and Richter could see some squirrels scampering about in nearby trees. All of this happened to the backdrop of a soon-to-be setting sun. Also, the rain clouds that seemed to be coming so close to the mountains were rolling in from the northeast. Richter decided to make camp for the night, and he remembered a large pine that should provide cover from the encroaching storm. With Futen moving ahead, Richter made his way several dozen yards into the forest. He could barely hear the river at that point. He smiled when he saw that his memory had not betrayed him. A tall pine stood where he remembered. Little to no plants grew for several feet out from its base, they heavy limbs blocking most of the sunlight from making it to the ground. The cover they provided should be more than enough to protect him from the rain. Richter walked over and sat against the trunk. His sated familiar settled into his lap. When he began stroking her scales, she gave a contented purr and closed her eyes. Richter set Futen to scout the area. It was time to deal with the points from his new levels. Richter quickly scanned his status page, seeing so many of his skills at 0% to next level made him grimace in distaste. He looked off in the direction of Sonore's body and glared for a few seconds. Wrinkling his lips, he looked back towards Alma and tried to calm down. He just really hated that chick. With a last forceful exhale through his nostrils, he felt his anger begin to ease. Besides, he realized, without having slaughtered the assassin and her friend, he wouldn't be at level 20 now. Smug smile crawled onto his face and stayed there. He had 100% of skill percentages to allocate. Though it didn't lend itself to being directly useful, he was tempted to invest all 100 into Arblore. He was only 2 levels away from reaching level 40. The experience bonus of reaching level 40 in the skill was something worth consideration. The only thing that held him back from doing so was the magic core in his bag. His enchanting skill had shot up after making the Forge of Heavens. If he got another increase after whatever he used the core to make next, the 100% boost would come in handy. Richter told Futen to remind him when 2 days had elapsed, though. About 4 days had passed since he reached level 17. He wouldn't risk having his skill boost randomly allocated. Futen answered with a deadpan, "Yes, my lord." Richter looked at his characteristic stats. One easy choice was more health. He put 6 points into Constitution. His dexterity had been markedly decreased when exploring the catacombs without his enhanced sprite armor, so he placed 4 points there as well. One went into luck just to satisfy his precocious nature. Richter placed 3 into strength, a characteristic he felt he had been ignoring up until that point. He also put 4 points into endurance. There was a battle royale coming with bugbears. It would be just embarrassing to tucker out mid-fight and have to ask Bobby Boucher for a cup of water. He started to access his status page and then remembered that he had recently been labeled implacable. Playing with his interface, he found the ability to turn on what were called qualities. He brought up his page. Name, Richter. Age, 24. Level, 20, 17%. Health, 549 mana, 414 stamina, 250. Strength, 32. Agility, 28. Dexterity, 35. Constitution, 37. Endurance, 25. Intelligence, 37. Wisdom, 21. Charisma, 20. Luck, 16. Abilities, limitless. Gift of tongues, fast learner. Bounty of life, side bond. Qualities, resolute, honorable, implacable. Skills, herb lore LVL 38, 0% to next level. Alchemy LVL 1, 0% to next level. Enchantment LVL 28, 0% to next level. Crafting LVL 1, 0% to next level. Smithing LVL 1, 0% to next level. Analyze LVL 5, 9% to next level. Pierce the Veil LVL 22, 0% to next level. Stealth LVL 6, 82% to next level. Traps LVL 21, 18% to next level. Trap Disarm LVL 20, 27% to next level. Tracking LVL 10, 7% to next level. Riding LVL 7, 76% to next level. Archery LVL 9, 12% to next level. Imbue Arrow LVL 4, 0% to next level. Focus LVL 2, 31% to next level. Double Shot LVL 2, 11% to next level. Drill Shot LVL 1, 14% to next level. Swordsmanship LVL 1, 0% to next level. Small Blades LVL 4, 45% to next level. Unarmed Combat LVL 1, 78% to next level. Pressure Points LVL 1, 0% to next level. Dual Wield LVL 1, 0% to next level. Light Armor LVL 8, 13% to next level. Grace in Combat LVL 5, 61% to next level. Air Magic LVL 7, 12% to next level. Life Magic LVL 5, 48% to next level. Earth Magic LVL 3, 72% to next level. Water Magic LVL 4, 16% to next level. Dark Magic LVL 4, 7% to next level. Light Magic LVL 3, 6% to next level. Fire Magic LVL 4, 8% to next level. Map Making LVL Max. Trade LVL 13, 0% to next level. War Leader LVL 1, 0% to next level. Portal Construction Apprentice. Lore LVL 1. Marks. Master of Mist Village. Blood Oath. Forge of Heavens. Resistances. Air 50%. Life 50%. Mental 15%. Spiritual 15%. Race. Human Chaos Seed. Reputation. LVL 3, you seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment. Neutral. Language. All. Richter smiled with true joy this time. He'd take it. The next task was to level up his soul familiar. He continued to stroke Alma's scales. She had definitely earned it. The question was, where should he place the 7 points she had earned? Brain drain was definitely an option. Richter had absolutely no doubt at all that investing heavily in that skill had been the right thing to do. Alma would most likely still be at level 3 or 4 right now without having had the boost from draining her enemies. The fact that she was now level 14 also meant she had access to much more health, mana, and stamina than she had at her lower levels. Richter also couldn't discount the strong bonus of her being able to stun higher level enemies. Yup, he just couldn't stress enough how sure he was that investing in brain drain had been the right choice. It didn't mean that it was necessarily the right thing to do now, though. It would be a bit myopic to just make her a one-trick pony. With 7 points to distribute, he had a bit of wiggle room. Richter placed 1 point into Bond. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability. Side bond. Your familiar's base innate intellect is increased by 25%. She can now communicate into word sentences. Her intelligence and wisdom are also -1 by 15%. You will also benefit from this stronger tie to your familiar. Your mental resistance has increased by 10%. Maximum distance of communication increased from 250 yards to 500 yards. Alma lifted her head to look at him. "Hello, master." Her tone was happy, and there was a gleam and attentiveness in her eyes that he hadn't seen before. Richter had intended to place a point into Side Blast, but seeing the improvement in his soul familiar and hearing her voice in his mind, he was overcome with feelings of love and affection. He was also pleasantly surprised by the boost to his mental resistance. He immediately invested the 2 points required to level Side Bond again. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability. Side Bond. Your familiar's base innate intellect is increased by 50%. She can now communicate in 4-word sentences. Her base intelligence and wisdom are also increased by 30%. You will also benefit from this stronger tie too. You're familiar. Your mental resistance has increased by 20%. Maximum distance of communication increased from 500 yards to 750 yards. You can now each sense if the other is in danger. The light in her eyes brightened again. Master, I understand more now. Thank you so much. I love you. Richter's eyes widened in shock. He had never thought of Alma as just a dumb animal. Her ability to communicate and follow directions had always shown her intelligence. Having her express herself in a long string of words and hearing her express strong emotions, there was something that he hadn't expected. He sat there for a second as he searched his feelings, and he realized that he loved his little creature as well. He smiled down at her and thought fondly, "You're welcome, Alma. I love you too." She closed her eyes and went back to purring contentedly as he stroked her scales. "You are such a spoiled little thing." Her only response was to purr slightly louder. With a chuckle, Richter decided how he would invest the rest of her points. Though he loved the change in his familiar, and though he was interested in seeing how Side Blast would level, Richter remained a pragmatist at heart. The best chance of her continual survival was for her to level quickly. He invested the remaining 4 points into Brain Drain. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability. Brain Drain to level 5. Successful kills will now give 5% of total experience to both you and your familiar. Drain occurs faster. Stun can occur on enemies level 21 and below. Now that's what I'm talking about, he thought. Being able to incapacitate anyone level 21 and below made her a force to be reckoned with. He examined her status page. Name: Alma. Level 14, 28%. Health: 240 mana, 336 stamina, 240. Unused level points, 0. Abilities: Side Bond, LVL 3. Points to next level, 3. Side Blast, LVL 1. Points to next level, 1. Brain Drain, LVL 5. Points to next level, 5. Can use Air Magic, Life Magic, Resistances, Mental, 100%. Air, 50%. Life, 50%. Race, Side Dragonling. His little girl was growing up. Richter laid his head back as Alma continued to purr in his lap. The rain had started to fall while he had been allocating points. Just as he had hoped, only a few drops of rain made it through the tree limbs. The sound of the rain around him was relaxing and comforting after the harrowing events of the past 2 days. Wrapping Alma and himself in his cloak, Richter closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 14. When Richter opened his eyes, it was still dark. The rain had stopped, and the air was cool and wet. The trees were clustered closely enough that almost no moonlight filtered down to the forest floor. He looked around, seeing if he could detect anything, but all he saw was blackness. Richter cast night vision. He heard a faint thud. That noise was almost beneath his ability to hear, and that was when he realized it. Except for that faint sound, the night was completely still. There was no chittering of insects, no screeching of owls, and no croaking of frogs. All of the animals of the forest had gone quiet. The only reason Richter knew that animals did that was when a predator was in the area. Richter looked around, but didn't see Futen. Sending out a mental call, he dislodged Alma from his lap. She didn't protest for once, feeling his apprehension. Richter Duck walked a few feet to the edge of the trees, cover, and continued scanning. He heard another thud. Richter's heart began to beat faster. He thought the sound was coming from his front left somewhere, but he couldn't be sure. He wanted to start buffing himself, but didn't want the telltale flare of magic to give away his position. He was fairly certain this latest thud had been closer than the previous one, and he couldn't risk being seen. The only reason he had been able to safely cast night vision was that it was a spell of dark magic, and the blackness that had momentarily outlined his hands would have been impossible to see at night. "Do you sense anything?" he thought to Alma. "No, master." "I fly into tree." Alma launched into the air and up into the tree limbs. Richter continued to look around. His gaze fell upon a pool of water left over from the rainstorm. He heard another thud. A series of ripples disturbed the surface of the water. The small waves propagated and diminished in 1 second. Their disappearance didn't soothe him, though. Quite the opposite. "Okay," Richter breathed softly to no one in particular. His nervousness was causing him to babble to himself in a vain effort to stay calm. So as we all know from Jurassic Park, that was an impact tremor, which means that something large like a T-Rex is coming this way. I totally agree with Jeff Goldblum now. Being fairly alarmed is an appropriate response to this situation. Richter calmed himself, realizing that speaking out loud, no matter how softly, was most likely not a good idea at this particular point in time. He heard another thud, and the water rippled again. He hoped that the concealment properties of his cape would hide him. That brought his other options to mind, and cursing himself for a fool, he activated stealth. It was only fear and panic that had kept him from thinking of doing it immediately. He had to do better. Richter kept looking around, still not seeing anything. He heard another thud, and this time it sounded a bit farther away. Richter exhaled softly. He just might make it through this. "How can I help you, my lord?" Futen asked, phasing into view. His light was as soft as always, but in the darkness it seemed as bright as a lighthouse atop a cliff. It pained Richter's enhanced vision, and he shut his eyes quickly. Richter saw the eye icon that had indicated his stealth status go from closed to wide open. "Stay in invisible and stay quiet," he hissed. Futen immediately disappeared from view. Richter opened his eyes again, but his vision was still impaired. He blinked repeatedly to clear the spots that now floated across his field of view. Not trusting his vision, he listened, straining his ears. He didn't hear anything, though. Richter thanked God for small favors. As he waited for his vision to recover, he received a frantic message from Alma. "Master, it's coming." "What is?" "What's coming?" Something big. Something very big." Alma sent him a vision of trees parting in a foretelling of the passage of something large and powerful. Whatever it was, It was moving quickly. Richter started hearing thuds coming in quick succession, and they were getting louder by the second. Richter's vision had finally improved enough to allow him to see. He looked back into the puddle now that he could see again and saw that impact tremors were shaking the water continuously. Now, this was bad. The time for caution had passed. Richter held his bow in one hand, and with the other started casting buffs. Haste, barkskin, and minor life, armor. In less than 6 seconds, he was down almost 100 mana, but was faster, tougher, and better armored. Alma did the same. He then dismissed his night vision. Whatever was coming was big, enough that his only hope would be to imbue his arrows. The explosion of light from when his strikes connected would blind him if his eyes were still. Overly sensitive to light, he cast far light a few times into some nearby trees. Then he knocked an arrow to his string and began imbuing it as he awaited whatever was about to attack him. Richter heard a crack, and a small nearby tree broke in half as a gigantic figure loomed into view. It was 20 feet tall if it was an inch. The bowls of light illuminated skin that was dark gray and appeared rough too, the touch like a cliff face. It wore absolutely no clothing, and in addition to its massive stature, it sported powerful muscles. Knobs of black rock protruded from its body at random positions, and 3 spikes of rock jutted up from its head like a crown. Its body was human in shape and oval large. Genitalia swung freely between its legs. In one hand it held a small, uprooted tree. Counting the tree hanging between its legs, that made 2 trees. Trying not to be distracted or emasculated, Richter quickly analyzed it. Rock giant level 13. Health 1370. Mana 80. Stamina 1840. Disposition. Enmity. There are many different types of giants. Rock giants are solitary. Monsters unlike other giants, which can have just as complex a social structure as average-sized humanoids. What rock giants lack in social graces, they more than make up for in ferocity, malevolence, and durability. Their skin acts like a formidable exoskeleton, blocking most damage. Richter didn't have time to read all of it. He basically got the gist, though. He was absolutely fucked. Richter released his imbued arrow into the monster's face at no more than 10 yards away. The arrow exploded against its head, and it elicited a roar of anger and pain. The giant faded back a step. Richter smiled for a second, but that quickly fled as the monster turned its face back to face Richter. The arrow had only made a few cracks in its hard, rocky exterior. In the illumination of his far light spell, it smiled at him. Richter could see its pewter-colored teeth were flat like a human's, but it also had large fangs in both its upper and lower jaw. For a second they just looked at each other, but then the giant flew into action. It swung its tree-sized club at him, and it was only his increased speed that let him drop to the ground. He felt the passage of the huge weapon as air ruffled his cloak, and a whistle split the air to mark its passage. Richter immediately rolled to the right and stood, which was a good thing. Anywho, thought that the rock appellation in the monster's name would make it. Slow would have been wrong. Dead wrong. Not overbalanced in the slightest by missing with its first swing. The giant swung its club high overhead. There was practically no loss of momentum at all as it cocked both of its arms back behind its head. Both of its tire-sized hands grasped the tree, and it swung straight downwards with a mighty bash. Richter had rolled 3 times to the left. When he stopped, he was in a half push-up. He immediately started pushing himself up to stand. Before his arms were fully extended, there was a scream in his mind. Move to the left. Richter did as he was told, not wasting time on petty things like rational thought. After all, what was rational about a Mandingo rock monster trying to crush him with a tree? He braced his arms for the Briefest of split seconds and sprung left. The giant's attack slammed into the ground scant inches from where he had been when he heard Alma's warning. The tree sank 5 feet into the wet ground, leaving no mystery as to what would have happened if Richter had been beneath the fearsome blow. As it was, the giant's attack shook the ground Richter had landed on all fours, and even in that position, he was knocked prone by the vibrations. He quickly tried to get his hands under him again, but he had left the dry area under the tree and was now lying in mud. In his haste, he failed to find a proper handhold. He slipped and face planted into the earth. The only thing that had saved him from becoming a Richter pancake was that the giant had driven its weapon deep into the ground, and the sucking mud was resisting its efforts to retrieve it. Richter rolled over and got to his feet at the same time as he heard a sucking noise. The rock giant had liberated its weapon and was now reaching towards him with its free hand. Not knowing what else to do, Richter cast Cloying Darkness. The cone of thickened darkness enveloped the giant's hand and reached its body. The monster roared in surprise at having its vision obscured. Richter hopped backwards while pulling out his shadow-high steel dagger with his left hand. He plunged the blade down into the giant's questing hand. The special property of the weapon allowed him to ignore 10% of the monster's armor, where his imbued arrow had failed. The dagger penetrated the gray rocky skin ever so shallowly. The giant pulled back its hand quickly as the creature grunted in surprise. Richter knew that he couldn't have done more than a few points of damage, but judging by the giant's expression, it was just confused by what had happened. It most likely had not suffered damage in some time. Richter stared at the rock giant while it stared at its hand. He slowly backed away, trying to put space between the two of them. Alma flew overhead, and Futon floated somewhere in the night, invisible. The giant held its fist above its face, staring, until a large oil-colored droplet fell onto its lips. Its smoke-colored tongue tasted the blood, and it finally realized what this strange sensation was. The little man had heard it. It roared louder than ever, and then fixed Richter with a vengeful gaze. All Richter had time to do was think, "Oh shit!" It ran at him. Even though it was now slowed by his dark spell, its large size still let it close with him quickly. Richter cast his hand forward and cast Charm, but the high mineral composition of the rock giant's mind and body gave it a high natural resistance to the spell. The monster easily shrugged off the enchantment spell that was designed to target flesh and blood humanoids. He didn't have time to waste being disappointed. The giant threw a fist at him and followed it by what would have been a hilt strike if the tree it held were a sword. Richter dodged right and then left, bobbing and weaving like he was fighting Debo. He avoided both of the monster's strikes, but didn't see the rock foot that came at him. Afterwards, the giant had followed its first 2 attacks with a front kick. Richter was struck head-on by a rocky foot almost the size of his body and flew backwards more than 20 yards before slamming into the trunk of a large elm. Richter struck hard against the tree, his body a good 5 feet off the ground. He fell to the earth, unconscious. The giant wasn't done and started charging towards him with its tree raised. It resolved that its next strike would devastate the creature that had the audacity to draw its blood. Once again, Alma saved her master's life. Buzzing in from behind the giant, she struck with side blast. The monster roared in pain from the attack, but was barely staggered. The attack was enough to arrest its forward movement, though. She had only intended to halt the giant's progress. Her movements had purpose, and her actions were governed by strategy. This level of thinking would not have been possible before her master had increased his psi bond with her. She wouldn't let this monster hurt her. Richter capitalizing on the scant second she had before the giant recovered. Her spell-hastened body flew to her master. Blood leaked from his nose end. His shoulder protruded forward in a way that didn't look right to her. She cast slow heal. His nose stopped bleeding, and some of the cuts on his face healed, but he still hadn't awoken. Alma heard the first thud of the rock giant's tread as it started back towards them. She didn't know what else to do. She laid her snout on his forehead and invoked Side Blast. Richter's consciousness had been nestling in a comfortable blackness to protect itself from the real-world trauma his body had just experienced. Her attack shredded that comforting cocoon and injected jagged pain into his brain. Though Richter would never remember this facet of the experience, his subconscious likened Alma's attack to a bloodthirsty cola, kicking in his mind's door and then crapping a rainbow made of acid onto his most precious memories. Incidentally, this was also the moment that Richter began to have an irrational hatred of eucalyptus. He sat up with a scream, one of his fists slamming into his head in a vain effort to attack his own brain because it was hurting him so much. His other arm didn't seem to be working for some reason. He actually almost stabbed himself with his shadow dagger, which was inexplicably still clasped in his hand somehow. The pain was not at all helped by Alma, projecting the equivalent of a mental scream into his head. "Get up! It's coming! You have to move!" Richter looked forward, conscious but still dazed, and saw a dark gray nightmare lumbering towards him with a roar issuing from its mouth. Barely able to comprehend what he was seeing, he reacted on instinct to his favorite spell, Grease. His hand shot forward, surrounded by a green glow. With an uttered word of power, his will manifested in the physical world. A circle of liquid the color and consistency of Thanksgiving gravy appeared on the ground in front of the giant. His aim was off, though. The rock monster was only caught in the edge of the spale's ow. One of its legs did crumple and it fell to a knee, but the rock giant maintained the rest of its balance by putting its weight on the leg that was not within the bounds of Richter's spell. It was going to keep coming, he realized with horror. His fear triggered a surge of adrenaline that jump-started his addled mind, and he remembered his new ring. Pointing his fist, he unleashed his stored spell. Nothing happened. Still staring at the monster that was almost back on its feet, he held his hand up in front of his face, shaking it in frustration. Why hadn't the bloody ring worked? His mind clearing more by the second. He actually looked at his fingers and, with a flash, realized he had held the wrong hand. Forward! Motherfucker, he thought. Quickly correcting his mistake, he used his good hand to grab and raise his injured arm. The movement drove lances of pain through his shoulder, up his neck, and into his brain. Bile rose in the back of his throat, and tears leaped from his eyes. When he heard his bones grinding together, he had to fight the sudden urge to vomit all over himself. He was able to raise his arm enough, though, and invoke the spell held in his new ring of spell storage. A second ring of brown grease appeared, and this time, both of the giant's feet were firmly in the bullseye. As it was already off balance, its other leg slipped, and then, with a loud crash, it fell to the forest floor. Its body was too large to be held completely with the spell's 10-foot. Although, and its arms were well clear. Richter knew he had only seconds. He had to run. Richter got to his feet, trying not to jostle his wounded shoulder. He was only partially successful, and more tears sprung from his eyes unbidden and leaked down his dirty face. He was preparing to run in the opposite direction to the rock giant when he saw something illuminated by the balls. A firelight he had cast before starting the battle. His bow! The only problem was that the rock giant was directly in line with his weapon. Not letting himself contemplate the stupidity of his next action, he started rushing towards the thrashing monster. His high agility let him cross the distance to the giant before it could react. He didn't have time to run around the grease that had a cumulative of almost 20 yards so. He took the only avenue open to him. With Alma's disbelieving scream piercing his mind, he jumped onto the back of the rock giant, using it as a bridge over the slippery film. The giant roared in disbelief as he jumped from the giant's back. Richter thought, "I'll give you something to yell about, asshole." Not looking back, he uttered a word of power and threw his hand backwards. A red glow enveloped his fingers for the briefest of moments before a gout of flame shot forth. The jet of fire ignited the grease that the monster was lying in, and for the first time, Richter heard it scream in pain. It was music to his ears. He didn't waste time looking back, but just collected his bow from where he had dropped it. He quickly shoved it into his bag of holding, the space-folding magic of the bag allowing the large weapon to disappear into a much smaller space. Then he ran off into the night. Every step shot pain through his broken arm, but he dared not slow, for he could already hear the thuds of the giant as it set off after him. Alma flew above, mentally shouting invectives at him. He felt like he deserved it when she called him stupid and dummy. When she called him pig-fucking Gyodi, though, he started wondering if increasing any female's ability to criticize him had really been a good life decision after all. Chapter 15. Richter ran through the forest, his heart pounding. His shoulder was definitely dislocated, but thankfully nothing white and jagged was poking out of his skin. That did not mean that his arm didn't feel like a tic-tac box with shards of glass in it, because it did. His night vision spell kept him from running blindly into trees, but he was running fast enough that he still fell multiple times. The pain in his arm flared with every misstep, almost making him pass out a time or two. The sound of the rock giant crashing through trees behind him, though, always brought him back to his feet. He knew he wasn't running as fast as he could have because of his shoulder, so when he got a fair lead, he decided to do something about it. Running up to the trunk of a stout tree, he screwed up his courage. Giving himself a few test swings, he practiced slamming his shoulder into the tree. Lethal weapon style, he counted off 1, 2, a faint whimper escaped his mouth with the word 2. He didn't stop his rhythm, though, and with a mighty surge he slammed his shoulder into the tree and said, 3. The pain that had felt like a constant horrible burn exploded like a supernova. Waves of impossibly hot plasma-like pain assaulted his consciousness, and stars colored his vision. He dropped to the ground as an undignified and somewhat ladylike scream ripped itself from his throat. Looking over at his shoulder, which still protruded forward awkwardly, he wailed to the heavens. Well, that didn't work at all. Another whimper escaped his lips, but the sound of breaking branches and a heavy tread reached him, and he knew it was time to run again. Despite his injury, Richter's magic-enhanced speed exceeded the rock giants despite their disparity in size, so keeping ahead was not a problem. Unfortunately, this was a marathon, not a sprint. His endurance just couldn't keep up with the rock giant's relentless pace. Struggling to do so precipitated several near-death experiences during Richter's bleak flight through the dark forest. Once, he made the mistake of looking backwards to see how close the giant was. When he looked forward again, he slammed his face smack dab into a tree branch and fell to the ground, dazed. The monster's thuds grew ever closer, and by the time Richter was back on his feet, it was barely 10 yards away. As he started running, he had to dive forward because it threw its tree at him. The monstrous club flew wide, thankfully, and crashed into a stand of evergreens. The brush with death was close enough that it felt like his heart was trying to leap free of his chest and put just a bit more space between it and the giant. The pain in his shoulder had flared again when he hit the ground, but his adrenaline let him keep going. Richter got back up, and kept running with the disappointed howls of his pursuer driving him to greater speeds. A second time, the rock giant put on an unexpected burst of speed and made a swipe that caused Richter's cape to furl from the near miss. He only saved himself by blindly throwing himself down an embankment. He rolled faster and faster until he landed with a bone-jarring, breath-stealing thud. As he fell, he heard the rock giant tumbling down the slope after him, no more in control of its descent than he had been. His breath had exploded from his lungs upon his landing, and try as he might, he couldn't get back up immediately. As he worked to inflate his chest, he expected to be crushed at any moment by a giant rocky hand. But it didn't happen. When he could finally breathe again, he looked over and saw the giant flailing about. Its incredible weight had driven its legs into the ground up to its waist. It struggled and strained to free itself from the mud. Still laying on his back, Richter began to laugh, no more than a few yards from the giant. No more than a few yards from what he had come to think of as death incarnate. It wasn't just the absurdity of the situation that brought on his temporary insanity. It was also that his shoulder had struck a large rock while he was bouncing down the hill. Amazingly, the collision had driven the bone most of the way back into the socket. Even partial relief from the constant excruciating pain was enough for him to want to celebrate. He laughed in weak sputters, as the air in his lungs still wasn't up to the task of a full chuckle. Getting back to his feet, he gave the giant the finger. There was no way the monster could have understood exactly what the gesture meant, but it obviously still took it as an insult. With a mighty roar, it put both hands on the ground and pushed. One leg came partially free. "Gall!" Richter exclaimed. He extended his hand and cast charm again, and he tried troubled sleep, but the enchantment spells had no more effect this time than the last. The giant had one knee up on the ground now and was straining to free its last leg. Richter screwed up his face and gave it the finger again before taking off once more. He ran as far and as fast as he could. Initially, he tried to head east, but fallen trees and irregular terrain made that impossible. At one point, he had to turn north and then west as a sheer rock wall loomed in front of him. He would stop when his stamina began to deplete and move forward at a fast walk. During these times, he tried to consult his map and come up with a game plan, but the giant was never far behind. How it tracked him, Richter had no idea, but even though he continually gained a small lead, it followed him honoringly. When he could hear the snapping of branches, he knew it was time to sprint again. While he sped through the night, all he could think about was surviving and not falling. In-depth examination of the map was impossible, with his breath coming out in wheezes and lava circulating in his legs. He just kept running. Richter burned through the stamina potions he had taken from Orvin. Over the course of the night, he tried to space them out and just let his stamina recover naturally, but the rock giant's pursuit was as sure as taxes. The lead he obtained with his greater speed was never enough to replenish his stores when he rested. He was forced to drink the green stamina potions with greater and greater regularity. Only two stamina potions were left when he noticed something out of the ordinary. His new tracking ability had shown him the passage of many creatures during his flight. He was down to his last two green potions when he saw a track that caught his attention. The tracks of the animals glowed ever so faintly. It would never be enough to see by, but it made it much easier to see and follow specific tracks. These tracks glowed as well, but a touch brighter than the others he had seen. There was also something familiar about them, though he didn't know where he had seen them before. With no other option presenting itself, he decided to follow the trail. Richter only paused for one moment to determine which direction the tracks led. The creature's prints had claw marks on one, and so he followed that direction. It led him north and east, which was generally where he wanted to go anyway, so he took it as a good sign. The giant caught sight of him and roared. Its footfalls came faster. A quick analysis showed that it had more than half of its stamina left. Cursing, he took off again. "Futon," he panted. A disembodied voice answered, "Yes, my lord." The fact that the remnant was able to keep pace without feeling the agony Richter was living through made him hate Futon just a bit. He pushed that down, though. "Look ahead and see if there is a place for me too. Hide! Come back quickly." Richter heard another "Yes, my lord." After that, nothing. So he assumed that the gray orb had moved off silently to do as he was bid. Alma continued to fly above him through the trees. At first, she had dive-bombed the rock giant, unleashing Psy Blast, but it had barely slowed the giant. After one close call where she had narrowly avoided being caught in its huge hands, Richter commanded her to just fly above him. It wasn't worth the risk. Richter continued to follow the tracks. Over the next half hour, he used almost all of his stamina potions. Futon came back several times to report he had found nothing, and each time Richter sent him forwards again. He was looking around for a place to make his last stand when Futon spoke. "I have found a cave, my lord." Richter didn't have much left inside him, so he simply gasped. "Show Emmy." The gray orb appeared. Richter cursed as the soft light burned in his night vision enhanced sight. Luckily, Futon's inner glow wasn't bright enough to blind him. He dismissed his spell and continued to run. After another few minutes, he was greeted by an amazing sight. A black hole was set into the side of a rocky hill. The cave opening would be way too small for the rock giant, he thought with the glimmer of kindling hope. The thuds grew louder behind him. His stamina was nearing depletion. He had found that he couldn't actually run himself unconscious, but his low stamina made him feel like it was a constant and imminent threat. He had been running on E for the past minute or so, and the rock giant was closing in for the kill. Richter didn't hesitate. He ran up to the hill and dove through the black opening, hoping it was empty. Alma flew in after him, and Futon floated in as well. The remnants! Light showed Richter that his first assumption was wrong. He wasn't in a simple cave. He had entered the mouth of a tunnel. Even if the sun had been out, it would have been an easy mistake to make, because directly in front of him was a blank wall. The tunnel continued through a large crevice in the floor. A black chasm, 2 feet across, was located at the back of the cave. Richter couldn't see anything, but he could hear wind whistling as it traveled ever farther down the tunnel. It registered to Richter that if he could see the inside of the cave, then anyone or anything could, which meant Futon, turn off your light. The cavern went dark at the same time that a rocky hand plunged into the tunnel. Richter flattened himself against the wall, and the giant's hand felt around blindly for him. Luckily, it started to shallowly, a good 3 feet from his position. Remembering its aversion to fire, he cast flame. The result was not what he had been hoping for. Rather than retract its arm, the giant just roared in anger and reached further in. There was only one place for Richter to go. He shouted for Alma and Futon to go ahead of him. The dragonling flew down the chasm, and Futon floated into the crack. Richter shoved his body into the crevasse in the floor. Bracing his back on one wall and his hand on the other, he strained to keep himself in place. Now Richter wished he hadn't made the remnant extinguish the light, because he couldn't see how far of a drop it was. That didn't matter, though, because the giant had found him. A rough and rocky fingertip reached him as the giant strained to push its arm as far as it could into the tunnel. The finger traced down Richter's face, producing both blood and a scream when he felt the thin skin on his forehead tearing. The monster roared in triumph at finally being able to touch its quarry. The hand drew back slightly, then surged forward again as the giant slammed its shoulder against the lip of the tunnel. The rocky opening crunched slightly, but it still couldn't get any further in. Richter edged himself a few more inches down the crack in the floor. The rock giant yelled in frustration, and its dark gray fingers waggled only inches from his face as it strained to reach him. Holding himself in place was almost beyond Richter, considering that he was already so exhausted. As the monster rammed its shoulder into the cave mouth again, Richter called out that he needed light. Futin's glow showed that the drop was only a few feet, but the floor beneath him was sharply sloped and continued until it passed under a ledge. Richter couldn't see where it led. Dropping now wouldn't hurt, but he doubted that he'd be able to stop himself. If that slope ended in empty space, well, that was game over. Richter's arms quivered, and one knee slipped before he caught himself. He knew that the option of whether to go deeper into the crevasse was about to be made for him. That was when the giant's arm withdrew. However, Richter couldn't believe it. After being chased for hours, was he finally about to gain a respite? The answer was no. While the mouth of the cave was stone, the roof was just earthen. Certain places, the rock giant began pummeling and tearing apart the hill above the cave. Each blow made dirt fall onto Richter. The blood flowing from his forehead mixed with the falling particles and made a dark paste on his face. He didn't even notice that, however, because after the third blow, hole appeared in the ceiling. By the fifth blow, it had widened to the size of a basketball. On the seventh, a large portion of the ceiling collapsed, and Richter found himself staring up at the rock giant's grinning face. He quickly tried to shuffle lower into the crevice as it reached its hand into the cave. His strength gave out, and he fell. Richter had been right. After falling the few feet to the slope below, he couldn't stop himself and continued to roll for another 20 or 30 seconds. When the incline finally leveled out, he was laying on a cold stone floor. He could hear water dripping somewhere in the distance, and his tracking skill showed the same clawed prints he had been following. Outside, Futin's light showed that the tunnel continued in only one direction and still sloped downward, albeit at a much gentler incline than the slope he had just fallen down. Alma sat on a nearby rock looking at him in concern. The bones of small animals littered the floor of the tunnel. Some of the animals had not been completely consumed, and the smell of fetid meat hung thick in the air. More powerful than that, however, was another scent. That smell provided the answer to what type of tracks he had been following. He had only smelled this particular stench once before, and it had been fairly recently. Grimly looking on into the darkness that extended past Futin's sphere of light, he quietly said one word: Cobalt. Chapter 16. Richter immediately had Futin extinguish his light. He then cast night vision, but to his dismay, there didn't seem to be any ambient light. Even with his vision enhanced, he couldn't see anything. Sign he had Futin emit the lowest intensity glow the remnant could manage. The level of illumination was so low that Richter wouldn't have been able to detect Futin if not for his enhanced vision, but it was enough to get the job done. His sight came alive in a contrast of green and black. Richter reached out. For Alma. The dragonling crawled up his arm and settled upon his shoulders. At his mental order, she crawled under his cloak of concealment. He hitched up his hood and invoked stealth. A blinking icon showed that his hurried flight had earned him some prompts. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in dark magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 8 in air magic. New spells are now available. Your long flight through the night has increased your characteristics. 1. to agility, +1 to endurance. The only sounds in the tunnel were the faint drip of water and Richter's own breathing. Judging by the amount of rot on the half-eaten kills, this tunnel had been used at least a week ago. Just waiting here was not an option. An entire kobold tribe could be up his ass soon, and he would be unable to run. Looking up at the slope he had just fallen down, he judged that climbing back up would be difficult, but should be possible. Should be possible, that is, once he faced an extremely unpleasant task. Fixing his injuries, namely his shoulder. First, he fixed his face. The rock giant's hands had excoriated his forehead and nose. Worse, one strip of ragged skin hung over his eye like a creepy flap. He carefully picked it up and held it in place with one hand, and did the brief hand gesture for slow heal with the other. With a muttered word of power, the skin healed back into place, and the slow dribble of blood running down his face ceased. The spell, unfortunately, did not fix his shoulder. It had been pushed mostly back into the socket by his tumble down the hill, but when he ran his fingers over the joint, it clearly was still not fully back into position. Looking around, he found a small crack in the wall. Lips pressed tightly together, he guided the hand of his injured arm into the crevice until half of his forearm had disappeared. He then placed one foot against the wall, and making sure his arm was secure, he sharply twisted his body and yanked. With an almost audible pop, his shoulder was set back into place. Expecting the pain this time, he was able to grit his teeth, and only a muffled shout escaped his lips. Though the maneuver definitely caused pain, a cool relief also spread through him now that all of his parts were where they should be. Richter cast slow heal again and felt the pain in his shoulder lessen to a barely perceptible level. The spell might not be able to fix broken bones, but it worked wonders for inflammation. That done, he looked up at the steep hill that had brought him underground. Richter took out his dagger and started climbing. He jabbed the weapon into the earth as a mobile handhold and slowly inched up the slope. His entire body was sore, but he didn't stop. Richter planned to get almost to the top and listen for the rock giant. If he didn't hear anything, he'd ease his way out of the hole and make his way to the village while concealed. As he got closer to the top of the slope, he started looking for the entrance to the cave, but didn't see anything. He finally found a spot where the dirt of the incline had been disturbed, and he realized that the reason he couldn't find the entrance was that it didn't exist anymore. The disturbance in the dirt marked where he had fallen, and above it was only a pile of dirt. Richter didn't know how long he had been out, but that damn giant must have kept banging on the cave until it collapsed. Richter's face contorted in anger, and it was only because he was in dangerous territory that he didn't scream aloud in frustration. He only had one option now. He had to follow the tunnel. Richter made his way back down to the bottom of the underground hill, silently cursing. Once at the bottom, though, he stopped his lament. Sure, he was covered in horrible burn scars and buried alive in an underground warren of intelligent lizard monsters who specialized in deadly traps. But as his grandpappy used to say, a little hard work never hurt anyone. But I'll beat your ass if you don't get to work. Richter got to work. He drank a potion of clarity and gave another to Alma. No reason to waste any experience that might be coming their way. After that, he accessed his traveler's map. With a bit of focus, he switched from an above-ground view to a subterranean map. Richter sighed. He had hoped that the maps he had obtained from the kobold he had charmed in the catacombs, Triuran, would link to where he was now. All he saw was the small bit of tunnel he was now standing in, though. Everything else around him was the pure black of unexplored territory. With another mental command, the map drew back to encompass a greater area. He kept zooming out until he found the tunnels Triarin had drawn. Richter's nostrils flared. He had to be miles away. No, he realized. It was worse than that. He was miles west and miles up from where he had found that abandoned temple, and all that he could see was blackened. Between Triarin's maps were almost useless to him right now. It would be like if he only had a map of Manhattan, but had to find his way there, underground from Long Island. If he got close enough, the map might come in handy, but otherwise he was just stumbling around in the dark. The only saving grace was that his flight from the giant had brought him roughly north and east, so he was at least closer to the Mist Village than he had been before. Richter closed his map and whispered softly, "Futon, stay invisible and speak quietly. Can you get us out of here?" "I have no ability to tunnel through rock, my lord," came the reply. "What can you do? Can you guide us home underground?" "I have no navigational abilities, my lord." Richter nodded to himself in the dark. He had known it was probably a long shot. "If only you could just transport us home." "I have no ability to transport you home, my lord." Richter paused for a second and thought about the remnants. Phrasing. "Do you have a way to get yourself home?" "I am tied to the Mist Village, and specifically the Great Seal, my lord. I am only able to be this far afield because of my proximity to you. I can return to the Great Seal at any time." "Why didn't you say anything about this before?" Richter asked tersely. "My duty is to serve the master of the Mist Village. I can only do this effectively while I am with you. Also, you never asked, my lord." Richter covered his face with both hands and breathed deeply 3 times to calm himself. He could not start yelling at Futon when they were in a monster den. He suddenly knew exactly how Dr. Evil felt after being thawed. "You have to tell me these things. I'm the boss. I need the info." "Yes, my lord," came Futon's monotone reply. "So you can return to the Great Seal?" Richter continued softly. "How?" "Is it a spell?" "It is an ability, my lord. I can at any time invoke it, and I will be instantly transported." "Can you come back afterwards?" Richter asked. "No, my lord. I'll have no way to return. And I'm guessing that you can't take me and Alma with you. I have faint memories of transporting others in the distant past, but that would be beyond my current capability. Perhaps when the village levels, my lord, but currently I cannot." "So when you're gone, Richter said to himself. "Yes, my lord. When I leave, I will not physically be present any longer." "What?" "I wasn't talking to just be quiet a second and let me think," Richter said waspishly. Silence reigned for a full second before he heard in a deadpan tone, "Yes, my lord." "Being quiet." Richter glared at the remnant outlined in the green and black. "I know that you're fucking with me, man," as ordered, though Futon remained quiet and did not respond. Turning his mind from the irritating orb, Richter thought it through. Communicating with Hisako and Randolphus was important. The last information they would have received would have come from Terran. That report would just say that he was about to fight the trained killers. They would have every reason to think he was dead or captured. What they would do in that case was anyone's guess, but they might waste time and resources coming to get him when there was so much to be done and so many threats to face. That was not a small consideration. Richter also had to factor in that while both he and Futon were here underground, no Mist workers were being summoned. That would dramatically slow down the growth of the village and the construction of defenses. He had no idea how long he would be stuck down here, and he couldn't just waste this time. There were many reasons why sending Futon back would be a helpful move. There was one obvious reason why he shouldn't, though, namely that Futon wouldn't be here to help him. Right now, Richter was reliant on the remnant to even see. He could always cast a light spell, but it would be like sending up a signal flare. Down here, even though Futon was emitting out light, it was much less conspicuous than a bright ball of white light. Sending the gray orb away would seriously compromise his position, and Richter refused to be the dumb sorority girl with the perky tits in the horror movie. Oh no, who could have foreseen that my decision to have sex in the middle of a murder spree with the weird guy in the van with blacked out windows could have gone wrong? You know who Richter thought? Me. He wouldn't shoot himself in the foot by sending away a needed ally. He also doubted that kobolds were the most dangerous things down here. In stories, underground monsters were usually bigger, meaner, and toothier than their above-ground counterparts. There was, of course, no way to be sure that even the faint light Futon was exuding wouldn't be seen, but it was certainly less conspicuous than his light spells were. He decided that he couldn't send Futon back until he found another way to see in the dark, but it was good to know that he had the option. He went back to working the problem. He had been trapped underground for weeks when unlocking his life mastery. During that time, he and the sprites had eaten most of the dried rations that were in his bag of holding. He had enough left for perhaps a week, but no more. Checking his food stores brought the fact that he hadn't eaten in a day to the forefront of his mind. His frantic pace while riding the Okami hadn't lent itself to eating, and then his fight with the assassin and warrior had exhausted him. He had felt the pangs of hunger while he had rested under the tree, but sleep had seemed a more pressing priority. After that, his frantic escape from the rock giant had driven hunger from his mind again. After burning what must have been thousands of calories, though, his belly was now starting to turn in knots. To emphasize how much energy he had expended, his stomach gave a loud growl. In the silence of the tunnel, the sound seemed overly loud. Richter took a travel ration from his bag. Before eating, though, he carefully broke it in half and placed the remainder back in the bag. He would have to ration until he found another source of food. That being said, he looked at the remains of some of the animals around him. It all smelled terrible, but he realized that such scraps could very well be the difference between life and death in the near future. Picking up a piece that seemed less rancid than the others, he examined it. You have found spoiled rabbit meat. This can be used as bait for carrion feeders. You will most likely become sick if you eat this. Richter dropped it in disgust. He wasn't that hungry yet. Further examination of his inventory showed he had several skins of water. Fresh water hadn't been a problem in the last dungeon because of an underground lake, so he had never needed to dip into his stores. At least he didn't have to. Worrying about that for a while, looking through his inventory revealed something else. The sustenance belt. He had all but forgotten about the item. It would allow him to exist on 50% less food and sleep. Right now, he wouldn't forego the plus for that his belt of strength gave him. But if he ended up being caught underground for weeks, then the sustenance belt might save his life. The last preparation Richter made was to fill the ring of spell storage. He decided to use charm this time. His fight with the giant had showed him that the ring could let him cast the same spell in succession, cooldown or not. The idea of being able to convert to enemies quickly to his side rather than just one was something that he couldn't pass up. With all immediate concerns taken care of, Richter's mind finally stopped racing. The battle with the rock giant and the run through the forest started to take its toll. His head felt like it was spinning, and he had to sit down so he didn't fall down. Not able to fight off his exhaustion any longer, he pulled his cloak of concealment around his body and dropped into unconsciousness. Richter slept for several hours. His dreams were plagued by sadistic women with butcher knives an 80-foot-tall giant that slowly ripped off his arms and legs. When he awoke, he was covered in sweat and his heart was racing. He immediately stood and drew his shadow dagger. His breath came out in ragged gasps as he looked around for enemies. Futon spoke up. I have been scouting the tunnel ahead. No enemies have come near. Richter exhaled in relief. Thank you, Futon. How long was I asleep? Only a few hours, my lord. I need to remind you that your time to allocate your points is almost elapsed. Richter nodded. He was fairly sure that he wouldn't be making it back to the village in the next day. He decided to invest in his most advanced skill again. 100% went into herb lore. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 39 in herb lore. Herbs are 3% more effective. Increased chance of finding higher level herbs. Dismissing the prompt, Richter got up and looked around. Nothing caught his eye, so he activated stealth and started moving down the tunnel. The path twisted like a snake, and in several spots, Richter had to squeeze his body through tight junctions. At one point, he was stuck for a heart-thudding series of moments, but he was able to wriggle free and continue onward. For the first couple hours, nothing happened. That was not to say that Richter's travel was stress-free. Just by the fact that he was completely enclosed by tons of rock made him apprehensive. The air had a stale quality, lacking the movement of wine that he barely noticed when above ground. He had to force down his mild claustrophobia several times. Occasionally, he heard a scratching or scrabbling, but when he looked, there was nothing there. He kept searching for traps, and when he finally found one, it was only luck that kept him from triggering it. The tunnel had branched several times while he was walking, but he never deviated. The course he was following terminated in a blank stone wall. The tunnel itself continued, but it required jumping or climbing to a ledge 8 feet above where Richter was standing. Undaunted, he jumped and was easily able to grab the lip of the ledge above. But when he pulled his head high enough to see over the edge, a red tripwire glowed not 2 inches away from his fingers. If he had thrown his arm over the ledge to pull himself further up, the trap would have been triggered. Richter froze. His eyes darted back and forth, searching for more threats, but nothing else started to glow red. He started to experience the slightest of tremors in his fingers from supporting his whole weight while his arms were flexed. It was clear that the tripwire was only meant to cover part of the tunnel. The entrance to this new segment of tunnel was -1 feet across, and the tripwire was only 4. Richter moved himself to the right until he reached the section where he wouldn't risk triggering the trap, and then carefully pulled himself up. Once he was standing again, he examined the trap. Unfortunately, the wire ran into the wall of the tunnel through a small hole. Richter stared at it. There must be a hollow space behind the wall. He remembered that the Kobold Triaran had said his people were masters of traps, but the time and dedication it would take to drill through solid rock to set this trap up was both impressive and disturbing. Even the tripwire itself appeared to be the same color as the dirt floor it rested above. If not for the red glow from his trap detect skill, Richter doubted he ever would have seen it. Richter swallowed, fighting against the sandpaper feeling that now characterized his throat. If this was only the first trap he had come across, how much more diabolical would they become? Richter looked around for what would have been triggered if he had touched the tripwire: a fall of rocks, a series of spears, or maybe a giant buzzsaw that only the penitent men could pass. But he didn't see anything. Part of him wanted to bash at the wall to see what was behind it, but it was a foolish risk. What if he triggered the very trap he was trying to avoid? In the end, Richter just kept walking and left the tripwire behind. The trail of the kobolds was easy to follow thanks to his new tracking skill. Over the next couple of hours, his path continued in a serpentine manner, and he encountered no less than 10 traps and dozens of tunnel offshoots. Some of the traps were pressure plates, and others were tripwires. Twice, he came across small caverns with cleverly disguised deadfalls. None of them offered him a retrievable mechanism, unfortunately, and most seemed to trigger simple darts, rockfalls, or trap doors. Richter didn't have too hard of a time to detecting and avoiding most of the snares. That was until he discovered one after he had triggered it. Richter was in a room where 3 patches lit up red. He was stepping around one of them when he realized that he was sinking. Looking around frantically, he saw that instead of solid ground, he was actually standing on a heavy tarp that matched the rest of the floor exactly. The ends had been weighted down, so his own weight would only overcome the anchors when he was near the center of the trap. Richter made a lunge, which only caused the tarp to drop faster, but he was able to get a hold of Futon. The remnant's levitating power was not enough to fully support his weight, but it was enough for him to high-step back to solid ground. Richter dropped to his butt when he was safe and looked at the deep cavity that had almost claimed him. A few wooden bars circled the periphery, giving more support for the tarp that had hid the trap. He sidled up to the edge of pit and saw that it went down at least 50 feet. The bottom was covered in sharp rocks. The walls sloped inward like a cone so that the base was twice as wide as the opening. A broken limb would have been likely, and climbing back up with that angle, well, it would have been a bitch and a half to say the least. None of that seemed as important as the fact that it hadn't lit red. Though Richter didn't know if it didn't qualify as a trap somehow, or if it was just so masterfully concealed that his pierce the veil skill just wasn't up to snuff. Whatever the reason, he felt like his chances of getting out of the tunnels alive had just been cut in half. He allowed himself a few moments to regain his cool after the near miss. He couldn't just keep sitting on his butt though, and before long he was forcing himself back onto his feet. He slowly shuffled around the pit and tested each patch of ground before fully committing his weight to it. Once he was on the other side of the cavern, he followed the tunnel that had the greatest density of foot traffic and continued further into the earth. Richter maintained stealth constantly while he was underground, with Futon several dozen yards ahead. Alma remained comfortably nestled atop his shoulders. Side tunnels had been appearing with greater frequency while he walked, some even leading straight up into the ceiling or down into the floor. He remembered how Triuran had told him kobolds often dug outside tunnels for the express purpose of trapping intruders, though he decided to keep following the kobold tracks, reasoning that at the very least he wouldn't be led into a blind alley or some kind of death trap. More and more tributaries sprouted off of the main tunnel, and not all were small little rat holes. The tunnel forked again, and soon the amount of tracks was equal in both directions. When that happened, Richter chose the path that took him in the direction of the Longfangs territory. His journey took him deeper and further into the earth. Richter was painfully aware that every step was a step further into enemy territory. One truth dominated Richter's life now, though. The only way out was through. Chapter 17. For the next day, Richter walked down through the tunnels in relative solitude. At one point, he heard a loud roar followed by a shrill scream of pain. The tunnels played tricks with the echoes, and he couldn't reliably say if the noises were closer than 20 feet or further than a mile. He sheltered in recessed section of the tunnel wall with his cloak over him for long moments, hoping whatever it was didn't come any closer. When silence reigned for a long period, he resumed his journey. Now that he was deeper in the earth, Richter's progress was greatly slowed by all of the traps and blind ends. He had to backtrack over and over. The only good news was that his Pierce the Veil skill went up 2 levels. and his traps and trap disarm skills both went up one level. Though he occasionally heard more skittering sounds, he didn't see another. So for the entire first day, Richter knew that his luck couldn't last forever. Though, and he was right, he was disabling a particularly difficult series of traps, all level 15 and above, when he heard the barking language of the kobolds. He immediately had Futon turn invisible. He couldn't be sure that kobolds couldn't see the light the remnant had been emitting, even though it was so faint. Of course, without the remnant's ambient light, he was blind, despite his night vision spell. At a quick order, Futon moved ahead to find the encroaching party and then report back. Richter found the wall of the tunnel and edged back into a small crevice. He maintained stealth, and his icon indicating his effectiveness remained a green, closed eye. Richter waited. He wished that he could cast his buffs, but it would just draw too much attention in the pitch-black tunnel. Alma shifted on his shoulders. We may have some trouble soon, love, if I light up the space. Attack, he told her. I'm ready, master, she thought back. There was a distinctly predatory tone to her thoughts. Less than a minute later, Richter heard Futon's voice directly in his left ear. There is a party of 8 kobolds approaching, my lord. I could not analyze them without giving away my position. For have spears or small swords, to have crossbows, and one is slightly larger and is wearing armor. The last is carrying a staff, and I can sense magic emanating from her. Futon's whisper was almost inaudible. Richter nodded. It sounded like a caster and a series of warriors. One of the warriors might have some extra training, but that might actually work in his favor. Are they coming this way? I believe so, my lord. There is a small tunnel branching off between their position and here, but they are walking in this direction. Do they know I am here? I cannot understand their language, my lord, Futon replied, but they do not seem to be expecting trouble. Hopefully it's just a random patrol, he thought. The larger warrior and the one with the staff, are they at the front of the group or in the back? They are both in the back, Futon answered. Good, Richter said. I want you to hover high above me and several yards away. Let the patrol pass me. When the mage and larger fighter pass, my position, flare as brightly as you can. Keep the light in their eyes. Alma, you attack the smaller ones and be careful to avoid the ones with crossbows. I am ready, master, she thought gleefully. Richter took his bow out of his bag of holding and placed it under his cloak. Next, he adjusted the position of his quiver so that he could swiftly draw and knock an arrow when needed. Between his stealth skill and his cloak of concealment, he looked like nothing more than a shadow. In the darkness, he banished night vision and then settled into wait. The voices grew louder, the kobolds barking echoing in the tunnels. Again, the tunnels made it hard for Richter to gauge how far away they were. But he didn't have to wait long. After only a few minutes, the voice stopped echoing, and he could tell that they were crossing his position. Their footsteps were characterized by a slight scratching as their talons scraped the floor. There was also a faint shush sound. It confused Richter for a moment, but then he remembered that the kobolds had long tails that dragged behind them. Richter kept his eyes screwed shut and his head pointed down. He didn't dare move a muscle until Futon lit up the tunnel. His first encounter with kobolds kept playing through his mind while he waited. He had remained undetected while he stayed still, but they had seen him as soon as he shifted in the slightest bit. He could only guess that their vision was movement-based. Richter kept his breath shallow. Suddenly there were screams of pain and howls of agony. The darkness Richter had lived in for the past several hours was banished by a bright white light. Richter opened his eyes, and the light nearly blinded him as well, despite not looking directly at it. The kobold patrol was almost completely incapacitated. The subterranean creatures could barely even tolerate bright light, but having a light the equivalent of the sunshine directly in their eyes after being in a completely dark tunnel had overwhelmed their senses. 3 were down on the ground rolling around in agony, and 2 others had fallen to their knees as they hissed in pain. Richter wasted no time. He spat the word of power that triggered his spell charm and overcame the will of the kobold mage. With no hesitation, he pointed his ring of spell holding at the armored kobold, and suddenly had another fighter on his side. He followed this up with a third enchantment. With a harsh word of power, his fingers contorted into a peculiar arrangement, and he cast Troubled Sleep. Unlike Charm Troubled, Sleep took a whole 3 seconds to cast. It was why Richter seldom used it. In battle, only the pain and disorientation that Futin's brilliance had caused. The light-sensitive kobolds let him take the time to cast the spell. 3 seconds didn't seem like a lot in normal times, but in battle it could be a lifetime. The dark magic writhed down Richter's arm and then shot forward. It flew towards the kobolds and started to circle around some of them. It moved faster and faster, varying its height with each elevation. It was clear that it was running around the circumference of an unseen cylinder, and those caught within it had to either resist the spell or fall into a nightmare. Plagued sleep. Of the 5 caught within, only 1 managed to maintain his feet, since Futin had fled, bringing light to the darkness. Less than 10 seconds had passed. Richter's 2 charmed kobolds stood ready to accept orders, for were prone, trapped in a nightmare sleep. Of the 2 remaining, 1 was still staring at him in fear and disbelief over the sudden change in her fortune. The last was hightailing it towards a nearby side tunnel. Alma drain him, he shouted mentally. The kobold was quite quick on his feet, but was no match for the dragonling once she had cast haste. Before the runner had covered half the distance to his escape route, Alma silently caught him. Her wings flared to slow her momentarily as her forelegs extended. With a deadly grace she latched onto the kobold's head. His arms started to come up to push off his attacker, but then he fell as seizures overtook his body. She remained attached as the body collapsed to the ground. The kobold standing near Richter had made a quick assessment. She didn't know exactly what had befallen her commander and the mage, but their slack expressions and vacant gaze told her that something was amiss. It clearly had something to do with this cloaked intruder that had arrived in their midst, though. She had seen him cast spells of multiple types, something only the chromatic kobolds could normally do. Though running was the default of the kobold race when faced with a new threat, she knew there was little chance of her escaping, and besides, the human was holding a bow, so she took the only option that was left to her. She attacked. Her spear was extended in a lunge even before Alma had caught the kobold she was chasing. Richter jumped back and to the side in order to avoid the attack, but he needn't have bothered. His charmed kobolds reacted to the threat to their new master. The armored kobold swung his own spear forward and caught the female kobold in its side. The spearhead punctured her scaled hide, and blood, more black than red, sprayed from where he struck her. The charmed kobold's attack was strong enough to knock his target to the ground. The kobold mage had started casting a spell at the same time that the armored kobold attacked. The spell had a several-second cast time, and green energy began to surround both the mage and her staff. When she finished casting, she drove the butt of her staff into the ground. A crack appeared in the tunnel floor and zigzagged several feet away. When it finished, a small stone hand rose from the ground. Over the next second, 1.5-foot-high figure rose from the ground. The ground it had arisen from looked unblemished. The small golem immediately wandered over to the injured kobold and drove a rocky hand into her ankle. The Kobold screamed, but that didn't stop the golem from ripping a bloody chunk from her leg. The armored kobold was getting ready to deliver a coup de grace. But Richter said, "Stop!" Immediately, both the mage and the fighter took a step back. With a wave of her hand, the mage had her summoned earth monster step back as well. The injured kobold female looked up at Richter with pure hate in her eyes. "Just kill me, human. I'll die knowing that my people will soon feast on your flesh." Richter looked back at her dispassionately and said, "You got it." He walked over to where Alma was feeding and drew a dagger. He quickly stabbed the kobold in the heart, ending his life. The dragonling looked at him like the cat that got the cream, extremely satisfied with her meal. "Want some more, love?" he asked her. "Oh yes, master. Thank you." He sent her a mental image of the injured kobold, and she launched into the air with an excited trill. The kobold saw death coming and screamed, but the sound was set off abruptly as Alma began to feed again. Richter had Futon use his identification ability on all of the kobold's equipment, and then he ordered him to turn invisible and sent him to scout the nearby tunnels. It was clear that the glare had been causing his charmed kobold's pain, and he didn't want to risk an adverse stimuli breaking his hold on them. He cast far light and attached a small ball of light to the tunnel wall several yards away. The kobolds did not seem happy, but they no longer looked like they were in pain. The visibility issue taken care of. He walked over to his new allies. Speaking in the barking language of the kobolds, he asked, "Are there any other kobolds nearby? Anyone that would have heard our fight, or is going to come look for you soon?" "No, master," the armored kobold said. "Are we safe here?" he asked next. "Nowhere is safe in the depths, master, but we most likely will not be attacked anytime soon." "Good enough for me," Richter said. He pointed to the kobolds that had succumbed to his troubled sleep spell. "I need information. Do any of them have knowledge of the tunnels that the two of you don't?" Even while charmed, the derision could be clearly heard in the armored kobold's voice. "They are simple soldiers, master. They could not possibly know anything that I do not. Elitism, alive and well, miles underground," Richter thought, shaking his head. "Do you agree?" he asked the mage. "Yes, master." The Kazine was all Richter needed. He mentally told Alma to drain them as well. It was true that the sleeping kobolds could have had information the Charmed did not, but he had to be practical. There was no way he could control so many of them at once, and time was of the essence. Richter could not forget that he was deep behind enemy lines. He analyzed each and found that they all had the prefix "Cole" in their names. The armored kobold explained that the Cole caste were born with the ability to use their tails as another prehensile appendage. Richter remembered that the fighter that had lunged at him had had a tail that switched back and forth, like a cat's. The Cole caste kobolds had tails that were longer than Richter's. Charmed kobolds. Some of them had a forge spike that was attached to the tip. Richter saw how it could be used like a scorpion stinger. After analyzing the third kobold, he was awarded with a prompt. "Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Analyze." Another prompt had been auto-minimized since he was in combat. "Conditions! Congratulations! You have reached skill level 7 in Stealth." He dismissed both notifications and left Alma to her feast. Richter turned his attention to the charmed kobolds. He analyzed the mage first. Name and photo. Kobold level 13. Health 190. Mana 330. Stamina 140. Disposition, charmed enmity. Kobolds are small reptilian humanoids. Most adventurers can best a kobold in one-on-one combat, but you will seldom find such a fight. They highly favor traps and ambushes. Kobolds shy from bright light and make their homes underground. It should be a wary adventurer that enters a kobold warren. Kobolds get 2 points too. Distribute per level, and each level gives +1 to intelligence, dexterity, and agility. Next, he analyzed the armored kobold. Name, Durin. Kobold level 12. Health 200, mana 220, stamina 170, disposition, charmed enmity. Richter started interrogating them. First, he asked about the prefixes in their names. The mage told him that it meant that she was in a caste of kobolds known for their long claws. She demonstrated that the claws on the tips of her fingers could extend another 2 inches. Each looked wickedly sharp. She demonstrated by dragging them down the wall. Shallow furrows could be seen in the stone afterwards. The end cast were normally used as attackers. Apparently, they were also gifted with increased health. Dern supplied the information about his own caste. Dur denoted a caste devoted to defending mages. These kobolds were born with heavier scales that significantly increased their natural armor. They were also larger, had more health than lower castes, and had greater strength. Next, they told him about their clan, the Saber Claws. Their territory did indeed about the Longfangs clan's territory. Durin made it clear that there was no love lost between the 2 clans. The tunnels that joined the territories were all no man's lands and were sites of continual skirmishes. I need to get to the Longfangs' lands and then travel through them. The mage spoke up. I do not know how that will be possible, master. Even for us, it is almost impossible to avoid their traps and patrols. We will, of course, help in any way that we can master. I just wanted you to know the risks. Richter nodded. The information was not anything he hadn't been expecting. After all, he was trapped underground with possibly tens of thousands of monsters. He wasn't going to give up, though. He had them remove all of their gear. While he was at it, he had them help strip the other kobolds as well. When everything was in a pile, Richter ordered them to get to work drawing maps of the tunnels in the surrounding area and specifically how to get to the Longfangs' territory. As an aside, he asked them to jot down any other points of interest. He started going through their possessions. The soldiers merely had an assortment of poorly made weaponry and no armor to speak of. Each had small pouches with a hodgepodge of copper coins, small ingots of copper, and a smattering of low-quality stones. Richter had better luck with Durin-S equipment. You have found hide cuirass. Defense +3, max +5. Type, light armor. Durability 11/16. Item class, common. Quality, poor. Weight, 1.3 kilograms. You have found earth snake pants. Defense +5. Type, light armor. Durability 15/17. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 0.7 kilograms. Traits, +3% earth resistance. You have found iron spear. Damage 8 to 11, max 10 to 12. Durability 13/18. Item class, common. Quality, poor. Weight 1.6 kilograms. You have found health potion. Potion level, brew. Strength, weak. Weight 0.1 kilograms. Heals 25 health over 7 seconds. You have found pouch. You have found box trap. Triggering this trap will release the contents. Item class, common. Quality, poor. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Richter asked the fighter what was in the box and was told that it was an orange mold. The mold released spores that got into the victim's lungs and made their lungs spasm. It caused poison damage, and there was also a chance that the spores could cause the victim's diaphragm to completely lock up for a short time. they would be incapacitated until the effect passed. A small wire was attached to the release mechanism. The box was no more than 3 by 3 by 3 inches. The trap would most likely be best used to booby-trap the inside of a chest. When Richter heard about the deadly fungus in the box, he checked the quality again. Seeing poor, he decided to handle it gently. He placed it in his bag of holding where it shouldn't be able to harm him. Next, he went through the midge's items. The most interesting thing was the staff. It was topped with the skull of what looked like a monkey of all things. It had a sloping brow, protruding nose, and two long fangs in place of incisors. The skull was attached to a wooden staff of polished wood. You have found Summoning Staff of Earth. Attack 3 to 5, max 7 to 9. Durability 12/37. Item class, uncommon. Quality, superb. Weight 1.3 kilograms. Traits, summoned earth creatures are 14% stronger. The quality of the staff seemed much better than anything else the kobolds had possessed. When he asked about it, Infota calmly explained that she had taken it from a known family that was caught in a trap. The entire family had fallen into a deep pit. Rather than risk direct confrontation with a potentially dangerous enemy, the kobolds had simply left the family in the trap for weeks. She explained that a kobold sentry was left to watch them from hiding. They slowly died of dehydration. The father had been holding the staff when her squad had come to search the remains. She remarked that he had also been holding the body of his small child. As Richter heard her speak, he was shocked and horrified at the nonchalant way that she relayed her story. She didn't even stop drawing the maps. She had seemed to take a small amount of joy in that the trap had worked well, but there was absolutely no inflection as she described the slow and painful death of a family of sentient beings, at least some of them children. Richter didn't know if he could call the kobold mage evil, since the events didn't seem to affect her one way or another. She seemed to exhibit a complete lack of morality one way or another. Either way, he no longer felt any reservation about what he had planned for these two. He kept going through her gear. You have found Bracelet of Mana. Durability 11/13. Item class, common. Quality, average. Weight, 0.1 kilograms. Traits, increase maximum mana by +3. Well, that's utter crap, Richter thought. She also was wearing some basic clothes with no real statistics. In her pouch she did have 1 ruby, albeit of small size, and several small lumps of copper and silver. The only other thing that was of note was a weak mana potion. He placed everything in his bag. He watched the two charmed kobolds until they had almost run out of paper. Richter retrieved the parchment that the long-fanged kobold had written on and had them start using the clean backs. While he waited for them to continue, Richter reloaded his ring of spell storage with another charm spell. Futon checked back in periodically and assured Richter that no one was approaching their position. After a time, Richter took what they had and arranged it on the ground. It took several minutes to arrange, but then a large map could clearly be seen. A prompt appeared offering to add this new information to his traveler's map. After accepting yes, the subterranean information Richter could access expanded massively. As the kobolds continued to work, he explored the map. As instructed, the charmed creatures had focused first on showing him the way to the Longfang's territory. There were 4 large tunnels depicted on his map that led between the two territories, and countless smaller passageways. Several underground rivers crisscrossed the map. Sometimes the waterways appeared for only small stretches before disappearing into bare rock again. Richter had considered using the rivers to get out of the depths, but from what he could see, he would drown long before they made it outside. Instead, he focused on the tunnels. The problem was every single one of them had either traps, contingents of guards, or usually both. And it wasn't just the saber-claws defenses that were shown. Enfota had at least some information about the Long Fang's defenses. Apparently, as a member of a higher caste, she had access to intelligence on nearby enemies. Looking at the gauntlet he would have to make it through, Richter silently agreed that it would be near impossible to make it back to the ruined temple. He kept searching the maps for anything that might help. Though, as the kobolds finished new sections of the map, he continued examining and adding them to his traveler's map. Something started to catch his attention. A section of tunnel was climbing in elevation. He excitedly took the next parchment from Enfota and saw that it showed tunnels leading upward. Do any of these lead to the surface? He asked quickly. Yes, master, the fighter replied. There are many routes to the surface. This section of tunnel will lead you into the forest. Richter face-palmed. Of course there would be other routes to the surface. He had been so fixated on getting back to the village by the one route he knew was available that he hadn't even considered other options. This was the kind of mistake that could literally get him killed. Richter shook his head and recriminated himself again. He had to do better. Richter ordered her to detail the quickest route to the surface while Durin continued drawing any points of interest. As he waited for her to finish, Richter examined the various locations the fighter was jotting down. A small gold mine was far below their present position. It was guarded by what looked like a large contingent of kobolds. Another interesting location was a storage area. Durin said it was a space where his people stored the items they captured from enemies. At any time, it could be full of trash or treasure. It had a small number of guards according to Durin. More and more important sites filled the pages of the maps. One was relatively close by, and the kobold depicted it with a series of spikes. What's this? Richter said, pointing. That is a crystal garden, master. What is that? Crystals can be ground down and used to make higher-level potions and items, the kobold replied. Richter remembered science saying that finding more crystals was a priority, so the crystals just naturally occur. Are there any other locations nearby? Enfota answered. Crystals are grown, master. They can occur in small quantities randomly, but a crystal garden has a focus crystal at its heart. Given time and the right conditions, it will grow an unlimited amount of crystal. Richter's eyes lit up with greed. He had been considering attacking if there was a stockpile of crystal. Basically just a snatch and grab. But if he could make his own garden, it would be phenomenal. Coupled with the bonus from his life mastery, it would grow as much crystal as his people needed. Something bothered him, though. Why aren't you marking down any guards? It doesn't make sense that it would be left unprotected. The two kobolds looked at each other before replying. It is guarded, my lord. Then why didn't you mark a guard post down like you did other places on the map? Durin answered. There will be a number of workers that are mining the garden, master. Outside of that, there was only a small force guarding the garden. The contingent is normally larger, but fighters were pulled away for a raid on another clan. Well, how many can we expect? Richter asked a bit impatiently. He felt like the kobold was being recalcitrant for some reason. Durin's face twitched. There will be only 3 coal cast guards left. You killed the rest. The fighter pointed at the kobold bodies. There wasn't any anger in the kobold's voice as he spoke, but Richter wondered about the twitch that had preceded Durin's answer. While charm was amazingly useful, he wondered at the limitations of the spell. Could someone under its effects lie, even if it was only a lie of omission? Was the real Durin screaming from inside his own skull, trying to get free? Richter really had no way of knowing since he had never personally suffered the effects of the spell. He pushed that question to the back of his mind, focusing on the here and now. He was suddenly elated. There were only 3 guards left. It meant that a valuable resource was basically unprotected. If I decide to attack, is there anything else I will need to be careful of? He wanted that focus crystal. If any of the workers survive the initial attack, then they will run to collect reinforcements. Outside of that, the focus crystal protects itself. It will summon a guardian that must be defeated before it can be collected. Richter felt his enthusiasm wane slightly. How much time before the reinforcements arrive? If the workers have to run to the nearest guard post, perhaps 30 minutes. If they encounter a patrol, then much faster. Durin replied. What type of guardian will the focus crystal summon? He asked. A beast formed of crystal itself, Enfota answered. I have seen a small one once before. On a patrol, our people found a crystal garden in the wild. The garden was young, though. The crystals only grew several paces across, and so the guardian it summoned was not much larger than a skitter. So the guardian gets stronger the older the garden is, Richter asked. Yes, master. Well, how old is the garden you were guarding? Focus crystals. And the gardens they create gain power the older they are. This garden is more than 50 years old, master, and it fills several caves in Fota. Answered. God damn it, Richter muttered under his breath. He still wasn't deterred, though, and Richter thought about the problem. His attack and capture of these two showed how much of a difference preparation could make in a battle. If he had attacked the kobold patrol head-on, it was completely possible that the 8 reptiles would have slaughtered him. He had been able to get close, though, and attack from surprise. That had made all the difference. How could he sneak close to the garden, though? He couldn't see. Without Futon, and the kobolds would be alerted if the remnant put out any light. Richter looked at Enfota. I need a way to see in the dark. Do you have a spell that can do that? No, master. All kobolds naturally have dark vision. I do know a simple recipe to create such a potion, however. Great. What is it? The kobold mage started talking. She actually knew to recipes. The first just involved grinding a kobold's eye into paste and then adding water. This would only make a brew-level potion. To make a tincture-level potion, another ingredient was required. Richter said he wanted the stronger potion, so she explained the process. It required a specific number of clockwise turns of the pestle should be completed before pausing. Surprisingly, the process to make the tincture required him to add his own breath. She told him that he had to blow on it for several seconds, and then grind it, then blow on it again before continuing to grind. Coincidentally, that was the advice he had given his first girlfriend and pretty much every other woman he had dated since. Enfota cleared her throat, seeing that Richter had stopped listening. When he gave her his attention again, she finished describing the recipe. When she was done speaking, 2 prompts appeared. You have learned Dark Vision Brew Recipe. 1 kobold eye plus 1 jot of water. You have learned Dark Vision Tincture Recipe. 1 kobold eye plus 1 jot of water plus 1 measure of skitter blood. What's a skitter? He asked. You mentioned that before. A creature that is one of our primary sources of food, master. They are common, ubiquitous, and easy to procure. You must have heard them. Since coming to the depth, Richter remembered hearing a scraping and scratching when he first entered the tunnels. So how do we get one? He asked, impressed by her use of unsat word. We shall take care of it, master, Enfota said. She barked an order at Durin, and he started moving towards one of the small side tunnels. Wait, Richter called out. He couldn't be sure just how much time he had left, but the 1-hour duration of charm must be nearing its completion. He drew his longsword and ordered Durin to kneel before him. At his prompting, Alma latched onto the kobold, but didn't start to feed. She was just in place as a security measure, praying that his life mastery would overcome the kobold's increased resistance to the second casting of the enchantment spell. He summoned his magic and cast charm. Richter analyzed the kobold and smiled. The spell had worked. He repeated that process with the mage and bought himself another hour of servitude with both. Interestingly, their dispositions towards him further degraded from enmity to hatred. Durin entered the side tunnel to find the skidder. Richter made sure to command him to return within half an hour. He couldn't risk the kobold getting away. Turning to Enfoda, he asked what spells she could cast. The list was small, but potentially helpful. She could cast summon minor earth elementals, stone spear, stinking mud, and binding roots. All of her magical skill focused around earth magic. A quick question revealed that stinking mud created a morass that greatly decreased movement speed. The other spells were easy to figure out based on the names. Richter also asked if she knew any other potion recipes, but she stated she only knew the first because she had previously been tasked with making it for non-kobold captives that her people had used as slaves. With nothing else to do, Richter took out the small mortar and pestle from his bag as well as several empty vials. Enfoda continued drawing maps, and Richter set to his grisly work. With his shadow dagger, he walked from body to body. He removed each eye and placed them all in his bag. He still had 2 bodies left to harvest when Durin came back. The kobold was dragging a furry, squealing creature behind him. Richter got his first view of a skidder. This thing was fugly. It was a rat the size of a Pomeranian, but instead of fur, it was covered in scales. Its pelt was a dingy black in the light and had 6 legs ending in clawed feet. Durin was pulling it by its tail, and as its body fully exited the side tunnel, it gnashed its teeth as it tried to escape. At one point, contorted and bit the kobold fighter, but its teeth were unable to penetrate his heavy scales. For the first time since becoming charmed, Enfoda smiled. She waved Durin over to a slight depression in the tunnel floor. Her claws extended, and with no further pause she ripped into the creature. The thing squealed loudly as it was eviscerated. Durin did not stand idly by, but instead flipped it over and took a large bite of its underbelly, the one part of the animal not covered in scales. Richter watched appalled as they consumed chunks of the creature, while it screamed. After a few moments, he hacked and coughed, bile rising in his throat and burning the back of his mouth. He clapped a hand over his mouth to control the urge. Enfoda looked up at the noise. She held up a severed leg she was chewing. Would you like this, master? They are best when they are fresh. The skidder screamed again. Richter lost control and vomit sprayed over the bodies of 2 of the dead kobold fighters. Even Alma seemed bothered by the savagery. She flapped her way to the far end of the tunnel, and Enfoda shrugged and got back to her meal. Once Richter stopped heaving, he rinsed his mouth out and spat. He quickly went back to his own disgusting act and finished collecting the eyes. Then he walked over to where the kobolds were feasting and ordered them back. He collected some of the red blood from where it had pooled on the floor. With the ingredients in hand, he walked over to his mortar and pestle. He placed one eye in the bowl, poured some of the blood atop it, and poured some water as well. Then he started grinding. The eye popped with a faint sound, and the white vitreous fluid mixed with the red blood. He kept grinding to the soundtrack of the 2 kobolds noisily resuming their meal. After a few minutes of grinding, blowing, grinding and blowing, finally got the result he was seeking. Lifting the pestle, he could see that the color of the potion had changed to a deep black. You have created Dark Vision Potion. Potion level, tincture. Strength, Weak. Weight 0.1 kilograms. This will provide dark vision for 15 yards for 15 minutes. Richter smiled. His first real attempt at alchemy was a success. He carefully emptied the potion into a vial and then made 11 more with the remaining kobold eyes. After the 7th, he leveled up in alchemy, making the subsequent potions more powerful. The 1.5% bump only increased his range by a few more inches, but he would take it. Trying not to think about what was actually in the potion, he closed his eyes and drank one down. The thick liquid seemed to coat his throat, and he almost vomited again. The sensation was quickly replaced by a tingling in his eyes. When he opened them, the ball of light hanging in the tunnel caused immediate discomfort. He summoned Alma. As his familiar settled across his shoulders, he dismissed the light spell with a wave of his hand. Richter saw with dark vision for the first time. It was a bit surreal. His natural vision operated by differentiating positive and negative space. Because of that, seeing edges and focusing on specific objects was easy. Dark vision was like seeing everything at once without focusing on anything. What you saw was a still picture. Because of that, any changes to the picture were easy to detect. Richter suddenly knew why the kobolds could pierce his stealth when he moved. Also, being cloaked in shadows couldn't be expected to be super effective against beings that could see through pure darkness. His dark vision was also somewhat surreal in that it cut off abruptly at -1 yards. After that, it was like there was a wall of pure black. He asked Enfoda what the range of her vision was, and it turned out that both kobolds could see at least 50 yards. Richter shook his head. It meant that even though he could see in the dark, he was still in a severe disadvantage against any other kobolds he might run into. A quick question informed him that higher-level casts typically had better dark vision, and that the max distance also increased. Occasionally with level, maybe the workers wouldn't be able to see as far as his charmed kobolds, but Enfoda told him they could still see at least -1 yards. It couldn't be helped, though. If he had any chance of getting close enough to kill the guards at the Crystal Garden, it had to be without light. He cast night vision, hoping it would boost the range of his dark vision. There was no change, though. Dark vision didn't add any light. And without a bare amount of ambient illumination, the spell wouldn't work. Richter sent a call for Futon, and then thought through the upcoming attack. According to the mage, it was about a 20-minute hike to the Crystal Garden. After that, the entrance to the surface was 10 to 15 miles away. If the information the kobolds had provided was correct, the way was littered with traps. None of them should be any more complicated than what Richter had already found, though, according to Enfoda. Apparently, the really dangerous and diabolical traps were only found closer to the key areas, because he would be moving away from the center of the Saber-Claw's seat of power. The resistance he found should be minimal, she told him. Richter mulled over his situation. On the one hand, he could make a run for it and have a high chance of getting out of the tunnels. On the other, though, a potentially valuable resource was almost undefended. And he still had his ring of spell storage, he thought with a smile. He reloaded the spell with charm and waited for Futon to return. He quickly accessed his prompts to see if there was anything else that required his attention. Richter was pleased to see that he had gotten a nice experience bump from Alma's brain drain. You have been awarded 1,944 base 31,115 by 0.05 x 1.25 experience from brain drain against level 8 kobold. You have been awarded 3,115 base 49,835 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from brain drain against level 10 kobold. You have been awarded 940 to base 15,064 x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 6 Kobold. You have been awarded 858 base 13,723 x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 5 Kobold. You have been awarded 1,830 base 29,285 x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 8 Kobold. You have been awarded 2,326 base 37,211 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 9 Kobold. The experience wasn't enough to get either him or Alma to the next level, but he was still happy with the bonus. Richter gave the mage and fighter their gear again. He needed them equipped now that a battle loomed. The one thing he held back on was giving back the summoning staff. He wouldn't risk losing such an interesting object. Richter leaned against the wall of the tunnel to wait for Futen. After a few minutes, the remnant spoke in Richter's ear. "How can I help you, my lord?" Richter took out his physical traveler's map. "We are going to attack a crystal garden. This is the route." With a thought, the route became highlighted. "Go invisible. Report back once you have scouted the scene." The remnant disappeared. Richter cast haste on himself and the two kobolds. "Stop when we are 100 yards away from the garden. Let's go." They all took off at a run. The distance was crossed quickly with their enhanced speed. Richter had to drink another dark vision potion, but other than that, the trip was uneventful. They stopped near a bend in the tunnel, and Foda told him that the garden was only 100 yards ahead. Richter could hear barking voices. "Futen," Richter whispered. "Yes, my lord," came the response right in front of his face. Not too long ago, the remnant's voice appearing out of nowhere would have creeped the hell out of him. Now, though, he just accepted it as business as usual. "What did you find?" "There are 3 guards at the entrance to the cave ahead. The entrance is 20 yards across. 12 other kobolds are carrying crystals to a wagon that is hitched to some type of animal. The wagon is almost full." "Okay," Richter said. He turned to his charmed kobolds. "Can you lure the 3 guards over here?" "They will do as ordered," and Fota answered. Richter nodded. "Alma, I need you to drink a potion. It will let you see in the dark." "I'll need you in a moment." "Yes, master," she thought back. Richter gave her a potion and then confirmed that it gave her dark vision. She answered happily that the tincture had worked, though she hadn't expressed it. Being blind and dependent on Richter to get around had been very difficult for the winged creature. Richter sent the 2 kobolds ahead, instructing them to bring their guards back and to be ready to attack if either resisted his spell. Alma hovered above. She was ready to unleash a side blast as soon as the kobolds turned the corner. Richter cast Barkskin on himself. His fingers twitched unconsciously as he thought about unleashing his spells. Scant minutes later, the 3 guards came around the corner. Alma unleashed her power, and they all fell to their knees, 2 with screams and 1 with just a stunned look on his face. Richter unleashed the charm spell, stored in his ring with 1 hand, and with the other invoked charm a second time. Both of the kobolds he targeted adopted the vacant expression of the newly enchanted. The 3rd kobold was struggling to his feet, leaning on his spear to stand faster. Richter opened his mouth to command his charmed kobolds to attack when Alma let out a cry. Gold lights surround her body as she cast charm. Suddenly, there was another vacant expression. Richter looked at his familiar in shock and wonder. "That's my girl. You are so wonderful." He had known she could use life magic now. Of course, but actually seeing how much more powerful his familiar now took his breath away. She trilled happily in response to his praise and alighted on top of her charmed kobold's head. Then she promptly defecated before shooting back up into the air. Richter's face wrinkled in disgust. Then he just shrugged and laughed. She had just made the kobold her bitch and then shit on him. Maybe she wasn't exactly wonderful, but she was definitely still his girl. Richter's analyzed skill confirmed that all of the enchantments had been successful. The 3 kobolds were all of the coal caste. He immediately sent the 5 charmed creatures around the corner with instructions to force all the workers back into the cave. The workers had heard the brief screams and were ready to bolt when the 5 members of the higher castes came back with no apparent concern. However, the deeply ingrained obedience to follow the orders of their betters overwhelmed their instinct to flee. Richter followed 30 seconds later while stealth. He was reasonably sure that he should be beyond the boundary of the workers' dark vision. He smiled when he saw the 5 charmed kobolds blocking the mouth of the cave. Richter equipped his bow and nocked an arrow. More than 30 tri-caste kobolds were in the cavern. When he stepped into view of the workers, they all began to bark and whine in fear. He shouted, "Attack!" The next few minutes were not so much a battle as a slaughter. The charmed kobolds set into their kinsmen with vicious abandon. Richter continually knocked and fired arrows, each finding a home in the scaled bodies of the workers. He didn't imbue any, wanting to avoid the large, concussive booms. It didn't matter, though. In 5 minutes, all of the kobold workers were dead. Alma had had a field day, having drained 4 more workers. Each time she latched on, he immediately shot the kobold in the chest. After only 1 or 2 shots, it would expire. Alma garnered another 9,165 experience points for the both of them. One of the guards had been injured and blood ran freely down his chest. Richter cast slow heal and the wound slowly closed. He looked at Enfota. "Where is the focus crystal?" "I will find it, master." The kobold mage ran deeper into the garden. Richter followed her with his eyes and then looked around the cave. It appeared normal to be made of stone, except for the clusters of crystal that blossomed randomly from the walls, floor, and ceiling. Each looked like an oversized section of a fractured geode. Richter ordered the others to gather the items from the dead workers. As they did his bidding, he moved over to the wagon holding the harvested crystal. The animal hitched to the wagon shuffled a bit uneasily at his approach. He tried to speak soothingly to it, but that only increased its agitation. Realizing his mistake, he tried again, but in the language of the kobolds. The animal calmed. He analyzed it and discovered it was called a prox. It looked like any oxen he might find above ground, except that the ears were overly large. Ignoring it, he started loading his bag of holding with the crystals as fast as he could. Before long, Enfota ran back up to his side. "I have found it, master." Richter had loaded half the contents of the wagon into his bag. Luckily, the crystal wasn't too heavy. He looked at the rest of the unclaimed resource, but decided to stop while he was ahead. The focus crystal was the real prize. If the battle with the Guardian went well, then he would gather the rest afterward. Richter followed the mage further into the cave. He stopped by the pile of gear that the workers had. Richter ignored most of the random items, but placed all of the pouches into his bag. He would go through them later. The one other thing he picked up was a pickaxe. He reasoned he would need it to dig out the focus crystal. The cave extended back further than Richter had initially thought. The group walked for several minutes, and Richter took the opportunity to load his ring of spell storage once again. His mana dropped by 60 points, but it had almost completely replenished anyway, so it wasn't a large hit. Richter drew one of his heavy cobalt arrows and placed it on his bow string. He had a feeling he might need some extra stopping power soon. The outcroppings of crystal became more regular the further in they went. It was no longer just random pockets. Now Richter could see entire sheets of crystal growing from the walls. The individual crystals also seemed bigger. How long did it take to grow all of this? Richter asked. This garden has existed for decades, Master. Its loss will be a large blow to our people, Enfoda responded. The charmed creature didn't seem particularly bothered that she was helping to rob her own people of a clan treasure. The information made Richter acutely aware of passing time. Though, that was when he saw it. Nestled into the wall was a glowing crystal. Richter couldn't really make out colors in his dark vision the same way he could if there was light, but he clearly saw it was slowly pulsing. Looking around, he didn't see the guardian the kobolds had warned of. Placing his arrow back into his quiver, he shouldered his bow. Richter ordered the kobolds to keep watch, and then he picked up the pickaxe. Swinging with all of his might, he hammered at the wall of crystal. Few chips fell to the ground. He swung again, and more chips fell to the tunnel floor. Richter secured his grip and started mining in earnest. Quam! 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 His blows were a steady beat that echoed through the still cave. He hoped that he wasn't drawing the attention of another patrol, but he wouldn't be denied his prize now that he was so close. Cracks appeared in the wall, and Richter reversed the pickaxe so that the point was towards the wall. He swung again and again into the cracks, and each blow drove the heavy point into the crevices that now zigzagged all over the wall. He brought the blunt end back to bear and swung again. With a sound like the fracturing of a glacier, the wall fell as a whole and the focus crystal was exposed. Richter threw the pickaxe down and away from him. Sweat flowed freely down his body, and his hands tingled from the reverberations of his heavy blows. He reached towards the pulsing crystal, and a prompt filled his vision. You have unlocked the quest, Crystal Garden Eye. To make your own crystal garden, you must harvest the focus crystal. The crystal is a powerful item and a living thing, and so to harvest one is both a boon and a responsibility. You have found a focus crystal. Do you wish to retrieve it? Reward. Focus crystal. Yes or no? He ignored the prompt for a second and drank another dark vision potion and gave Alma one as well. He had Enfoda prepare any spells or buffs that she had. Then he cast haste on himself and two of the kobolds. He had Alma buff herself and hasten the other three. Richter called out for Futon to scout the area outside of the Crystal Garden to watch out for other kobolds. The remnant wouldn't be of much use against a stone monster. Richter heard a disembodied, "Yes, my lord," a minor earth elemental rose from the ground as the kobold mage finished casting a spell. Richter figured they were as ready as they were going to be. He focused on the prompt and selected yes. Richter had a feeling that things were about to get Fubert. Everything got fucked up beyond all recognition. As soon as the prompt disappeared, the earth began to tremble violently. Richter realized he needn't have been concerned about anyone. Hearing the blows of the pickaxe, it sounded like the entire mountain was being ripped in half. The upheaval knocked all of them to the ground. That turned out to be lucky because crystals from all about the cavern began to fly about. Razor-sharp shards shot through the air faster than an arrow. First two shards slammed together, then a third. More and more crystals began to aggregate, and the focus crystal rose into the air. Its slow pulse had been accelerated to a nearly constant flicker, and it was added to the massive crystals floating in the air. Richter and the kobold's crab walked away from the maelstrom of shards raging above them. Alma crawled on the ground looking up at the deadly shooting alley above her. Standing would have been to willingly place their bodies in the middle of a crossfire, so they edged away, being careful to remain hugged to the floor. The crystals continued to smash together faster, and it became clear they were forming some type of crystal golem. Less than a minute after, Richter had chosen yes on the prompt, a humanoid figure composed entirely of semi-clear iridescent shards stood 10 feet tall in the middle of the crystal garden. Richter analyzed it. Crystal Guardian, level 41, health 980, mana 470, stamina 760, disposition, enmity. You have sought to harvest a focus crystal. The crystal is a form of life, and like any life form, it will protect itself. The Guardian is a defensive mechanism formed from the crystals that grow in the garden. The crystal monster raised its arms above its head, as if in triumph or glory. The focus crystal pulsed with a slow beat again, and was in the center of its chest. Richter watched the Guardian stand there, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Then it turned its neck, and despite its featureless face, Richter was sure that it was staring right at him. Its gaze invoked a primal response in Richter. Oh shit! Kill it! He decided to shout instead, knocking an arrow and loosing. The kobolds sprung into attack. The 3 coal-cast kobolds jumped forward, 2 wielding spears, and the third a stone cudgel. Their tails whipped blades at the Guardian as well. The Duer-cast kobold ran forward and swung his heavy mace at the Guardian's knee. The kobold mage began her casting, and her summoned pet lumbered forward to do battle with its large cousin. The initial results were less than impressive. The Guardian barely noticed the attacking spears, both of which slid harmlessly across its hard surface. The tail daggers had even less of an effect. Durin's mace blow buckled its knee ever so slightly and left a few fine cracks, but did no serious damage. Richter's arrow struck it in the head, but glanced off. The Guardian's counter-strike was not so easy to brush off. It swung one arm studded with sharp crystals at Durin. The kobold dropped under the blow, but the Guardian continued its swing. The arm connected with the unarmored bodies of 2 of the coal warriors. One slumped to the ground, his body a ruined mess. The other kobold flew across the tunnel and struck the wall. It landed in a heap, and a smear of black blood was left on the wall. Richter knocked another heavy arrow and began to imbue it. Enfoda finished her casting, and a stone spear, 1 inch in diameter, shot from her hand and hurtled towards the crystal man. The spear struck it in the shoulder and knocked it back a step. It immediately started attacking. Again, Durin swung his mace in both hands. The Crystal Guardian blocked the blow in one of its arms. All the kobold's strike did was chip one of the shards at the end of its fist. The Guardian kicked forward, trying to punt Durin across the room. The kobold's natural dexterity coupled with Richter's haste spell let him avoid the attack. The remaining coal warrior struck with its spear again, but the second attack was as ineffectual as the first. With a barking shout, Enfoda finished another spell. Green light writhed around her right leg. She raised it up and then stomped down. The light flowed into the ground and disappeared for a split second, but then roots shot up from under the Crystal Guardian. The tendrils wrapped around its leg in an attempt to keep it in one place. Unfortunately, the roots were only pencil-sized, and the Guardian simply wrenched one foot free, then the other. The mage's binding root spell at least served to give Richter a clear shot. His arrow had developed a gold aura and black streaks that occurred when he imbued his attack. He released. The shot arced across the small space and connected with the creature's chest in a large concussive boom. Richter's earlier concern about not drawing attention were moot after the loud noises of the Guardian's creation. The kobolds all dropped, low, startled and pained by the unexpected noise. Thankfully, the pain passed quickly and wasn't enough to break the enchantment. The Crystal Guardian fell back into the wall of the cave. It connected with an impressive thud and fell down to a seated position. More crystals fell from the ceiling because of the impact. One large crystal stalactite almost crushed Enfoda, but she was able to dive out of the way. The monster wasn't done, though. It grabbed a spike of crystal from the wall. Rather than using it as a handhold, the Guardian tore the crystal free to the sound of crunching glass. Still seated, it threw the spike at Durin. The crystal shard was 2 feet long and at least 6 inches thick. The projectile hit the kobold in a glancing blow. He hissed in pain. The blow spun the kobold around and made him fall to the ground. Richter ran forward a few steps and cast grease. The Guardian had been in the process of regaining its feet, but fell back down when its legs slipped from beneath it. Richter smiled and said, "Is it hot in here? Might be a little cheesy." He realized, but what was the use of being a badass monster fighter if you couldn't say badass one-liners? He extended his arm and cast flame. Power flowed from him, and his entire arm tingled and glowed red for the split second before a gout of flame shot from his fingertips. It touched the edge of the grease circle. The Crystal Guardian was still trying to escape, and suddenly the Guardian was sitting in a round hell of its very own. Whereas before it had moved awkwardly trying to regain its balance, now it flailed frantically to escape the ongoing damage it was taking. Alma blasted to keep it in the fire. The dragonling flew above the Guardian and unleashed a psi blast. The monster's limbs stilled and it just lay there, half of its body still in that fire. It would have been a great idea for Alma to keep blasting it silly, but the cooldown on her ability precluded it. She asked Richter if she should attack it with brain drain, but he couldn't risk it. The damn thing had too much health, and its level was too high for her to stun. Besides, the flames might hurt her. She flew back and hovered above his head. While it was incapacitated, he tried his stored charm spell. He didn't really think it would work on a creature like this, but he had to give it a shot. The spell found no purchase. Richter was disappointed, but not surprised. He moved back by the kobolds, Durin, and the coal cast. Kobold stood ready to attack it again, and Photo was in the process of ordering her Earth Elemental to attack the Guardian while it was down, when Richter snapped a command. "Cast Stinking Mud," he ordered her. "We would need to back up first, Master. We are within the radius of the spell." They all backed away while the elemental scurried forward to do its mistress's bidding. Once they were at a safe distance, Enfoda began the spells for second cast time. While she did that, Richter began imbuing another heavy arrow. He looked at his target and saw that the Guardian had gotten up and had grabbed the Earth Elemental in one hand. The Mage's Pet struggled to still fight, but the size disparity just could not be overcome. With a mallet-like fist, the Guardian was bringing sledgehammer blows against the hapless creature. Dirt and pebbles fell from the elemental with each blow, and it quickly lost cohesion. The elemental served its purpose, though. The gold aura over Richter's arrow had developed black streaks that flowed across it. He waited until after Enfoda finished her spell. With a guttural noise that sounded painful to make, she finished her casting. A ripple passed over the ground in front of the party, and its weight the ground began to slowly bubble. The entire stone floor converted to a plain of thick mud. The spell effect extended back 10 yards. As amazing as the effect was, what was really spectacular was the smell. Each bubble that rose from the mud released a smell like rotten eggs. The sudden olfactory assault almost made Richter lose his focus, but he maintained his concentration and released successfully. The arrow shot towards the Guardian and struck it in the chest again. His aim was perfect. The short distance coupled with use of his focus skill meant that accuracy was not a problem. The shot staggered the Guardian, but this time it didn't fall. That was only because its legs had sunk to feet into the ground. However, thanks to the kobold's earth magic, Richter tasted victory. He analyzed the monster and saw that it had lost hundreds of health points already. Cracks spider-webbed across the iridescent body, worst in the chest. He thought he should be able to wear it down to nothing before it could cross the 30 feet through the sucking mud. Smiling, he knocked another arrow and was about to activate drill. Shot when the focus crystal in its chest flared. The Guardian swung one massive hand into the wall, crushing some of the crystal growing there. The ruined shards didn't fall to the ground, though. In fact, all of the crystal near its hand lost definition. Small rivers of crystal began to flow towards the monster. The fluid flowed up its arm and over its body. It settled wherever there was a crack. In just a few seconds, all of the obvious damage had disappeared, and its surface was as unblemished as when the battle had started. Richter's lip curled and he analyzed it again. Crystal Guardian, level 41, health 920, mana 270 470ths, stamina 320ths. Richter cursed. The damn thing had completely regenerated. At least, it had to use a good amount of mana to do it. But this was not good. The crumbled remains of the earth elemental fell from its hand, and it pulled one leg free of the mud to start lumbering toward them. Richter started imbuing an arrow. How long is the cooldown for the spell you just cast? He shouted. 30 minutes, master. Damn it, he thought. He watched the Guardian lumber closer and closer. When it had crossed half the distance, he shot at its heart again. He had timed its shot for when one foot was in the air and free of the muck. Its torso swayed back from the hard hit, but it didn't fall like Richter had hoped. It was able to swing its foot back and plant it in the mud. He knew that he wasn't going to be able to kill it before it got to the end of the mud if it kept healing itself. He had to do something. Brute force alone wasn't working, and Richter was the only one with a ranged attack except for Enfota's stone spear. There had to be a way to outsmart this thing. What he really needed was a way to delay it. Richter looked at the 3 kobolds near him. You, he said to the cold cast, run around the Guardian and start attacking from behind. Don't let it catch you. Richter turned back to the Guardian, knocked a wood sprite arrow. He activated drill shot. 2 seconds later, the arrow left the string and started spinning as it flew through the air. It struck the Guardian's chest just to the left of the focus crystal. The sprite arrow bored into the crystal for a second before stopping. The arrow remained there, sticking straight out of its chest. The kobold fighter had crossed the distance to the Guardian. His smaller size and weight made him sink less into the mud than the Guardian did. Both of their movement speeds were reduced, but the fighter was still a touch faster. Richter almost wanted to cheer when the crystal monster started lumbering towards the coal. He took the respite to reach into his bag. He pulled out 2 crossbows he had taken from dead kobolds and handed them to Enfota and Durin. He doled out the bolts between them, and the 3 of them started firing at Guardian. He also drank a restore mana potion. Now that it was trying to kill the Richter's charmed kobold, he didn't have a clear shot at its chest. Drill shot wouldn't reach its heart, the only vulnerable spot Richter could see. He started imbuing. The 2 other kobolds started firing as quickly as they could, with the shoddily made crossbows that wasn't very fast at all. The weapons had some stopping power, but at best they merely chipped away at the Guardian's body. Still, it was better than nothing. The cold cast dodged and jabbed. His attacks barely did any appreciable damage, but of course, that wasn't the point. Richter, Enfota, and Durin were able to keep firing with impunity as their comrade conducted a deadly dance with a construct almost 3 times his height. If it wasn't for the mud, then the coal might have had a real shot at continuing to avoid the monster's attacks. But it was not meant to be. The distraction he provided came to a sudden and tragic end. The kobold jabbed at the face of the guardian and then attempted to jump back. One foot came free of the mud, but the other stayed mired. The monster's fist came across the kobold's face with crushing force. Blood sprayed across the mud, and the kobold fell limp to the ground. The monster reached down and grabbed the body in both hands and started pulling. The damage was enough to rouse the kobold, but all he could do was scream. Richter sent Almari. The cooldown on Psyblast had elapsed, and she swept towards the monster, unleashing her power. The guardian released the kobold, who fell to the mud. Crossbow bolts continued to plink off of its body while it staggered. Richter continued to imbue his arrow. The dragonling flew clear. After 2 seconds, it recovered from Alma's attack and reached down. Again, the coal-cast kobold hadn't been able to escape. Blood seeped through the kobold's skin in places, mixing with the mud. Even worse than the superficial injuries, the guardian had crushed one of the fighter's legs. Before it released its hold, it grabbed him again, holding the kobold above its head. It began to pull for a second time. The coal screamed, and blood began to speckle the guardian's head and chest. With a horrible wet sound, the kobold was wrenched apart. The crystal monster dropped both halves and turned towards Richter and the other kobolds. Again, Richter's arrow had shifted from a pure gold to scant black lines too, the black streaks now appearing solid in a barbershop pattern. As soon as he saw it face him head-on again, he released. The arrow struck it square in the chest, and the shockwave flattened the mud, and the boom even hurt Richter's ears. It also finally knocked the monster down. Richter looked at the bloody severed halves of the kobold laying in the mud. He felt like a monster himself, but he looked at Durin and said, "Go attack it." The thick-scaled kobold didn't hesitate. It started to stride towards the fallen monster, mace in hand. Richter downed another mana potion. When the guardian got up, he could clearly see cracks in its chest again. Still none of them reached to the focus crystal, though. Richter cursed. Just what did he have to do to kill this thing? Once again, the focus crystal flared, and the guardian slapped its hand against a wall. The crystal flowed away from the wall and up its arm. Just like last time, the clear liquid stone flowed over the guardian's body and healed all of the damage it had taken. Richter noted that a portion of the now bare cave wall glowed blue. He shut that from his mind, though, and got back into the fight. Richter checked its status again. Crystal Guardian, level 41, health 920, mana 91 470ths, stamina 283 320ths. With gritted teeth, Richter drew a sprite arrow. At least the bastard wouldn't be healing again. He triggered drill shot again. He just had to wear it down. All he had to do was kill it before it reached him. Of course, that was when things got screwy again. The monster took one step towards Durin, who set himself to meet it at the edge of the mud. The guardian didn't try to close any more of the distance, though. Instead, it pointed a crystal arm at the kobold, and the focus crystal flashed. In a heartbeat, the arm halved in diameter, but doubled in length. Before Durin could move, the spear-like appendage shot through his chest. The kobold screamed in pain and swung its mace weakly at the crystal arm. He swung twice more, each attempt weaker than the last, and then his head slumped forward in death. The crystal guardian's arm resumed its normal size. It took a step towards Richter and Enfota, finally free of the mud. Richter shouted at the mage to run, and the two remaining party members both dashed away to make space between themselves and the blood-spattered monster. "Can you summon another elemental?" Richter shouted. I don't have enough mana, master. Cursing, he gave her his last restore mana potion and tossed it to her. On the run, Enfota drank it. After another few seconds, he asked if she had. Enough now? Yes, master. Then fucking summon it. They both turned left around a corner and then turned back to face their enemy. Enfota started chanting. Richter drew a heavy arrow and extended his aura around it. He then began pouring in his mana as quickly as possible. The steps of the Guardian grew louder, and it came around the corner. Richter released. He hadn't had enough time to invest much in the imbuement, but the heavy quality of the arrow coupled with the extra power were enough to make it fall to one knee. Enfota finished her summoning just in time. The elemental rose from the tunnel floor and jumped on the Guardian. The small elemental and the Guardian looked like mini-me fighting. Austin powers, but Enfota's pet still had powerful hands. As proof, Crystal fell to the ground as it attacked. The kobold had just enough mana to cast Stone Spear again. The stone projectile hit the monster in its chest. Richter shot it in the same place, but did not have much mana left. The blow only created a few cracks in the crystal. The Guardian had been twisting at the waist as it tried to grab the slightly faster Earth Elemental. It finally caught the summoned creature, though. The Guardian's protector threw the small rock man at Enfota, and she went down with a large thud. With no other distractions, the monster turned its full attention to Richter. It extended one hand, and the focus crystal began to pulse again. Knowing what was coming, he mentally called out, "Alma, blast it!" The dragonling swooped from above and hit it with another blast. The Guardian's arm dropped as it struggled to overcome the 2-second stun. Richter reached into his bag and pulled out a specific arrow. The entire fight he had been hoping he could knock the focus crystal free of the Guardian's chest. He had reasoned that without its heart, the crystal monster would simply fall apart. Now, though, Richter just wanted to survive. He placed the arrow of piercing on his bowstring and triggered drill. Shot! The Guardian recovered a half-second before Richter finished the 2-second activation of his subskill, but the distance was so small it had no hope of evasion. The arrow left his bow spinning and struck the Guardian dead center. The arrow as a whole stopped spinning after a second, just as his previous drill shots had. The special property of the arrow of piercing was to ignore 66% of its target's armor, though. The arrowhead continued to spin, and it drove deep into the monster's chest. For the first time in the fight, the focus crystal itself was damaged. The Guardian fell to its back. The focus crystal pulsed wildly. It was a form of life that was barely self-aware, but it still struggled to survive. It needed to heal itself, but it lacked the mana to use the crystal in the garden. So the focus crystal used the only thing available to it, the body of the Guardian. Before Richter's eyes, the monster began to shrink in size. As it did, Richter noticed that the cracks his arrow had made in the focus crystal began to disappear. He knew that he didn't have much time. Dropping his bow, he drew his shadow dagger and ran over to the Guardian's prone body. Raising his dagger high, he drove it down into the hole that the piercing arrow had made. Now, both his dagger and arrow pierced the central crystal. The Guardian swung one arm up to strike Richter, but the loss of its mass showed in its decreased strength and speed. Richter released his dagger and jumped back out of the way. Alma, drain it! His familiar flew in and wrapped herself around the monster's head. The Guardian was only 5 feet in height now, and its limbs moved randomly as if it had lost the ability for concerted action. It shrunk faster, now that Richter's dagger was sunk into its heart. The focus crystal drew upon the Guardian more and more, but it couldn't heal with weapons still penetrating it. Richter drew his high steel longsword. He placed both hands on the hilt and raised it up, prepared to drive the blade down into its body. When he realized he was wasting an opportunity, he freed one hand from the hilt and twisted his fingers into an odd configuration. A word of power left his mouth like a caress, and he cast Soul Trap. Then he raised his sword again and drove the blade down into the guardian's neck. The high steel sword shot straight through the crystal, and only stopped when it hit the tunnel floor. With a twist and a wrench, the head came loose, and the guardian's health dropped to 0. A ribbon of light twisted through the air and disappeared into Richter's bag. The monster was finally dead. Chapter 18. Alma crowed in triumph and jumped into the air. Richter looked down at the once large body. Despite not moving, the body continued to shrink as the focus crystal tried to heal. It still couldn't though, and the body was only 3 feet tall now. Not wanting his prize to be lost, he quickly removed the dagger and arrow and watched as the wounds in the crystal closed before his eyes. Once it was completely restored, the body stopped shrinking. A prompt appeared. You have found Focus Crystal. This can be used to grow a crystal garden. It can be planted anywhere, but thrives underground. This is a living entity, and it feeds on the ambient magic in an area. It must be planted within 1 week or die. Weight 13.6 kilograms. He barely had time to look at the crystal before another series of prompts filled his vision. You have completed the quest. Crystal Garden Eye. You have successfully harvested a focus crystal. You are now responsible for this form of life. Reward. A focus crystal. Reward. 12,500 base 10,000 experience points. You have unlocked the quest. Crystal Garden 2. The focus crystal you gathered is a living creature. You must plant it within 1 week or it will die. Penalty for failure. Possible loss of alignment. Reward. Crystal Garden. You have no choice in accepting this quest. Your actions have consequences. Richter smiled and picked up the seed for his new garden. The quest wasn't a problem. Dead or alive, he would be back in his village within a week. The focus crystal was about the size of an eggplant and was heavier than it looked. Nothing he couldn't handle, but it was amazingly dense. It was no wonder that it had resisted any damage until he had used his arrow of piercing. That made him look at the arrow again. When he examined it, it looked none the worse for wear. The prompt that came up showed that its special property of ignoring 66% of an enemy's armor was still intact. When Richter had reached initiate status in his archery skill, he had gained the ability to retrieve half of all the special arrows he used after his death. Though he had dropped below level 10 in archery, so he hadn't thought that he would maintain the retrieval power. Either way, he was glad to have been able to keep such a useful weapon. The arrow went into his bag. After Richter placed the focus crystal into his bag as well, he looked at the rest of the Guardian. Another prompt appeared. You have found Concentrated Crystal. The creation of a Crystal Guardian compresses the crystal used in the creation of its body. That, coupled with the power of the focus crystal flowing through it, changes these crystals. The magical properties are increased dramatically. Any potions or items created may gain extra potency or powers. Looking at the small amount of the Guardian's body which was left, he grunted. If he had known that its remains would be so useful, he would have tried to hack more of it off. At least he had one, though. Richter picked up the severed head, which was about the size of a large watermelon, and placed it in his bag. The rest of the body would have to be taken apart before he could take it with him. He started looking around for something to break it apart when his vision suddenly went black. The dark vision potion had run out. Alma squawked in displeasure as her potion ran out not long afterwards. As useful as dark vision had been, he decided it was time to bring some light onto the situation. Richter invoked his light magic, and several globes shot from his fingers to illuminate the cavern. What he saw took his breath away. He had seen the cavern through his dark vision, but the beauty of it could only really be appreciated in the light. The crystal cavern sparkled and shined. It reminded him of standing near Victoria Falls at sunset. The massive waterfall had struck the ground a mile below where he stood with such force that a mist had been driven 100 yards above his head. When he had looked in the direction of the setting sun, the red and gold light had refracted in the countless water droplets, and it looked like the air had caught fire. It was a natural beauty Richter had never forgotten, just as he knew he would never forget the sight of the crystal garden illuminated by his magical light. Richter suddenly doubted his decision to disturb such a beautiful setting. Actually seeing the sections of the garden that had been destroyed made him feel like he had done something wrong. All he had thought about was that there was something that he had wanted, and so he had committed this desecration of a natural wonder. He hadn't stopped to think about if he really had the right. Back on Earth, Richter had criticized the greedy corporations and governments that had plundered the planet's resources, with no concern for the human cost. Was what he had just done any different? Was this what it meant to be a chaos seed? A hiss of displeasure interrupted his introspection. Richter looked back and saw that Enfota was still alive. She had been knocked unconscious by her elemental, but was now pulling herself out from the rubble it had left behind in death. Seeing her, Richter found some internal peace. He may have had to cause some destruction to gain the focus crystal, but it was better than letting creatures like her continue to use it. He had not forgotten the story of how she had obtained her staff. Quit complaining, he told her. Richter looked around, preparing to leave when he saw faint illumination against a far wall. He had forgotten about the section of wall that had been revealed by the Guardians. Regeneration! It was glowing the exact shade of blue that has pierced the veil, skill used to indicate a hidden compartment. The only problem was that it was across the section of tunnel that had been converted to mud. A command to Enfota solved that problem. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed the spell. The ground became solid stone again. Richter quickly walked across to the wall, taking the pickaxe with him. When he arrived in front of the blue square, he ran his hands along the panel, searching for a latch or lever. He didn't find anything obvious, but his fingernail did detect a crack in the wall exactly in line with where the blue glow stopped. Stooping, Richter blew into the crack. A small gout of dust flared, and Richter could see that the crack was actually a well-defined slit. Richter placed his dagger in the opening and slowly pushed. With a click, a side of a panel raised from the wall. Richter smiled in delight. Sheathing his dagger, he dug his fingers into the edge of the panel and pulled. With the sound of grinding stone, the panel slowly swung outward until he could see a space. He put the tip of the pickaxe into the crack and then wedged the door open like a hammer. Taking a nail off the wall, it opened easily after that, and Richter was able to see the treasure it contained. His eyes widened in excitement. You have found magic book. Durability 4/5. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 0.4 kilograms. You have found magic book. Durability 6/6. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 0.5 kilograms. You have found magic book. Durability 7/7. Item class common. Quality above average. Weight 0.4 kilograms. You have found magic book. Durability 8/10. Item class rare. Quality superb. Weight 0.3 kilograms. You have found magic box. Durability 195/199. Item class, rare. Quality, exquisite. Weight, 4.1 kilograms. You have found stonewood chest. Durability, 263 289. Item class, common. Quality, superb. Weight, 38.7 kilograms. You have found magic short sword. Durability 60 to 66. Item class, uncommon. Quality, above average. Weight, 1.2 kilograms. Cha-ching, Richter said loudly. His concern over the damage he had caused in the garden just didn't seem as important anymore. It was amazing how a bunch of swag could make any existential crisis just fade away. Richter stared at each item, but his lore skill was apparently not high enough to identify any of them. He put out a mental call for Futen and examined his treasure. The chest was locked, not wanting to move too fast and trip any hidden traps. He just placed it in his bag. The opening was just large enough to take fit over the chest long ways. The sword had the silver gleam of quicksilver and an ornate hilt. The sheath was formed of some type of pale pink hide. Other than that, he couldn't tell anything about it except that it was still sharp despite how long it may have sat hidden behind the wall. Before he could check anything else, Futen appeared. That was fast, Richter said. Yes, my lord. I was already on my way back. There is a patrol approaching your position. Richter cursed. How far? How many? I did not see them, but I heard their voices echoing in the tunnels. It sounded like a great many. Fuck, they must have been attracted by the noise of the battle. He quickly shoved the sword into his bag, and then the other items as well. Under the box was an intricate symbol carved into the stone of the cubby. Richter stared at it for a second, and then ran towards the entrance to the garden. Alma and Futen flew above, and Enfoda fell and stepped behind him. When he exited the cave system that held the garden, he was able to hear the echoes of the barking voices himself. He knew tunnels could play tricks with sound, but it sounded like there were a lot more enemies than he could handle. He turned to Enfoda. He had planned to kill her ever since he had first captured her, and the story she had told him about the gnome family had made it even more certain. Richter hated what he was about to do, but he realized that he had to let her go. He pointed in the opposite direction, from his route to the surface. Wait here for the patrol. Tell them you were attacked, and then I ran that way. Lead them away as long as you can. Yes, master, she replied. Richter stared at her another moment. He was tempted to try and charm her again, but it would be the third time, and if it failed, he would have to fight the hateful mage while an army approached. No, there just wasn't time. He just had to hope that he got enough of a head start before the enchantment wore off. He drank a dark vision tincture and gave another T.O. Alma, with a slight bit of mental flexing and a crook of his fingers, dismissed his far light spells. Then he ran down a side tunnel and hid behind a bend. Alma settled onto his shoulders, and at his order, Futen turned invisible. Before long, he heard loud yapping as Enfoda met the band of kobolds. Either she was very convincing or her higher caste put her in charge, because soon Richter could hear them running away from his position. He waited another minute for them to be led away, but didn't dare wait any longer. He wasn't sure how much more time he had left before. Enfoda broke free of charm, but it couldn't be long. Richter cast haste and took off running. Richter sprinted as fast as he could, following his map to the exit. The winding tunnels were confusing, and there was no way he could have found his way out unaided. Thankfully, though, the kobolds' racial ability of pathfinding underground had translated to the quality of the maps they provided. The tunnels appeared before him exactly as they had been depicted. Once again, he ran until his stamina started to run out. Then he would jog lightly until it refilled halfway. Traps appeared regularly, but he didn't dare take the time to disarm them all. He simply skirted them and sped on. When his dark vision potion ran out, he had Futon light the tunnel. The time for stealth was over. Now it was about speed and stamina. He moved his legs as quickly as he could, but then he heard the horns. Richter would never know if the alarm was sounded because Enfota's enchantment wore off or he had just passed an unseen sentry. But the baleful sound of horns started coming faster and faster. Initially, they were just behind him, but then Richter was sure he started hearing them too. Either side, he kept running. It was unclear who was more surprised, him or the kobold patrol that he ran across. Futon led the way slightly and went around one of the endless twists in the tunnels. As soon as the orb disappeared from sight, Richter heard cries of pain and anger. He rounded the bend a second later and saw 7 kobolds reeling from the sudden bright light. They had come from another small tunnel that was a dogleg to the right and had been taken by surprise. Richter didn't pause. Instead, he just threw both hands forward and contorted his fingers in a specific configuration, each a mirror image of the other. He shouted the word of power. For the first time, the magic seemed to resist his will, but after a moment of intense focus, he spat it out. Warmth flooded both of his arms just prior to twin gouts of flame exploding from both hands. They interwove with each other like he was a ghostbuster, crossing the streams, and the combined forces created a large jet of flame. The color of the fire, which was normally yellow-orange, became a solid orange, and the flame shot out much further than before. His arms were locked together by the force of the spell, and he felt his mana pour out of him. With a cry of rage and power, he aimed the flaming lance at their faces as he ran by. They all fell to the ground with even louder cries of pain. The scent of cooked meat filled the air. He didn't stop running the whole time. Once he was past them, he canceled the spell. He heard a few crossbows discharging, but the kobolds were firing blind, and none of the shots came near him. As he sped up the tunnel, he noticed that his mana bar had fallen a good deal faster than he would have expected. Richter was mentally patting himself on the back when he heard another horn right behind him. One of the kobolds in the patrol must have had one. Sons of bitch, he thought. Richter pushed his legs to pump faster. Richter glanced at his map and saw that he only had a few miles left to go. He kept running, the kobold patrol's screams of agony fading behind him. He started hearing more horns to either side of him. Before the loud blasts had been one long mournful note. Now, however, it was 3 short blasts. Richter could only assume that the change communicated that the hunting parties had found their quarry and were closing in on him. 10 steps, 30, 100, then 500. Richter's stamina bar was nearing empty, but he couldn't stop when he was so close. He kept pushing. Futon, what time of day is it? He wheezed. It is mid-afternoon, my lord. Richter used that information as a personal rallying cry. He just had to make it outside and he'd be safe. The sunlight would keep them from following. He turned another corner and entered a last straight stretch. The tunnel rose at more than a 30-degree incline and was covered with gravel. Richter kept running, having to focus to keep his balance. He cast grease behind him near the bottom of the hill, hoping to slow any pursuit. He slipped and scrabbled in the loose scree, occasionally falling to all fours, but never stopping his upward progress. A horn blew to long, loud blasts. Richter hadn't heard that particular horn pattern before. He looked behind him, and what he saw at the bottom of the slope made his heart drop. 10 kobolds were at the bottom of the slope, and they were mounted. Their steeds looked like centipedes, only thousands of times larger than the small insects he had seen on Earth. As he watched, One of the mounts opened its and Richter saw a row of needle-sharp teeth. A kobold pointed it, spear at him, and roared Richter's form easily seen in Futin's light. They all took off towards him. Shit! Richter turned back towards the top of the slope and willed his legs to move faster. Despite his stamina being near empty, his fear gave him extra strength. He only had a quarter-mile left up the slope. He had to make it. He risked another look behind him and saw they were coming up fast. One broke ahead of the pack and raced up the tunnel. It hit the greasy spot well ahead of the rest, and the mount's thousands of tiny legs scrabbled for purchase, but it tipped forward. The centipede was going so fast it flipped end over end, and the kobold rider flew forward and landed. With a thud, Richter started to cheer internally, but then saw the other centipedes veer to either side of the grease patch. The tunnel was narrow enough that the 10-foot radius of the grease spell covered the entire floor. But it didn't stop them. The remaining 9 kobolds built speed, and then kept running on the walls. Their sharp, strong legs found dug into the stone walls just enough to keep them horizontal until they passed the obstacle. Once they were past the spells out, they came back to the tunnel floor without pause and kept running. Shit! Richter stared at them and then looked up the slope. There was no way that he could cross the remaining distance before they caught him. He wasn't going to make it. Praying that this worked, he quickly reached into his bag and took out the spring wool he had found on Sonore's body. You better fucking work, he shouted at the bar of compressed steel. He angled the item so that the ends pointed at the tunnel walls, made sure Alma and Futin were further up the hill than he was, and then removed the latch. A split second later, the spring wall deployed. Richter fell onto his, but with a startled yell, the wall shot out along the plane he had angled it. In its compressed form, it made a loud ting as it released, and then the sharp points along the edges of the device sunk into the stone of the tunnel. Walls with dozens of small thunks. It looked like a chain-link fence, but with much smaller holes and much thicker metal. The kobolds roared as they closed on his position. Richter scrabbled backwards, slipping in the gravel as he tried to get to his feet. The first of the centipedes reached the spring wall and tried to barrel through it. The wall buckled under its weight, and the high steel mesh bowed towards him. The mount's teeth gnashed as it tried to close the remaining feet between them. Richter looked into the eyes of the kobold rider, whose reptilian mouth was pulled back in a rictus of battle lust. It clearly tasted victory, and its spear was pulled back to stab him as soon as the centipede broke through the steel barrier. But the wall held. The wall held. The spring wall had flexed like a net under the kobold's charge, but then snapped back into shape. The kobold and its mount were pushed back, and the others quickly reined in to avoid a pile-up. Richter shouted, "Yes!" and then regained his feet. He smiled cockily at the kobolds, but then one brought out an axe and chopped at the wall, leaving a small tear in one of the links. "Fair enough," he said quietly with a small nod of his head. The cockiness faded, and he turned to start running up the hill. Then he had one of the most wonderful thoughts he had ever had since he started thinking. He smiled at the kobolds again. Oh yes, boys, he thought, the cockiness is back, and it's bigger and veinier than ever. Richter surreptitiously aimed his ring of spell storage at one of the kobolds, barely raising his arm. He released his stored charm spell. With his other arm, he enchanted a second rider. A gold glow surrounded his hand as he cast the spell, catching the kobold's attention. The enchantments were only phase 1. Phase 2 of his plan was where the sneakiness came in. Richter very blatantly pointed at a kobold next to the first one he had charmed and said in the barking language of the kobolds, "My charmed creature, I your master, command you to kill all of the other kobolds." The male that had been pointed at stared across the wall with surprised and widened eyes before the rider could refute Richter's claim. However, the charmed kobold obeyed his master's spoken command. Studded mace swung down with crushing force, and the kobold Richter had singled out slid bonelessly off of his centipede. At the same time, Richter's other charmed reptilian stabbed a fourth kobold with a spear. After that, the entire mounted force began clubbing, stabbing and slashing each other in a wonderful bloody mess. The kobolds' natural combativeness and divisiveness made them turn upon each other in a desperate bid to preserve their own individual lives. Only a few feet of space and a high steel mesh wall separated Richter from the slaughter, and, as the Chaos Seed looked upon his handiwork, he inhaled a deep, satisfied breath. In the months afterward, Richter could admit to himself that he may have watched the brutal tableau a bit longer than he should have, listening happily as screams and grunts filled the air. He would be able to concede that he enjoyed witnessing the gore and the death and black misted blood more than any sane person should have at the time of the massacre. However, with his nerves stretched to the breaking point, no deep thoughts were crossing his mind. Richter just stood with a smile and enjoyed the show. When only 3 of the mounted force were left alive, Richter looked past them and down the slope. He saw a second mass of kobolds, both mounted and otherwise, gathering at the bottom of the hill. As this army surged up towards him, he gave one last fond look at the kobolds killing themselves in front of him before turning and running the rest of the way up the hill. Richter made it to the top of the incline and turned right, just as the charmed kobolds had described a narrow cave connected to the tunnel and led outside. A waterfall fell from above the mouth of the cave, leaving the cave shrouded in shadow. That didn't matter to Richter. He was almost outside. He ran towards the falling water, the roar drowning out all sound just as the falling water blocked out most of the light. He stayed to the left of the cave and then entered a final short tunnel that led outside. Richter ran, excitement building in his chest, towards fresh air and, more importantly, the protection of the sun. He would finally be safe from these bastard lizards that had been trying to kill him. He followed the tunnel as it twisted through sheer rock. Right, left, and then one last right turn. He stepped out into fresh air and was immediately drenched in a torrential downpour. The water fell in sheets. The storm was so intense that barely any sunlight filtered down from above, despite it only being mid-afternoon. Richter put his head back and screamed into the storm, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Again. Chapter 19. Alma wriggled into his hood and under his cloak to protect herself from the rain. Still cursing, Richter started running again. He accessed his map. From what he could guesstimate, he was about 120 miles south and 30 miles west of the village. He hoped that the kobolds wouldn't be able to track him in the rain, but because of his new tracking, still, he could see animal prints even in the deluge he was running through. It was true that because of the rain he could only make out tracks a few feet away, but he couldn't hang his hat on the hope that the kobolds wouldn't track him. Futin, he shouted over the sound of the rain. A flash of lightning followed his call. "Yes, my lord," came the monotone reply. A roll of thunder followed the remnant's response. "You need to go back to the Great Seal. I need reinforcements. Tell them I am more than 100 miles south and at least 30 miles west of the village." Richter checked his map again, looking at both the translucent image superimposed on his vision and maintaining his balance. As he ran through the forest, taxed his ability to multitask, but he did his best. From what he could see on the map, a large cliff was directly in his path about 5 miles from his location. Several rivers crisscrossed the map as well. Tell them I'm going to be going further south and east until I can circle around a large cliff shaped like a crescent. Hopefully they know where that is. Going south when he crossed the rivers would also increase his chances to lose any potential pursuers. Are you sure that you want me to leave you, my lord? The remnant asked. Go, Richter shouted over the wind. I need more help than you can give. Fudin's light began to grow in intensity. It shined brighter than Richter had ever seen it before. Then the glare grew so powerful that he couldn't see anything but white. With a clap of sound, louder than the thunder, it rushed into the space that the remnant had been occupying a moment before. Richter stared at the spot Fudin had disappeared from. Sunspots marring his vision, he really could have warned me that his teleport would basically summon every monster within 20 miles. What a dick! Alma's only response was to shift unhappily under his cloak. Richter cast night vision to make up for the loss of Fudin's light, then took off running again. The storm continued unabated. His progress was greatly slowed by having to navigate obstacles like downed trees and mudslides. When he came to the first river 30 minutes later, he was glad he had told Fudin that he would be moving further south as he made his way east. The rain had swollen the river dramatically. What had been depicted on the map as a large stream was now a medium-sized rapids. Richter had been planning to walk down the center of the stream for several hundred yards to throw off anyone with the tracking skill and then exit on the other side. There was absolutely no way he could wade across. This, though, as he stood on the bank, he considered just jumping in and swimming. But the turbulent flow and large branches that bobbed around him, the water made drowning a very real threat. Richter started running south, down the riverbank, looking for a ford. After a bit, he found a tree that must have washed down from upstream and then gotten caught in a crook of the river. It extended 3/4 of the way to the far bank. Richter stepped out onto the tree, testing it with one foot. When it held, he pulled back his hood. The water flowed down his face, and Alma yelled in displeasure. I'm sorry, love, but if I fall and you're still in my cloak, I don't think you'll make it. Fly across and wait for me. She wasn't happy about it, but did as he asked. The wind buffeted her a time or two, but she made it into the limbs of a large tree on the far bank. Okay, Richter, he said to himself, let's do this. He walked out onto the tree with his arms held out to his sides. In his earth body, he was sure this wouldn't have been possible, but his increased agility here in the land let him balance on the makeshift bridge. The tree rocked slightly thanks to the fast-moving water. He was almost to the end of the trunk when something hit him like a hammer in the back of his shoulder. He cried out in pain and plunged into the river. Richter flailed to get above the surface, each movement of his left arm shooting pain through him. His head came above the water, and he coughed out some river that had made its way into his lungs. He sucked in a quick breath before he was pushed under the surface again. Over the next 5 minutes, he was pushed to and fro in the river, but he finally got to the other side. He pulled himself up, hand over hand, until he was firmly on solid ground. Laying on his side, he gasped and sputtered. Richter reached for the source of his pain and felt a metal bolt sticking out of his back. It was high enough in his shoulder that he could wrap his fingers around the portion sticking out of him. Getting a sure grip, he ripped it out. The barb on the head made his health drop fractionally more than the initial attack, and blood flowed freely down his back. He worked his other hand into a spell configuration and cast Slow Heal. The wound immediately began to close, and the pain abated. His fingers were also outlined in gold light, though, which alerted his pursuers to his position. More crossbow bolts shot across the river towards his general position. Alma swooped in and cast errant wind. The spell increased Richter's ability to dodge the projectiles and provided the edge he needed to get to safety. Richter took cover behind a large rock, and Alma settled back under his cloak. Richter bared his teeth and looked back across the river, but even with his night vision, he could barely see across to the other bank. Twisting his hand into a specific shape, he cast far light again and again. 10, then 20 balls of light shot across the river and attached to trees, rocks, and bushes. He now had a clear view of the force arrayed against him. Dozens of kobolds stared across the river at him, their eyes pregnant with hatred and promised retribution. All were mounted on what looked like large black pit bulls. More than half had crossbows, and they all fired. When they saw him peeking from behind the stone, he ducked his head back down and let all of the missiles either hit the rock or pass him by. Richter flipped them off and took off running. He cast haste as he once more sped through a darkened forest in a desperate bid to survive. Richter came to another river, but was able to wade across this one. As soon as he hit the other side, he was off and running again. Less than an hour later, the sun set, making a dim world even darker. Even with night vision, his sight was extremely limited. He ran through the night, barely staying ahead of the mounted kobolds. If the sky had been clear, he most likely would have been caught and killed. But again and again he was able to lose his pursuit in the storm. Unfortunately, again and again they found him. He tried to make his way north more than once, but the kobolds had spread themselves out to the north of this position. It was like they knew he was trying to get back to the Mist Village. Whenever Richter was spotted, the rider would blow his horn and the rest of the kobolds would converge. Richter would dash off and a game of cat and mouse would ensue. He would find a convenient hollow tree or fold in the land to hide in. Richter's stealth and cloak let him stay concealed until a hole appeared in their formation, and he would again streak out into the night. Though Richter hadn't been driven to ground yet, the kobolds continued driving him east and south. He would have been screwed if his only safe haven was his village. When he checked his map, though, he was surprised by the amount of distance he had covered since making it above ground. He smiled a vicious smile when he realized that the village wasn't his only safe haven. The kobolds kept driving him south, but it was Richter that began to lead them east. He kept running when he could, hiding when he had to. More hours passed. Richter's legs were tight, and he was fairly certain one of his boots was filled with blood from a popped blister when he finally arrived at his destination. He climbed a leafy tree and waited. Before long, Richter watched a kobold rider stalk through the rain, not 30 yards away from his position. He had hidden many times through the night, but this time was different. He didn't stay in his perch and just wait for the reptile to pass. He was finally done running. A mental message to Alma sent her. Winging silently into the higher limbs of the tree, Richter quietly lowered himself down from the branch he had been sitting on, and he dropped noiselessly to the ground. He stood and knocked a sprite arrow to the string and started imbuing. He had been behind the rider, but the glow from the arrow immediately gave him away. The rider saw him after 2 seconds and hurriedly raised a horn to his lips. Richter just smiled. He had no intention of stopping the kobold from giving away their position. In fact, for the first time, he was looking forward to hearing the god-awful racket the kobold horn made. The kobold paused for a moment, confused by Richter's expression, but then placed the horn to his lips and blew a loud note. The call was cut off when Richter's arrow detonated against his chest and knocked him out of the saddle, but the damage was done as the dog mount ran off in fear. Other horns echoed in the night. Richter raised his hand in the air and shot off several far lights, the balls of light rising in the air like fireworks. Then he took off running east. Again, after just a few minutes, the riders caught up with him. Through the night, his host of pursuers had slowly closed in on his position. The kobolds didn't need to spread out their numbers as sightings of Richter became more common. What they didn't know was that Richter had let himself be seen. The dog mounts outpaced him, the steeds running faster than Richter could despite his prodigious use of haste. Soon, the kobolds came at him from all directions, including dead ahead. Richter found himself surrounded. The reptiles barked angrily to each other, and the mounts growled and snapped at him. He cast simple light. Richter knew it would piss them off more, but though the kobolds were clearly angered, they all maintained a distance of at least 10 feet. Richter looked at the sea of angry kobolds. There had to be at least 200 of them. He kept a smile on his face, but inside, his heart hammered wildly in fear. He could only hope that what Hisako had told him was true, and that his plan would come to fruition before they all quite literally tore him apart. After a few minutes, a particularly large kobold pushed out of Richter's circle of enemies, riding a scarred pit bull. The kobold wore robes, rings, and held a wand clutched loosely his hand. Richter analyzed him. Name: Yaezan. Kobold level 35. Health 280. Mana 6,300. Stamina 190. Disposition: enmity. Profession: mage. Specialization: battle mage. The mage looked down at Richter from atop his mount. The wand in his hand gleamed in Richter's summoned globe of light. Unlike most kobold weapons, this looked well made and well maintained. It possessed the milky white color of moonstone and had a large ruby affixed to the end. Yaezan saw Richter looking at his weapons, and the kobold seemed to sneer. The mage raised his arm almost lazily. Then with a crook of his finger, dark energy shot up to Richter's ball of light and snuffed it out. The forest dropped into almost complete blackness. Though Richter couldn't see the kobolds anymore, he could hear their excitement. The ambient volume of conversation of the other kobolds rose at their leader's casual display of power. Richter re-established his night vision with a twist of his hand and a word of power. As the black energy writhed into existence, he looked at the mage and wondered if his spell casting might trigger a violent response from the mage, but all he saw on the man's face was smug superiority. When Yaezan spoke, he pointed the wand at Richter's face. You have come into our home and taken something. We will take it back, and for our trouble, we will take your heart as well. All of the kobolds yipped and barked loudly at their leader's words. Richter squinted at the large kobold. What if I just gave you the focus crystal back? Would you be willing to forgive and forget? I'm not speaking about a mere crystal, and you will know it, the kobold shouted. I do not know how you knew to look beneath the crystals for what had long been lost, but you will tell me before you die. Richter looked about, honestly confused. If you don't want the focus crystal, then what do you want? His night vision picked up a glimmer of movement. Enough games, human. If you do not wish to speak the truth now, then we will take you back to the tunnels. We shall see how resistant you are after the burrowing worms begin to nest within you. Yaezan barked an order, and the ring of kobolds began to close in on Richter. Wait! I'll tell you what I know, he said loudly, holding his arms out. Yaezan barked another order, and the kobolds stopped moving. The rider looked at him pointedly. I know that you feel wronged. I know that I took something from you. I also know something else. Richter let his last word hang in the air. For several seconds, the kobolds leaned in slightly as if afraid to miss his next words. Yaezan had opened his mouth to speak when Richter continued, cutting the mage off. He lowered his voice slightly as if he was sharing a secret. I know that you should be careful how you talk to me. We are not in your dark little hole anymore. And I know that when you step into someone else's house, you should be damn careful how you speak. Richter's voice rose through his speech, and spittle flew from his lips as he shouted the last sentence at Yaezan. The kobold bared his teeth. And this, he said, sweeping his arm around at the trees. Am I to understand that this forest is your house? Is that what you wanted to tell me? Was that the point of your useless speech and false bravado? Richter glared back, matching his enemy's glare in both will end animosity. Then he broke the gaze and smiled sheepishly. No, this isn't my house. It's theirs, he said, gesturing behind the kobold. And I was just talking until they had all got in position. Yaezan's head whipped back, and he saw that hundreds of blue, glowing dots had lit up the darkness. Then the sprites released their imbued arrows, and the kobolds found another reason to fear the light. Chapter 20. When Richter came to, his head was cushioned atop something soft, and a sweet scent filled the air. He picked his head up and saw that he was inside of a small room. A round yellow globe glowed softly in the corner. When he looked around, he saw that he wasn't alone. A white-haired sprite woman sat calmly in a chair at the foot of the bed. She looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. He awakes. Her voice had a youthful tone that belied her apparent age. He shook his head to clear the cobweb. Thank you for your help. I am forever in your debt. I should say so, she replied. The magic to bring someone back from the dead is no easy thing. Richter's eyes widened in alarm. The last thing he remembered was imbued shots exploding all around him. A few had struck the ground in front of him and thrown him through the air. After that, his head had struck something hard, and everything went back. He quickly accessed his status page, concerned that he had lost levels again. A girlish laugh made him look back at the sprite. She had her hand over her mouth in a poor attempt to stop the laughter that was spilling out into the room. Oh, your face. Just a joke. Lord Richter, I had to pay you back for stealing my sister away. She stood and gave a small curtsy. I am Fumiko. Hearing the name, it suddenly clicked. The sprite looked familiar, because he had spent so much time with her family member. This must be Sumiko's sister. So I didn't die. She laughed again. No, though when we saw the state of your face, we thought that you had. I did do something about that, though, she said, with a twinkle in her eye. Her gaze drifted up, and she tapped her hair. Confused Richter placed his hand on his face and ran it up over his scalp. For the first time in days, he didn't feel the pocked texture of his burned scars, but instead only smooth and healthy skin. His mouth dropped open, and he quickly cast mirror. An unblemished face stared back at him. He was bald as a cue ball, but other than that, his image was the old one he remembered. How? He asked with wonder in his voice. Let's just say Sumiko isn't the only life master in the family. The spell to remove your scars had to be cast in phases. You also had a crack in your skull from when you struck a rock during the battle with the kobolds. You have been asleep for the past 2 days. That explained why he was so hungry and thirsty, Richter thought. He didn't want to think about who had cleaned up after him when his body had done the necessary. He knew for a fact that just because you were unconscious for a long period of time, it didn't mean you stopped defecating. Basically, he was pretty sure that he owed some sprite another fruit basket. We also shaved the patches of hair you still had left. 1, because you were quite filthy, and 2, because you looked quite ridiculous. Richter chuckled and looked at her, his gratitude so intense he couldn't even really talk. He simply stood and embraced her. She hugged him back, but then said into his ear, "Thank you for the offer, but you're not my type." Then her hand moved down from his back to cup his bare ass. Richter screwed his eyes shut, and he started nodding. I'm naked. aren't I? See, she whispered into his ear again, I knew you weren't just a cute butt and smile. Her hand was still cupping him. He stood there awkwardly for a few more seconds as he pondered how best to escape the situation. But when she started squeezing, he quickly backed up, covering his privates with his hands as best he could. She took one last look and then walked out of the room, her laughter trailing after her. Richter stared after her, thinking how different she was from her sister. Another sprite, a male sprite this time Richter was happy to see, brought in his armor, weapons, and a set of clothes. The sprite told him that his armor had taken a beating in the initial barrage of imbued arrows the sprites had fired at the kobolds, but had been repaired. He hadn't taken any direct hits, but the concussive force of the arrows had still buffeted him around. Richter thanked him and then closed the door to get dressed. His bag was by the bedside. The magic of the item had ensured that it stayed near him. He dressed and equipped himself, then sent out a mental call. Alma, where are you, love? Was the self-satisfied reply. She sent him a mental image of a table laden with food. The view shifted to a sprite woman that was feeding his familiar small pieces of spiced meat. Richter noticed that the picture was much sharper and the colors were much richer since he had increased the psi bond. Greedy glut, he thought fondly. She just sent back another happy The sprite led Richter down a spiral staircase and then outside. It was night, but there was plenty of light provided by tall glowing rods that stuck up from the ground like tiki torches. As he looked around, he realized where he had been resting. He had been inside of the hearth tree. Richter was both pleased and surprised that he had been allowed inside. Fumiko was waiting at the entrance for him and saw his eyes widen as he looked up at the massive edifice. Yes, you were shown great honor. The only non-sprite to ever enter the hearth tree. You deserve it, though. Sprites that have come back from your village have told us of the birth of the Pixie Queen. Thank you, my lord. There was no laughter in her voice as she voiced her sentiment, and she swept her hands back in a graceful curtsy. Richter fidgeted, a bit uncomfortable by her sudden show of respect. Breaking the moment, he asked, "So there is food?" She laughed, and the serious moment passed. "Right this way. We are all eager to hear how you showed up on our doorstep with an army of kobolds. Well, then have I got a story for you." Richter walked over to the table and sat near where Alma was resting. Fumiko placed a plate of food in front of him and poured a glass of pale wine before settling in a seat across the table. Richter took a sip of the beverage and closed his eyes in bliss for a moment as the cool, sweet liquid slid down his throat. When he opened his eyes, he cast his gaze around at the happy sprites breaking their fast amidst a sea of gold grass. For the first time in days, he felt safe. Richter enjoyed the food and camaraderie. The sprites told him that the skirmishes with bugbears were increasing in frequency. A call had been put out for all sprites living in the northern part of the forest to return to the hearth tree. Despite the laughter he heard, Richter also detected somber note in the conversation. Everyone knew that a large battle was coming and that soon friends and loved ones could die. Hisako had taken a well-armed delegation to meet with Nicholas, the leader of a nearby wood elf tribe, to enlist their aid. Yushi was currently out hunting the eaters. Kumiko and the other sprites turned serious as they discussed the threat the eaters posed. No one quite understood why the bugs weren't spilling out into all sections of the forest. Outside of a few sporadic sightings, there had been no sign of the voracious creatures. More wine was brought to the table and the dark mood lifted. Richter took control of the conversation and told his story. He started with riding the Okami to save Terran and ended with his flight from the kobolds. He explained his arrival in the Wood Sprite Lands. When he couldn't get back to the Mist Village, Richter had realized that his only hope was to evade his pursuers until he got close to the hearth tree. Hisako had already told him about the frequent patrols the sprites conducted. When he was close enough, all he needed to do was draw enough attention and then wait for the cavalry. He admitted that when the kobold battle mage had extinguished his light spell, he had worried that the sprites might not see him and he'd be a victim of friendly fire. Fumiko reached out and traced a deep scratch in his armor. Well, maybe we were a bit too friendly with our fire, but to be fair, you were a bit too friendly when you woke up, mister. Cute butt. Richter coughed expressively while the other sprites at them both in curiosity. Ahem, all's well that ends well. What did happen, though? Were all of the kobolds killed? Fumiko shook her head. The big one that was talking to you was able to erect some powerful shields. After the first salvo, he cast a dark spell that made targeting the others difficult. We killed a lot of them, but more than half escaped. Richter shook his head at the news. He was sure that he hadn't heard the last of Yazan and the Saber Claws. He was still immensely grateful and thanked everyone for helping him. Richter talked to the Fumiko and the other sprites well into the night. When he finally slept, it was with a smile on his face. Richter awoke early. Even back on Earth, he had never been a late sleeper. With the near-perfect body he had been given since coming to the land, he barely needed 6 hours in order to be completely rested. As he left his room in the hearth tree, Alma jumped onto his shoulders, wrapping her tail around his arm for stability. He still smelled that sweet scent he had first detected when he woke the night before. As best as he could describe, it was a mix of the crisp smell of pine and a hint of maple syrup. Fumiko had told him the night before it was just the natural scent of the hearth tree. Richter only had to walk for a few seconds before he came across a sprite. He asked for directions to their equivalent of an alchemy lab. The smiling woman directed him down several levels and then told him to follow the first hallway on the right. Soon, Richter was standing in front of a door with the symbol of a bubbling potion engraved into the wood. He knocked twice and the door quickly opened. A sprite that looked like he was middle-aged looked up at Richter questioningly. After Richter explained what he needed, the sprite happily agreed to help. Richter tried to pay for the item, but the sprite just smiled and said he was happy to help any ally of his people. Richter smiled back. Gotta love these hippies. After he had gotten what he needed, he walked down to the base of the hearth tree and went outside. The glowing rods had been turned off, and Richter saw that the sky was just beginning to lighten. As he left the golden glade, he found a sprite who agreed to tell Fumiko and the elders that he would be back by mid-afternoon. The elders had made a brief appearance at his dinner table the night before. They were a small council of wise sprites that ruled the hearth tree. While Hisako was away, they had told him he would have an escort on his way back to the Mist Village. Richter didn't argue, knowing full well how dangerous the countryside was. Despite the danger, he didn't want anyone following where he was headed this morning. He needed to go back to his glade. Richter checked his weapons and tightened a loose strap on his armor, then left the golden glade. As soon as he was past the shining grasses, he cast haste and started running. With a trill of happiness, Alma launched into the air and flew above him. The morning was filled with the simple sounds of the forest. Richter sped along, often surprising animals which shot for cover. The verdant setting was full of the tracks, both predators and prey. After all of his near-death experiences, he simply enjoyed the peace and tranquility of the forest. He also finally had the time to deal with all of the prompts he had neglected while he had been fleeing for his life. You have been awarded 105,831 base 1,693,288 by 0.05x 1.5 experience. From Brain Drain against level 41 Crystal Guardian. Your familiar has reached level 15. Your familiar has reached level 19. Tring! You have reached level 21. Through hard work you have moved forward. Along your path, as a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Tring! You have reached level 22. Through hard work you have moved forward. Along your path, as a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Tring! You have reached level 23. Through hard work you have moved forward. Along your path, as a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week or they will randomly be assigned. For you, congratulations! You have reached skill level 24 in Pierce the Veil. +1 to Perception. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 25 in Pierce the Veil. +1 to Perception. Congratulations! You have advanced from Initiate to Apprentice in Pierce the Veil. In addition to seeing hidden traps and compartments, you can now find hidden doors and have a chance to detect magical concealments. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 7 in Stealth. You can inflict 1% greater damage during stealth attacks. +1 against perception checks. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 11 in Stealth. You can inflict 1% greater damage during stealth attacks. +1 against perception checks. Congratulations! You have advanced from Novice to Initiate in Stealth. Your weapons and equipment now make much less noise while stealth. You can now move with greater speed without losing stealth status. 25% less likely to leave tracks. You have received 2,500 base 2,000 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill Stealth. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 22 in Trap Disarm. 2% more likely to disarm trap. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 10 in Archery. 2% bonus to Aim. 2% bonus to Damage. Congratulations! You have advanced from Novice to Initiate in Archery. 50% chance to retrieve special arrows after they have been shot. You have already received bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill Archery. You will not be awarded this experience again. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 5 in Imbue Arrow. 5% damage. 5% speed of mana flow. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 6 in Imbue Arrow. 5% damage. 5% speed of mana flow. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 3 in Focus. Zoom. -1 by 0.1x. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in Small Blades. 2% attack speed. 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 9 in Light Armor. 2% to defense of all light armor. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 10 in Light Armor. 2% to defense of all light armor. Congratulations! You have advanced from Novice to Initiate in Light Armor. Movement speed penalty decreased from 3% per piece to 2% per piece. Decreased casting penalty from wearing light armor. Stamina drain. From exertions while wearing armor reduced. You have learned to move in. Your armor gaining the perk. Synergy. Synergy gives a plus 20% defense. Bonus to light armor as long as you are wearing only light armor. Synergy. Stacks with each successive level. You have received 2,500 base 2,000 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill Light Armor. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 6 in Grace in Combat. Dodge increased by 15%. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 7 in Grace in Combat. Dodge increased by 16%. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 8 in Grace in Combat. Dodge increased by 17%. Congratulations! You have learned the skill Dual Casting. You have learned to channel the same spell through both arms, magnifying the effect of the spell. Casting magic in this manner also increases the concentration required to successfully cast a spell and increases the chance of spell miscast. The mana used during dual casting will be increased dramatically compared to casting normally. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 8 in air magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 9 in air magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 10 in air magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have advanced from novice to initiate in air magic. As a master of a place of power, you already have a 50% boost to spell power and resistance. No further bonus. You have received 2,500 base 2,000 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill Air Magic. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Life Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in Earth Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in Dark Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Dark Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 4 in Light Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 5 in Fire Magic. New spells are now available. Your burn scars have been healed. Charisma and dexterity restored. Richter was overwhelmed by the massive amount of prompts at first. He hadn't realized just how many of his skills he had had to use just to survive over the past several days. Pierce the Veil had let him survive the traps. His stealth had made it possible for him to avoid the patrols the night before. Even his tracking ability had let him find the kobold tracks and escape the rock giant. If he had lacked any one of those, he probably would have died another grisly death that didn't take his magic into account. He couldn't even count the number of times his spells had let him squeak through to victory. Richter ran through the forest and enjoyed the warmth of the rising sun. As he ran, though, he reflected on the realities of his situation. The land was a dangerous place. Each challenge he had come across seemed more deadly than the last. As much growth as his skills had undergone over the last few days, he knew in his heart that it wasn't enough. It was time to do some skill grinding. First, though, he had to allocate his characteristic points. He cursed himself when he saw that he had points that he could have invested into endurance or agility during his long flight through the night. He had seen the flashing notification icon, but was so busy just staying alive that he hadn't taken the time to check it. His frustration didn't last long, though, because now he had 18 points to distribute. Even though it wasn't sexy, he decided to put 4 points into endurance. During short fights he was okay, but again and again he seemed to need large amounts of stamina. He also put 4 points into intelligence and 2 into wisdom. Away from the Mist Village and its mana pool, His mana had dropped at a frightening rate during his fight with the Guardian. 4 points went into Constitution. The health and increased stamina regeneration should help in almost any situation. The last 4 points he thought about for a bit. Now that Fumiko had restored his boyish good looks, he didn't think he needed to invest in charisma at the moment. If Chrome and the other village dwarves were any indication, his upcoming negotiations with the dwarves of the Serrated Mountains would be based more on actions than a winning smile. He decided to invest in agility. He didn't want to sound like a punk, but he definitely would have liked to have been able to run away from the rock giant a bit faster. He also doubted that the giant was the last big baddie he'd have to run from. 3 points went into agility. With his last point, Richter kept to what was now becoming a tradition. It went into luck. His skill percentage points he held back on. As soon as he confirmed his choices, his body flooded with power. His steps became slightly lighter, and he moved faster and further with each stride. His health, mana, and stamina bars grew a bit longer as well. Richter gave out a loud whoop and kept running through the morning. Before he knew it, he was in front of the enchanted veil that hid his glade from view. Pushing through, he felt the same tingle that he always experienced when he crossed the magical barrier. The sun had risen fully and was shining down on the small meadow. When he had first come to the land, the entire place was festooned with colorful herbs and flowers. Despite the fact that winter had not fully moved on yet, his last visit, Cyan had harvested most of them to plant in the same meadow as the quickening, leaving the glen green and bare. Richter was happy to see that some of the herbs were already growing again. He exhaled a long and satisfied breath. It was good to be back. Richter walked over to the pool of clarity. He closed his eyes for a moment in reverence to honor the spirit of Kareem the Knowledgeable. The pool had really been his ace in the hole since coming to the land. Richter almost felt like Kareem was his brother. He thanked him quietly and then got to work. Richter quickly filled all of his empty potion vials from the pool. He filled several hundred before he ran out. Then he withdrew the items he had gotten from the sprite alchemist. When he had found Sonore's vials that held several doses of a potion each, he had asked himself why he couldn't do the same thing. The alchemist had told him that potions would lose their potency if kept in an average container. But as long as a vessel was properly prepared, it could hold any number of doses. Each of the light wooden containers the sprite had given him was a cube with rounded edges. A capped bottle neck protruded from the tops. Richter placed the bottle under the surface and watched as bubbles quickly flowed up from the neck. Soon it was full and Richter picked it up and examined it. You have found Potion of Clarity. Potion level, essence, strength, pure. Weight 8.2 kilograms. Experience increased by 25% for the next 24 hours. Doses 256 of 256. Cha-ching! He would have more than enough to sell and provide for his personal use. If Basil's trade mission was a success, Richter planned on sending him right back out, learning epic spells and sword fighting. Skills was great and all, but money seemed just as important in the land as it had been on Earth. While the glade wasn't too far from the Mist Village, it was still almost a 3-day hike that he couldn't be sure he would have the time to make any time soon. Richter quickly filled up the other containers he had received from the sprite alchemist. Once again, he was supremely thankful for the weight reducing properties of his bag of holding. Time and again, it proved itself as the most valuable item he had found since coming to the land. Alma flew in a loop above his head, drawing his gaze. A fond smile formed on his face. Well, maybe not the most valuable item, he corrected. Once he was done filling up, he left the glade and started running. Again, the sprites heavily patrolled the lands near their home, so he felt relatively safe, but Richter was still eager to get back to the safety of the hearth tree Alma scouted from above. He was happy and relieved when he saw the massive tree nestled in the glade of tall gold grass. A sprite patrol met him before he made it to the hearth tree. One sprite broke off and ran ahead, while the patrol escorted him in. Fumiko found him when he finished walking through the golden grass and gave him an earful about stupid bravado and unnecessary risks. He took the scolding in stride. Seeing that he didn't seem in the least bit contrite, she just shook her head and was about to stalk off when Richter stopped her. "I'm sorry, Fumiko. Really, I am. I didn't mean to make you worrying. I just wanted to get you a thank you gift." He took her hand and placed 3 potions of clarity in it. She glared at him a second longer, then her face softened into a smile. Richter smiled back, relieved that once again something sparkly got him out of trouble with a woman. The small woman reached up and lightly patted his cheek. "You may be a guildie, but you're a cute guildie. I accept your generous gift. Take one more parting gift from me." She kept her hand on his cheek and laid the other on his heart. Magic coursed through him, and suddenly he knew. "Congratulations! You have learned the spell. Summon Weak Life Wisp. Summons an entity comprised of life magic. Will float in the area and restore a total of 100 mana to you or one of your allies. This is a spell of life magic. Cost 60 mana. Duration 5 minutes. Range self. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 20 minutes. Richter hadn't been expecting such a reward, but he was glad to have it. He thanked Fumiko profusely. She just laughed again and then walked off. Richter stared after her and realized that he definitely could be into an older women. Then he realized he was staring at the sprite's ass and that other people were definitely watching him do it. "Okay then," he said, clapping his hands together. Then he went to find his escort. Soon he was standing on the edge of the golden glade at the head of a troop of 10 sprites. Some of the elders saw him off. They pressed several restore health, mana and stamina potions into his hands. He tried to pay the sprites for the gift, but they begged off, so he simply bowed and thanked them. Then he turned and started heading home. The first 2 days were uneventful. He spoke to the sprites in their own tongue, enjoying the chance to use his gift of tongue's ability so liberally. The sprite language was musical to the ears and was a true joy to speak. Richter felt that immersing himself in the language in a way served to wash the harsh barking words of the kobold tongue out of his mouth. Richter spoke to each sprite as they walked and learned a bit about each, individually as well as more about the idiosyncrasies of wood sprite culture as a whole. He also took the time to allocate Alma's new ability points. He had planned to place some points into her Psy Blast ability, but when he saw that he had 5 points to play with and Brain Drain needed exactly 5 points to level, he just couldn't resist. He leveled it up and smiled when he saw that she could now take down level 26 opponents. The dragonling just trilled happily and flew through the trees, hunting small game. Richter was eager to get back to his village, but there were too many sprites to cast haste on all of them. The sprites were also not enthusiastic about his suggestion that they run the whole way, so he just walked at their pace, neither fast nor slow. Drinking a potion of clarity each morning, he decided to put his trip time to good use. The first thing he did was to address something that he had put off for way too long. He examined his city interface in depth. When he opened it, Richter was again greeted with a sprawling host of menus. The amount of information was massive, but he was able to catch many salient points. He studied it off and on throughout the day, and compiled the relevant information on a spare sheaf of parchment. Defenses. Walls. Height, 5 feet. Bonuses. 10% defense against invaders. 10% distance to ranged attacks. Composition. 92% earthworks minus 1,000 HP per section. 8% marbled quartz minus 5,500 HP per section. Trench spike. Size, 20 feet deep x 30 feet wide. Delays melee attack. Chance to damage enemies on. Spikes. Outer trench under construction. Fortified rooms. Armory. Durindum wood with banded metal. 12,000 HP. Treasury. Titan steel. 400,000 HP. For up-to-date information, build a town hall. Enchantment S. Confusing mist. Cost 800 mana. Upkeep for 100 mana. Per day. Generates a thick mist field which extends to the boundaries of your domain. Causes disorientation that will lead affected creatures in random directions. You may grant immunity to this effect to beings of your choosing. Attacking or taking hostile action against a creature will negate the effects for a short period. To know more and for more options, build a caster's chamber. Health, neutral. No change to population growth, loyalty, morale, or relationships. To know more, build a healer's hut. Magic. Spell purchase and available at current settlement level. To buy. Spells you will need to build a caster's chamber. Diplomacy. Wood sprites of the northern forest of Nodria. Relationship. Ally. Saber-claw kobold clan of the depths. Relationship. Hatred. Longfang's kobold clan of the depths. Relationship. Enmity. Kingdom of Eves. Relationship. Neutral. County of Stoner. Relationship. Hatred. Nightblade's Thieves Guild. Relationship. Hatred. Goblin tribes of Azeroth Swamp. Relationship. Enmity and fear. To have updated information and options, build an embassy. Buildings. Current. Longhouse. Provides shelter. Removes morale penalty from lack of housing. Forge of Heavens. 10% chance of an item of a given quality being automatically upgraded a higher quality once completed. Tilled field. Livestock pen. Ship cradle. Walls. Trench. For up-to-date information, to increase productivity for buildings projects, and to discover the unique buildings of the Mist Village Builder. Workshop. Military. No standing army or units. For more options, build a barracks. Science. No active research. To increase research and research options, build a scholar's hut. Government. Tribal. No change to loyalty or morale. Citizens must pledge individually. To open options, build a town hall. Resource S. Wood, plentiful. Marble, copious. Crystal, scant. Iron, copious. Copper, scant. Water, unlimited. Food, plentiful. To reduce resource decay and for up-to-date quantities, build a storage. Shed, trade, exports. Potions of clarity. Imports. Paper. Rations. Livestock. For more detailed information and options, build a market. Some of the information was what he expected, like the defenses, though he hadn't known just how much more effective the marble walls were compared to the earthworks. Some of the info was just depressing. The diplomacy screen, for instance, just showed that he had managed to completely piss off basically everyone he had met since coming to the land. He dwelled on that for a while, but ultimately shrugged off his worrying. Can't make an omelet and all that, he thought. The buildings tab was surprising. He had no idea that there were unique buildings for his village. Of course, he now knew he had to build a workshop to figure out what they were, but it was still fascinating. He would have to get Roswin to build a workshop ASAP. Each tab, in fact, seemed to require that he construct some type of building to unlock further functions. Richter also hadn't really thought too much about the health of his village, but it apparently had real consequences. He was just happy that its Level wasn't lower than neutral. What really caught his eye was the magic. Tam! When he had seen it right after becoming master of the village, he had thought it was just a list of potential spells. The fact that he would be able to buy spells in the future was amazing. Richter looked over all of the information that he could, and yet there was still a great deal more to read and learn. What he took away from the experience was that he needed to be more proactive in building his village. He closed the menu when he couldn't just look at it anymore and then started focusing on other issues. While Richter and his party had been moving through the forest, he stealthily followed tracks that he saw, sometimes veering off from the main group. One or two sprites accompanied him each time, but there was no concern for them startling his prey. Their woodcraft ability let them move as quietly as a leaf in the wind. Richter was able to find many animals and analyzed each one. He was able to level his stealth skill twice, his tracking skill 4 times, and his analyze skill twice. Even more importantly, while he was tracking, he picked every useful herb and plant he could find. His apprentice rank in herb lore let him see 3 uses for most of them. Some had some truly wonderful effects, but others were just strange. It was great news that Puant Leaf could make an anti-itch powder. It was unfortunately getting my then creepy though that Red Bark Sap could make an aromatic potion that attracted children. The main point for Richter was that the next time he checked his status page, his herb lore skill advanced his progress to the next level by 28%. Richter invested the 75% he had gotten from advancing the last 3 levels, and he finally got to level 40 in herb lore. He eagerly read the prompt that described the bonus experience that came with it. You have received 10,000 base, 8,000 bonus experience for reaching level 40 in the skill herb lore. He also practiced his new dual casting skill by casting random spells. He had to stay away from casting flame, seeing as how he was walking through a heavily wooded area, but his other spells were fair game. He soon found that his first success with dual casting did not predict any actual ability. His spells fizzled more than once. Richter noticed it was easier for him to cast spells where he had a more advanced skill level. Haste, for instance, had a higher success rate than Ice Dagger. Despite the difficulty, by continually depleting his magic, his new skill reached level 5, and he also raised his skill level in all of his magics except fire. Richter found that he got some excruciating headaches by continually depleting his mana, but there was an unexpected benefit when his wisdom rose by 1 point. Richter was smiling over the increase to his stats when he caught sight of a peculiar set of tracks. He immediately motioned for the sprites to stop. All 10 immediately drew arrows and faded into the trees. If Richter didn't know exactly where to look, he would not have been able to see them. It was late afternoon, and the sun was well on its way to setting. But there was still more than enough light to see by. The tracks glowed slightly, brighter than the others he had been following, just as when he had found the kobold's trail. He assumed this meant that something sentient had made the tracks. There were 2 problems, though. 1, he didn't recognize the footprints. 2, there were a large number of them. One of the sprites caught up with him and immediately drew an arrow. He called out in a loud voice, not in words, but in the trilling call of a bird. 3 short trills echoed through the trees and were almost immediately answered by 2 answering chirps. Richter had heard both of the bird calls while walking through the forest, and if he hadn't been looking right at the sprite, he wouldn't have known the call was false. In just a few seconds, the entire troop of 10 sprites had materialized around him. What type of tracks are they? Richter asked with quiet intensity. 9 of the sprites had slowly started spreading out from Richter's position. After just a few yards, their woodcraft ability made them disappear from his sight. The lead sprite, Kenzo, stayed with Richter, though both men knelt low in the brush, their cloaks keeping them mostly hidden from sight. The small archer had a mop of black hair that always seemed to threaten to fall into his eyes, and beneath it he had a pair of flint gray cat eyes. Bugbears, Lord Richter. More than 10, maybe 20, Kenzo said softly. My men will learn more and report back. Both Richter and Kenzo waited for 5 minutes before the first of the sprites returned. The female sprite gave a short report that she had found nothing to the east except for older tracks leading toward their position. Over the next half hour, more and more came back with similar stories from different directions until only 2 sprites remained away. The 9 of them waited another 30 minutes with no word back. Richter looked to Kenzo, expecting an order to go after the missing men, but all he saw was calm patience. The sprite commander had the utmost confidence in his men. Another 10 minutes later, both of the missing sprites materialized out of the trees. The other sprites faced outward with arrows knocked, while the sprites gave their debriefing. We found them, one said gravely. At least 15, maybe 20 of them. Are they all bugbears? Kenzo asked. Did you see any obvious casters? Richter knew too well how dangerous the bugbears could be after their raid on his village. They were large and ferocious opponents, but they were not gifted in the magical arts. They often had other races like orcs or dark elves travel with their war parties to fill that niche. Knowing if the nearby enemy band had magic users was a key piece of information. I was able to spy them as they were cresting a hill. One of the sprites replied, everyone I saw was a bugbear, but some had already disappeared to the other side of the hillocks, so I cannot say for sure. We decided to come back, though, because we found something else while we searched for the bugbears. Another series of tracks appeared, and it was obvious that the bugbears were following them. That was one of the only reasons we were able to catch up. They were taking care to move silently. They were not stealth, but they were clearly on the hunt. Kenzo's face hardened at that. What? Richter asked. What does that mean? A band of bugbears will stealth right before they attack. But if they are moving silently, the attack will happen soon. Well, what tracks did you find? Richter asked. It was a set of 5 people, all wearing shoes. One pair of footprints was small like a gnome's, and the others looked to be human or elfish. The sprite looked pointedly at Richter. I can only think of one settlement anywhere near here that would have a group like that. Richter's eyes widened. His people! He quickly consulted his map. They had made better time than he had thought. The mists weren't more than 15 miles away. He wasn't sure why his people had left its protection, but they had been found. He had to do something. Richter made a decision. I have to go after these bastards, he said to Kenzo. I need to save my people. You did not sign up for this, though. Neither I nor my people will hold it against you if you choose to head back to the hearth tree. This may be a hopeless fight. Kenzo stared at him, and his eyes hardened. I'm not idly here with you on this trip. Hisako is my mother's sister. When I heard that Aralai, my beloved cousin's companion, needed to reach home, I volunteered. I did this not to accomplish one goal, but instead to serve my people and serve our alliance. The wood sprites of Nodria will not turn away from the cause of good. We will not allow your people to be slaughtered. Now my question for you is, are you ready to kill our enemies, or do you want to waste more time speaking idle words? Richter looked at Kenzo for a long moment, and then reached a hand out. The sprite clasped his wrist and nodded. They spent less than a minute gathering more information from the sprites that had seen the enemy party. In that minute, Richter handed out potions of clarity and loaded his ring of spell storage with charm and then they set off at a run. The bugbears were roughly 10 miles ahead of them. The sprites that had followed their trail said the tracks of the missed villagers couldn't be more than 2 to 4 hours old. If they were going to catch up with the bugbears before his people were dead, it was going to be close. Richter had Alma fly over watch. The 11 of them sped through the forest as quickly as they could, without giving away their position. The bugbears outnumbered them, possibly 2 to 1, and they couldn't afford to lose the element of surprise. With every step, Richter imagined plunging his arrows into his enemies' bodies. Hunt his people, would they? They would pay for that mistake in blood. He cast haste on himself and raced ahead. One of the sprites had some skill with earth magic and cast forest path on himself and 2 other sprites. The spell effectively increased the target's ability to move quickly through wooded areas. Richter watched as branches seemed to lift out of their path and brambles refused to catch upon their clothes and cloaks. Close to an hour passed before Richter's advance group caught sight of the bugbears. The sun was close to setting, and his group had used the climbing abilities of their enhanced sprite armor to gain a bird's-eye view of the terrain. Richter looked out, and what he first saw actually wasn't the bugbears. It was his people. Near a riverbed was an armed party of 5. 2 wood elves held swords and wore a mix of leather and chainmail armor. Another elf and a human wore leather armor, and both held bows. Arrows were knocked to the string. A 5th villager was a gnome, and she just wore leather armor. Yellow nimbus surrounded her hand as she cast a spell. The group was standing in the middle of a meadow. Tall trees rose all around, but the group had a clear line of sight. It meant they could see the bugbears that were standing at the far edge of the meadow, but the shadows were getting long at this point. The goblinoids were using the trees as cover against the villagers' arrows. What Richter was seeing didn't seem to quite add up, though. The bugbears were roaring and beating their weapons and shields against the trees. They were making a terrible racket, which was how Richter and the sprites had known to climb the trees to get a better look. What didn't make sense was why the bugbears would be scared of just 2 arrows. Why were they waiting? Also, it seemed like there were only 10 hiding at the tree line. Where were the rest? His eyes scanned the rest of the meadow his people were standing in, but he didn't see the other bugbears. What he did see was a slight distortion in the air at the far side of the open space. It looked like a slight haze, as if he was seeing heat rising over the desert. Richter only observed it for a moment, and that was only because he was using his focus skill. He kept staring at his people, and then he saw the distortion again, but in 2 different places, and each was 10 yards closer to the villagers than before. Just like before, it disappeared. Suddenly Richter knew what he was seeing, and, more importantly, he knew why the glimmers had moved closer. The bugbears he could see were just a distraction. The remainder of the enemy party was stealthed and was making its way slowly towards his people. They would be slaughtered immediately. All hope for a nuanced approach fled from Richter's mind. He looked at one of the sprites and said, "Help us." Then he dropped out of the tree. Chapter 21. Richter hit the ground hard and started running. He was able to absorb most of the force by flexing his knees, but it was still jarring to drop the 20 yards. Thankfully, his body was up to the task, and he barely stumbled before he was moving at full speed. He had fuzzy men to kill. The one good thing about the bugbear's tactics was that it served to distract them from his approach. The enhanced sprite armor reduced any noise he made by 50% when he was in the forest, but he still broke plenty of branches on his mad dash through the trees. He just prayed that he could get close enough that he could break through their ranks. When he was 300 yards away, he recast haste, minor life, armor, and bark skin. He kept sprinting. His armor slowed him slightly, but he could definitely tell that he was moving easier than he had when fleeing the kobold warren. Richter's legs flew across the ground. At 200 yards, he gave a quick mental order to Alma. She sent back her agreement and that she would wait for his signal. He hurtled over a bush, easily clearing the 4 feet, and landed with a grace he could never have matched on Earth. His bow was still held in one hand as he tried to stay low enough to avoid obstructions, but not enough to diminish his speed. Less than 10 seconds later, he was only 100 yards away. When he was 75 yards away from the tree line, some of the bugbears noticed him and turned towards him with a smile. None were overly worried about the solitary human that was rushing into their midst. They were just happy to have another trophy to bring back to their base. That arrogance worked just fine for Richter. He started using analyzing rapid fire. He didn't have the time to read the prompts, and as soon as one popped up, he almost immediately dismissed it. But soon he found what he was looking for. The faintest of grins graced his face to celebrate his good luck, angling to run right at a couple of the larger and better equipped bugbears. He threw out his hand and shouted a word of power. Gold light pulled at his fingertips as Richter's will twisted the fabric of reality. His powerful life magic met the resistance of a sentient creature, and in a contest measured in milliseconds, ruthlessly crushed the bugbears. Free will. A professed bugbear ranger was now his to command. Richter's other arm was already up and extended towards a second bugbear. Slightly flexing of his will was all that was required to release his stored spell. In less time than it took for his victim to consciously register what had happened, Richter had another thrall. There were still 2 enemy bugbears between him and the tree line, and more converging from each side. He shouted a command while sending a second mental command to Alma. His 2 slaves turned their weapons on one of the other bugbears, while his winged familiar cast a spell. A gold glow suffused her entire body, and her eyes flashed as she unleashed her power. Her charm spell was powered with the same 50% bonus as her master's magic, and it easily overcame her target's resistance. Richter ran past the fighting bugbears and knocked an arrow to his bow. As soon as he was free of the trees, he drew and imbued for the briefest of moments. He sighted directly in line with his people, who were looking in utter confusion at the bugbears who now seemed to be fighting each other. He loosed his arrow. His people were shaken from their befuddlement by the appearance. The bald man firing a glowing arrow at them. One loosed his bow, ineffectually into the woods, but it was more a case of being startled than a conscious attack. No one else had time to react before the arrow reached their position and then shot past. It traveled whistling through the air, another 15 yards before impacting with the ground with a loud bang. Earthen clods were shot into the air, peppering the area for 10 yards. In every direction, the large pieces of dirt did not inflict direct damage, of course, but when they impacted against the bodies of the concealed bugbears, it was enough to break their stealth status. Behind you, Richter shouted as he continued to sprint towards his people. 5 bugbears had appeared less than 10 yards from his people. One had been knocked off of his feet by his proximity to the detonating arrow, but the others were roaring in anger and were in the process of drawing their weapons. He took a second to command his bugbears to follow him, then kept running. His gnome villager finally recognized him and shouted its lord, Richter. At the same time, she turned around and saw the bugbears that had crept so close. Wasting no time at all, she started a chant and light surround her hand. A 5 by 5 foot area to the far left of where Richter's arrow had struck the ground became full with a maelstrom of shining particles. This was one of the casters that had learned Glitterdust when he had awakened the air magic of his villagers. Richter realized 2 more bugbears appeared, and one fell to his knees screaming and holding his eyes. The other took off running to close the final distance to the villagers. Richter was impressed by the quick thinking of the gnome Elrimage, but now wasn't the time for congratulations. He stopped 30 feet away from his people and drew an arrow. Before he could fire, though, a final to Bugbear's unstealth right behind two of his people. One stabbed down into the neck of the elf archer with a heavy dagger. The elf fighter muttered a simple awk as his knees buckled under the heavy assault. The other bugbear was wearing a ridge gauntlet that he was able to smash into the face of a wood elf fighter. The armored elf was wearing a high steel helmet with a nose guard, which saved his face from being completely mauled, but he still dropped to the ground stand. The bugbear's gauntlet had a small piece of flesh in the sharp steel ridges and blood dripped off onto the ground. While this happened, the other two villagers leapt to aid their attacked comrades. The other mailed elf swung his sword at the gaunted bugbear and began trading blows. The human villager loosed an arrow at one of the bugbears, revealed by Richter's arrow. Then he dropped his bow and drew a short sword to attack the bugbear that had driven a dagger into his party member's neck. Richter drew, imbued, and loosed an arrow at a bugbear, closing with the caster. It struck the bear in the side and knocked him down. In there. Meantime, the two bugbears he had charmed caught up with him. Alma's enchanted bugbear continued to fight a losing battle against 7 other bugbears near the tree line. Alma used a side blast on the tail end of the group, attacking her pet, and then winged towards Richter. For bugbears fell to their knees screaming in her wake. Alma, heal the villagers, Richter thought to her frantically. Yes, master. She flew towards the knot of fighting, her body already glowing gold, as she cast errant wine to protect herself from any arrow shots. What is your command, master? The ranger asked. Save my people. Kill the other bugbears, he shouted in response. He kept up his rate of fire while he answered. An imbued heavy arrow struck a bugbear in the chest, knocking the goblinoid to the ground. The gnome mage had unlimbered her crossbow and shot the downed bugbear in the chest. The powerful bolt sunk into the bugbear's chest with a wet thunk. The other bugbear Richter had chosen to enchant was a raider. The powerful goblinoid held a large warhammer and ran towards the villagers that were fighting for their lives. He came up behind another bugbear and slammed his sledge into the back of another bugbear. The sword-wielding villager looked up, blooded but bowed, and prepared to fight this new opponent. Richter's raider just slammed his hammer into the fallen bugbear's head once, twice, 3 more times. His victim's head was a ruined mess, and one leg kicked spasmodically. The raider gave no acknowledgement to the villager before diving back into battle with another opponent. Before the raider had even landed his first hammer blow, the ranger had entered the fight as well. This bugbear was holding a 5-foot-tall bow of brown wood so dark it was almost black. As he knocked a large arrow to the bow, the wood of the bow started to glow green. He sighted and released 3 seconds later. The bowstring made a noise louder than should have been possible, and a tactile thrum shook the air. Richter's jaw seemed to reverberate unpleasantly in response to the deep vibration. The effect was worth it, though. Though Richter was still firing, he almost stopped in amazement. The dark arrow that the ranger had shot shimmered in midair. As Richter watched, what had been 1 arrow became 5. The arrows were closely clustered, and they hit the ranger's target almost as one. The bugbear saw the projectiles just in time to hunch slightly and raise his circular shield. It didn't save him. 1 arrow punched through the shield, puncturing through the wrist, and sending a spray of blood and small bones onto the ground. Another stuck the bugbear in the abdomen. One was only a glancing blow and was turned by the bugbear's boiled leather armor. The other struck just above the navel thought and sunk deep into the abdomen. A fourth arrow sunk into the goblinoid's foot, pinning it in place. The fifth saved the bugbear from any more pain, though. The arrow had sunk through the bugbear's eye and into his brain, leaving a finger with black shaft sticking straight out like a pin in a pincushion. Richter stared in shock at the power of the ranger and thanked his lucky stars that he had charmed the professed fighter at the start of the battle. He was about to start imbuing another arrow when a massive shockwave threw him forward. He was able to keep his feet, but had to run forward 3 steps before he recovered his balance. When he looked back, though, he didn't mind being jostled a bit. The sprites had joined the fight. All 10 of the sprites had fired imbued arrows at once. The bugbears had slain Alma's charmed pet, but they were still in close proximity to one another. Before they could disperse, the sprites used their racial attack to turn the bugbears into kibble. Each had infused mana into their shots for at least 5 seconds, and then upon Kenzo's command, they let loose hell. The imbued arrows caused massive damage upon the individual targets they struck, but the damage reinforced itself. The waves of force built upon one another in something sprites called a death lotus. The bodies of the bugbears were buffeted about by the shockwaves, causing secondary damage, and in more than half, internal bleeding ensued. The few that escaped instant death were seriously wounded and were effectively out of the fight. The raider was fighting 2 bugbears and had received a deep cut in the thigh that greatly hampered his movement. The ranger had used another talent, entangling shot. The arrow struck a bugbear and immediately tendrils spread out from where the arrow struck. They wrapped around the bugbear and then dove into the ground, rooting the goblinoid in place. Another expenditure of mana made the bow glow white. As the ranger activated the talent, Hawkeye, the ranger shot directly at one of the villagers, trading blows with a bugbear. Though the risk of hitting the villager was high, the arrow flew true. It whistled over the right shoulder of the mailed villager and struck his enemy in the neck. The bugbear reeled back in pain and shock. The villager took the opportunity to strike a low blow. His sword entered the bugbear's thigh near the groin, severing a major artery. The hairy fighter fell with a cry and blood poured freely onto the ground. Another of the villagers was down, bleeding from a stab wound high in his right chest. He was pressing his hand against the wound to staunch the blood loss, but it was a lost cause until Alma swooped above him and cast slow heal. The villager who had been stabbed in the neck was unconscious, and the air mage cast glitter dust again. 2 nearby bugbears cursed in her direction, but were blinded for a short period. Richter had started running towards his villagers in the vain hope that he could save one of the 2. As he ran closer, he started a casting. 3 seconds later, black energy writhed down his arm and started circling the bugbears fighting his raider. Because of the ebb and flow of the fight, his charm pet was caught in the owl of the dark spell as well. The 2 bugbears he had been fighting succumbed, but the raider himself resisted. Unfortunately, casting troubled sleep constituted an attack and broke the charm enchantment. Richter now had a fight on his hands with a 6-foot for muscle-bound killer who absolutely hated him. Intermittent bangs sounded all around him as the sprites continued their ranged fight against the remaining bugbears. Richter didn't have time to observe the effects of the barrage. He was just trying to stay alive. Enraged, the bugbear raider swung his warhammer in a punishing across the body attack. Richter knew that there was no blocking such a vicious attack. In the split seconds he had to react, he ducked low and bent his knees. Richter was almost in a full curtsy before the bugbear when he heard the hammer whistle above his head. He didn't lose his center of balance, though. In his left hand he held the high steel short sword Chrome had made for him. Still bent low, he attacked with the sword form, reaping wheat. His sword cut towards the raider at shin height, but was stopped by his opponent's greaves. The raider reached out to push Richter as he stood up, hoping to knock the chaos seed onto his back. Richter's increased agility had done more than just increase his ability to spring, however. Without fighting the powerful shove, Richter's body almost instinctually aided the movement by performing small jump. Then, all that was required was a small flexing of his back, and he committed to a backhand spring. One hand connected with the earth ever so briefly, the other still holding his short sword, and with a slight push his momentum carried him back to his feet facing his enemy, but now with 10 feet of space between them. The raider snarled again and took a step towards Richter with his hammer half raised, but the Lord of the Mist Village remembered the words of Rosalgal. This is not a dance. Richter dropped his sword and channeled the power for his spell down both arms simultaneously. The word of power resisted his attempts to speak it for the briefest of moments, as if his mouth was filled with thick honey, but his will prevailed. Both wrists came together unbidden as red bands of power swept down his forearms, along his hands, and manifested as a spear of pure orange flame that struck the bugbear full in the face. The raider had managed another 1.5 steps, decreasing the distance between them to a meager 5 feet. One more step and Richter would have been within range of his hammer. Once the gout of fire reached him, however, the raider's senses all shut off except for one: pain. A howl of agony accompanied the smell of burning hair and cooked meat as Richter's dual casting of flame enveloped the head and upper chest of the bugbear. The fire burned much hotter than even Richter had expected, his practicing having increased the fiery output. As one of the bugbear's eyes popped from the extreme heat, Richter's mana dropped at a prodigious rate, but he didn't stop the attack until his enemy had fallen to both knees. The hammer dropped and forgotten. After maintaining the punishing attack for long seconds, Richter finally released his horrible will, and the entwined ropes of flames faded from existence. He was lightheaded from his mana nearly being depleted, but his enemy was upon death's door. He drew his longsword from his back, searching for other enemies, but all of the bugbears were either dead or disabled. The one exception was his charmed ranger, whom the sprites were now sighting upon. "Stop," Richter called out. He made eye contact with Kenzo and sawed, "He's under my control. We can question him. Any that are left alive, just disarm and leave for me." The sprite captain quickly got his troops under control. To aid the situation, Richter quickly commanded the ranger to divest all of his arms and armor before running over to his villagers. He heard a cry of brutal pleasure from Alma as she descended upon the burnt raider to drain away his few remaining points of life. When he reached his people, only one was still standing: the gnome mage. The elf who had been stabbed in the neck had never regained his feet. There was another stab wound in his chest. Two other villagers were down with stab wounds in their chest and abdomen. One was screaming in pain, and the other was unconscious. The fourth was moaning on the ground, his leg protruding at a strange angle. Richter downed to mana potions and quickly ran up to the elf with the neck wound, but saw that blood no longer pulsed from the wound. The man's left eye was half-lidded, and the other stared sightlessly up into the sky. The villager was beyond his ability to help. Alma flew up behind, having finished her meal, and he ordered her to cast slow heal on one of the bleeding villagers. He went to the unconscious one, casting slow heal. Richter tried to wake his patient, but to no avail. Blood still leaked from his wounds. Not knowing what else to do, he cast the new spell Fumiko had taught him: Summon Weak Life Wisp. 3 seconds later, a golden ball of light sprang into existence and then sank into the chest of unconscious man. Richter saw that the chest wound was finally closing, and though the villager had not woken up, his breathing eased. A quick glance showed that Alma had already stabilized the other villager. Richter handed him a health potion and then walked over to the man with the broken leg. The Aramage had made her way over to the man and was giving him what comfort she could. That wasn't much when compared to the shard of shin bone sticking out of his leg. Richter analyzed both of the villagers to recall their names. He looked at his injured villager. "We are going to take care of you, Foreign." Foreign opened a bleary eye and looked at Richter. "Thank you, my lord." Richter reached into his bag and pulled out a healing herb and healing potion. "Take these. This next part isn't going to be fun." Richter ordered the Aramage, Drissa, to hold the man's leg in place. Then, looking Foreign in the eye, he waited until the villager had quaffed the potion and was chewing the water thread, then set the leg, pushing on the bone shard. With one hand, he pulled down on Foreign's ankle with the other. Richter was able to get the fractured bones back into the man's leg to the sensation of bones grinding together. Foreign screamed and lost consciousness. Piece of water thread still hanging out of his mouth. Without an X-ray, Richter couldn't be sure that the tibia and fibula had lined up, but it should be sufficient until he could get the man back to Sumiko. That done, he looked at Drissa. "You did well, but what the hell were you all doing outside of the mists? It's only dumb luck that you're not all dead." The Nomi hung her head slightly. "I know, my lord. Captain Terrad told us not to leave the mists, but we were hunting a direwolf. It had been coming closer and closer to the village. Curid," she said, pointing at the dead archer, "convinced us to follow its tracks even when it left the mists." She started to sob. "I can't believe he's dead." Richter placed his arm around her shoulders. "We will bring him back with us and bury him at home. Stay with Foreign for now. There is still work to be done." The mage tearfully nodded and Richter stood up, walking over to Kenzo. He asked the sprite, "So what's our status?" "We didn't lose anyone except for your man over there. 2 of my people suffered minor injuries, but they can move. I'm going to send my soldiers out to search the area." "Did any of the bugbears get away?" Richter asked. He immediately started searching the periphery. "Not that we saw, but it wouldn't be the first time they had positioned a soldier away from the battle for the express purpose of reporting back to his main group." "Okay," Richter said, relaxing somewhat. "I need every bugbear that is left alive brought over. I plan to kill them all. I trust you won't have a problem with that." "They may have valuable information," Kenzo objected. "That one over there," Richter said, pointing at his charmed bugbear, "is a professed ranger. He will most likely have more information than any of these common fighters. You can question him for the next 30 minutes. I don't want to stay in the open any longer than that, and besides, the enchantment will wear off. In the meantime, I'll need your people to help make a stretcher for one of my villagers. Does that work for you?" Kenzo nodded. Richter ordered the ranger over and told him to answer any and all questions that Kenzo posed. The sprites had brought over 5 bugbears that were still alive. 2 were the ones caught in Richter's troubled sleep spell. Another 2 were unconscious and didn't appear long for this world. The 5th was actively fighting and cursing, but was bound and had been dragged forward by 3 sprites. Richter walked forward and hit him behind the ear with a pommel strike. The bugbear's body slumped somewhat, and he just lay on the ground. Soft sobs started to come from the captive, and he pleaded for his life in the bugbear language. Richter looked at the bugbear, disgusted. The problem was Richter wasn't sure if the disgust was targeted at himself or the sentient being pleading for his life. A quick mental order later, and Alma latched onto the head of the bound bugbear. The sobs cut off and her victim's body was afflicted with intense seizures. His familiar was not afflicted with any of her master's moral qualms. Richter turned away and left her to her feast. He walked over to the ranger's gear. You have found stone lizard hide helmet. Durability 2628. Type light. Armor. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 2.0 kilograms. You have found stone lizard hide breastplate. Defense plus 13. Type light. Armor. Durability 65/65. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 7.2 kilograms. You have found stone lizard hide armbands. Defense plus 7. Type light. Armor. Durability 53/55. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 3.6 kilograms. You have found stone lizard hide gloves. Defense plus 8. Type light. Armor. Durability 37/39. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 1.9 kilograms. You have found stone lizard hide trousers. Defense plus 7. Type light. Armor. Durability 36/37. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 4.1 kilograms. You have found stone lizard hide boots. Defense plus 7. Type light armor. Durability 31/34. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 2.1 kilograms. Congratulations! You have obtained an entire set of matched armor. Stone lizard armor. Defense given by each piece increased by 25%. Special bonus. Defense versus animal attacks increased by a further 20%. You have found magic bell. Durability 48/51. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 3.3 kilograms. You have found steel arrows. Quantity 36. Durability 5/5. Item class common. Quality average. You have found moonstone short sword. Durability 61/64. Item class common. Quality superb. Weight 3.2 kilograms. You have found magic steel dagger. Durability 29/30 seconds. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 1.2 kilograms. You have found ring of health. Durability 6/8. Item class common. Quality above average. Weight 0.01 kilograms. Traits plus 27 health. You have found ring of stamina. Durability 9/9. Item class common. Quality above average. Weight 0.01 kilograms. Traits plus 29 stamina. You have found magic whistle. Durability 12/12. Item class uncommon. Quality above average. Weight 0.01 kilograms. You have found health potion. Durability 6/6. Potion level solution. Strength basic. Weight 0.01 kilograms. Will restore 54 health points over 5 seconds. You have found pouch. Richter admired the ranger's armor. The hide was a dark gray-green in color. It was smooth to the touch, but it was pebbled with irregular small knobs. It was remarkably supple, and yet was heavier than he would have thought. The bugbear had really had some great defense. Again, Richter was so pleased that he had enchanted the man at the start of the battle. If the ranger had been fighting against him, at the very least, the loss of life would have been much worse. The pouch just contained a few odd coins that Richter pocketed. He walked over to his villagers and cast slow heal again on the villager with the abdominal wound. The man thanked him, and Richter promised his people he would come back in a few minutes to cast the spell. Again, he cast a regretful glance at the slain villager, then walked back over to where 3 of the sprites were dragging the bugbear bodies. They were all being stripped of equipment which was set to the side. Richter asked if they had any need of it, but one of the sprites shook her head. Richter began sorting through it and placing anything of value into his bag. There were no magical items, but there were plenty of weapons and armor that Chrome should be able to adapt for the villagers to use. His bag was seriously heavy when he was done, but he was able to retrieve a massive amount of gear. He walked back over to his villagers again, this time casting slow heal on Thorin. Then he walked over to Kenzo and the ranger. "Have you gotten what you needed?" Richter asked. "More than you know," Kenzo replied. "This one," he said, indicating the ranger, is a captain in the bugbear invasion force. He knows about troop movements, defenses of their base, and its exact position. "How many bugbears are we facing?" Richter asked. Kenzo's expression became sober. "More than 1,000, and more are still coming." Richter nodded, his expression equally grim. "Do you need anything else from him?" His question was laden with obvious meaning. Kenzo hesitated a moment, and then shook his head. Richter summoned Alma over to hover above his head. He then reached into his bag and pulled out his traveler's map. He had the ranger point out the location of the bugbear camp. He zoomed in twice to be absolutely sure that he knew where the encampment was. Then he told the bugbear to kneel. Richter drew his short sword and gave a mental command. Alma descended upon the kneeling bugbear, who started screaming as his mind was ripped apart. Richter then plunged his short sword through the bugbear's body into the heart and out through the chest. A sharp twist worsened the already massive internal damage, and the ranger died before his body even hit the ground. An exultant Alma flew off into the air, shrieking over her victory. Chapter 22. They burned the bodies of the bugbears. Richter used the cape of one of the bugbears as a burial shroud and carried the body over his shoulder. Thorin turned out to be able to hobble along on an impromptu crutch after being healed 2 more times. The party started forward towards home, battered and blooded, but barring one tragic exception, still alive. The villagers thanked Richter and the sprites profusely for their help. Every one of them had thought they had seen their last day when the bugbears had started their taunting distraction. Richter just kept walking. Now was not the time for criticism, but it was clear that tighter control needed to be exerted on his people. The dead body on his shoulder would not be there if this group had just remained inside of the mists. It occurred to him that he didn't even know the man's name, and analyze wouldn't work now that he had died. A question to Drissa supplied the answer. Though, pardon, the sun was down well before they reached the mists, but Richter was able to light the way with his magic. Despite the fact that everyone was exhausted, no one wanted to stop before reaching the safety of the village. Their pace was seriously slowed by his villager with the broken leg, but he didn't complain once, so they just slowly trudged onwards. They walked well into the night until they finally reached the mists. Once they did, Richter summoned 2 mist workers, one to carry Barden's body and the other to carry the hobbled villager. The man complained slightly at being picked up, but quieted when he saw the look on Richter's face. The Chaos Seed was just ready to be home. To further that end, he gave immunity to Kenzo and 5 other sprites. The captain sent the rest of his people back to the hearth tree to share a detailed report of the intelligence he had gained from the ranger. The rest of the party continued onward. Before they had gone 2 miles, Futon came along in response to a mental call Richter had sent out as soon as they had reached the mists. With the remnant's light boosted to maximum, traveling became much easier. The party increased their speed somewhat as they did their best to cross the remaining miles. As Richter walked, he dealt with his notifications. You have been awarded 6,614 base 105,824 x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 14 Bugbear Raider. You have been awarded 3,265 base 52,243 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 10 Bugbear. You have been awarded 2,745 base 43,916 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 9 Bugbear. You have been awarded 4,649 base 74,387 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 12 Bugbear. You have been awarded 2,876 base 46,009 x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 10 Bugbear. You have been awarded 1,848 base 29,562 x 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 8 Bugbear. You have been awarded 32,774 base 524,381 by 0.05 x 1.5 experience from Brain Drain against level 26 Bugbear Ranger. Your familiar has reached level 20. Your familiar has reached level 21. Tring! You have reached level 24. Through hard work you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. Tring! You have reached level 25. Through hard work you have moved forward along your path. As a Chaos Seed, you gain 6 points to distribute 2 characteristics instead of the usual 4. You also get 25% advancement to the skill of your choice. Crush your enemies, honor your allies, live. You have either characteristic points or skill percentage points to allocate from the previous level. Now that you have progressed again, you must allocate your points within the next week or they will randomly be assigned. For you, congratulations! You have reached skill level 9 in Analyze. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 15 in Tracking. 1% attack. Bonus versus individual prey. You can follow older tracks. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 11 in Archery. 2% bonus to Aim. 2% bonus to Damage. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 7 in Imbue Arrow. 5% damage. 5% speed of Mana Flow. Congratulations! You have reached subskill level 4 in Focus. Zoom. -1 by 0.1x. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Small Blades. 2% attack speed. 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in Dual Casting. The spell, Power of a Dual Casting, is doubled at skill level 1. Advancing in this skill will increase this bonus by 2% per skill level. At this level, total spell power increased by 224%. Mana cost of each individual spell increased by 300%, cost decreased by 4x skill level. At this level, mana drain increased by 276%. Chance of spell miscast decreased by increasing this skill. This number is affected directly by spell level and caster's proficiency in that branch of magic. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 12 in Air Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 7 in Life Magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 8 in dark magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 7 in light magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 6 in fire magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 2 in war leader. 1% effective distance, 1% attack and defense for all allies. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 3 in war leader. 1% effective distance, 1% attack and defense for all allies. Know this: you have saved some of your villagers from certain death. Loyalty of those villagers increased by plus 300 each. Relationship with those villagers increased to loyal. Dismissing all of his prompts, Richter decided to hold off on allocating the points for his levels. He did do something he had been putting off, though, and invested 1 point into Alma's Side Blast. You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability, Side Blast, to level 2. The mental disruption caused will now also cause direct health damage. The 2 to 4 second stun effect is increased to 5 to 7 seconds. The initial hour of 10 feet can be increased to 15 feet with a corresponding drop in the blasts. Effectiveness or narrowed to 5 feet with an increase in the blasts. Effectiveness. Cooldown decreased to 4 minutes. Alma did a loop in the air and blasted her improved side blast straight up into the air. She didn't hurt anything, but it was clear that his familiar enjoyed the fact that she was now carrying a bigger stick. Alma seemed to be the only member of the group that wasn't completely exhausted. Richter smiled at his familiar, and her exuberance helped to ease his mood. With everything that had happened, he decided to take a look at his status page. Name: Richter. Age: 24. Level: 25. 25%. Health: 632 mana, 450 for stamina, 300. Strength: 32. Agility: 32. Dexterity: 38. Constitution: 41. Endurance: 30. Intelligence: 41. Wisdom: 24. Charisma: 24. Luck: 17. Abilities: Limitless. Gift of Tongues. Fast Learner. Bounty of Life. Side Bond. Qualities: Resolute. Honorable. Implacable. Skills: Herb Lore LVL 40. 47% to next level. Alchemy LVL 2. 48% to next level. Enchantment LVL 28. 0% to next level. Crafting LVL 1. 0% to next level. Smithing LVL 1. 0% to next level. Analyze LVL 9. 11% to next level. Pierce the Veil LVL 23. 54% to next level. Stealth LVL 13. 61% to next level. Traps LVL 22. 22% to next level. Trap Disarm LVL 22. 18 to next level. Tracking LVL 15. 23% to next level. Riding LVL 7. 76% to next level. Archery LVL 11. 48% to next level. Imbue Arrow LVL 7. 9% to next level. Focus LVL 4. 47% to next level. Double Shot LVL 2. 11% to next level. True Shot LVL 2. 81% to next level. Swordsmanship LVL 1. 43% to next level. Small Blades LVL 6. 12% to next level. Unarmed Combat LVL 1. 78% to next level. Pressure Points LVL 1. 0% to next level. Dual Wield LVL 1. 0% to next level. Light Armor LVL 10. 72% to next level. Grace in Combat LVL 8. 12% to next level. Dual Cast LVL 6. 68% to next level. Air Magic LVL 12. 17% to next level. Life Magic LVL7, 53% to next level. Earth Magic LVL6, 11% to next level. Water Magic LVL5, 74% to next level. Dark Magic LVL8, 94% to next level. Light Magic LVL7, 37% to next level. Fire Magic LVL6, 74% to next level. Map Making LVL Max. Trade LVL13, 0% to next level. War Leader LVL3, 51% to next level. Portal Construction Apprentice. Lore LVL1. Marks. Master of Mist Village. Blood Oath. Forge of Heavens. Resistances. Air 50%. Life 50%. Mental 35%. Spiritual 15%. Race. Human Chaos Seed. Reputation. LVL3, you seem like someone worthy of my attention. Alignment. Neutral. Language. All. That done, and with Barden's body no longer physically weighing on him, he felt free to discuss certain matters with his villagers. They told him that several groups like their own had been created by Terran. Each group was comprised of 2 melee fighters, 2 ranged fighters, and 1 of the air mages Richter had created. He nodded at the wisdom in that, though he still intended to have words with his companion regarding discipline. While his people needed to get tougher, they just weren't ready to venture past the mists yet. After several more hours, dawn broke, and not long after, Richter came over a last rise and saw his village for the first time in a week. The farms lay to the south, and the pastures lay to the southwest, just as he remembered them. He watched both being worked by his villagers. Men and women weeded the fields, watered the plants, and tended the livestock. Mist workers toiled silently to dig the trench surrounding the farms. Beyond the farms, the earthwork walls were slowly being converted into walls of marbled quartz. Even now, Richter could see a mist worker carrying a rectangular block the size of an ice chest toward an empty section. 5 ships were anchored in the river to the west, but his escort did not seem surprised or upset about seeing them. He assumed the trade delegation had come back, but why it was still here or why there were extra ships was beyond him, so Richter let it go for now. Besides, he was overcome with gazing upon the beauty before him. Beyond the village proper, he looked up at the hill that rose to the north with a backdrop of mountains. Green trees lined the edge of the hill, but Richter could see a flash of silver and white as well. He smiled. It was good to be home. He said goodbye to Kenzo and the other sprites who were anxious to be home. Kenzo was eager to personally speak to the elders about what he had learned. Richter thanked him one last time, and then they parted company. As he walked through the fields, his people shouted out. They came over and welcomed him back with smiles and happy greetings. Richter stopped for a second to connect with his villagers, but he didn't wait long. He had to find out what had been happening while he was gone. He was surprised to see 2 villagers, a human and gnome, standing guard at the gates. Each was wearing a conical helmet, shining new chain, mail, and had a round high steel shield. Both also held a spear with a high steel head. The gnome's weapon was sized slightly smaller to fit his shorter stature. The guards slapped their fists to their chests and nodded their heads slightly. A firm milord issued from both of their mouths. Somewhat taken aback by their formal tone, he nonetheless gave a nod in return before walking into the village. Richter turned to Futon. Go as quickly as you can to the Great Seal. Randolphus will almost definitely be there this time of day. Tell him to wait for me. Then go and find Sumiko and tell her we have an injured man who needs help. The mist workers will carry him to the base of the catacombs. Then find Quasia, Zer, Yolind, Terrid, Cyan, Chrome, Roswin, Shivona, and Basil, and have them meet me at the Great Seal. Lady Hisako isn't in the village, is she? No, my lord. Then gather the rest and join me in the room off of the Great Seal. When you are done. Yes, my lord, came the deadpan reply. The remnant moved quickly away. Richter kept walking towards the slope that led to the Great Seal. More villagers cheered his return, and he also came across more guards, equipped the same as the ones at the gate. Each saluted him by clapping, first over their hearts. Clearly some things had changed while he was gone. Two guards had been placed at the entrance to the catacombs. Richter nodded to each as he walked by. He walked down the tunnel and made his way into the room of the Great Seal. Seeing the physical representation of his power again, he stopped and took a moment to gaze at it. Two of the four spirals showed signs of power and life, just as they had since he had awakened his second power. They pulsed and flashed with rich and powerful magic. It made the contrast of the other to even more striking. The spirals of dark and water magic remained only cold and inertile. Awakening his other powers had to be a priority, but there was just so much else to do. Richter suddenly felt the heavy weight of his responsibilities. He had to conquer levels of the catacombs. He had to persuade the dwarves to fight against the bugbears. He had to deal with the scourge. He had to rescue more of the non-humans from Eve, protect his people from Count Stonek, deal with Ronin and the Nightblades, and now maybe even the Ouroboros Assassin Guild. It seemed like there was always more and more and more. Richter closed his eyes and breathed a deep breath. He struggled to find his center. He couldn't allow himself to be crushed under the worries of tomorrow. Richter had been taught at an early age that every insurmountable large problem was just a series of smaller problems that could be conquered. What was important was that he not give up. He took another deep breath, and the moment of self-doubt and pity passed. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Randolphus was looking at him. "Welcome back, my lord," the tall man said. "I am happy to see that. You have prevailed. If I'm not mistaken, you have come back stronger." "It's good to be back, Randy," he said with a grin. "And yes, I have been through quite a bit, but I came out the other side stronger. Now, I'm assuming you have a lot to speak with me about?" "I do indeed, my lord," he answered, while stepping back and gesturing towards his office. "Others are going to be joining us. Randy, let's go to the room with the large table instead." "As you wish, my lord." Randolphus walked back into his office to retrieve some files, while Richter walked into what was, in effect, his conference room. He noticed as he was walking that another two guards had been placed at the entrances to the treasury and armory. Richter realized that he should have instituted measures like this before now. He didn't let himself spiral back downward. With recriminations, though, he just walked into his conference room. Sitting at the head of the large rectangular table, he tried to get comfortable. Shifting in the wooden chair, he decided to invent the Lost Boy at the first opportunity. This thing was seriously uncomfortable. The Chamberlain joined him at the table and started filling Richter in on what had happened in his absence, starting with when Tarad had been brought back by the Okami. Cyan had immediately taken a group of villagers and sprites to find him. They followed the trail of the Okami back to the where Richter had slain Sanare and her accomplice. Then they had found the site of his battle with the rock giant. Cyan hadn't known exactly what had attacked him. He had only known it was very large. Though the search party had barely rested over their days of travel, Cyan immediately took off along the trail of devastation the rock giant had left in its wake. Cyan had ultimately found the collapsed cave. Richter's tracks had led inside, and the rock giants had clearly led off to the north. Cyan and the others had apparently spent several hours digging, but to no avail. He had then started the trip back to the village to wait for either Richter's return or his rebirth. Randolphus continued his story with what had happened in the village, while Cyan had been gone. After spending a small amount of time with Isabel, both Terrid and his love had approached Randolphus. Both said they had been in seclusion long enough. Richter nodded along. He had already known that Isabel would be taking an active role in the village. Thanks to the completed quest prompt he had received, Terrid had taken charge of the village's defenses. The very next morning after his return, he had called for an assembly of all of the villagers. Terrid had spoken passionately about how special the Mist village was and how it deserved to be protected. He reminded them of the harsh laws of Eve, of the beatings, of the rapes, of the murders. According to Randolphus, he had stoked the fires of their anger and indignation. Then he asked them if they would let anyone or anything force them back to that life. That wasn't all, though. Isabella had joined him in addressing the crowd. She had shared some of the stories of the indignities she had suffered. She had told the other villagers about how Richter had rescued her. She had spoken about how he sent her to safety when Ronin had attacked the fleeing party and had stayed behind to fight. She pointed out other villagers who had been captives and asked if their freedom was worth fighting for. She had asked the loved ones of the former captives if they would fight to make sure their families weren't torn apart again. Then she had simply asked them if they would fight for the man who had offered them the right to choose their own fates. Randolphus told him that although Terrid had fired up the villagers, it was at the end of Isabella's speech that every villager was on their feet and shouting Richter's name. Terrid had to restrain many of the villagers from immediately running out of the village to search for their lord. The crowd had apparently shouted in fury and fervor for long minutes until they could be calmed. Afterwards, more than 100 villagers were clamoring to sign up for the militia. Randolphus had interviewed all of them and found that while almost 60 people had been going to fight to preserve the safety of the village after Terrid had spoken, those numbers had more than doubled after Isabella's speech. Since then, the forges had been going into overdrive to equip those who agreed to serve. Terrid had also been able to convince almost everyone who had agreed to serve in the militia to swear fealty to the village and its master. Richter smiled when Randolphus related that part. It would make what he had planned much easier. He still wasn't sure exactly what being a companion entailed, but whatever else it meant, Terrid and Cyan had been indispensable in Richter's rise to power. Terrid's camaraderie ability was amazing. The story also explained to Richter why the loyalty of the village as a whole had gone up by +20 after he had completed Isabella's quest. Cyan and Terrid had wandered in while Randolphus was talking, but hadn't wanted to interrupt. Richter rose and embraced them both, though, and they joined him at the table. At that point in Randolphus's story, Terrid spoke up and told Richter that he had formed 9 scout groups of 5 people each. He had chosen the party number based on the fact that any more would decrease the amount experience gathered from fighting. Number group was allowed far from the village by itself, though. Terrid looked at Richter with a serious expression and described some of the dangerous animals and monsters that had been seen in and out of the mists. Mountain lions, cave bears, giant spiders, and vampire bats were just a few of the had started to be seen frequently in the lands around the village. Terrid told Richter that almost everyone who had their magic awakened had agreed to serve. None of the children were allowed to join the scout groups, of course, magic or no. As it was, the adult air mages were too numerous to be in the scout groups all at once. Terrid's solution was to cycle them out. Each was mostly in the groups for support, seeing as how they had almost no offensive spells. Terrad also told him that everyone in the militia trained for a portion of each day, whether they were scouting, guarding, or fulfilling other duties. Apparently, Isabella had been contributing as well. Terrad, being kidnapped, had snapped her out of the well of misery she had been in. He told Richter that the fear she experienced proved stronger than the emotional pain her sexual enslavement had caused. Randolphus had to have her physically restrained to stop her from running after Terrad on her own. After Richter left, she had taken charge of the herb garden near the quickening with a vengeance. In the last week, it had tripled in size. She had a natural ability with plants, apparently, and an advanced herb lore skill. She has also organized groups to scour the forest for useful plants. Terrad reported that Isabel was requesting that an herb shed be constructed. The building would apparently allow her to dry and treat harvested herbs, increasing their potency and longevity. Richter nodded to Randolphus, who made a notation. Basil, Zer, and Sumiko filtered in. Richter greeted each in turn. Randolphus was about to start on the next item, but Richter asked about the ships anchored outside of the village. That actually ties into what we needed to discuss next, my lord. Randolphus said, I will let Basil describe what transpired. It was an interesting trip, my lord, the man said. Then he told his story. Outside of navigating a section of turbulent river, the trip back to Leaf's Crossing had been uneventful for Richter's emissary. The sailors had apparently been happy to be gone from the village. Though they had not been in any direct danger, they too had seen dangerous animals and monsters the closer they got to the mists. The ship had eased into the harbor at Leaf's Crossing, and Basil had carried his precious cargo of potions of clarity amidst a few other boxes of trade goods. Basil recounted that the idea of having hundreds of pieces of gold hidden on his body while he also carried items worth hundreds more had stressed him out to no end. He knew that he had been any thief's wet dream, and so he had paid 10 tough-looking sailors to accompany him while he was in Leaf's Crossing. Basil had considered it a worthwhile expense to put the sailors up in the inn as well. With such a guard detail, Basil told him that he had arrived at the Whistling Hen with no difficulty. Basil gave a wide smile at that point and thanked Richter profusely for recommending that particular inn. Richter smiled back knowingly, remembering exactly how friendly the women there could be. Basil continued his story. Rosie, the proprietor of the inn, had told Basil that no one resembling the contact Richter had described had been to the bar. He then said that he planned to simply wait as long as necessary, and in the meantime, spend the time relaxing and buying supplies. Rosie had apparently had other ideas. The tough woman had pulled Basil to the side almost immediately. Rosie had not forgotten the ships of non-humans that had stopped in Leaf's Crossing before sailing to a better life with Richter. Apparently neither had many of the townsfolk. Since Richter had left almost a month before, long line of hopeful people of all races had formed. They all wanted to immigrate to the Mist Village. To be exact, another 163 people wanted to join. Richter looked at the man sharply, but let him continue. When Basil saw he wasn't going to be interrupted, he explained that his initial feeling had been one of caution and alarm as well. Before he left for Leaf's Crossing, though, Richter had told him that Rosie could be trusted. In light of that, Basil agreed to at least speak to each of the potential immigrants. Rosie had helped him to coordinate the interviews. Over the next several days, Basil had conducted interviews. To make the process easier, he had hired the services of two professed scholars. He apologized to Richter that their services hadn't come cheap. Richter didn't mind or care about a little overhead cost, but he was confused about what a scholar did or was. Seeing his lord's questioning expression, Basil explained that the two scholars had various administrative talents. Between the two of them, the men he had hired possessed the talents of association, perfect scribing, still image, knowledge tablet, copying, and, most importantly, confidential. Seeing that Richter looked even more confused and was also starting to look a bit annoyed, Basil quickly explained further. Association let the scholar recognize patterns and then organize large amounts of data in the most efficient manner. The perfect scribing talent was just as it sounded. The scholar could write with perfect penmanship such that anyone who read his work would know exactly what he was trying to impart. Richter was about to ask why a talent like that would matter, but then he remembered how a lot of doctors wrote. The chicken scratch that health professionals called handwriting was a travesty. Richter was convinced that people died in hospitals because of it. When you factored in that many people in the land were illiterate, the few who could write most likely had a wide variability in how they formed their words. Being able to know what someone had meant to say when you read it would actually be worth quite a bit. Basil continued to explain that the copying talent let a scribe fully duplicate a letter or parchment in every detail. As long as they had enough parchment and ink, they could use their mana to immediately make another copy of what they had in front of them, down to the last ink blotch. Basil added that he had heard the talent could be leveled to be able to copy scrolls, skill books, or spell books, but that was beyond the abilities of the scribes in Leaf's Crossing. Those advanced talents were also apparently prohibitively expensive. Basil didn't even try to explain the still image and knowledge tablet talents, but instead just handed over a heavy piece of wood with a smile. The wood was about 2 feet in height and width and 1 inch thick. It was sanded smooth and then lacquered brown except for a white circle in one corner. When Richter pressed the circle, a picture of a gruff-looking Nomi appeared in the corner of the wood, and a list of information was written in the common tongue right next it. Richter almost dropped the item in shock. He suddenly felt like he was looking at an iPad. He stared at the knowledge tablet in wonder. Once again, he had to remind himself to abandon his preconceptions. He often thought of the people in the land as medieval yokels with their kings and swords, yet in his hand he held proof that his perception was at least not universally true. Through magic, these people had achieved a result that had taken thousands of years of earth science to create. Richter ran his hand over the wood, and the picture and information changed. He realized he was holding the equivalent of a PowerPoint presentation that showed detailed information regarding each of the people Basil had interviewed. "You have reviewed this, I assume?" Richter asked Randolphus. "I have, my lord. The knowledge tablet is a valuable tool, and the information gathered upon it was most informative. Can you add more information to it?" he asked Basil. "I cannot, but a scholar with the talent could." Richter nodded, still enthralled by what he was holding. "And what about the last talent?" "Confidential. That is what makes scholars truly invaluable, my lord. Every guild scholar takes the confidential talent first. It makes it literally impossible for them to betray the confidence of their employer. Even in the face of torture, a scholar cannot in any way violate the terms of their contract. So, if you tell them to never reveal the information they have been given access to, the magic of their profession ensures that your secrets remain safe." "Man," Richter exclaimed, "I wish you could have brought one of those scholars back with you." Basil exhaled a loud sigh of relief. "I am so happy you feel that way, my lord." Richter's eyes narrowed a bit, suddenly feeling like the other shoe was about to drop. "Why? Why are you so relieved?" It might be best if I just finished telling you about what happened in Leaf's Crossing, my lord." Richter looked at him side-eyed for a second, then just slowly said, "Aha, go ahead." "Ahem, yes, well, as I was saying." Basil talked about how he commandeered a table in the corner of the Whistling Hen over the next few days. Prospective villagers would come, up singly or as a family, and then he would interview them. One scribe would take down all of their info, and the other would record their image, and then compile all of the information on the knowledge tablet. Basil said that all of the people he had spoken to seemed to be honest and were simply looking for a better life. Most were non-human, but there were humans that just wanted a change. One thing that had surprised Basil was that not all of them were from Leaf's Crossing. Richter's name was now becoming known. Richter wasn't sure how he felt about that. The more attention he brought on himself and the Mist Village, the more vulnerable they were in certain ways. He supposed it was also an opportunity, though. He did want things to be built faster after all, and an influx of villagers could mean a boost to productivity. It was also inevitable, he realized. The villagers who had chosen to come with Richter from Law had left behind friends and family. Those friends and family would have spread the story of a safe haven for non-humans that existed in Forest of Nadria. Basil told him that this was in fact how many of the people he interviewed had heard about their village. Many, in fact, had had friends and relatives among the already existing Mist villagers. The people Basil interviewed had come from towns neighboring Leaf's Crossing, and more than a few had walked from Law. Richter interjected, so while you were doing these interviews, the authorities had no problem with having so many non-humans congregating in and around the inn, especially considering why they were there. Basil's lips twisted in irritated remembrance. My lord is most astute. In fact, the authorities did come to the inn the second day. A group of 5 guards wearing Eve livery walked right up to me. I thought I was going to be arrested or beaten at the very least. Then Rosie came up and told the lead guard I was there on your behalf. After that he smiled at me, and I remember this part quite clearly, my lord. He said, I'm sure you didn't mean to flout the king's laws now, did you? Richter laughed out loud, having a strong idea of where this story was heading, and you said that you would never do something like that. Right. Of course, my lord. Well, then the irritating man told me that I had to have the proper permit to conduct interviews like I was doing. Then he told me that he just so happened to have a cousin that could issue the proper documents, and he would be more than happy to take the money for permits to him. Then he added that, of course, there were also the penalties for late registration, the surcharge for expedited processing, the mandatory overtime for his guards to monitor a sanctioned interview, the new tax on. Richter waved for the irritated trader to stop talking, as his own laughter was threatening to drown Basil out anyway. The guard's name wasn't Calder, was it? You know the rogue, my lord. Richter smiled and just asked, how much did he shake you down? F4. Basil's expression looked like the man had just swished with vinegar, but he ultimately said, 7 gold and 4 silver, my lord. The somewhat steep price helped Richter get his chuckling under control. He wasn't too bothered though and said, just the cost of doing business, Basil. Now tell the rest of your story. Yes, my lord. Well, the annoying smiling man got the money for his quote-unquote permits, and then I got back to the interviews. On the afternoon of my 3rd day there, a tall, muscular man wearing loose-fitting clothing came up to the table. I recognized him by your description of half as his emissary, and he knew that strange passcode you told me. Excitedly, Richter asked, what did he say? He said, Rick, my lord. Even more excited, Richter asked, and what did you say in response? Morty, my lord. Yes, Richter shouted happily. Wubblabadub. Everyone around the table stared at him. He waved them off, meh. You guys wouldn't get it. Trust me, though, I'm awesome. Continue with your story, Basil. Basil coughed, totally confused. Yes, my lord. Well, the emissary from Hafiz was with 4 other men who were obviously his brothers. I paused the interviews and retired back to a secure room. Rosie had prepared for the meeting. The men Hafiz had sent were actually his sons, and I am happy to report that they acted honorably. I'm even more delighted to tell you that the price was even better than expected. The nobles of Eve are apparently very interested in increasing the level of their warriors. Each vial sold for 3 gold, 1 silver, and 7 coppers. Richter started doing some fast math in his head, so for the 200 potions of clarity I gave you, we made 634 gold, my lord. Richter gave a whoop and stood up with his hand raised. Basil looked at him and then looked at the hand as if he was unsure if Richter was about to strike him. Richter laughed and pulled the man to his feet. Then he had Basil extend his arm with his hand flat. Richter gave him a resounding high five and said, "Fuck yeah, man. Make that cheddar." Basil sat back down with an amused smile, apparently liking the show of exuberance. Fuck you indeed, my lord. I did not buy any cheese. However, Richter laughed again and told him that's okay. So what happened with all the people you interviewed? Are they waiting in Leaf's Crossing for my decision? Basil opened his mouth and then closed it again before speaking. Well, my lord, that is an interesting part of the story. Here comes the other shoe. Richter thought. Well, after the initial trade with Hafiz's sons, I also gave them the list of items we needed that I had not been able to find in Leaf's Crossing. They told me their father was eager to continue the trade relationship. They had even anticipated some of our requests and had brought food and livestock to sell. They were also quite clear that their father, Hafiz, would take more potions of clarity as quickly as possible. But there was a complication. They had sailed to Leaf's Crossing from Eve, but before they had left, there were rumors that a count that was close to the king had noticed that some non-humans were attempting to escape the kingdom. They had also heard that a military force was going to be sent to curtail this. They didn't know if the soldiers would come overland or by boat, but they had recommended Basil leave as soon as possible. So you see, my lord, I had a dilemma. Richter looked back at him. I'm guessing the solution to that dilemma has something to do with those ships in the harbor. Basil let out a heavy sigh. Yes, my lord. You empowered me to make decisions on behalf of the village. I know that we need more people, so I just asked myself what you would do. I could have left them all there, to the mercies of the Eve military, but I decided to bring them with me. So I guess we will call them refugees, are all on the ships. The rest of the people Richter had sent Futen to fetch had joined the table while Basil was talking. Futen now floated in the center of the table, casting his light on everyone. Roswin, the elf who led the building crew, spoke up. Well, we were already making a second longhouse. When the ship showed up, I had all the other projects stopped so we could finish it faster. Most of them are in the second longhouse now. Some are still on the ships. That was good work, Roswin, Richter said, nodding in appreciation. Grum was the only response Richter got from the mustached elf. We also unloaded the supplies and animals that Hafiz's sons brought with them, Basil said. I paid them a fair price for all of it. They agreed to wait for you to return before leaving because they would like to meet with you, my lord. Richter looked at Basil for a long moment, but ultimately nodded. I agree with your decision, and you're right. I do need more people. Let's just not make a habit of increasing the population of the village by more than 50% in one day. Okay. Basil gave a relieved laugh. I will restrain myself in the future, my lord. So we have another 163 new villagers? Richter asked. Basil opened and closed his mouth again. Richter nailed him to his seat with this gaze. wondering what was coming next. Well, my lord, while I was doing the interviews, a few more people came to town as well, Basil said innocently. How many more? Richter asked impatiently. Just 82, my lord. Just 82. Plus the 2 scribes. The scribes agreed to come, Richter asked, somewhat surprised. It sounded like they were already doing okay in Leaf's Crossing. He knew Basil had thrown that in to soften the shock of an extra 82 people he hadn't told Richter about yet, but it did sound like the scribes would be quite a boon to the village. Well, I did have to pay off their debt to their guild, the White Quill. Debt, Richter said, his voice rising. What debt he was getting? Actually irritated now. Basil's story seemed to be ewing between great news and expensive realizations. Richter would have much preferred to just eat all of his veggies at once, then focus on the pudding. Nobody wanted to eat spinach after they had had chocolate cake. Alma had been resting on the table in front of him, but she rose up on her haunches at feeling her master's consternation. The dragonling stared at Basil, who regarded her warily. Well, for their training, they had to follow their guild's orders until they paid back a certain amount. I can promise you, though, my lord, that you can't put a price on their kind of expertise, Basil assured him. Well, you better put a fucking price on it, Richter said, rising from his chair. How much? He asked again, definitely louder this time. And I hope you didn't agree to pay all of these new villagers the same wage that I agreed to pay our current villagers. I'm not made of money, you know. Alma's wings unfurled, and she hissed at Basil, who was definitely starting to look a bit fearful. Richter kept his hand on her back so she didn't actually attack the man. Randolphus came to the beleaguered trader's aid. That was good, because everyone else around the table was just looking at Basil with expressions that said, "Sucks to be you, man." I promise you the scribes were well worth the initial price. My lord, the Chamberlain stated. They also agreed to providing their services as much as we needed for only 6 silvers per month. As for everyone else that was brought back with Basil, they are here to work for their keep. They understand that no payment has been promised to them. I have a detailed list of all expenditures for your perusal, my lord, if you would like to view it later. Richter looked back and forth between Basil and Randolphus. He knew he was being managed, but he also knew his inner thriftiness had reared its ugly head for a second. He took his seat again and said in a measured voice, "So we have 245 new villagers plus 2 scribes. You also had to pay a reasonable amount for the scribes to come. Is there anything else?" Richter stared intensely at Basil. Well, spit it out, Basil. Yes, my lord. Calder told me that since the new king took power in Eve, the guards' salaries had only been paid sporadically. When he saw that I was willing to pay off the scribes' debts, he approached me saying that he was willing to relocate for the right price. Other guards were as well. Ultimately, 18 guards offered to come. I believed we could use the extra help and defense. So another 18 people, Richter asked. And if you say, "Well, one more fucking time, I will let Alma attack you." Basil's mouth snapped shut to keep himself from doing just that. He stared at the dragonling whose tail was swishing back and forth as she stared back at him. Yes, my lord. Several of the guards had small families that have agreed to come. I also bought the food and animals from Leaf's Crossing. How many food and animals? Everything I could buy within a day, my lord. Well, between the people and the livestock, that easily explained the extra ships. Richter thought Basil would have needed more transport capacity. The extra guards I agree with. Defense is definitely a priority. He looked at Randolphus. How much am I paying everyone per month? Now, Randolphus had the answer prepared. The original complement of The village was 290, yourself included. Of that number, 73 were children, 16 were elders, too old to contribute, and another 18 men and women did not actively work for various reasons. That left 181 workers. 21 villagers were lost in the bugbear attack, 18 of which were workers, and another was killed when you saved the patrol. That leaves 162 villagers earning a wage. At 4 silvers per fortnight, that amounted to 129 gold and 6 silver each month. Of the 19 workers who died, 12 left behind families. As you instructed, their full year's wages were paid in a lump sum to their loved ones. That amounted to 105 gold and 6 silver. I am assuming you wish for a lump sum to be paid to Barden's family as well. Richter nodded, and the Chamberlain made a notation. Randolphus consulted another page and then continued, with this new influx of people, the scribes will cost 12 silvers per month. The guards agreed to work for 4 silvers per month, and 10 had wives or husbands that are also willing to work. If you decide to extend the same terms to the new villagers, which are comprised of 178 workers, the final tally would be 296 gold and 8 silver per month. Richter's head started to hurt while his chamberlain was talking, and by the end, he was rubbing his hands against both temples. That mean that his expenses each year, just for wages, was about 3,562 gold pieces, or put it another way, 356,200 bucks. Richter felt a scream building inside of him. All he wanted to do was to become the lord and master of a fledgling country with no infrastructure or industry to speak of. Why did that have to be so expensive? All he could think to say was, "Do we have enough food?" Randolphus nodded. "With the new stores that Basil bought, we can feed our entire populace for 6 months without needing to slaughter our livestock. With what the hunters bring in, that number could be stretched to 9 months. Since the crops have been replanted after the attack, they are growing faster than expected. Some of the air mages have been able to help with that by supplying the perfect amount of rain. If we allocate enough villagers to be farmers, the village should have more than enough food to last through the winter." Richter put his hand down on the table and started stroking Alma's scales. "I'm okay with all of this. In the future, though, Basil, Randolphus is going to lay down some strict guidelines for what you are and are not authorized to do. Understood?" "Yes, my lord," Randolphus said. "Yes, my lord," Basil said. "Okay, then. What else do I need to know?" "Well, I want to know what happened to you after you left on the—" Okami Scion shouted. "I heard what you did on my behalf, my friend," Richter said with a smile. "Thank you. That reminds, though, I think this belongs to you." Richter handed back the bracelet of health, which Scion took graciously. Then Richter gave everyone an abbreviated version of the events since chasing after Terad. They cheered after hearing of his victory over Sonare. "And Orvin!" Scion exclaimed in understanding when he heard that it had been a rock giant that had chased him through the forest afterwards. Everyone got quiet when they heard how he had been trapped in the kobolds' warren. They all knew full well how dangerous those creatures were on their home turf. The kobolds' penchant for deadly traps was famous. More cheers went around when he told everyone how he had led the kobolds into a trap of his own, however. Sumiko smiled at hearing how Richter praised her people. Richter's mood turned sober as he discussed the fight to save the patrol from the bugbears. He turned to Terad. "I am extremely grateful for how you have organized our people. I believe they need stricter guidelines and discipline. I can do this myself, but I heard one of the patrol call you Captain. Is that a role you're comfortable taking on? Will you assume responsibility for the safety of our people?" Terad looked at Richter gravely. and didn't speak for long moments. Then he got up and walked over to his companion, who stood to meet him. Once he was standing in front of Richter, he bent the knee. I had planned to do this later, but now is just as good. You have stood by me and have saved my precious Isabel twice, once from Count Stonick and once from her own hand. I am with you, my lord. I formally swear allegiance and loyalty to you, my lord Richter. From now and to my very death, I will protect you and your interests to the best of my ability and without deceit. Richter reached out his hand and rested it upon his companion's shoulder. I accept your oath of fealty and swear to honor your pledge with the same gravity in which it was given. As he helped Terra to his feet, prompt filled his vision. Congratulations! You have uncovered another job of your village. You have filled the position of Captain of the Guard. Your village will benefit proportionally to the skill of whomever you have chosen. Your companion, Terra, is granted the skill War Leader. His highest martial skill is still the rank of Novice. The attack and defense of all villagers within the boundaries of the village is 3% more effective. Your choice has a special ability, Camaraderie. This ability will make your choice highly effective in training and motivating your people. Attack and defense bonus increased by another 5% to a total of 8%. Richter looked around at the table of villager leaders and said, "Everyone welcome the new captain of the guard." The entire table got to its feet and clapped for Terad. As he walked back to his seat, Chrome slapped him on the back. Terad stumbled but chuckled as he retook his seat. With that over, Richter felt better about the entire affair of saving the patrol. He had no doubt Terad would be instilling some serious discipline into his people ASAP. Cyan leaned forward and got the discussion back on track. One thing I don't understand is how the assassin fooled your analyze skill, or their spell.